Beatles Rewind, essential stories of John, Paul, George, and Ringo, and the music that never gets old. Written and narrated by Steve Weber. Chapter 1. 1, 2, 3, boom. So picture this. It's February 8th, 1964.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest television event in American history is less than 24 hours away.
Right. The pressure's on.
Exactly. 73 million people are waiting. The entire CBS studio crew is standing by, just waiting to go. And the lead guitarist of the band, everyone is waiting to see.
George Harrison.
Yes. George is currently bedridden in a New York hotel. He is burning up with a 102-degree fever, and he is entirely unable to even stand up.
Which is just terrifying when you think about the stakes.
Completely terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ultimate before and after moment. You know, you have the invention of the printing press,
Yeah.
the dropping of the atomic bomb, the moon landing. These are events that fundamentally rewrite the script of human existence.
And on a freezing Sunday in February 1964, 4 young men from Liverpool essentially joined that list.
They really did.
Yeah.
But getting there was, well, it was a frantic, fever-ridden, and highly strategic scramble.
It really was. Set against the backdrop of a grieving nation that was just desperate for a reason to smile.
Right. And to understand how they changed America, I mean, we first need to look at how they accidentally got onto the American radar in the first place.
Which is a crazy story on its own.
Oh, it's wild. Because you have to remember the prevailing industry wisdom of 1963. It was this hard and fast rule in the music business,
Right.
basically saying British acts don't work here.
Right. American record executives just viewed the UK music scene as, like, a cute novelty.
Exactly. Cute, but entirely unmarketable to U.S. keens.
Which makes October 31st, 1963 so crucial to this whole timeline.
Oh, the airport moment.
Yes. So we are at London's airport, which we now know as Heathrow. Ed Sullivan, who is, the host of the most watched Sunday night variety show in America.
The undisputed king of Sunday night television.
Right. He and his wife, Sylvia, are trapped in this massive rainstorm traffic jam at the airport.
They're just trying to get home from a European scouting trip.
Yeah. And outside his car window, he sees a scene that completely short-circuits his brain.
He sees literally thousands of screaming teenagers.
Yeah.
Just drenched in the freezing rain.
And what are they doing? They're just trying to catch a glimpse of a band returning from a short trip to Sweden.
Right. And Sullivan's perspective here is so key to understanding what happens next. He was a former sports columnist.
Okay, so he knows crowds.
Exactly. He possessed this deeply ingrained instinct for mass appeal. I mean, he had seen Frank Sinatra at the peak of the Bobby Soxer craze.
Right. He saw Elvis Presley's explosion firsthand.
He did. But the sheer volume and the hysteria happening outside his car in that rainstorm, it was on a completely different frequency.
It was next level. So Sullivan rolls down his window, turns to an airport worker, and asks what on earth is going on.
And the worker says, "It's the Beatles."
And Sullivan genuinely replies, "Who the hell are the Beatles?"
Which is so funny to think about now.
I know. So the worker explains that they're the biggest thing in Britain right now, playing sold-out crowds, causing absolute pandemonium wherever they go.
And Sullivan immediately smells a cultural moment. I mean, within hours, he is on the phone to his producers in New York.
Right. Which leads to this incredible boardroom showdown weeks later at the Delmonico Hotel in New York.
Yeah, between Sullivan and the band's manager, Brian Epstein.
And Epstein is this polished, sophisticated impresario. He's the guy who took 4 leather-clad, swearing rockers from the dive bars of Hamburg
And completely molded them.
yeah, molded them into these suited, bowing professionals.
Right. So they strike a deal for 3 appearances on The Sullivan Show. 2 live, 1 taped.
For a bargain price, right?
Yes, $10,000.
Okay, wait, I have to stop you there. $10,000 for 3 primetime shows. That is practically giving them away.
It really is. But Epstein accepts it on one ironclad condition. The band must receive top billing over established American stars.
How does that even work? I mean, Epstein has zero leverage here. His band is entirely unknown in America at this point.
None at all.
Why wouldn't Sullivan just laugh him right out of the room?
Well, because Sullivan couldn't get the image of that Heathrow crowd out of his head. He
Right.
knew that kind of raw, unbridled energy just couldn't be manufactured. Now, Sullivan initially balked at the demand, of course.
Sure, because his headliners were always proven commodities.
Exactly. But Epstein recognized that exposure on Sullivan's stage was worth far more than the actual paycheck. Like, he was willing to sacrifice the fee, but absolutely not the prestige.
It is such an audacious bluff. I mean, for you listening, it's like an undrafted rookie walking into the head coach's office and demanding to be the starting quarterback in the Super Bowl.
That is the perfect analogy,
Yep.
but Epstein held firm and Sullivan actually agreed.
Unbelievable. So Epstein out-negotiated the biggest TV host in America. But the irony here is that these high-level television negotiations basically meant nothing to Capitol Records.
Right, Capitol being the band's American label.
Exactly. They were completely unbothered.
Oh, Capitol had rejected the band multiple times already. It actually took heavy pressure from their British parent company just to force Capitol to agree to release I Want to Hold Your Hand to the U.S.
They really did not want to do it.
No, they were dragging their feet, planning this really slow, unenthusiastic launch for late January.
Which means it wasn't some hotshot marketing executive in a corner office who broke the band in America.
No.
It was a bored 15-year-old girl named Marcia Albert.
It is just a perfect example of top-down industry control being completely subverted by bottom-up teenage demand.
So what happens?
Well, in December 1963, Marcia is stuck at home, desperate for something new to listen to. She sees a brief news clip of the band and just launches a one-person letter-writing campaign.
To the radio stations.
Yes, specifically targeting local disc jockeys,
Yep.
like Carol James at WWDC in Washington, D.C.
And Carol James doesn't just wait around for the official American release from Capitol.
No, he takes matters into his own hands.
Right. He has his girlfriend, who was a flight attendant for BOAC, which was basically the main British international airline at the time. He has her smuggle a physical contraband copy of the record back from London.
A literal smuggled record.
Yeah. And on December 17th, he plays it on the radio. It is the very first time the song is broadcast in America.
And the phone lines instantly melt down. I mean, the reaction was immediate.
And Capitol Records was absolutely furious about this.
Oh, they were livid. Their meticulously planned, low-effort January launch was completely ruined.
Right. They actually threatened to sue the radio station for playing an unreleased track.
They did, but, you can't sue momentum. The demand was just so overwhelming that Capitol eventually had to cave. They moved the release date way up to December 26th.
And think about the physical mechanics of what happens next. Because in 1963, they don't just flip a digital switch on the streaming service.
Right, there's no Spotify.
Capitol has to physically manufacture and ship 2 million vinyl records across the massive country in just 3 weeks.
They are running their pressing plants around the clock, just nonstop.
And it works. By mid-January, the song is a #1 hit. Marcia Albert, from her teenage bedroom, essentially forced this massive corporate machine into overdrive.
Which perfectly sets the stage for their actual arrival. February 7th, 1964. Pan Am Flight 101 touches down at JFK Airport on a freezing Friday afternoon.
And the scene at JFK is legendary. Over 3,000 fans have breached the tarmac.
It's just a sea of screaming kids.
It is a literal wall of sound that nearly drowns out the jet engines. These kids had skipped school, they lied to their parents, they hitchhiked across state lines just to be there.
But the band's reaction inside the plane is what I actually find most fascinating about this.
Oh, me too! They were genuinely stunned.
Yeah, when they look out the window, they assume the massive crowd and the heavy police presence must be for someone else.
Wait, really? Who did they think it was for?
Well, John Lennon later admitted they thought maybe President Johnson or the British Prime Minister was on a nearby flight.
That is amazing.
Because America had always been the impossible dream for them, right? It was the graveyard of British acts. So to find thousands of American teenagers losing their minds specifically for them, it was a complete shock.
And then they step off the plane and are immediately thrown to the American press corps.
The wolves.
Exactly. The journalists at the airport press conference are fully expecting to just mock these British upstarts.
They want to tear them apart with that classic, cynical New York sarcasm.
But the band uses humor as this flawless defense mechanism.
They really turned a hostile interrogation into a stand-up comedy routine. Like a reporter shouts, "Would you please sing something?"
And the Beatles, in perfect unison, shout back, "No."
Right. Another reporter says, "There's some doubt that you can sing." And John Lennon just shoots back, "No, we need money first."
They asked George Harrison if he's going to get a haircut while in the country. George just deadpans. I had one yesterday.
It's so good. Someone asks Ringo what he thinks of Beethoven. He says, "Great," especially his poems.
Just completely disarming them. And then there's the ultimate condescending question. A reporter asks, "How long do you think Beatlemania will last?"
And John just casually leans into the microphone and says, "About another hour, I should think."
What's happening here sociologically is brilliant if you really look at it.
Oh, absolutely. They instantly disarmed a highly skeptical press corps.
The journalists walked into that room expecting earnest, maybe nervous performers who would just wither under questioning.
Instead, the band proved they were incredibly quick-witted, intelligent personalities who were completely unfazed by the spotlight.
Yeah, within 24 hours, those exact same sarcastic journalists were writing glowing pieces about their charm.
They won them over entirely.
So they conquer the tarmac, they conquer the press. But behind the locked doors of the Plaza Hotel, this entire American experiment starts to crumble.
Yeah, the weekend leading up to the broadcast was really defined by intense claustrophobia and controlled chaos.
Because the fans found out where they were staying.
Right. Fans discovered they were at the plaza and maintained a 24-hour vigil outside, screaming constantly, literally trying to break through hotel security.
So the band effectively became prisoners in their own suites, relying entirely on room service.
And while they are locked away, the reality of that opening hook we mentioned comes into play. It's Saturday, February 8th. The CBS Studio 50 rehearsal is happening.
Right. The studio crew is there, mapping out camera angles, putting gigantic tape arrows on the floor.
But George Harrison isn't there.
No. He's confined to his bed at the Plaza with a 102-degree fever and a severe case of strep throat.
The show is less than 24 hours away at this point. The road manager, Neil Aspinall, has to actually stand in on the rehearsal stage.
Just awkwardly clutching a Gretsch guitar so the director can block the camera shot.
Exactly. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, a doctor is just pumping George full of antibiotics, praying he will be functional enough to even stand under those hot studio lights.
You know, you always hear people describe this moment in history as the ultimate overnight success.
Right, like it was predestined.
Yes, but looking at the actual mechanics of this weekend, the fragility of it is terrifying.
Oh, totally. Capitol had just shipped 2 million physical records. The British press was eagerly waiting for them to fail so they could write these massive "we told you so" headlines.
And if George's throat closes up from the strep and he can't hit those vital high harmonies,
the entire operation collapses.
It really wasn't guaranteed at all. It was hanging by a single thread.
It's a crucial point to remember. The margins between historical triumph and becoming a forgotten footnote are often incredibly thin.
So true.
But by late Saturday evening, thankfully, George's fever finally broke. He was weak. He was pale, barely able to eat, but he could stand.
Which brings us to Sunday, February 9th, 1964, 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
The moment of truth.
73 million people tune in. Let's do the math on that for a second. That is 60% of the entire American television audience.
It's staggering. To put that level of cultural saturation into perspective, today's Super Bowl, even as our last remaining mass viewing event, struggles to reach half of that percentage.
It's hard to even wrap your head around.
America in 1964 basically had 3 major television networks. It was a genuine monoculture.
Right.
And on this specific night, virtually the entire country was staring at the exact same broadcast.
Right. And the atmosphere inside the studio was so electric, so incredibly loud, that Ed Sullivan actually had to quiet the crowd before he introduced them.
Yeah, he joked, if you don't keep quiet, I'm going to send for a barber.
Which is pretty funny. There were 728 seats in that theater, filled with teens who had won a lottery out of 50,000 who applied.
Just massive demand.
But the performance itself, it wasn't just them showing up and jamming through their hits. The set list was chosen with lethal strategic precision.
Exactly. The source text makes this very clear. This wasn't just a concert. It was a flawlessly engineered psychological operation designed to win over every single demographic in the American living room simultaneously.
Let's break down the structure of that set list.
Okay, so they kick off with All My Loving.
Right. It has this relentless, galloping rhythm. It was a high-energy statement of intent. They were essentially grabbing the audience by the collar right out of the gate.
But then, notice what they do immediately after that. They pivot to Till There Was You.
Which is interesting.
Very. Because this is a ballad from the Broadway music, The Music Man, written by Meredith Willson, a beloved traditional American composer.
Right, so why do that? Why play a Broadway show tune in the middle of a rock debut?
Because of the parents. Millions of adults were sitting in their living rooms with their arms crossed, fully prepared to hate this noisy rock band.
Ah, I see.
By covering a revered American classic respectfully and beautifully, they were sending a subconscious message.
Like, we aren't a threat.
Exactly. They were saying, we know your music, we appreciate your culture, and we aren't here to destroy what you love.
Wow.
It was a masterstroke that completely melted the resistance of the older generation.
That is so smart. Then, having won over the parents, they immediately hit the gas for the kids with "She Loves You."
Right, with the iconic, yeah.
And the screaming in the theater reached decibels that caused actual technical problems.
Oh, yeah, the CBS audio meters were literally redlining.
Yeah.
The engineers had never dealt with sustained noise at those frequencies before.
And then in their second set, later in the broadcast, they opened with "I Saw Her Standing There," complete with Paul's famous count-off.
It delivered this burst of pure, authentic teenage joy. I mean, it was a song they had written themselves while still teenagers back in Hamburg.
And they close out the night with "I Want to Hold Your Hand," the #1 song in the country, ending on just a pure, euphoric high.
It was so impossibly loud in the room at that point that the band couldn't even hear their own monitors.
They were flying blind. Ringo was keeping time just by watching the swaying movements of the others.
And George's fingers were working on pure muscle memory because of his fever.
But the technical execution was flawless, which is incredible considering the absolute terror happening behind the scenes.
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
Ringo later revealed that Paul's legs were shaking violently just before the curtain went up.
John was chain-smoking out of pure anxiety.
George was still pale and sweaty from his illness, but the adrenaline just took over.
It really did. And the impact of those 12 minutes, it changed the trajectory of millions of lives.
For an entire generation of future musical legends, this was the inciting incident.
Right. Tom Petty, who was 13 years old in Florida at the time, said watching that broadcast was like the world going from black and white to color.
Bruce Springsteen was 13 in New Jersey. He saw those four guys and realized that working-class kids could actually become artists.
And Billy Joel had this massive realization about the mechanics of the industry itself. He realized that bands didn't need Tin Pan Alley anymore.
Tin Pan Alley being that old guard, factory-style music publishing machine in New York.
Right, where professional songwriters wrote all the hits in cubicles and singers just showed up to sing them.
Precisely. The Beatles proved you could write your own material, play your own instruments, and control your own artistic destiny.
But, if we want to understand the true, deepest impact of this performance, we really have to look at the tragic timing of American history.
Yes. This broadcast happened exactly 77 days after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
And that context changes everything about this story. Early 1964, America was a nation in profound shock.
It was stuck in a deep, deep winter of mourning. The youthful optimism of the early 1960s, that whole Camelot era, had been violently and traumatically destroyed in Dallas.
Right. So for a nation trapped in that heavy collective grief, the Beatles provided the first genuine collective moment of joy.
They essentially proved to the country that the future could still be bright.
It is incredibly rare for a piece of pop culture to act as literal, simultaneous grief counseling for an entire country. But according to the historical texts we're looking at, that's exactly what happened.
The teenagers felt healed. America exhaled.
But the very next morning, the establishment old guard woke up, looked at what had just happened, and they chose violence.
The contrast is just striking. Monday morning, the band is sitting in the Plaza Hotel, eating lukewarm eggs, and reading some of the most scorching, dismissive reviews ever printed by the most prestigious outlets in the country.
It was brutal. The New York Herald Tribune ran a page-1 headline declaring, "Beatles bomb on TV."
Wow.
They claimed the band had an absence of talent and could not carry a tune.
The New York Times condescendingly called them a fine mass placebo.
Newsweek called the performance a nightmare.
And then you have highbrow critic Theodore Strongen, who gave this incredibly overly intellectualized insult, calling their vocal quality hoarsely incoherent.
Just savage. But the backlash went far beyond music critics defending their refined tastes.
Oh, absolutely. The political reactions to this performance revealed just how deeply they threatened the geopolitical status quo of the time.
Now, looking at the sources impartially here, you have Reverend David Nobel of the Anti-Communist Christian Crusade.
Right. The source material notes that he actually published and distributed pamphlets denouncing the band as anti-Christ beatniks.
He warned his followers that their hypnotic rhythms were designed to destroy the morals of America's youth and facilitate a Moscow-orchestrated communist takeover.
And then, on the exact opposite side of the globe, the Soviet state newspaper, Pravda, declared the precise opposite.
Right.
They stated that the Beatles were a capitalist plot, engineered by the Western ruling classes to distract young people from engaging in serious class politics.
Think about the pure irony of that. You have the far right and the far left looking at the exact same mop-topped pop bands singing about holding hands.
Right.
And both extremes look at them and see a highly orchestrated weapon being wielded by their worst enemies.
It's wild. You might be listening and thinking, it's just rock and roll. Why did politicians care?
Exactly.
But in the middle of the Cold War, mass cultural movements were viewed as literal psychological warfare.
It really reveals how terrified the established control structures of the older generation were. And nothing symbolized that panic more than the controversy over their hair.
Oh, the hair panic.
Yes, the syndicated columnist Paul Jones grumbled that they looked like Moe of the Three Stooges.
He even suggested CBS should fire Ed Sullivan for promoting such degeneracy.
It sounds totally absurd to us today, but you have to understand why the hair was so terrifying in 1964.
Right. Because ever since World War II, the close-cropped crew cut wasn't just a hairstyle.
It was a uniform.
Exactly. It was the visual shorthand for military discipline, patriotism, and conformity to the system.
Schools instituted strict grooming rules, basically equating a sloppy head with a sloppy mind.
So the Beatles' longer hair was a visual opt-out from that entire post-war social contract.
It was a rejection of the military-industrial complex right on top of their heads, and this pushback was global.
Yeah, Israel actually refused them entry, citing fears of mass hysteria and moral decay.
Indonesia burned their records in the streets to preserve national identity.
East Germany formally blamed them for causing a cultural crisis.
What all these critics and politicians failed to understand was that they were just playing their part in a historical cycle.
The source text calls it the spin cycle of cultural resistance.
Right. It's like an immune system response. Whenever a genuinely new piece of culture enters the bloodstream, the older generation's establishment acts like white blood cells,
Swarming and attacking the new culture as a virus to protect the host body.
That is exactly how it functions. When something new arrives, the establishment responds with derision and panic.
We saw it with Frank Sinatra in the 1940s, causing riots.
We saw it with Elvis in 1956 and the absolute moral panic over his hips.
The Rolling Stones were turned away from respectable hotels.
Bob Dylan was literally called Judas by his own fans for plugging in an electric guitar.
And it just keeps happening. Punk rock in the 70s, hip-hop in the 80s and 90s.
The people most invested in the existing hierarchy of taste always make the loudest noise right before that hierarchy is permanently dismantled.
Ringo Starr perfectly summarized this generational cycle. He later said, "Every generation finds its own music." Well, he said it's the one thing that belongs to them and not their parents.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if it's the Beatles or whatever comes next, it's their own discovery.
But the joke was ultimately on those critics eating their breakfast in 1964. Because by 1967, the exact same cultural establishment that called them a passing, talentless fad.
They were scrambling over themselves to explain how the album Pepper was a work of absolute, unprecedented genius.
Exactly. The newspaper that confidently declared they couldn't carry a tune across the Atlantic actually folded and went out of business 2 years later.
Meanwhile, I Want to Hold Your Hand is still being played on the radio right now.
Still a hit.
So let's bring all of this together for you. We have followed this incredible historical timeline really closely today.
From Ed Sullivan stranded in a rainstorm at Heathrow,
To a 15-year-old girl triggering a massive corporate supply chain with a smuggled record,
we've seen a feverish hotel rehearsal hanging by a thread.
culminating in a perfectly calculated, psychologically targeted 12-minute performance that provided real healing for a grieving nation.
They outlasted the cynical, furious establishment that tried to crush them from every conceivable angle.
They proved that joy could return after a national tragedy, and that 4 working-class kids without traditional industry backing could rewrite the rules of global culture simply by playing rock and roll.
It's just a phenomenal story.
It really is. But looking back at those 12 minutes leaves us with a fascinating and maybe a little haunting thought for you to mull over.
Yeah, think about this.
The Beatles united 60% of the American television audience in a single simultaneous broadcast.
It was the ultimate monoculture moment, a truly shared experience on a massive scale.
But today, our media is infinitely fragmented. Everything you consume is completely customized, isolated, and fed to you by individual algorithms.
Right.
So the question is, could a unifying cultural miracle like that ever happen again? Or was February 9th, 1964 the last time the whole world turned to color all at once?
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Imagine a sound so completely overwhelming, measuring over 130 decibels.
Which is literally louder than a commercial jet engine taking off.
Right. A sound so incredibly loud that it forces the greatest, most successful band in human history to just, stop playing live concerts entirely. Forever.
Yeah, usually when we look back at the 1960s, we just accept this the standard, almost mythological history.
We picture the four guys in the matching suits, the bowl haircuts.
The black and white television broadcasts, exactly. And we assume it was all just this straightforward, magical march to global domination.
But today, we are tossing that standard history right out the window.
We absolutely are.
Because our mission for this conversation is to unearth the hidden mechanics behind the Beatles. When you actually look beneath the surface, their success wasn't just magic.
No, not at all.
We are looking at secret musical architecture, the actual biological science behind mass teenage hysteria, and what genuinely has to be the most catastrophic job interview of the 20th century.
We think we know the 1960s so well, but the truth is, the entire modern music era was built on rhythmic illusions, sheer overwhelming volume, and a massive stroke of bad luck.
Yeah, the narrative we are all so familiar with, it smooths over all those rough edges.
It completely hides the fact that their earliest breakthroughs were deliberate, calculated sonic tricks, and that their absolute biggest failures were the very things that saved them from obscurity.
So whether you are a die-hard music nerd or someone who just loves a good underdog story, you'll walk away understanding how limitations and failures actually drive creative genius.
You're going to hear the music you grew up with completely differently.
So let's dive into I Want to Hold Your Hand.
We have to start with that specific track because it is the song that essentially broke the world open in 1963.
Right.
On the surface, it masquerades as this simple, innocent pop tune, just about G-rated physical contact. But beneath that veneer, it operates as a rhythmic heist.
A rhythmic heist. I love that.
It snuck incredibly complex, mind-bending syncopation into the ears of millions of teenagers who thought they were just listening to a standard radio hit.
Think about the intro to that track. If you have ever tried to clap along to the first 3 seconds of I Want to Hold Your Hand, there is a 90% chance you have completely failed and lost the beat.
Oh, absolutely, because pop music usually politely counted you in. A nice, predictable 1, 2, 3, 4.
You knew exactly where your foot was supposed to tap, not this song.
No, it completely crashes in on the offbeat. John and George hit you with these staccato guitar chops that emphasize the and of the beat instead of the beat itself.
Right, so if a normal rhythm is stepping squarely on the pavement, syncopation is like walking alongside someone who suddenly skips a half step.
Exactly. Your brain expects their foot to land at a specific moment, but it lands a fraction of a second early. They are playing a rhythmic shell game right out of the gate.
It's like someone's stumbling rapidly down a steep flight of stairs. You're watching them fall forward, completely off balance, gravity's just taking over.
And then they land perfectly on their feet the exact second the vocals kick in.
Yes. It creates this immense pulling forward momentum. And what's wild is that the underlying DNA of that momentum, the secret engine driving that intro, is actually American country and Western music in disguise.
That is the Nashville secret hiding right there in the mix.
Oh.
When you isolate the guitars and strip away that London Mersey beat mask, George Harrison's guitar licks sound like they were pulled straight out of a Nashville recording studio.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he was actually playing a Gretsch Country Gentleman guitar during the middle eight, which is a classic, iconic country instrument. And the clucking, sharp rhythm John plays is pure rockabilly.
Oh, right. It mimics the style of Chet Atkins almost perfectly.
Exactly. It functions as a high-speed country tune polished with London attitude, and that blend tricks the brain. It sounds totally new and rebellious to a teenager in 1963, but it feels instantly familiar because it's built on a groove deeply established in American music.
And that stumbling, forward-falling momentum gets glued together by the hand claps. Which, we tend to think of overdubbed hand claps in pop music as just a fun throwaway gimmick.
Like something just to get the crowd involved.
Right. But here, they are a structural masterstroke. They aren't just politely hitting the backbeat.
No, they create a double stop effect that acts as a secondary percussion section.
A double stop meaning two percussive hits rapidly in succession, filling the empty space between the vocal melody and the snare drum.
Yep, there are exactly 5 distinct claps in those sequences. Without those 5 precise claps, the song loses its nervous, galloping energy. They bridge that stumbling intro to the soaring chorus.
And speaking of structural genius, there is the perfect chord moment. John and Paul wrote this face-to-face at a piano in the basement of Jane Asher's parents' house in London.
Such a great detail. They found this distinctive progression right on the line, I can't hide, moving from G major to C major with a suspended fourth.
Let's unpack what a suspended fourth actually means for someone who doesn't play the piano. In music theory, a standard chord feels stable, like standing flat on the floor.
Right.
But a suspended chord changes one single note, so it feels like you are suddenly standing on your tiptoes. You can't stay there forever. Your body naturally wants to drop back down to a stable, flat foot.
It creates this feeling of breathless anticipation, and they place that tiptoe feeling perfectly on the lyrics, I can't hide. It refuses to resolve immediately.
Sophisticated enough to be incredibly interesting, but accessible enough to be relentlessly catchy.
And we cannot talk about that driving momentum without shining a massive spotlight on Ringo Starr.
Oh, absolutely.
He is so often unfairly treated by casual listeners as the guy who just lucked into the best job in history. People dismiss his contribution as just keeping time.
I completely push back on that idea. Ringo is the actual engine room of this rhythmic conspiracy. He does something revolutionary for pop music in 1963.
His secret heartbeat.
Yes. He plays his secret heartbeat completely against the melody. While John and Paul are singing this soaring, beautiful melodic hook, Ringo is driving a heavy four-on-the-floor kick drum.
Meaning he is hitting the big bass drum on every single beat. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Which is a relentless pulse, usually reserved for heavy dance music, not early 60s pop. And he is snapping the snare drum on the 2 and 4 with the violence of a slamming pickup truck door.
That secret heartbeat gives the track a propulsive, highly dangerous edge. It isn't sitting back, relaxing into a standard 12-bar blues shuffle.
And then, when they hit the line happy inside, the entire rhythm section suddenly shifts. The tension skyrockets because John and Paul stop singing in unison and split into a wide, soaring harmony.
Beneath them, George plays those descending country-style guitar chops. It becomes a total masterclass in tension and release.
It builds and builds until it literally explodes into that famous I can't hide peak, which isn't just about teenage butterflies or holding someone's hand.
No, it is a highly calculated musical moment where the pickup truck of the rhythm section hits top gear and cruises right into the stratosphere.
And that propulsive, forward-leaning energy was so intense that it triggered a literal biological reaction in the audience.
It demanded a physical response.
Which leads us directly to the phenomenon of Beatlemania, where the band became so phenomenally successful that it became physically impossible to actually hear the music they were playing.
The imagery of those massive stadium shows is just staggering. Take Shea Stadium, August 15th, 1965.
Paint that picture for us.
It is pure, unadulterated pandemonium. You have 55,600 fans crammed into a baseball stadium, and the collective screaming is generating a sustained wall of sound measuring around 130 decibels.
Which, as we noted earlier, is louder than a jet engine.
Exactly. The Beatles were plugged into these 100-watt amplifiers, turned all the way up to the absolute maximum limit, and George Harrison famously said he couldn't hear a single note he was playing on his guitar.
Ringo actually had to watch John and Paul's backsides, literally just watching the rhythm of their hips swaying to figure out where they were in the song and keep time.
Because the drums were completely drowned out by the human voice. And the medical extremes recorded in the crowd at these shows were astonishing.
Ambulances were carrying out dozens of fans every night, right?
Yeah, people were experiencing temporary hearing loss lasting for days afterward. You had fans hyperventilating to the point of fainting, and even losing bladder control from the sheer physical intensity of the prolonged screaming.
The body was just overriding the nervous system entirely.
Hmm.
Okay, so this brings up a functional question that we need to unpack.
Yeah.
If you are at a sports game, fans scream to help the home team win, right? You scream to hype up your players or to distract the opponent at the free throw line. It has a functional purpose.
Right, there's a goal.
But why scream at a concert if it literally ruins the music you paid money to hear?
Because screaming at musicians in this context is an expressive release, not a functional tool. At a concert, the music has already won. You aren't screaming to help John Lennon hit a high note or to stop a rival band from playing.
That makes sense.
If we trace the biological root of screaming, it is one of the oldest, most primal sounds in the human repertoire. A scream bypasses the rational language processing parts of our brain entirely and goes straight to the amygdala, the emotional core.
So it acts as an emotional release valve for when an emotion, whether that is terror, joy, or overwhelming excitement, becomes too big for the body's normal processing system.
Exactly. And when you put 50,000 people together doing that, it triggers profound social bonding through shared physiological arousal.
And it isn't like this started with the Beatles. We act like they invented crowd hysteria, but there is a lineage here.
There are clear historical precedents. In the 1940s, Frank Sinatra had the Bobby Soxers, generating massive newspaper headlines about mass hysteria and fainting teenagers.
And in the 1950s, Elvis caused literal riots in auditoriums.
Performers become fantasy objects, perfect psychological projections. They are close enough to feel intimately real, but safely far enough away on a stage to remain untouchable, screaming bridges that impossible distance.
Let's talk about the makeup of those massive crowds. Because cultural memory records Beatlemania as a completely female phenomenon, just thousands of crying teenage girls. But that paints an incomplete picture.
Contemporary estimates show that in 1964, the audiences were roughly 70 to 80% female. But boys were absolutely there too. They just expressed their fandom and that same overwhelming excitement differently.
How so?
Well, as the band's musical credibility grew, boys showed their appreciation through mimicry. They dealt with the excitement by going out, buying guitars, forming their own garage bands, and trying to meticulously copy the chords rather than vocalizing the release through screaming.
But the screaming itself from the young women in the audience had a much deeper sociological meaning than just, we think Paul is cute.
Oh, absolutely. There is a remarkably compelling sociological viewpoint framed by thinkers like Barbara Ehrenreich that views this mass hysteria as a profound act of claiming public space.
Right, we have to remember how rigid society was in the early 1960s.
It was a culture that demanded young women maintain strict, unwavering control over their emotions, their voices, and their bodies at all times.
So a Beatles concert was one of the only places on Earth where it was socially acceptable for a young woman to completely lose control.
Exactly. It was an unconscious, collective protest against severe sexual repressiveness, an environment where they could express desire, rage, and overwhelming joy in ways that were otherwise completely forbidden in their daily lives.
It was a rebellion disguised as a pop concert. And here's the ultimate irony of that rebellion, that exact environment, the deafening screaming that validated them as the biggest cultural phenomenon on the planet, drove the band to quit touring entirely.
The noise broke the machine.
After their show at Candlestick Park in August 1966, they just walked away from the stage. They realized they were no longer playing music, they were just conducting a riot.
So they retreated to the absolute silence and safety of Abbey Road Studios and began creating insanely complex, layered masterpieces like Sgt. Pepper's.
Albums they couldn't have ever played live anyway, given the limited amplifier technology of the time. The screaming noise literally forced the invention of the modern studio album.
It is incredible to think they became so massive they couldn't hear their own music. Especially because, just a few short years earlier, they couldn't even get a record label executive to listen to them in a quiet, empty room.
Which takes us from stadiums where they couldn't be heard to a tiny room where they were completely dismissed. Let's flash back to late 1961 and the most disastrous job interview of the 20th century.
At this point in the timeline, the band has a fiercely devoted local following in the sweaty clubs of Liverpool and Hamburg, but they are absolute nobodies everywhere else.
They desperately need a manager and a professional recording contract to break out. Enter Brian Epstein.
He was a local record store manager with absolutely zero show business experience, but he had this total, unshakable belief that they were going to be larger than life.
And he faced an immediate brick wall of rejections. Columbia Records passed on them. His master's voice passed. Pi Records passed.
But his relentless pestering finally pays off. He gets someone to travel up to the Cavern Club in Liverpool to see them in their element.
Mike Smith from Decca Records makes the trip.
Right. He sees the local crowd going absolutely crazy for the band's raw energy and agrees to secure them a formal audition at Decca Studios in London. The date is set for New Year's Day, 1962.
Setting the stage for quite possibly the worst road trip in musical history.
Oh, it's brutal.
It's New Year's Eve. Neil Aspinall, their loyal driver and roadie, packs the four of them into a freezing, unheated van with all their heavy gear. Now, Liverpool to London should have taken maybe 4 or 5 hours.
But there is a massive, blinding blizzard sweeping across the UK.
Neil gets terribly lost in the snow. The drive takes 10 grueling, freezing hours. They finally arrive and check into the dingy Royal Hotel.
And because it's New Year's Eve in London and they are young guys full of nervous energy, they end up wandering into Trafalgar Square and drinking with completely random strangers.
John Lennon later remembered standing there in the cold, watching heavily intoxicated people jumping into the Trafalgar Square fountains.
So the biggest morning of their lives arrives. They wake up on January 1st, completely sleep-deprived, anxious, and probably a little hungover themselves.
They arrive at Decca Studios an hour early, totally prepared to show what they can do.
But Mike Smith, the guy who is supposed to be evaluating them, shows up late.
Of course he does.
He is severely hungover from intense New Year's Eve partying, and he is covered in cuts and deep bruises from a car crash he had been in just days before.
He is in terrible physical shape and a distinctly awful mood.
And then he takes one look at the band's hard-earned gear and declares it substandard for a studio recording. He forces the band to use Decca's in-house equipment.
Right, Paul was forced to plug into unfamiliar bass amplifiers, which is terrifying. For a working musician, your instrument and your amp are your literal voice.
Taking that away and making you play through a sterile studio rig cranks the anxiety up to 11.
They end up recording 15 songs straight through, essentially live. Now, John Lennon later bitterly complained about this specific audition. He said Epstein made them play a safe, completely corny set list.
Instead of their blistering club sets, they played show tunes like Till There Was You, and old standards like Beza Mucho and The Chic of Araby.
Lennon felt they should have just played raw rock and roll and shown Decca what they could do when they were truly roused and sweating. But I have to push back on John's complaint here. Wasn't Epstein actually playing brilliant three-dimensional chess in his strategy?
How do you mean?
Well, if they just walked in and played loud, three-chord rock and roll, Decca might just say, we already have one of those on our roster, thanks. By forcing them to play those standards, and crucially, sprinkling in original tracks like Hello, Little Girl, Epstein was trying to prove they were versatile songwriters and all-around entertainers.
That makes a lot of sense. He was essentially telling the label, look at the massive publishing and copyright revenue you can make off these guys. They aren't just a loud bar band.
Exactly.
Looking at it from the perspective of the early 1960s music industry, that is brilliant. In 1962, writing your own material was extremely rare for a pop group. Labels manufactured pop stars. They didn't sign self-contained units.
Epstein wanted to show Decca that they had immense, undeniable range.
They recorded those 15 songs live on 2-track tape with 0 overdubs. Just play it, pray you didn't mess up, and move on. And after all that effort, the 10-hour freezing drive, the unfamiliar equipment, the nerves, Decca famously rejects them.
They hand down the verdict that guitar groups are on the way out and declare that the band has no future in the music business.
A completely catastrophic failure on paper. The kind of rejection that makes bands break up and go work at a factory.
But a failure that operates as the ultimate blessing in disguise.
Think about the alternate timeline if Decca had said yes. If Decca had signed them that hungover morning, they likely would have been pigeonholed into pumping out quick, safe cover songs to capitalize on a fleeting teenage trend.
They would never have signed with EMI. They would never have met producer George Martin, the classically trained genius who was instrumental in translating their wildest musical ideas into physical reality.
Without that rejection, they would never have evolved into the experimental, boundary-pushing pioneers we know today.
Their entire story operates as a masterclass in how obstacles create greatness. When we pull back and look at this whole journey, it's mind-blowing how the mechanics fit together.
It really makes you appreciate the struggle.
A catastrophic failed audition saved them from a career of absolute mediocrity. A brilliantly disguised country rhythm triggered a biological emotional meltdown in teenagers across the entire globe.
And fans screaming so loudly that the band couldn't physically play their instruments live forced the invention of the modern studio album.
The takeaway for you listening to this right now is profound.
The next time you face a massive, heartbreaking rejection, or the environment around you becomes so chaotic and loud that you can't even hear your own thoughts, remember this exact story.
Those constraints, those specific painful failures might not be the end of the road.
They might be the universe forcing you out of a comfortable box and pushing you into your most creative, revolutionary era.
I want to leave you to ponder this one final thought. What if Mike Smith hadn't been hungover on New Year's Day?
Oh, wow.
What if he was rested, in a fantastic mood, the Decca audition had gone perfectly, and the band became just another standard, safely packaged 1960s pop act? Would the massive cultural revolution of the 1960s have happened at all, or would we all be listening to a completely different timeline of music today? Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny. We are in early 1962.
Right.
The Beatles have driven down from Liverpool. They've played their audition for Decca Records in London, and they've gone back home to basically wait by the phone.
The dreaded waiting period.
Right. So Decca's head of A&R, that's artists and repertoire, is a guy named Dick Rowe. And just to give you listening some context, an A&R executive is the ultimate gatekeeper.
Oh, totally. They make or break careers.
Right. Their job was literally to find the artist and give them their repertoire, meaning the sheet music they were supposed to sing.
Which is so different from how bands operate today.
Exactly. So Rowe has a decision to make, but he delegates it to his colleague, Mike Smith. Because on the exact same day the Beatles auditioned, Decca also auditioned a band called Brian Poole and the Tremolos.
That's right. Rowe essentially tells Smith to just, pick one. The Beatles or the Tremolos.
A coin flip, basically.
Pretty much. And Smith decides that musically, both bands are fine. They're roughly equal in talent in his eyes.
Which is wild in hindsight.
Right.
Okay.
But here's the kicker. The Tremolos are from Dagenham, which is in East London. The Beatles are from Liverpool, which is a massive drive away.
Right. It's a huge distance back then.
Yeah. So Decca chooses the Tremolos simply because they are local. It meant they would be cheaper to manage, easier to summon to the studio, and Decca wouldn't have to pay out of pocket for their train fares or hotels.
Okay, I have to pause you right there, because the sheer lack of artistic vision is just staggering to me.
It really is.
It's like an Amazon delivery manager refusing to stock a brilliant new product because the inventor's warehouse is, 2 miles outside their standard delivery zone.
That is a perfect analogy.
Like, they weren't optimizing for musical quality at all. They were optimizing for their own supply chain.
Exactly. But that brings us to the actual rejection itself, and a quote that has basically become industry legend.
Right, the infamous quote.
The quote that haunted Dick Rowe until his dying day. According to Brian Epstein, who was the Beatles manager in his 1964 memoir, Rowe formally rejected them by stating, "Guitar groups are on their way out, Mr. Epstein."
Ouch.
Yeah. He supposedly told them that the Beatles had absolutely no future in show business, and he advised Epstein to just go back to Liverpool and stick to selling records in his family shop.
I mean, that is brutal, but there is a glaring logical flaw in that story, right? Because if we look at the facts of that exact same afternoon, Decca signs Brian Poole and the Tremolos.
Yep.
And the Tremolos were also a guitar group.
Exactly. What's fascinating here is what this contradiction implies. If Rowe, as a, experienced industry veteran, truly believed the market data showed guitar groups were a dying fad,
Right.
why would he invest label money into another guitar group on the very same day?
It makes no sense.
It creates a massive conflict in the historical record. Rowe actually vehemently denied ever saying those words until he died in the 1980s.
Wow, he really stuck to his guns.
He did. He insisted Epstein either embellished it to make a better story for his book, or Epstein was simply so blinded by anger that he misremembered the whole exchange.
Which, fair enough, memory is a tricky thing.
True. Though, to be fair, George Harrison did pop up in the 1990s and claim Rowe really did say it.
So the plot thickens. Let's assume for a second the quote is real.
Okay.
Is it possible that guitar groups are on their way out was just the 1960s industry equivalent of saying, it's not you, it's me?
Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it.
Right. Because if you are an executive, claiming you are following a profound macroeconomic trend in music sounds a lot more professional than admitting, well, we just didn't want to pay your travel expenses from Liverpool.
Oh, it is a highly plausible cover story for petty logistics.
Yeah.
But regardless of the exact phrasing, the rejection is a devastating blow. Yet, Epstein's reaction is what actually drives the story forward. He doesn't accept the no.
Which is amazing.
Yeah. He actually secures a lunch meeting with Rowe and Decca's head of marketing. And when they hold firm on the rejection, Epstein tells the top executives at a major record label that they must be, quote, out of your tiny little minds.
I love that so much. Which is an absurdly bold strategy for an unproven manager from the north of England.
Truly fearless.
And he doesn't just yell at them, right? He tries to fundamentally alter the financial reality of the deal. He makes a secret guarantee to Decca that if they release a Beatles single, he will personally buy 3,000 copies out of his own pocket.
A massive gamble.
Right. How does the math on that even work for a record label in the 1960s?
Well, it's essentially risk laundering. In the early 1960s record business, the primary financial risk for a label wasn't recording the music. Studio time was actually relatively cheap.
Really?
Yeah. The real risk was in the manufacturing and distribution of the physical vinyl. So by guaranteeing the purchase of 3,000 copies, Epstein was offering to completely cover the label's break-even point.
So it was guaranteed profit.
Exactly. Rowe himself later admitted that had he known about this specific offer, which, by the way, was hidden from him by another executive, Decca would have been mathematically forced to sign the Beatles.
Wow.
Yeah, regardless of what they sounded like, simply because it was a risk-free profit.
But Rowe doesn't know.
He doesn't.
And Decca's final, almost insulting counteroffer is to let Epstein pay £100 to self-fund a session with a producer named Tony Meehan.
Which is basically a polite way to get rid of him.
Right. So Epstein meets the guy, the vibes are terrible, and Epstein walks away. So now Epstein is stranded in London.
Yeah, he's stuck.
He has a reel-to-reel tape of 15 professionally recorded Beatles songs, and he has absolutely zero prospects.
And this is a moment where the narrative really shifts. It stops being a story about bad A&R decisions and becomes a masterclass in the power of physical friction.
Physical friction, I like that.
Because in 1962, pitching a band required carrying a reel-to-reel tape machine. I want you to picture this. These machines were heavy, bulky, fragile pieces of magnetic audio equipment.
They weren't exactly portable.
No, not at all. Lugging a 30-pound metal box onto the London Underground and dragging it into executive waiting rooms was physically exhausting and practically impossible to sustain.
Yeah, think about the last time you tried to share a large file for work. You probably just generated a cloud link and fired it off in an email without a second thought.
Exactly.
I want you listening to imagine having to physically haul an appliance across a city just to show someone your portfolio. It's crazy.
It is. So Epstein realizes this friction is destroying his pitch strategy. He desperately needs a lighter medium.
Right. So he goes to the HMV store on Oxford Street, which is actually owned by EMI. And up on the first floor, they have a personal recording department where you can pay to transfer a magnetic tape onto a 78 RPM acetate disc.
And just to clarify the technology here, an acetate isn't the normal vinyl record.
Okay, what is it?
It's a heavy metal core coated in a thin layer of lacquer that literally smells like nail polish.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a reference disc used by engineers. It degrades quickly, but crucially, it is flat, light, and can be tucked right under your arm. Epstein just wants a physical disc he can easily carry into his next meeting.
Which makes total sense. So he hands his reel-to-reel tape to the disc cutter on duty, a man named Jim Foy.
Right.
And because audio transfer in the 60s happens in real time, Foy has to sit there and listen to the music as it cuts into the lacquer.
He's a captive audience.
Literally. And he actually likes the sound. And when Epstein mentions that 3 of the tracks are original songs written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney, Foy just stops in his tracks.
Because that was the anomaly. A&R departments existed to pair singers with professional songwriters. A band from Liverpool writing their own original material was highly unusual.
Oh, I see.
So intrigued, Foy asks Epstein if he wants to meet Sid Coleman, who is the general manager of Ardmore and Beechwood, an EMI publishing subsidiary located right upstairs in the exact same building.
It's like a game of pinball. This physical limitation, the sheer weight of the tape, forces Epstein into the HMV store, which puts him in front of the disc cutter, who then bounces him upstairs to the publishing executive.
A total chain reaction.
Yeah. Coleman listens to the acetate, loves the original tracks, and says he wants the publishing rights, but Epstein leverages the moment.
He was such a sharp negotiator.
He really was. He refuses to hand over the publishing rights unless Coleman can secure the band an actual recording contract.
Bold move.
So Coleman promises to set up a meeting with George Martin, the A&R manager at Parlophone, another EMI subsidiary.
Which brings us to a beautiful mismatch. Because Parlophone was not a rock and roll label.
What were they?
It was EMI's comedy and novelty division. George Martin spent his days producing spoken word comedy records for people like Peter Sellers.
Seriously?
Yeah. He was classically trained, focused on orchestration and comedic timing, not, distorted guitars.
So Epstein walks into EMI's head office to meet a comedy producer. He plays the freshly cut acetates of Hello, Little Girl and Till There Is You, and Martin is thoroughly underwhelmed.
He was not blown away.
Not at all. In his own memoirs, Martin noted that the recording quality was muddy and the performance was shaky. He made absolutely no promises.
Right.
Yet a few months later, Martin suddenly offers them a record deal with absolutely atrocious financial terms, like 1 penny per record sold split 4 ways, a farthing for each Beatle.
What's fascinating here is what Martin was actually buying into, because it wasn't the polish of the audition tape.
Clearly.
No. When Martin finally got them into Abbey Road for a session, he realized their true asset was their group chemistry. It was their humor, the way they bantered with him, which is likely a skill honed in the comedy world, and their absolute undeniable confidence in their own songwriting.
He saw the raw material.
Exactly. He saw raw material he could work with.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Martin signs them based on their group chemistry and their potential as a unit.
Right.
But immediately following their first session at Abbey Road, Martin pulls Epstein aside and demands they change a core member of the band. He tells them Pete Best, their drummer of 2 years, is not good enough for the studio.
It's a huge shock.
Wait, how does a producer justify blowing up the chemistry of the band he just signed for their chemistry?
Well, it comes down to the brutal friction of 1960s studio recording versus live performance.
Okay, explain that.
In a sweaty club in Hamburg or Liverpool, a band is playing loud, fast, and fueled by adrenaline. The drummer's job is really just to keep the heartbeat pumping.
Right, keep the energy up.
But in the sterile, clinical environment of Abbey Road, the physics completely change. Microphones pick up every microsecond of rhythm variation. The drums bleed into the vocal mics. If a drummer's micro-timing drifts even slightly, the entire vinyl pressing is ruined.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Martin's ears, trained by classical music, heard Best's timing drifting.
Yeah, and Epstein just goes into a sheer panic. He's terrified that if he pushes back on Martin, he'll lose the EMI deal entirely.
He felt his back was against the wall.
Right. And the standard industry practice would have been to just hire a clinical session drummer for the studio recording and let Pete Best keep playing the live shows.
That happened all the time.
But instead, they make the ruthless calculation to replace him entirely with a drummer from another Liverpool band, Ringo Starr. Epstein actually calls Pete Best into his office and fires him just as they cross the finish line.
It is a painfully harsh reality of the business. I mean, Pete Best suffered through the grueling years in Hamburg. He played on the tape that secured the deal, and he was immensely popular with their fans.
It's really tragic.
It is. But his firing sets up what is arguably the most crucial what-if in music history.
Which brings us to the sliding doors moment. If we look back at Decca choosing the tremolos just to save on travel costs, we really have to ask, did Dick Rowe actually do the Beatles the biggest favor of their career?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, the historical consensus is a resounding yes.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Had Decca offered them a contract, the cultural phenomenon of the Beatles likely never happens. We can isolate 4 massive structural advantages born directly from the Decca rejection.
Okay, let's hear them.
The first is George Martin himself. A standard pop producer at Decca would have treated them like a factory product. Martin's classical background and his willingness to experiment became the laboratory where the Beatles invented entirely new sounds.
That makes total sense. And the second advantage is the crucible of time. Decca rejected them in early '62. They didn't record their first album with Martin until '63.
Right, they had a gap year.
Yeah. In that gap year, they returned to Hamburg and played hundreds of grueling hours, really tightening their sound. By the time EMI put microphones in front of them, they were a radically superior band.
Exactly. The third advantage is Ringo Starr. The internal change only happened because George Martin's studio standards exposed Pete Best.
So if Decca signed them, they'd keep Pete Best.
They likely would have remained a 4-piece with Best, yeah. Ringo brought a highly distinctive, idiosyncratic drumming style. His specific micro-timing is what gives songs like Come Together their unique, dragging groove.
That's a huge shift in their DNA. And the fourth advantage is creative control, right? The prevailing industry model at Decca was to force new artists to record safe covers of established hits.
Yeah, Decca wanted compliance above all else.
But George Martin, because he was an outsider to the pop machine, actually encouraged Lennon and McCartney to record their own original material.
Historians generally agree that a Decca contract would have yielded a few modest, forgettable hits. The rejection provided the exact environmental pressure required to forge a revolutionary force.
So the Beatles go on to conquer the world. But what happens to the man who tossed the lottery ticket? Does Dick Rowe just fade into obscurity as the biggest loser in A&R history?
Surprisingly, quite the opposite.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Rowe was actually a brilliant A&R executive with a phenomenal ear.
Yeah.
He went on to sign the Moody Blues, the Zombies, Tom Jones, and Van Morrison.
That is an insane lineup.
Right. But his greatest moment of redemption is steeped in deep historical irony. Because by early summer of 1963, Rowe is judging a talent competition in Liverpool, and sitting next to him on the panel is George Harrison.
You cannot script this. That is unbelievable.
It's incredible. Harrison leans over to the man who rejected him and casually mentions that he'd recently seen a fantastic rhythm and blues band playing down in Richmond.
Okay.
Rowe immediately leaves, tracks the band down at the Crawdaddy Club, and within days, he signs them to Decca.
And who is the band?
That band was the Rolling Stones. A Beatle literally handed Dick Rowe his greatest success.
So what does this all mean? Dick Rowe is essentially a legendary baseball scout who strikes out on drafting Babe Ruth, manages to secure Mickey Mantle only because Babe Ruth personally tipped him off, and then inexplicably passes on Hank Aaron.
That's pretty accurate.
Because a few years later, Dick Rowe fumbles again.
He does. In the mid-60s, Rowe is offered a young American guitarist whose managers had already funded his debut single.
Oh.
Rowe listens and decides the music lacks staying power. He rejects Jimi Hendrix.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That one Rowe rarely ever spoke about publicly.
I can imagine why. Before we wrap up, we have to trace the physical object that started this entire chain reaction.
Oh, the tape.
Yeah, that 15-song reel-to-reel tape from the Decca audition.
The tape's journey is wild. The Beatles gave a copy to a photographer friend in Germany, and from there, it leaked into the hands of private collectors.
Just floating around out there.
Yeah, it actually birthed a massive underground bootleg industry. For decades, fans traded these scratchy recordings. Fake masters even went up for auction, tricking collectors into paying tens of thousands of pounds for tapes that were recorded on the wrong brand of magnetic tape for the era.
That's crazy, but the genuine artifact, the complete, professionally edited 15-song master tape, didn't surface until over 60 years later.
Which is mind-blowing.
It is. A record store owner in Canada discovered it and managed to get it directly into the hands of Paul McCartney.
When you strip away the legend and actually listen to the audio on that tape, the entire story snaps into focus. You can hear exactly why both executives made their choices.
Right.
To Decca, listening for a polished, ready-to-sell product, the Beatles sounded nervous and shaky. The vocals trembled. They didn't sound like a safe investment.
But George Martin didn't evaluate the tape for what it was. He evaluated the men in the room for what they could become. And for you listening right now, there is a profoundly relatable lesson embedded in this slice of history. We all face closed doors. You pitch a project, you apply for a role, and you get a devastating no from the gatekeeper.
It happens to everyone.
It does. But this story proves that sometimes a harsh rejection is actually a vital redirection. If Decca says yes, the Beatles get locked into a creatively bankrupt system, and the world never gets the White Album or Abbey Road.
Exactly.
Consider what specific yes your current failure might be making room for.
Growth rarely happens in a state of convenience. It really requires friction.
And speaking of friction, I want to leave you with one final thought to mull over. We talk so much about talent, vision, and destiny, but remember the actual catalyst for this entire sequence of events.
The heavy machinery.
Exactly. Why was Brian Epstein standing in that HMV store in the first place? It wasn't destiny. It was the physical inconvenience of obsolete audio equipment.
Yeah.
He had to physically walk into a store because his tape machine was too heavy to carry.
And that physical limitation forced the collision of people.
Imagine if Epstein had been working with today's technology. If he had a digital audio file, he would have sat in a coffee shop in Liverpool and emailed a download link to 50 different record labels.
He never would have hauled that tape to London.
He never would have sought out a lighter medium. He never would have walked into the HMV store, never would have met the disc cutter, never would have been sent to the publishing executive, and never would have been forced into a room with a comedy producer named George Martin.
It really is an incredible chain of events.
It wasn't just raw genius that gave us the most influential band in history. It was the sheer physical friction of a 30-pound metal box. So the next time you find yourself frustrated by a roadblock or a gatekeeper shuts you out because you don't fit their convenient supply chain, just remember, the real magic is usually waiting in the detour.
1, 2, 3, fa.
Right.
4 distorted, heavily accented syllables that completely changed the trajectory of music history.
Absolutely.
Those are the opening seconds of I Saw Her Standing There, the track that, introduces the world to the biggest band in history. But here's the wild part. That count-in, that total explosion of energy, was technically a piece of studio scrap.
Yeah, it wasn't even from the final take.
Exactly. Paul McCartney's exuberant shout actually came from the 9th take of the song, and producer George Martin deliberately stitched it onto the beginning of take 1.
Which is just so cool to think about.
It functions like a starting pistol for the 1960s. He just grabs you by the collar and says, you're coming with us.
And that choice completely defied the recording industry standards of 1963. I mean, at that time, pop music was entirely built on manufactured polish.
Right. Everything had to be perfect.
Exactly. Pop stars were placed on these untouchable pedestals, carefully manicured, presenting this flawless audio illusion to the public. Hearing a count-in is, it's the auditory equivalent of seeing the scaffolding behind a movie set.
You're definitely not supposed to hear.
No, not at all. The standard practice was to literally slice that tape off before the record ever reached the pressing plant.
So leaving it in intentionally shatters that illusion of distance.
It shatters it instantly.
Yeah.
It makes the band sound like they're standing right there in your living room, plugging in their amps, warming up exclusively for you.
Which is such a powerful feeling for a listener.
Yeah, it was a highly calculated move. The goal was to capture their aggressive, sweaty, live club energy and press it directly onto a piece of vinyl.
That raw energy makes it sound entirely spontaneous.
Yeah.
But looking at the actual construction of the song, the level of calculation is fascinating. Let's set the scene for a second here.
Okay, lay it out.
So it's October 1962. Paul is 20 years old. He's coming back from a show in Southport. And he starts working out these chords on an acoustic guitar at the family home of another Liverpool musician, Rory Storm.
Right.
And Paul goes into this with a massive, explicit goal. He knows that to break through, the band needs to connect with teenage girls. He identifies them as the core demographic.
He was very self-aware about that.
But I have to wonder about this. We love romanticizing the origins of great art. But designing a track specifically to target a demographic of teenage girls sounds almost algorithmic.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Like, is that cynical marketing or is it pop genius?
Well, I'd argue it's an intuitive genius for connection rather than, cynical data crunching. If you look at the evolution of the lyrics, you see the mechanics of how they figured out that connection.
Walk me through that.
Initially, the song was simply titled 17. Paul's very first draft of the opening lines went, "She was just 17, never been a beauty queen."
Wow. Never been a beauty queen.
Yeah.
That is remarkably clunky for a guy who goes on to write some of the greatest lyrics of the 20th century.
Yeah, it's a terrible placeholder rhyme. And when Paul takes this draft over to John Lennon's house, John immediately flags that line as dead weight.
I can just imagine John's reaction to that.
Oh, absolutely. So they sit down to fix it, and John comes up with the replacement. You know what I mean?
She was just 17, you know what I mean? That fundamentally alters the DNA of the track.
It completely changes it.
It takes a boring, literal description and injects this highly suggestive ambiguity.
And ambiguity is the secret engine of great pop music. You know what I mean? Forces you, the listener, to fill in the blank with your own imagination.
Right, it's brilliant.
It brilliantly maintains a surface level of youthful innocence for the radio censors while hinting at something much more electric and intimate underneath. It transforms the lyric from a simple statement into a shared secret between the singer and the audience.
And we actually have a window into that exact moment of creation, right?
Yes. Paul's brother, Mike McCartney, snapped a photograph of them working on this very track. They're sitting there with their acoustic guitars, reading lyrics out of a standard school exercise book, and they're smoking tea leaves out of Paul's father's pipe.
Oh, man. They were trying so desperately to look like worldly, sophisticated artists.
Yeah.
Smoking literal tea leaves in a borrowed pipe while writing in a school notebook.
It's the ultimate portrait of being 20 years old.
It really paints a picture.
Yeah.
But listening to the final track they were building in that notebook, the defining musical feature, the element that gives the song its relentless driving momentum, is the bass line.
The groove is undeniable.
Right. But it sounds almost too perfectly constructed, too tight for a 20-year-old kid to invent on the fly in a living room. Where does that specific groove come from?
Well, he didn't invent it. Paul openly admitted he lifted that exact line from Chuck Berry's song, "I'm Talking About You."
Wait, the exact same notes?
He played exactly the same notes. You have to remember the socioeconomic context of Liverpool at the time. As a major seaport, Sailors were constantly bringing over American rhythm and blues records that just weren't widely available in the rest of the UK.
And the band was just devouring those
Was
records.
devouring them. They played that specific Chuck Berry track almost every night in their live club sets. The rhythm was deeply ingrained in their muscle memory.
You know, when people hear the word lifted in music today, they immediately picture copyright lawsuits and plagiarism trials.
Oh, sure.
But to me, this feels more like open source coding in the tech world. You have a programmer who finds a perfectly functioning, highly efficient line of code from an old program.
That's a great way to put it.
Instead of reinventing the wheel, they take that code and use it as the foundational architecture to build a completely revolutionary new app. The code works, so you use it to make something bigger.
Exactly. In the rock and roll tradition, building on what came before was just the primary method of progression. Paul maintained that a riff doesn't have to be completely original as long as it serves the song perfectly.
So how does that specific bass line actually work mechanically? Like, why does it drive the song so hard?
It's a classic walking structure. Instead of just playing the root note of the chord and resting, the line constantly walks up and down the scale. It never settles.
Ah, so it's always pushing forward.
Exactly. Because the notes are always moving toward the next chord, it creates this ongoing psychological tension. It literally forces the human brain to anticipate the next beat, which physically compels you to tap your foot or move your body.
Add Ringo's driving snare drum on top of that, and the song feels like a train that's constantly on the verge of jumping the tracks.
Absolutely. And because they had absorbed that walking riff through hundreds of sweaty club gigs, particularly their grueling shifts in Hamburg, they didn't need to meticulously piece the track together in the studio.
Right, they had practically lived the song by that point. So when they walked into EMI Studios on February 11th, 1963, they basically treated the recording booth like just another gig.
That session is legendary for its brutality. Engineered by Norman Smith, they banged out 10 of the 14 tracks for their entire debut album in a single marathon day.
Okay, but how is that physically or technologically possible in 1963 to lay down 10 releasable tracks in roughly 10 hours?
Well, they were recording live directly to a twin-track tape machine. There were virtually no overdubs, no undo button, no fixing a flat note in post-production.
It's raw performance.
Exactly. The band set up their equipment, the microphones captured everything in the room at once, including the bleed from the drums into the vocal mics, and they just played.
The vocal and physical stamina required to do that is just staggering to think about.
By the end of the day, John Lennon was completely shredding his vocal cords. But George Martin had seen them play in the Cavern Club, and his entire production philosophy for this debut album was simply to capture that visceral live experience.
It's a massive contrast to where they end up just a few years later. You look at this one-day sprint, sweating it out in front of the microphones with minimal gear, and then you fast forward to the multi-month, meticulously layered studio perfection. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Pepper.
The contrast is night and day.
Right. But the rawness wasn't a limitation in 1963. The rawness was the entire point. They needed to capture the sound of a band that was hungry and relentless.
And that hunger translated perfectly. I Saw Her Standing There was chosen as the opening track for their debut UK album, Please Please Me, and their debut US album, Introducing the Beatles.
That's a huge spot for a song.
Yeah, the first song on a debut album carries enormous responsibility. It serves as a thesis statement for the band's entire identity. From that initial count-in, followed by the explosive entrance of George Harrison's guitar and that walking rhythm, it declares exactly who they are and what they are about.
And the journey of this song gets even wilder when we look at how Capitol Records handled it in the United States.
Oh, the US release is a crazy story.
Right, because for anyone who grew up entirely in the streaming era, a physical vinyl single had two sides. You bought it for the hit on the A side. The B side was literally the flip side of the plastic, and it was historically treated as a throwaway track just to fill the physical space.
Yeah, B-sides were often just filler.
So in December 1963, Capitol releases a single. The A side is I Want to Hold Your Hand, which becomes their first American #1. But the B side they choose is I Saw Her Standing There.
It's a fascinating thematic juxtaposition. Both songs deal with youthful exuberance and teenage romance, but from completely different psychological angles.
How so?
Well, I Want to Hold Your Hand is all about anticipation. It captures the nervous excitement, the tentative desire for connection, the butterflies in the stomach before you make a move.
And then you flip it over.
Yeah, and I Saw Her Standing There is the electric, instant, undeniable boom of physical attraction across a crowded room. It is entirely visceral.
Putting that visceral boom on a B-side is an unbelievable flex. In an era where B-sides were treated as dumpsters for subpar tracks, I Saw Her Standing There enters the Billboard Hot 100 on February 8th, 1964.
Yep.
And it stays on the chart for 11 weeks, peaking at number 14. I always compare it to a movie director releasing the deleted scenes of their film, and those deleted scenes somehow winning an Academy Award on their own.
Actually, I'd push back on that analogy.
Oh, why is that?
They weren't deleted scenes. A B-side is much more like the obligatory opening act you're forced to sit through before the main event. Nobody bought the ticket for the opening act, but in this case, the opening act stole the entire show.
That's fair.
It proved the band had an absolute embarrassment of riches. They were casually discarding top 20 hits onto the backs of their singles.
And the cultural impact of these two songs was cemented simultaneously.
Uh,
When they made their historic first appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show on February 9th, 1964, they didn't just play the A-side, they played both.
Approximately 73 million Americans sat in their living rooms and watched them perform both I Want to Hold Your Hand and I Saw Her Standing There.
73 million. That's just hard to fathom.
Think about the generational divide in those living rooms. The parents were watching this loud, kinetic, almost chaotic performance, while the teenagers were experiencing a complete cultural awakening. In one evening, those two songs fundamentally altered the landscape of popular culture.
So we're talking about a track that started as a demographic experiment in a living room with some tea leaves, and it becomes a foundational pillar of modern music.
Its place in the canon is absolutely secure. Rolling Stone ranked it at number 139 on their list of the 500 greatest songs of all time.
Nice.
And it's been covered by an incredibly diverse range of artists, from Led Zeppelin performing heavy rock versions to the 80s pop star Tiffany, who did a gender-swapped cover.
I love that Tiffany cover.
But the most telling statistic about its legacy is how the band members themselves viewed it. It is the only song from their entire catalog that all four members performed live during their respective solo careers.
Out of their massive, world-changing catalog, that is the one they all went back to.
Yes. And it holds a deeply poignant place in John Lennon's history specifically. In 1974, Lennon made what would be his final major live concert performance.
Madison Square Garden show.
Exactly. He had made a bet with Elton John that if his single hit number one, he would join Elton on stage. It did. So John appeared at Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
And out of all the songs he could have chosen to play that night, the one he selected was I Saw Her Standing There. He introduced it as a song by an old estranged fiancé of mine called Paul.
That is incredible.
He recognized its power, its unpretentious energy, and its foundational importance to everything they had built together.
That brings up a really provocative thought to leave you with. We spend so much time today obsessing over polish. We want flawless production, we want complete originality, and we meticulously edit out every single mistake or rough edge.
We really do.
But look at the foundation here. The biggest band in human history built their empire on a song featuring a borrowed rhythm, written by kids smoking tea leaves, anchored by an unedited practice count-in that was technically a studio outtake.
Right.
So maybe our modern obsession with absolute polish and pure originality is completely overrated. Maybe there's a much deeper, more enduring power in simply being immediate, being totally unpretentious, and having the courage to just confidently count yourself in. Something to think about next time you are worried your own work isn't perfect enough to share.
Chapter 2, John, leader, visionary, provocateur.
So today we are looking straight past the standard, polished biography of John Lennon, to uncover the hidden architecture of his musical style.
Right, because to understand the music that shook the culture, you first have to understand the strange, limiting mechanical foundation it was built upon.
Yeah, starting with a totally unconventional childhood instrument. We're going to explore his brutally honest philosophy of creativity and end up with a track that literally sounded like the studio was catching fire.
Exactly. And that foundation we're talking about, it was not a guitar.
No, it wasn't. Before all the rock anthems, Lennon was just a teenager learning chords from his mom, Julia.
And she was very musical, but entirely unconventional. When she sat him down to play, she didn't teach him the guitar. She taught him the four-string banjo.
Which, I mean, that fundamentally wires your brain differently when it comes to music, right?
Oh, completely. A banjo requires a totally different physical attack. You don't play it gently. It's the percussive backbone of those early skiffle bands.
Yeah, you have to aggressively strike the strings just to cut through the noise of the room.
Exactly. So his initial understanding of a fretboard, his whole physical relationship with the instrument, was dictated entirely by those four strings.
And this is where the mechanics get super fascinating. Rock and roll explodes, Elvis takes over, and Lennon finally picks up a six-string guitar. But he essentially treats it like a large banjo.
Right. He takes all those four-string habits right over to the new instrument.
Which left him treating the top two strings of his guitar like he literally didn't know what to do with them.
He was entirely confused by the extra strings, so he'd use these highly simplified voicings and totally unorthodox fingerings.
Like hooking his thumb right over the top of the guitar neck, right? Just to grab low notes or mute strings.
Yeah, and if you ask any classical guitar teacher, they'll tell you wrapping your thumb over the neck is terrible technique. It locks up your wrist.
But for a banjo player,
Completely standard.
it's like learning to type on a broken typewriter, you know? And accidentally inventing a whole new aggressive style of writing just because of those limitations.
That is a brilliant analogy. He couldn't play delicate arpeggios, so he compensated with sheer rhythmic violence. He used simpler chord shapes, but he hit them with these bashing, aggressive downstroke.
Because he wanted a tone that sparkled, right?
Yeah.
A sharp attack rather than a smooth sustain.
Exactly. That bright, ringing, aggressive strumming is the absolute core DNA of the famous jangle sound. You hear it on early tracks like All My Loving and I Want to Hold Your Hand.
Which brings us to this legendary collision of styles. July 1957, the Woolton Parish Church Garden Fete. John meets Paul McCartney.
And Paul comes from a vastly different musical household. His dad was a jazz pianist.
Right, so Paul actually knows standard tuning, the whole E-A-D-G-B-E setup. He knows how to play proper bar chords.
Yeah, up until Paul arrived, John's guitar was frequently out of tune simply because he didn't understand the intervals between the six strings.
He had a great ear, but the math of the fretboard was just completely foreign to him.
So Paul sits down, shows him how standard tuning works, demonstrates the proper chord shapes. But the crucial thing here is that Paul did not fix John's playing.
He just showed him the possibilities. And John absorbed that new information, but completely refused to abandon his banjo-influenced foundation.
He kept the rhythmic attack.
Which is pretty ironic, considering Paul eventually abandoned the six-string guitar entirely to take over bass duties for the band.
Yeah, and John never became a traditional, technically proficient guitarist. But his stubbornness in keeping that rhythmic four-string mentality, that became his signature.
Because a banjo cuts through a bluegrass band with its percussive nature, and John just applied that exact mentality to the electric guitar.
Driving the band forward with sheer momentum.
But there's a massive irony to all of this, right? Despite that banjo DNA running through every single early track, actual banjos almost never made it onto their records.
You practically need a microscope to find one. There is a banjo-lail mixed way, way down in the chaotic fade-out of All You Need Is Love.
And didn't George Harrison play one at the very end of Free as a Bird in 1995?
He did, yeah. But beyond those tiny tributes, the instrument itself is just absent.
Which shows this complete lack of preciousness about the physical instrument. And I think that perfectly explains his highly controversial take on songwriting itself.
Because if a guitar is just a tool to make noise, then a chord progression is just a tool you borrow from someone else.
Right, and he laid out this incredibly pragmatic philosophy in his final major interview in 1980 with Playboy. He stated flat out, all music is rehash. There are only a few notes, just variations on a theme.
It's a stunningly unromantic view of art, especially for someone so revered.
Yeah.
For him, music wasn't about pulling divine inspiration out of thin air. It was a mechanical process of replicating what moved you.
Well, you have to remember, the band essentially started as a covers band. They were kids from Liverpool trying to exactly replicate Black American R&B and rock artists.
Right, spending hours trying to mimic Chuck Berry, Little Richard, the Shirelles.
Wait, I have to push back on this, though. The guy who wrote Strawberry Fields thinks he's just doing variations on a theme. That sounds almost too humble. Isn't there a huge difference between a love-in and just taking someone else's chord progression?
Well, according to his philosophy, creativity is entirely about copy, transform, and combine. He openly defended their early imitations by saying it wasn't a ripoff, it was a love-in.
Oh, I see.
He pointed out the fundamental math of it. There are only 12 notes in Western music. Popular music relies heavily on a basic 5-note pentatonic scale.
So in his mind, musical lineage is just an ongoing conversation. You borrow the familiar elements, run them through your own unique perspective, like that broken typewriter style of playing, and pass them back into the world.
Exactly. It's participation, not plagiarism.
And he vastly preferred that simple, direct, 3-chord rock over anything he deemed too intellectual, which sets up an inevitable collision with his own band's success.
Yes, because by 1968, he was totally exhausted by their complex psychedelic era.
The entire Sgt. Pepper's period.
He started viewing that intensely orchestrated literary style of rock as pretentious.
It wasn't that the music was bad. He just deeply resented the implication that rock and roll needed to be dressed up with string sections and French horns to be considered legitimate art.
Right, he missed the raw, visceral energy of early rock. He wanted to strip things back down to the bone.
And the timing of that desire couldn't have been more intense. He decides to strip the music down right as the entire globe seemed to be catching fire.
1968 was a year of profound, terrifying global chaos. You had massive protests against the Vietnam War, incredibly violent clashes at the U.S. Embassy in London.
The Prague Spring was unfolding.
French student uprisings were literally threatening to topple the government. There was a genuine feeling of a burn-it-down revolution happening in the streets.
And right in the absolute middle of this historical chaos, Lennon is sitting in Rishikesh, India, meditating with the Maharishi. He is completely physically removed from the violence.
And this is where he writes the song Revolution.
Which is a massive story in itself because there are 3 distinct versions of that track.
Yeah, he originally recorded a sprawling 10-minute track that was later physically chopped in half. One half became the slow, blues-driven Revolution 1. The other half became the avant-garde sound collage Revolution 9.
And the fast, hard-rocking single version that most people know today was recorded completely separately weeks later.
Exactly.
Now, when we look at the lyrics he wrote up in India, we have to remain strictly objective here and just report the historical facts. Activists in 1968 were carrying pictures of Chairman Mao as a symbol of radical upheaval.
Right.
And Lennon included the lines, but if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't going to make it with anyone anyhow. He also explicitly demanded to see the plan before he would commit to destroying the system. So he's sitting up in the hills of India, meditating while the world burns, and he decides to write a protest song that basically tells the protesters they are doing it wrong.
Well, from a purely historical standpoint, that is exactly what he was communicating. He was observing the Maoist idea of cultural revolution, the concept of violently purging society of non-progressive elements, and aggressively pushing back on it.
He wanted to see a structured, viable plan for the future.
Right. He explicitly rejected the use of violence and blind destruction as a mechanism for change.
Which creates this unbelievable, jarring contradiction. His lyrics are telling the radicals to cool down and reject violence, but the music he demanded for the fast version of Revolution was the most aggressive, violent sound the band had ever committed to tape.
And that tension between the peaceful lyric and the violent music is what makes the track immortal.
Because he originally wanted Revolution 1, the slow, bluesy version, to be the single, right?
Yeah, but McCartney and Harrison rejected it outright. They argued it was far too slow to be a successful single.
And Lennon was furious.
He was. But he stubbornly insisted they play it again, this time faster and louder. He essentially forced his bandmates to match his internal frustration,
resulting in a total proto-metal experiment. And to build that speed and aggression, they started by lifting a riff directly from Pee Wee Creighton's song, Do Unto Others.
That copy transformed combined philosophy and action again.
Exactly. But then they had to invent a guitar sound that actually matched the intensity Lennon was chasing in his head.
And this is where engineer Jeff Emmerich goes completely rogue in the studio. To get that startling machine gun fuzz on the guitar, McCartney played a cheap hollow-body Gibson.
And Emmerich ran the guitar signal directly into the mixing console, right?
Yes. But instead of a normal setup, he ran it through 2 microphone preamps in series.
He essentially weaponized the studio equipment. By chaining 2 preamps together, he was taking a signal that was already boosted and force-feeding it into a second amplifier,
multiplying the gain until the console was physically ready to melt. He pushed those preamps right up to the absolute physical limit, resting just below the point where the hardware would overheat and catch fire.
That distortion was unprecedented for a pop record.
Emmerich later said that if he had been the studio manager watching himself do that, he would have fired himself on the spot for abusing the equipment.
I mean, imagine buying a record today, putting it on your premium sound system, and genuinely believing your speakers have blown out. That's the exact panic fans had in 1968.
When the single was released, the distortion was so extreme that fans were taking their records back to the store.
They thought the vinyl was physically defective.
Record store clerks had to constantly assure angry customers that the record wasn't broken, that the extreme blown-out sound was completely intentional.
But while some fans were returning it, for other listeners, that broken sound was an absolute revelation.
Oh yeah. Pete Shelley of the Buzzcocks specifically cited hearing that distorted tone on Revolution as his eureka moment to go start a punk band. It gave permission to a whole generation to embrace noise.
Even with all that boundary pushing, though, McCartney still won the battle for the A-side. Hey Jude took the top spot on the single.
And Revolution was demoted to the B-side.
But even as a B-side, with a supposedly defective sound, it still hit number 12 in the US and actually reached number 1 in Australia and New Zealand. The sheer force of the track couldn't be buried.
But putting out a sound that raw and abrasive required a totally new visual and cultural rollout. Lennon knew he couldn't just stand there in a neat, tailored suit and sing a track that sounded like a blown speaker.
He had to shed the last remaining traces of that polished early image to match the grit of the mixing console.
The promo video for Revolution showcases this transformation perfectly. They sang live vocals over the backing track, which was a deliberate move to prove they could still deliver raw energy outside of a controlled concert setting.
But it was his appearance that shocked people. He debuts this serious, long-hair look, his hair parted right down the middle.
And he's playing his Epiphone Casino guitar, but he had completely stripped off its factory sunburst finish down to the plain, bare white wood.
Now, stripping that heavy lacquer finish actually changes the acoustic resonance of the guitar, doesn't it?
It does. It lets the wood vibrate more freely, creating a brighter, more aggressive acoustic tone that feeds into the pickups. So it served a mechanical purpose, but visually it was a massive statement.
He stripped the guitar, and he stripped his own image. The director of the promo film, Michael Lindsay Hogg, thought Lennon looked physically exhausted before the shoot and offered him some stage makeup to look a little healthier for the cameras.
And Lennon flat out refused. His explanation was simply, because I'm John Lennon.
So he wants to sound raw and authentic, but he's still intensely curating his image, stripping the guitar down to bare wood, specifically refusing the makeup to look tired on camera. It's almost like having an anti-image is still an image.
It absolutely was an aesthetic choice. And they made another highly calculated choice regarding where to debut this video. They didn't go to mainstream, safe programs like The Ed Sullivan Show.
Right, they premiered it on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour,
which was famous for being constantly censored by its own network for its anti-establishment views.
It was the perfect platform.
Lennon knew he had to bypass the traditional pop music channels and reach the counterculture directly to ensure the political message hit its intended audience.
But the reaction across the political spectrum was intensely, viciously polarized. And keeping to the strict historical facts here, it was a massive divide.
Definitely. On one hand, you had Time magazine, the ultimate pillar of the mainstream establishment. They actually praised the message of the song, commending it for telling people to cool it and asking for a rational plan.
Right. But on the other hand, the far-left publications were absolutely furious. Magazines like Ramparts, The Berkeley Barb, and Britain's Black Dwarf viewed the lyrics as an outright betrayal of the movement.
They called the song a lamentable, petty bourgeois cry of fear.
Their anger stemmed directly from Lennon's demand for a structured plan, rather than embracing pure, uninhibited liberation. The radicals didn't want a roadmap. They wanted to dismantle the system immediately.
So by asking for a plan, Lennon completely alienated the most radical edge of the political spectrum.
It is an incredible journey when you step back and look at the whole picture. He starts out bashing away on a 4-string banjo in his childhood home, utterly confused by the top 2 strings of a guitar, using broken technique just to make a sound.
And he ends up chaining preamps to blow out a mixing console with machine gun fuzz, sparking a massive political and cultural debate across the globe.
His genius was never about playing an instrument perfectly or following the established rules of music theory. It was about cutting through the noise.
It was about raw, direct, honest energy. Whether he was channeling the percussive attack of a banjo into a pop song or overloading a studio console to match the violent tension of 1968.
He embraced limitations, mechanical and technical, and turned those exact limitations into his signature sound. Which leaves you with something fascinating to ponder. Think about your absolute favorite artist today. Can you hear the banjo in their background? What perceived limitation, what entirely wrong way of doing things actually became the signature feature that made them great?
Imagine you're standing in Abbey Road Studios. You've just recorded the vocal take for a track that is going to ultimately define 20th century music.
Right.
And the producer is just looking at you through the glass in absolute awe. But your immediate reaction, you literally beg him to drown your voice in tomato ketchup so nobody has to hear what you actually sound like.
Which is, that is entirely backwards to how we usually picture these historical moments.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You expect an artist of that caliber to just pull off their headphones, give a confident nod to the control room, and declare that they've just made history.
But when you look at John Lennon, who arguably has, the most expressive, raw, recognizable voice in rock and roll history, you uncover this massive, almost unbelievable irony. He absolutely despised the sound of his own voice.
He really did.
And that hatred actually extended to many of the very songs that made him a global legend.
It kind of shatters the whole illusion of the infallible genius. We hold figures like him up as these untouchable musical guides. But underneath all that facade, there is a deeply conflicted, painfully insecure human being.
Right, and that is exactly our mission for this exploration today. We're going to strip away the myth. We want to look at how his extreme self-doubt didn't just haunt him, but it actually served as the fuel for some of his most groundbreaking musical innovations and, well, his profound political turbulence, too.
Yeah, the politics get wild.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, just a quick heads up for you listening, part of this discussion is going to touch on the highly polarized political reactions of the late 1960s. We'll be looking at reactions that span all the way from far left radicalism to far right conservatism. And I want to make it explicitly clear right here at the top. We take absolutely no sides here.
None at all.
We are strictly reporting the historical context and the facts as they unfolded. We're not endorsing any political viewpoints.
Right. We are simply looking at the history, the human reactions, and the cultural shockwaves. Yeah. Nothing more.
Okay, let's unpack this. How does an artist who millions of people worship look in the mirror, or I guess listen to the studio playback and think, I need to fix everything about this?
Well, we have to start at the most intimate level of his art, which is the physical voice itself. Because the root of his dissatisfaction begins with basic human biology and physics.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Today, audiologists and psychologists actually refer to what he experienced as a form of audio dysphoria.
Audio dysphoria. Okay, meaning like a biological disconnect between what he heard and what the rest of the world heard.
Precisely. When you speak or when you sing, you don't just hear the sound waves traveling through the air into your ears. You primarily hear the vibrations traveling through the bones in your skull.
Oh, right, bone conduction.
Exactly. Your skull essentially acts like a private internal subwoofer. So it gives your own voice this incredibly rich, deep bass frequency that literally nobody else can hear.
Right, because the playback the rest of the world gets is just those thin vibrations moving through the air.
Yes, exactly. So when he listened back to his studio tapes, he wasn't hearing that heroic, resonant, bass-heavy voice he heard inside his own head.
Wow.
He was hearing a stranger, a thinner, much more nasal stranger. And for a man whose entire identity was anchored to his art, this was an agonizing identity crisis played back at 15 inches per second.
It's like when you hear your own voice on a voicemail and you just cringe, But imagine experiencing that while recording the most famous music in history.
Sounds like torture, honestly.
And contrast that with his main songwriting partner, Paul McCartney. McCartney had this incredibly pure, sweet vocal tone and was perfectly happy to just let his voice sit right at the front of the mix, completely unadorned.
Yeah, the contrast is striking. Because of his insecurity, Lennon constantly cornered their producer, George Martin. Now, Martin was a brilliant, classically trained musician, but Lennon would give him these desperate, almost absurd directives.
Like the ketchup thing?
Right. He would literally tell Martin to smother his voice. He asked him to drown it in effects, to add tomato ketchup to it, or to make him sound like the man on the moon. He just wanted this jagged, soulful friction to hide his natural tone.
Wait, so you're telling me that some of the most iconic psychedelic studio effects of the 1960s weren't born out of some grand avant-garde artistic vision? They were literally just a patch job to hide a singer's insecurity.
In a lot of ways, yeah. Take artificial double tracking, or ADT.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Right, so he hated the tedious, boring work of singing a song perfectly twice, just to get that thick, layered vocal sound. He felt he could never recapture the initial emotion on a second take, and he just hated hearing his pure voice exposed anyway.
So what did they do?
Well, the engineers at Abbey Road literally invented a way to create a second, slightly delayed ghost vocal on a separate tape machine, and then they layered it back over the original. It instantly created this shimmering, thick sound that masked the pure vocal line.
That is wild. And he didn't stop at tape manipulation either. He basically threw out the rulebook on microphone etiquette.
Oh, completely.
Instead of keeping a proper professional distance, he would just crowd the microphone, getting uncomfortably close to capture all that raw grit and those imperfections, which, other pop stars in the 60s were desperately trying to polish away.
And perhaps the most famous example of his demands creating a totally new sound is the track Tomorrow Never Knows.
Oh, that vocal is insane.
It is. He gave George Martin this bizarre, abstract request. He said, make me sound like the Dalai Lama chanting from a mountaintop.
How does an engineer even begin to tackle a note like that?
They solved it by taking his vocal track and feeding it through a Leslie speaker. Now, a Leslie speaker is this massive, heavy wooden cabinet that was originally designed for Hammond organs.
Okay.
Inside the cabinet, there is an actual physical horn that rotates in a circle.
Oh, wait, so it's physically spinning the sound around the room?
Correct. And because of the Doppler effect, which is, the exact same physics that makes an ambulance siren change pitch as it drives past you.
Oh, right. It goes higher and then lower?
Exactly. The pitch shifts slightly up as the horn spins toward the microphone and shifts down as it spins away. By running a human voice through a spinning speaker, it gave his vocal this swirling, underwater, mystical quality. It basically signaled the absolute end of him as a traditional pop singer.
That is fascinating. But I think that brings us to what might be the craziest studio manipulation of all, the impossible stitch on Strawberry Fields Forever.
Oh, that is a legendary piece of analog tape editing. So he was so unhappy with the initial lighter, more acoustic take of the song that he demanded a second, much heavier brass and string-driven version be recorded days later.
Okay, that sounds pretty typical so far.
But then, true to form, he couldn't decide between the two. So he gave George Martin a seemingly impossible task. Take the first half of the light version and splice it together with the second half of the heavy version.
But they were recorded days apart. Weren't they in completely different tempos and entirely different musical keys?
They were, which is a total nightmare in the days before digital computers. To make them match, Martin had to physically speed up one piece of tape and slow down the other piece of tape right at the exact moment of the splice.
And because of how analog tape works, speed and pitch are inextricably linked.
Exactly. If you slow the tape down mechanically, you drop the frequency of everything on that tape, including the human voice.
Wow.
So doing this inadvertently warped his vocal tone. It gave his voice this thick, slightly slurred, dreamlike quality. And he loved it because it masked his natural tone just enough to perfectly match the surreal, psychedelic mood of the song.
There is a really fascinating psychological pattern here. I mean, he refuses to accept his physical voice. He demands it be smothered, sped up, and spun around. It's like this relentless demand for some unvarnished truth he feels he isn't hitting natively.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if he was that brutally unforgiving about the biological sound of his vocal cords, it makes total sense that he would turn that exact same laser-focused criticism toward his actual songwriting catalog.
He was his own harshest critic, without question. Long after the band broke up, he spent years publicly eviscerating his own work. He called beloved tracks filler, garbage, and lousy.
It's hard to hear as a fan.
It is, but it wasn't random hatred. You can actually see the different facets of his insecurity in the types of songs he chose to reject.
Right, like take a song like Run for Your Life. By 1980, he was doing major interviews expressing profound embarrassment over this track. He considered it his absolute worst.
And you can understand why. He had borrowed a lyric directly from an old Elvis Presley song, a line about preferring to see a woman dead than with another man.
Yeah, yikes.
The whole song is dripping with violent jealousy and possessiveness.
Yeah.
And in the years that followed, he worked incredibly hard on his own personal issues with aggression and machismo.
So looking back at a song, he essentially churned out carelessly to fill space on the Rubber Soul album horrified him.
Right, it was a monument to his worst traits.
Now, it's one thing to hate a throwaway track like Run for Your Life because you've outgrown the jealous lyrics. That's, the guilt of outgrowing your past self immortalized on vinyl. But it completely baffles me that he turned that same venom on the Sgt. Pepper album.
Yeah, arguably the peak of their creative ambition.
Exactly. He referred to the song being for the benefit of Mr. Kite as essentially a cheat.
He was dismissive of it because he didn't feel he had actually written anything meaningful. He had purchased an old Victorian circus poster at an antique shop, and he literally just copied the words off the poster and rearranged them into a melody.
That's hilarious.
And despite the incredible, swirling, kaleidoscopic production from George Martin, cutting up tapes of fairground organs and throwing them in the air to reassemble them randomly, he felt he had prioritized a sonic experiment over emotional authenticity. He felt similarly about Good Morning, which he called a piece of garbage inspired by a Kellogg's Cornflakes television commercial.
Okay, I have to push back on this. Isn't taking a random Victorian circus poster or a breakfast cereal commercial and turning it into a psychedelic masterpiece actually a brilliant pop art move?
I mean, you'd think so.
Like Andy Warhol was painting soup cans, and we call that genius. The Beastie Boys made entire careers out of hip-hop sampling later on. Why couldn't he give himself credit for that kind of conceptual brilliance?
What's fascinating here is that his self-criticism was not false modesty, and it wasn't about the technical merit of pop art. It was a mechanism for artistic evolution. He valued raw, emotional truth above all else. A song could be a massive commercial hit. It could be a technical marvel of production. But if he felt he had taken a shortcut like transcribing a poster, he simply couldn't respect it.
He didn't want to be Andy Warhol. He wanted to bleed on the track.
Precisely. By rejecting his past work, he forced himself to grow into a more honest songwriter.
Which makes his rejection of Across the Universe incredibly heartbreaking because he loved the lyrics to that song. He thought they were among the finest words he ever wrote.
Oh, they are beautiful lyrics.
But he absolutely hated every recorded version of it.
He hated the original 1968 acoustic recording, and he despised the later version that was drenched in heavy strings and choirs by the producer Phil Spector.
He felt the song never came out right.
Yeah, he was chasing a specific sound in his head that never materialized on tape. It represents a profound disappointment, knowing you captured emotional truth on paper, but feeling like you failed to honor it in the execution.
And then you have moments where he actively sabotaged success to protect that emotional truth. The song How Do You Do It is the perfect example.
Oh, George Martin desperately wanted them to release this song as their first single. It was a guaranteed pop hit written by a professional outside songwriter.
But he and McCartney flat out refused. They purposely recorded a half-hearted version of it, fought tooth and nail to release their own original song instead, and handed that guaranteed hit over to Jerry and the Pacemakers.
Who promptly took it to #1.
Yeah, he called the song Garbage, representing everything wrong with the calculated, sanitized music industry. He would rather fail on his own terms with his own authentic voice than succeed by faking it.
And that relentless internal questioning, that absolute demand for authenticity, didn't stay confined to Abbey Road Studios.
No, it didn't.
As the decade progressed, it bled directly into his worldview and his politics. He demanded the same unvarnished truth from the global political landscape that he demanded from his own vocal cords.
Which brings us to the song Revolution, where musical distortion violently collides with political confusion. So what happens when a guy with that specific psychological makeup is suddenly expected to be the political voice of a generation in the powder keg of 1968?
Chaos. Absolute chaos. And to understand the politics of the song, you have to look at the musical link first.
Okay.
Just like he wanted his voice smothered in ketchup, he wanted the sound of revolution to be dirty. He insisted that the engineers plug his guitar and his microphone directly into the recording console, intentionally redlining the equipment.
Right, so he pushed the input volume level so high that it overloaded the circuitry, creating this fuzzy, aggressive crunch that practically melted the studio monitors.
Exactly. He wanted to hide the melody behind a massive wall of electronic grit.
And that abrasive, distorted sound perfectly mirrored the absolute mayhem the song created in the press and the political sphere, because nobody understood what he was trying to say.
The reactions are hilarious in retrospect because they are so fiercely contradictory.
Yeah, they really are. You had William F. Buckley Jr., the arch-conservative commentator, writing a glowing review of the song, thrilled that a pop star was telling radicals to cool off.
But then the ultra-conservative John Birch Society rebuked Buckley, warning their members that the song was actually a secret Maoist, Moscow-inspired plot, telling radicals just to be patient.
Wow. And meanwhile, you have the left-wing press, like Ellen Willis in The New Yorker, writing the savage takedown, calling him a multimillionaire with incredible chutzpah, and saying there is a fusty old Tory struggling to get out of him.
He managed to anger the far left and confuse the far right simultaneously.
It's an impressive feat.
And a huge part of the confusion came down to a timeline issue with the recording itself. He was genuinely undecided about his feelings on destructive, violent revolution. So when they recorded the slower, acoustic-driven album version, which was actually recorded first,
Right.
He's saying the line, "When you talk about destruction, don't you know that you can count me out?" But then he immediately added the word in, count me out, NDN.
He literally recorded both options because he was admitting in real time that he didn't know where he stood.
But on the faster, louder, single version that was released to the public first, he unequivocally sang, "Count me out."
Oh, man.
So 3 months later, when the album came out with the "Count Me Out" IN lyric, student radicals thought he had changed his mind. They didn't understand the recording chronology. They thought he was issuing a retraction and officially joining the militant uprising.
It's an absolute mess of messaging, and it led to this incredible public spat. A student radical from Keele University named John Hoyland wrote an open letter to him in a magazine called Black Dwarf.
Oh, that letter was brutal.
He insulted the song, saying it was no more revolutionary than the radio soap opera Mrs. Dale's Diary. Hoyland demanded that the world be ruthlessly destroyed to enact change.
And rather than ignore it, he actually met with students at his home to argue his point. He told them that destructive revolutions, like the French or Russian revolutions, only ever replace one destructive ruling power with another. He warned them that if radicals like Hoyland ever actually led a revolution, he and the Rolling Stones would probably be the first ones lined up against a wall and shot.
It's an incredibly grounded, pragmatic stance for a rock star to take. But here is where the story takes these wild, whiplash-inducing turns. Because after taking that firm, pacifist stance, he underwent primal scream therapy in 1970, and suddenly he starts flip-flopping.
He does. He speaks with the activist Tariq Ali and actually apologizes, saying he made a mistake and that the song was too anti-revolution.
Wow.
He writes the anthem "Power to the People" as a direct apology to the radical left. He moves to New York in 1971, starts hanging out with the Chicago 7 defendants like Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, and fully embraces radical politics.
But then, by 1972, after Richard Nixon gets reelected, he totally abandons radical politics again.
Just completely walks away.
He denounces the revolutionaries as useless. He says he regrets ever putting that line about Chairman Mao in the original song. And finally, in 1980, right before his tragic death, he gives an interview completely reaffirming his original pacifist message. He basically says, "I still want to see the plan before I join any revolution."
And history, in many ways, vindicated that initial hesitation. The music critic Ian MacDonald wrote a brilliant analysis in 1994 pointing this out.
Oh, I read that.
He noted that the tragedies of Tiananmen Square, the eventual collapse of Soviet communism, and the ironic fact that many of those hardcore 1968 student radicals ended up working comfortably in corporate advertising. All of it proved that his original instinct to demand a concrete plan rather than just blindly supporting destruction was incredibly prescient.
So what does this all mean? Was he just flip-flopping constantly to please whatever crowd he was sitting with? Or is this the sound of a guy being brutally, awkwardly honest about his own political confusion on a global stage?
I argue it is the latter. He was processing world-shifting events in public. The fact that he was willing to look foolish, to admit he was wrong, and then to change his mind again shows a remarkable level of intellectual honesty.
Yeah, that takes guts.
He refused to be locked into an ideological box just to maintain a cohesive brand.
Which brings us to the ultimate darkly comedic twist in this whole story. We've talked about what the artist thought of his song and what the political factions thought of his song, but the final chapter is about what the corporate world did to his song after he was gone.
The commodification of dissent.
Fast forward to 1987, Revolution becomes the very first Beatles recording ever licensed for a television commercial. And it was for Nike sneakers.
Nike paid $500,000 for 1 year's use of the track.
That's a lot of money back then.
Oh, definitely. That money was split between the record label, Capital EMI, and Michael Jackson, who famously owned the publishing rights to the catalog at that time.
And his widow, Yoko Ono, actually approved the deal, stating that she believed it was making his music accessible to a brand new generation. But the surviving bandmates, Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, and George Harrison, were absolutely furious. They filed a massive lawsuit.
George Harrison had a particularly sharp quote about it.
Yeah.
He said that if they allowed this to happen, every song they ever recorded was going to end up advertising women's underwear and sausages.
Underwear and sausages.
He made the point that it was their lives, their art, and the corporate world had zero respect for the blood and sweat that went into those recordings.
The fans were outraged, too. The whole mess was eventually settled out of court in 1989 with secret terms. But the financial website TheStreet.com later included this specific Nike campaign on a list of the 100 key business events of the 20th century.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Why? Because it successfully figured out how to commodify dissent.
That is the ultimate irony of this entire saga. A song that was explicitly written to question the motives of revolution. A song intentionally redlined and distorted to sound ugly and abrasive. A song that sparked massive political infighting across the spectrum.
Right.
Ended up being used as a sleek tool to sell revolution as a corporate lifestyle brand. It proves that once a piece of art leaves the creator's hands, they lose all control over its meaning and its application.
It's staggering. We've gone on quite a journey today. I mean, we started with a man who felt a deep physical dysphoria toward the sound of his own voice. A man who demanded his vocals be smothered, pitch-shifted, and spun through wooden cabinets just to hide his own biology.
We saw how that same ruthless pursuit of emotional truth caused him to tear down his own legendary songwriting catalog, rejecting anything he felt was a technical shortcut or a pop art gimmick.
And we watched as that demand for unvarnished honesty forced him to admit his own deep political confusion in the middle of a cultural war, refusing to offer easy answers to student radicals, and ultimately watching his complicated message get hijacked to sell running shoes.
It's a profound reminder for all of us today. In an age where everyone is expected to have a perfectly curated personal brand and an instant, unshadable political opinion on every single global event the moment it happens.
Right, which is exhausting.
It is.
Yeah.
There is incredible value in just stepping back and saying, I don't know yet. Show me the plan first. There is power in being willing to change your mind, even if it makes you look inconsistent.
I couldn't agree more. And that leaves me with one final thing for you to ponder. If an artist of his magnitude, with that level of global influence, were alive today, working in our current era of perfectly auto-tuned vocals, algorithmic pop formulas, and fiercely guarded PR teams, would his messy, contradictory, self-loathing honesty even be allowed to exist? Or would we just filter it out, compress it, and smother it until it sounded exactly like everything else?
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Right, so jumping right in. Millions of people treat John Lennon's voice like basically a religious relic. And yet he actually wanted to drown that exact same voice in ketchup.
Which is just, I mean, it's wild to think about.
Yeah, exactly. Why do the greatest artists in history despise the very thing that makes them immortal? Today, we are tearing into the paradox of an artist who spent his life creating generation-defining music while simultaneously, running away from his own sound.
Yeah, that contradiction is the entire mission for us today. We are unmasking those paradoxes for you. We're going to explore the mechanics of how he actively hid his legendary vocals and how his razor-sharp satire of American consumerism just flew over everyone's heads.
Completely over their heads.
Oh, entirely. And we'll also look at how his most isolated melancholic tracks secretly held the era's greatest romantic relief.
Okay, let's unpack this audio version because the psychology of it is just fascinating. Treating your multi-platinum master recordings like an awkward middle school yearbook photo seems absurd to you and me.
Right, because we just hear the grit and the cracks.
Exactly. We connect with those flaws.
Yeah.
But the artist just wants to burn the negative. Like, look at Taylor Swift's massive reclamation project.
Sure. Huh.
On paper, it's a brilliant business move to own her masters, but culturally, she is effectively overwriting her thin teenage vocals with the powerhouse resonance of the adult she became.
Yeah, and what's fascinating here is the science behind why artists do this, why anyone cringes at their own recorded voice.
Yeah.
It comes down to bone conduction versus air conduction.
Bone conduction.
Right. When you speak or sing, you hear your own voice vibrating through the bones of your skull, which adds this rich, deep bass and resonance.
Oh, I see.
But when you hear a playback, you are only getting the air conduction. That warm bass is just gone.
It sounds thin and exposed.
Exactly, nasal and exposed. Now multiply that baseline human insecurity by millions of fans analyzing your every breath.
That explains so much.
Yeah.
You literally lose the internal acoustics of your own head. No wonder Bono has spent years apologizing in interviews for his early vocal performances on those iconic U2 records.
He actually winces hearing his younger self, right?
Yeah, he claims he physically winces when he's on the radio because he says he hadn't learned the mechanics of proper singing yet. And then you have Lorde, who trashed Royals.
Wait, her biggest breakout track?
Yes. The track that made her a global phenomenon. She compared the entire production to a tinny 2006-era Nokia ringtone.
Wow. Well, I mean, James Blunt did the exact same thing with You're Beautiful. The track became so culturally inescapable that he developed a total aversion to his own tone.
Oh, absolutely. But it's not just about regretting past recordings either. Many modern artists actively engineer their music in the present moment to hide the biological reality of their voices.
Like Tom York from Radiohead.
Exactly.
He frequently treats his voice like a haunted android. He deliberately obscures his natural tone behind heavy vocoders.
So wait, how does a vocoder actually mask the human element, mechanically speaking? Because, I mean, it still sounds like him, just altered.
Well, a vocoder basically strips away the dynamic organic pitch of the human vocal cords. It forces the sound through a synthesizer's mathematical grid.
Turning it into math.
Right. It removes the biological fluctuation, the breath, the quiver, the slight imperfections in pitch, and replaces it with robotic precision. You are literally hiding your humanity behind digital math.
That's crazy.
And Billie Eilish takes a different approach to the same insecurity. She turned her vocal hesitation into a superpower by whispering directly into the microphone.
Using the proximity effect.
Yeah, using the mic as a literal shield instead of belting from an open stage.
Even Freddie Mercury, who is universally recognized as one of the greatest rock vocalists to ever live, was famously obsessed with his overbite.
He wouldn't get his teeth fixed, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was terrified that fixing his teeth would alter the internal resonance of his mouth and just destroy his singing voice.
That's amazing.
The greatest singer in the world, paralyzed by the shape of his own palate. Which brings the focus back to Lennon's ultimate insecurity. He hated his natural tone so much, he told his producers he wanted to smother his vocals with ketchup.
Thankfully, the ketchup was metaphorical.
Yeah, very thankful for that.
But the sentiment was dead serious. I mean, he constantly demanded heavy studio manipulation to escape his own throat. Take the track Girl, for example.
Oh, the heavy sighs.
Right, he recorded these heavy emotional sighs, but he hated how vulnerable they sounded. So the engineers used heavy dynamic compression on those breaths.
So for anyone unfamiliar with a studio desk, what is compression actually doing to a sigh?
Well, compression essentially squashes the dynamic range of a sound. It takes the quietest parts and makes them loud, and takes the loudest parts and limits them.
Squashing it all together.
Yeah. When you compress a human sigh to that extreme, it stops sounding like lungs pushing air and turns into a harsh, percussive hiss. It mechanizes the breath.
Wow.
And across the universe, he demanded phase-shifting effects specifically designed to make him sound like he was broadcasting from the far side of the galaxy. He built architectural walls of sound just to hide behind them.
But the beautiful irony for you, the listener, is that in trying to sound like a man on the moon, Lennon ended up sounding profoundly human.
Exactly.
The grit he desperately wanted to smother is exactly why we still drop the needle on his vinyl 60 years later. But, he didn't just mask his vocal cords. He had a habit of masking his deepest societal critiques behind provocative imagery.
And with the track, Happiness is a Warm Gun, that strategy backfired on a monumental scale.
Oh, massively.
To understand the sheer scale of that misunderstanding, we have to look at the cultural environment. Think about the timeline here.
Right, 1968.
Exactly. This is post-Sgt. Pepper, right in the thick of the White Album sessions. The world was wound impossibly tight. The Vietnam War dominated the evening news.
It was a literal powder keg.
It was. You had the raw, visceral shock of the Martin Luther King Jr. and Robert F. Kennedy assassinations. Gun violence was not a theoretical debate. It was an everyday waking fear.
And into that exact hypersensitive environment, John Lennon drops a track titled "Happiness is a Warm Gun," featuring lyrics like "Bang, bang, shoot, shoot."
Yeah, you can imagine the reaction.
It was immediate. Radio stations banned the track outright. Schools issued warnings.
Because if you read the lyrics literally...
Right. Stripped of context, it felt like a bumper sticker on a pickup truck actively glorifying violence. The general public assumed the clever provocateur had finally crossed the line into reckless endangerment.
But that entire controversy was built on a colossal misreading of his intentions. The twist that completely flips the meaning of the track is that Lennon didn't invent that title phrase.
No, he didn't.
He wasn't sitting in a studio trying to write the most offensive combination of words possible to troll a grieving public.
Right. George Martin actually handed him a prominent American gun magazine. "Happiness is a warm gun" was a literal advertising slogan printed right there on the page.
It was straightforward advertising copy. Think about the mechanics of what that ad agency was doing. They were selling deadly weapons by hijacking the emotional vocabulary of domestic comfort and well-being.
So dystopian.
It is. And when Lennon saw that, his reaction was exactly what you'd expect from a satirist. He found it simultaneously hilarious and deeply horrifying.
He was captivated by the dark absurdity. I mean, big business realized they could bypass rational thought entirely and go straight for emotional association.
Exactly.
Calling a gun warm implies it was just fired, suggesting power and action. But the word warmth also triggers feelings of safety and coziness in the human brain.
Right. The magazine was telling consumers, you should feel a sense of domestic peace about this.
And Lennon was simply holding a mirror up to a culture that had already normalized selling lethal objects this way.
Yet the tragedy of the reception is that the audience missed the mirror entirely. They assumed Lennon was the one making the terrifying association between firearms and joy,
rather than pointing out that the culture itself had already done the math.
Exactly. It proves how incredibly fragile nuance is in mass media. Outrage is simply faster and requires less cognitive load than critical thinking.
So true.
People were vastly more offended by an artist pointing out the toxic advertising than they were by the actual advertising itself.
It is wild how quickly we attack the messenger. And because the literal interpretation was so offensive, the dominant alternative theory for decades became the classic 1960s fallback drugs.
Yes, the heroin theory.
Right, the warmth, the needles, the bang-bang, shoot-shoot must represent the rush of a heroin injection. And sure, in a 1980 Playboy interview, Lennon admitted the song was a collage of ideas, partly serving as a double entendre for his intense sexual and romantic obsession with Yoko Ono.
Yeah, and the heroin rating isn't entirely wrong, but it's incredibly narrow. The warm gun functions as a much broader psychological metaphor.
How so?
It represents the concept of obsession itself, whether it's fame, power, consumerism, dangerous romance, or substances. A warm gun is any external thing that provides a momentary flash of warmth and temporary relief, but ultimately it causes long-term devastation.
You know, I don't know if I buy the traditional 1960s drug interpretation at all, honestly.
Really? Why
Well,
not?
if you listen to the actual musical architecture of the track, it doesn't sound like a chemical trip. It is deliberately unstable.
That's a good point.
It jumps frantically from a dark, brooding intro into a doo-wop section and slams into hard rock and finally settles into a waltzing ballad. It never finds a groove.
It just keeps shifting.
Right, it offers a fleeting moment of musical relief before spiraling into chaos again. To me, that sounds exactly like the modern experience of doom scrolling on a smartphone.
Oh, wow. That is a phenomenal connection. The erratic structural shifts of the song perfectly mirror the modern search for a dopamine hit.
Exactly. The doo-wop section is that quick, funny video you scroll past, tiny burst of joy.
Yeah.
Then the hard rock section hits, which is the anxiety-inducing political headline that spikes your cortisol.
And the waltz is the momentary relief of finding something validating.
Yes. The warm gun today isn't a firearm or a needle. It's the glass screen in your pocket. It is social media validation.
The immediate dopamine hit of consumer debt.
It's anything we use to mask our discomfort that keeps us trapped in an erratic cycle.
And that structural schizophrenia was a deliberate compositional choice. Lennon was a master at building the architecture of the music to match the psychology of the lyrics.
Form following function.
Exactly. If erratic tempo changes and genre hopping are the sound of a culture losing its mind in 1968, it makes you wonder what his music sounded like when the world and his own psychology felt stable.
Well, let's travel back to 1963 to answer that. Before the cultural burnout of the late 60s, Lennon explored isolation in a much more intimate, structurally reliable way.
Much more grounded.
Yeah. If happiness is about toxic obsession in a frantic world, the track All I've Got to Do from the album with the Beatles is about the quiet, suffocating nature of early 60s loneliness.
It is a subtle masterpiece that captures the bittersweet reality of romance before the digital age.
Without all the massive orchestral flourishes.
Right. It begins in a place of deep emotional distance. You hear it immediately in the vocal melody lines. They literally descend.
They drop down.
Yeah, the notes droop and sag with emotional weight, mimicking the physical act of a weary sigh whispered into an empty room.
It paints a picture of a guy perpetually on the brink of despair. And you have to put yourself in the mindset of 1963.
Totally different world.
This is loneliness before instant technology, before text messages, before FaceTime. Making a phone call back then was an event.
It required planning.
And physical proximity to a landline. And courage. The song never implies she is sitting right next to him. The entire relationship exists across a physical distance, held together entirely by the fragile thread of a telephone wire.
But then the chorus arrives, and it functions as instant salvation.
Just picking up the phone.
Yes, the simple act of picking up the receiver and hearing a voice on the other end is transformative. The melancholy dissolves because he is rewarded with the ultimate reassurance, and I can hear you say that you belong to me.
That specific phrase, "you belong to me," is the beating heart of the track.
It is.
It's quite a possessive phrase by today's standards, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but in the context of the 1960s romantic ideal, it represented mutual possession and exclusive devotion. It offers a unique paradox. The freedom of having someone entire combined with the comforting constraint of belonging entirely to them.
No grand gestures.
No expensive gifts required. The romance is built entirely on the effortless reliability of that connection.
And the musical arrangement acts as the perfect counterpoint to that initial sadness. Unlike the chaotic, jarring genre jumps we just talked about in the late 60s, this track features a vibrant, syncopated, almost Motown-style rhythm.
The arrangement is essential to the psychological cure the song provides. You have these rhythmic hand claps that instantly create a communal, celebratory atmosphere.
Yeah, taking that solitary suffering of the verses and curing it with community.
Exactly. Then you layer in those tight, classic Beatles three-part harmonies. They act as a literal sonic embrace, wrapping the listener in this warm, secure frequency.
And beneath all of that, you have the bass line. It just walks steadily forward.
Yes, the bass.
It doesn't drop out. It doesn't shift tempos frantically. It just pulses reliably beneath the entire track.
That walking bass line is the heartbeat of a secure relationship. The musical composition is telling you on a subconscious level this is solid ground.
You can trust this rhythm.
Exactly. It is the exact inverse of the instability we saw 5 years later.
So what does this all mean when you put these two eras side by side? Because there's an incredibly beautiful yet tragic irony that emerges for you as a listener today.
If we connect this to the bigger picture.
Right, in 1963, a simple piece of technology, landline telephone, was the ultimate cure for human loneliness.
It was salvation.
The voice on the wire was the lifeline. But fast forward to the modern era, looking through the lens of happiness is a warm gun, our phones have become the weapons.
Wow.
The technology that used to cure our isolation is now the dopamine-dispensing warm gun causing it.
That's powerful. Synthesizing those 2 points reveals his true genius. He didn't just write catchy melodies, he captured precise emotional environments.
Yeah.
When he needed to convey the solid, dependable romance of the early 60s, he built the track on a steady, walking bass line and warm harmonies.
And when he needed to capture the cultural burnout and the toxic obsession of the late 60s,
he fractured the song into schizophrenic tempo changes. The sound was the psychology.
We have covered some fascinating ground today. We started by looking at how legendary artists, from Taylor Swift to Thom Yorke and Lennon himself, use everything from vocoders to audio compression to mask the very humanity that makes their voices immortal.
We decoded the deeply misunderstood satire of American advertising,
exposing our dangerous cultural obsession with things that provide temporary warmth but long-term devastation.
And we contrasted that chaos with the quiet, restrained melancholy of 1963, where a simple phone call and a steady bass line were enough to keep the darkness at bay.
Which leaves us with a final thought to mull over.
Yes. We have discussed how Lennon used studio effects to mask his own insecurities, and how society uses the comforting language of happiness to mask the danger of lethal weapons. It demands a look inward.
Absolutely.
What are the warm guns you are holding onto right now? What are the habits, the digital screens, or the obsessions you use to manufacture a temporary sense of comfort?
The masks we wear.
Right. And if you were brave enough to strip all of those masks away, what kind of voice would you actually be left with?
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So imagine writing, one of the most tender, just emotionally vulnerable love songs of the entire 1960s.
Right.
And then stepping right onto a stage to openly mock disabled people in front of millions of screaming fans.
Yeah, it's a massive uncomfortable gap. I mean, we're looking at the John Lennon on your everyday playlist versus the guy his inner circle actually knew.
Exactly. We are pulling apart a man entirely consumed by his own mythology to look at the light, the dark, and all that very messy space in between.
Right, because to understand how those two extremes coexisted in one person, you have to look at the specific cultural forces shaping him. The whole portrait of the working class wit and the global icon for peace.
Yeah, the legend.
Exactly. The legend is totally incomplete without examining this deeply uncomfortable, highly public, cruel streak he carried for years.
And he eventually had to reckon with that darkness. But the journey there reveals so much about the era and about the psychological damage of just unprecedented fame.
Oh, completely.
Well, let's start with the lighter side of that duality, specifically the romantic vulnerability, because the contrast is staggering. We need to travel back to 1963.
Okay, setting the scene.
The song is All I've Got to Do. For anyone listening who thinks of early pop songs as just simple, upbeat fluff, I mean, this track reveals a completely different psychological landscape for men at the time.
It absolutely captures a level of vulnerability that was exceptionally rare. You have to place yourself in the cultural mindset of the early 1960s, right? This is years before the massive social revolution.
Right, the whole free love movement hadn't happened yet.
Exactly. Emotional expression for young men was severely constrained by rigid masculine norms. Falling apart or, dramatically bemoaning your feelings just wasn't an option in British society.
You maintained a stiff upper lip no matter what.
Right. But pop melodies became this brilliant loophole. They were essentially Trojan horses for male vulnerability.
I love that. Guy couldn't break down crying on a street corner about loneliness, but he could quietly confess through a catchy 2-minute chorus that he desperately needed someone.
And that without her, he was entirely lost. He was dressing up deep emotional need in a harmless pop arrangement.
Yeah.
But what makes All I've Got to Do so poignant isn't just the emotion, it's the technological reality of 1963.
Oh, this is fascinating.
Yeah, the entire premise of the lyrics revolves around the supposed ease of reaching out to the person you love. He sings about having this absolute confidence that he can just call her on the phone and she will be there waiting.
I want you to think about how much the mechanics of human connection have changed, because it completely alters the meaning of the song.
Oh, absolutely.
Today, if you want to reach someone, you send a text. It takes zero physical effort. It's instantaneous.
Right, and someone always being available isn't special or romantic now?
No, it's practically a baseline requirement of modern society. We expect everyone to be reachable all the time. But in 1963, making a simple phone call required a massive leap of faith.
Because long-distance calls were prohibitively expensive, for one, and many households still shared a single phone line.
Oh, the old party lines?
Yeah, party lines, which meant zero privacy when you finally did connect. And the physical act of calling someone required concerted effort. You had to operate a rotary dial, wait through the endless ringing.
Just hoping the person on the other end was physically sitting in their house.
Waiting to pick up. There were no answering machines. There were no voicemails to leave a romantic message on.
Which makes me think the real romance in this song isn't some grand poetic declaration at all.
No.
It's almost entirely logistical. It's the sheer reliability of her picking up the phone. It's proof of love through simple availability.
And that logistical reliability implies a massive emotional commitment. The sheer confidence he projects that she will answer shows that both parties have actively arranged their daily lives just to maintain this lifeline.
Wow, yeah.
The truest love in this context is the reliable, repeatable reassurance of a voice on the line. It's a consistent presence that transforms profound loneliness into a sense of belonging. The genius of the songwriting here is taking a small domestic act and elevating it into something monumental and life-saving.
And that intense desire for a private, reliable, one-on-one connection in All I've Got to Do makes perfect sense when you realize that just months later, he would become the most relentlessly watched human being on Earth.
The shift is jarring.
It is. And that absolute loss of privacy seemed to trigger a much darker defense mechanism. We had to square the sensitive young man who wrote that song with someone who harbored a highly visible cruel streak.
It's essential history if you want to understand the complete person. By 1964, at the absolute peak of Beatlemania, he published a critically acclaimed best-selling book called In His Own Right.
Yeah.
It was this collection of absurdist prose, poetry, and drawings that cemented his reputation as a genuine literary genius. But reading those pages also reveals something much uglier.
He weaponized language in a way that is incredibly tough to read today. The highly offensive word, spastic, appears casually throughout the book.
Yeah.
It isn't a typo, and it isn't incidental. He deployed it deliberately as a punchline. It was woven into the very fabric of his humor.
And to show how deeply ingrained this was, you only need to look at how he interacted with his inner circle. When the book was published, he signed a copy for his old friend Astrid Kircher in Germany.
What did he write?
His handwritten inscription read, "Love and cripples from Good John."
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That single line tells you everything about his mindset. It wasn't a private one-off mistake. It was a casual, accepted part of his daily vernacular.
Right, and while the language on the printed page was bad, the onstage behavior was impossible to dismiss because the whole world saw it.
Exactly.
During the touring years, throughout the absolute height of the madness, he had a recurring bit on stage where he would imitate disabled people.
Yeah, we're talking about exaggerated, contorted movements, mocked speech, awkward stomping around the stage.
Hand clapping with clenched fingers. I mean, contemporaries even referred to it as his spastic face. And crucially, a lot of this was captured on film.
And the modern reaction to that footage has been visceral. It sparked a major debate about how we handle uncomfortable history.
How so?
Well, when Disney Plus recently updated and re-released the Beatles anthology, they chose to completely omit that specific stage routine. They erased it from the narrative entirely.
But back in 2015, the UK's Channel 4 took the opposite approach, right?
They did. They aired a program called It Was All Right in the 60s, and they showed this footage unedited.
And it horrified a whole new generation of fans who had only ever known the mythology of the peace icon. The reaction on social media was swift and brutal.
Totally understandable.
The disability charity MenCap released a statement describing the footage as shocking and painful. And when you watch the clips today, it is blatantly cruel. It forces a really difficult question. When you look at this footage, it's impossible to ignore. How did an entire culture and millions of screaming fans just watch him do this on stage night after night and not instantly turn on him? How did society just absorb that without a second thought?
Well, to understand that, you have to zoom out and look at the environmental and psychological context of the time. Now, this context does not excuse the behavior, but it explains how it manifested and why audiences didn't rebel.
Right, setting the scene again.
Exactly. You have to start with post-war Liverpool, the environment he was born into in 1940. Disability was highly visible on those streets. You had disabled ex-soldiers everywhere.
Right.
You had children suffering from rickets, which was a direct result of wartime poverty and poor nutrition, leaving them with curved legs and visible physical deformity.
And cruelty, specifically punching down at the vulnerable, was completely normalized in that environment.
Yes.
It was normalized on the playground, and it was an absolute staple of British comedy at the time. Nobody in his early life told him it was wrong because the people around him didn't think it was wrong. It was just how people joked.
Right. That explains the root of the humor. But taking it to a stage in front of thousands of people comes down to the immense, crushing pressure of Beatlemania.
Okay.
A bizarre, almost medieval phenomenon developed around the band during those touring years. They were treated as faith healers.
Wait, really? Faith healers?
Yes. Parents would literally bring severely disabled children backstage, or they'd maneuver wheelchairs into the chaotic front rows of these massive concerts, with the tragic implication that mere physical proximity to the band could unleash some miraculous healing power.
Oh my God. The psychological weight of that on a 20-something musician is staggering.
He felt deeply humiliated, terrified, and violently uncomfortable by this imposition. He had absolutely no idea how to handle that level of desperation with grace.
You have to remember, before they put on the colorful Sgt. Pepper uniforms, they were just raw rock musicians. Imagine wanting to just lay down a heavy pounding bass line and sing rock and roll, and suddenly society is treating you like a literal deity expected to perform medical miracles. It completely warped his reality.
Exactly. So the stage mockery, ugly and painful as it was, acted as a psychological release valve for a young man who was totally unequipped to deal with that terrifying projection from the public.
He was lashing out.
He was lashing out at the very thing that made him feel powerless and uncomfortable. Discomfort does not license cruelty, obviously, but it adds a layer of psychological texture that pure black and white condemnation tends to flatten out.
So we have the romantic longing for a simple phone call, and we have the cruel young man lashing out under the weight of an impossible public projection.
Right.
The transition from that chaos into the 1970s is fascinating because you have to wonder when the mirror moment happened. Did he ever sit down and reckon with the massive gap between his emerging peace and love image and his own documented cruelty?
The reckoning happens slowly, but it is glaringly obvious by 1971. A year after the band officially broke up, he released the album Imagine. Everyone knows the utopian title track, obviously.
Yeah.
But buried on that record is a fascinating, jaunty little song called Crippled Inside.
The lyrics to that song read like a direct confrontation with his own internal moral corruption.
They do.
He sings about how you can shine your shoes, wear a sharp suit, and hide your face behind a smile, but you cannot hide when you are rotting and crippled inside. It is a stunning admission of hypocrisy.
It is. By 1971, he was actively tearing down his own mythology. He was reckoning with who he had been. The violence, the cruelty, the absurdity of preaching peace to the world while harboring such deep, unresolved darkness.
And what makes that internal reckoning so compelling is that it manifested into real-world, tangible action the very next year.
Which is the turning point in his arc. In August 1972, he organized the one-to-one concerts at Madison Square Garden. He organized, funded, and headlined these massive concerts specifically to raise money for the Willowbrook State School.
And Willowbrook was a facility in New York for mentally disabled children, right?
Yes. And it had just been exposed by a young journalist named Geraldo Rivera. The expose revealed horrifying, unimaginable conditions, profound neglect, physical abuse, severe overcrowding.
Just a complete lack of basic human dignity for the residents.
Exactly. And he didn't just lend his name to a charity flyer or record a quick radio spot. He put his own money down to ensure the concerts were financially viable.
Wow.
He stepped onto the biggest stage in the world and used his massive cultural weight to draw national attention to a major scandal involving the exact demographic of people he had spent the previous decade mocking.
But because human beings operate in complex dualities, we do have to interrogate the motive here.
We do.
Was this a genuine moral evolution, or was it a highly calculated PR stunt? Because at that exact moment in 1972, he was fighting a vicious deportation battle with the Nixon administration.
Right, the political angle.
A high-profile humanitarian gesture for disabled American children certainly made it much harder for the government to kick him out of the country.
It definitely forces you to ask if it was cynical strategy or actual redemption. And honestly, it seems impossible to untangle the two.
Yeah, you can't separate them.
Because that is exactly how real, complicated humans operate. The truth is, it was likely both. His motives might have been mixed, driven by a combination of genuine guilt, newfound empathy, and political survival.
But the check he wrote was entirely real.
Yes. The national awareness he brought to the horrors of Willowbrook was real. It demonstrates a slow, imperfect arc towards self-awareness. He was actively trying to do better, to use his platform to heal rather than harm.
We're looking at a man who spent years causing documented, undeniable harm, mocking the vulnerable from the stage and in print. You can't just erase that history because he made transcendent music.
No, you can't.
Which is why historical revisionism, like editing out footage, does a disservice to the truth. But you also can't ignore the fact that he used his platform and his wealth to try and correct some of that damage later in his short life.
The saint's halo simply doesn't fit him. The peace icon narrative is too simple. But the villain's mask doesn't fit either. He was a deeply flawed, often cruel man who caused real pain, but who also grew, however imperfectly, into someone who tried to reckon with his own shadows.
It makes you wonder about the idols we worship today. When we demand our artists be perfect moral compasses, are we setting them up to fail? Or are we just refusing to accept that true artistic genius often shares an apartment with deeply uncomfortable human flaws?
Chapter 3, Paul, the Untrained Genius.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
And speaking of things with unimaginable value, we are looking at a guy today whose career numbers are just, they are completely absurd to even read out loud. Like 32 Billboard Hot 100 number ones. That is the absolute most of any songwriter in the history of recorded music.
Yeah, plus 100 million records sold and 1,059 songs written across 6 decades. It's a resume that literally has no equal.
Exactly. From chart-topping pop hits to sweeping classical symphonies. But here's the massive twist. The jaw-dropping fact that makes every single one of those achievements seem, practically impossible.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney cannot read or write conventional music notation.
Right, he just doesn't do dots on a page.
Zero. None at all. So our goal today is to unpack how someone who completely lacked the formal, theoretical language of his own field operated entirely on instinct to become the most successful songwriter ever. And, we have to talk about the absolute studio chaos his methods occasionally caused.
Well, you hear the phrase untrained ear, and your mind instantly goes to, oh, he just didn't have access, or the education system failed him. But here, the lack of training was a highly deliberate choice. His dad was actually a very capable, self-taught pianist.
Oh, really? Did his dad teach him then?
No, he flat out refused. He told Paul he needed a proper foundation from a professional teacher so he wouldn't pick up his old man's bad habits. So Paul actually followed the advice and went to take a classical piano lesson.
Okay, so he did try formal training.
For about 5 minutes. He walked into the tutor's house, looked around, and quit almost immediately.
Wait, why?
Because he didn't know the woman, and in his own words, her house smelt of old people. He was just so thoroughly uncomfortable with the musty vibe of this old lady's living room that he turned around, walked away, and opted to learn entirely by ear.
That is hilarious. A sensitive teenage nose literally altering the course of pop music history. But, I have to push back on this concept for a second.
Sure, go for it.
It is one thing for a teenager to learn a few blues chords by ear in his bedroom, right? But we are talking about a man who composed some of the most complex, harmonically rich pop arrangements of the 20th century. To me, it feels like an author writing 1,000 best-selling novels without ever learning the alphabet. Like, how do you even begin to construct a song from thin air without the mathematical rules?
He relies heavily on this methodology he calls chaos first. To a classically trained musician, introducing structure early is totally essential. But to Paul, introducing structure too early is a trap that just violently hits the brakes on creativity.
So he avoids the rules on purpose.
Exactly. Instead of sitting down with a master plan like, I'm going to write a ballad in C minor with a descending bass line, he just sits at the instrument and starts blocking things out with raw, unorganized sound. He waits for a tiny, interesting phrase to emerge from the noise and then follows that sonic trail blindly.
That makes total sense when you factor in how he views the physical geometry of the instruments themselves. Since he didn't have theory, his relationship with music became intensely tactile.
Yeah, it was all about how the gear physically felt in his hands.
Right. He has described how you literally cuddle an acoustic guitar. You hold the wooden body tight to your chest, you feel the vibration of the strings against your ribs, and it gives you this very specific emotional feedback loop. But a piano, conversely, is something you sit in front of and almost push away from you.
Because the keyboard is laid out in this very logical, linear fashion. But since he didn't see the logic, he only engaged with the emotion.
Exactly. He wasn't thinking about modulating to a diminished seventh chord. He was thinking about how his fingers physically felt pressing those steel strings in that exact moment, bypassing the brain and letting the hands do the thinking.
Which introduces a massive logistical nightmare for them in the early days. If you are operating entirely on tactile feel and this chaos-first mentality, and you literally do not possess the ability to write down a melody, How do you save your art for tomorrow?
That is a great point. We take voice memos on our phones for granted, but nobody had personal tape recorders back in the late 50s.
Right, so they turned that technological deficit into a ruthless quality control system. Lennon and McCartney set up this survival of the fittest protocol they called the jukebox jury.
The jukebox jury. I like that. How did that work?
If they spent an afternoon writing a song, went home, and neither of them could remember the tune the next morning, the song was dead. They abandoned it permanently no matter how much they loved it the day before.
Man, think about what that does to your songwriting architecture over time. It is terrifying, just losing a potential masterpiece because you had a few pints and forgot the bridge. But honestly, it is a brilliant advantage.
Oh, for sure. It forced greatness.
But because the absolute inability to preserve a bad or mediocre idea forced them to forge melodies so incredibly compelling that they survived purely in the mind. If a melody wasn't instantly unforgettable to its own creators, it didn't survive the night.
That mental catchiness test really reached its absolute pinnacle with the song Yesterday, which, currently stands as the most covered song in recorded music history. Over 2,200 different cover versions.
The most covered song ever. And the crazy thing is, it literally arrives in a dream.
Yeah, he was sleeping in a garret room at 57 Wimpole Street, which was his girlfriend Jane Asher's family home. He wakes up, and this lovely, fully formed, classical-sounding tune is just playing on a loop in his head.
Just completely out of nowhere.
Thankfully, there was an upright piano right next to his bed. He swung his legs out, sat down, and instinctively allowed his hands to find the chords his brain was broadcasting. G, F sharp, minor 7th, B, E minor, and then back to G.
But because he operates purely on instinct rather than theory, he wasn't even celebrating his genius at first. He was actually completely paranoid.
Yeah, he thought he had accidentally stolen it.
Right, cryptomnesia. He was convinced his brain had recorded a jazz standard from the radio and was spitting it back out as an original thought. He spent weeks going around the music industry, playing it for everyone, asking, is this someone else's song?
He was terrified of unwitting plagiarism, and since the melody arrived instantly but the lyrics were nowhere to be found, they needed a placeholder to lock that structure into their mental jukebox.
Oh, right, the famous dummy lyrics.
Exactly. To keep the rhythm intact without sheet music, Paul walked around singing, "Scrambled eggs, oh my baby, how I love your legs." It took months of carrying those ridiculous lyrics around before he finally replaced them.
That is just amazing. But, that refusal to operate the way a musician is supposed to operate wasn't just limited to his songwriting. It completely defined his approach to his primary instrument. Let's talk about the bass guitar.
Oh, this is fascinating, because to understand how revolutionary his bass playing was, you have to look at the absolute convention of the era. The standard set by Motown greats like the legendary James Jamerson was fingerstyle.
And Paul deeply idolized Jamerson, right?
He did, but Jamerson plucked the heavy bass strings with the pads of his fingers, creating a very warm, round, thumping tone. It sits nicely underneath the track and provides a rhythmic heartbeat without drawing focus away from the lead vocals.
But Paul didn't have that foundational Motown training. He picked up his Hüfner 5001 violin bass, which he famously chose because it was symmetrical and didn't look awkward, played left-handed. And instead of using his fingers, he grabbed a pick.
Which is a massive, aggressive shift sonically.
Huge. Striking a thick, wound bass string with a hard piece of material produces a much sharper, brighter attack. It pushes the sound heavily into the mid-range frequencies and creates very distinct separation between the notes.
Paul was constantly complaining to studio engineers that his bass lines were buried in the early mixes. He wanted the instrument to sing.
And the pick did exactly that. By using it, his highly inventive, melodic bass lines didn't just sit in the background anymore. They sliced straight through the dense layers of drums and rhythm guitars. It demanded that the bass be heard as a lead voice.
He was incredibly meticulous about that physical interface, too. He didn't just grab whatever was lying around. He started with heavier felt picks for a softer attack on ballads, but eventually moved to heavy Fender 351-style celluloid picks for that sharp bite.
There is even that famous legend of him placing pennies on the train tracks in Liverpool.
Oh, yeah. Letting the massive weight of the trains flatten the copper out so he could use the metal as incredibly rigid picks.
Which is such an incredible parallel to Brian May from Queen, who famously uses serrated metal sixpence coins to strike his guitar strings for a specific chiming effect.
It just shows how the literal point of contact changes everything.
Totally. Gearheads will endlessly debate vintage amps or wood types, but that tiny piece of celluloid or flattened metal completely redefined the sonic possibilities of the bass guitar. The collector's market definitely recognizes the value of that physical interface. A single plastic pick that John Lennon used for a brief rehearsal in 1972 recently sold at auction for over $2,500.
Wow. But that intuition, that physical interface, none of it was born overnight. Malcolm Gladwell popularized the 10,000 hours theory, but for them, their formal training was simply playing grueling 8-hour sets in Hamburg and at the Cavern Club in Liverpool.
Oh yeah, the seedy red light district. They bypassed the classroom entirely and learned theory through sheer blunt force trauma, just pumping themselves full of energy pills and playing to rowdy sailors until they physically couldn't play a wrong note.
And crucially, Paul was putting in those thousands of hours locked in a creative pressure cooker with John Lennon. The friction between their totally opposed personalities was the engine of their greatest work.
You had Paul's relentless, bouncy optimism constantly colliding with John's biting cynicism. Paul would offer up a bright lyric like, "It's getting better all the time," and John would instantly throw back the dope counterweight, "It can't get much worse."
But that same intuitive, relentless methodology had a very dark side. When the chaos first method failed to produce immediate results, it led to total studio meltdowns. A prime example is the recording of Obladere during the White Album sessions in 1968.
Man, what a disaster that was. Paul wanted this sunny, fast-paced track influenced by Jamaican ska music. The title itself came from a Yoruba phrase meaning life goes on, which he picked up from a Nigerian conga player named Jimmy Scott,
who later demanded royalties for the phrase, actually. But Lennon absolutely loathed this song. He was moving toward heavier, avant-garde territory, and he despised the upbeat nature of the track, infamously calling it granny music shit.
Lennon did not hold back. But here is where Paul's lack of musical theory created an unbelievably toxic environment. If a classically trained composer wants a complex sound, they write a score, hand out the sheet music, and the band plays it. Paul couldn't do that.
Right, because his process was entirely based on feeling out the chaos. His only available method for achieving his specific vision was to make the band play the song over and over and over again.
So his chaos-first method, which sounds so liberating, actually morphed into a rigid, grueling loop of endless takes. He demanded endless repetition until the external sound in the room finally matched the internal feeling in his head.
And Lennon, who thrived on raw, spontaneous first takes, just couldn't stomach it. The atmosphere became so hostile. Lennon stormed out of Abbey Road in a rage, abandoned the session, and only returned much later, completely out of his mind on substances.
Just to get it over with, right?
Exactly. He marched straight over to the piano and started banging out the opening chords as aggressively and loudly as possible.
And the collateral damage wasn't just the band screaming at each other. The legendary EMI audio engineer, Jeff Emmerich, who had been instrumental in shaping their sound, was so emotionally exhausted by Paul's endless takes and the constant squabbling that he simply quit.
Just walked away from the White Album entirely.
He stood up, walked out of Abbey Road to preserve his sanity. The studio was literally breaking down under the weight of a genius who couldn't explain his own genius.
Which raises a really massive practical question.
Yeah, it does. If Paul couldn't read music, hummed his ideas, and frustrated his bandmates with vague emotional instructions, how on earth did classical musicians play those lush string parts on a track like Eleanor Rigby? Or better yet, how does a guy who can't read dots on a page compose the sweeping, full orchestra Liverpool Oratorio in 1991?
Because classical cellists don't feel out the chaos. They demand precise sheet music. It's a fascinating paradox. The answer is that he relied on highly skilled translators. The raw materials Paul provided for classical arrangements were incredibly bare. A typical sketch from him was literally just handwritten lyrics with basic chord names bracketed above the words.
So no staff lines, no time signatures, nothing.
Nothing. So producers like George Martin had to act as a human cipher to bridge the gap between Paul's abstract brain and a classical string section.
How did that actual exchange happen in the room? I am imagining a lot of very frustrated humming.
That is literally exactly what it was. Martin was deeply trained in classical music.
Yeah.
Paul would sit at the piano, play basic block chords, and hum the complex counter melodies he was hearing in his head.
Wow.
And he'd use vivid verbal metaphors, telling Martin things like, I want the strings to sound like a stabbing knife here, or give me a sweeping wave over this chorus. George Martin would take those hummed ideas, apply his classical theory, and mathematically translate them into formal notation. And later on, conductors like Carl Davis stepped in to perform that exact same translation role for the classical albums.
And the sheer diversity of what those translations produced is staggering. We are talking 26 solo and wings studio albums, 5 ambient electronica albums under the pseudonym The Fireman, 7 full-scale classical albums, iconic James Bond movie themes.
Plus hitting #1 under 5 different names. The Beatles, Paul and Linda McCartney, Paul McCartney and Wings, just Wings, and Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson.
All of that, including the impossibly dense arrangements on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band without ever fully understanding the underlying mathematics of his own creations.
John Lennon actually gave the definitive assessment of this. He told an interviewer, not technically great, none of us are technical musicians, none of us could read music, none of us can write it. But as pure musicians, as inspired humans to make the noise, they are as good as anybody.
Inspired humans to make the noise. That perfectly encapsulates it. And for you listening, I think that is the ultimate takeaway to apply to your own creative pursuits. When you face a daunting new project, it is so easy to freeze upright. We convince ourselves that because we lack the formal training or the right vocabulary, we don't belong in the room.
Yeah, imposter syndrome hits hard.
But the lesson of McCartney's career isn't that formal training is useless. I mean, George Martin's expertise was obviously essential. The lesson is that a total lack of training is never a barrier to entry. McCartney's music came from a deep, almost childish sense of wonder and an absolute willingness to just sit down and start making noise until that noise sounded beautiful.
He embraced the messiness of the process rather than waiting around for permission from a rule book.
It really makes you wonder about the very nature of education. We're conditioned to believe that knowing the rules inherently makes you better at playing the game. But considering how heavily Paul relied on his chaos-first method, his ear, and his catchiness test.
Yeah.
If Paul McCartney had stayed in that old lady's living room and learned to read and write music, would those rigid rules have boxed him in? Would a formal education have inadvertently prevented him from becoming the most successful songwriter of all time?
Did his ignorance actually save his genius? It's a crazy thought.
Something to think about the next time you feel like you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Yeah. So, I want you to imagine for a second that you are the most successful musician on the entire planet.
Okay, pretty good start.
Right. But right now, you are standing in this sweltering, totally under-equipped studio in Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and you've just been robbed at knife point out in the street. Half of your band has literally just quit on you without any warning.
Just walked out.
Just walked out. And now you have to record your next album entirely from memory, all just to prove to the world that your career isn't completely over.
I mean, how do you even survive something like that?
Exactly. You somehow build an absolute masterpiece out of pure chaos.
Which, completely shatters that persistent myth we have of Paul McCartney as just this effortless, breezy popsmith.
Right, the guy who just wakes up and writes a hit.
Yeah, we have this enduring cultural image of him simply waking up, blinking at the sunlight, and this pristine melody just falls out of the sky into his lap. But the historical reality of how these iconic tracks actually came together is incredibly messy.
Oh, absolutely. Fraught and demanding. I mean, when you look at their vast catalog of revolutionary music, especially that golden era of Pepper, you naturally think of this seamless, unified front of collaborative genius.
Four guys locked into the exact same frequency.
Exactly. But what fascinated me about this specific era of his life is how quickly that unity fractures. And that brings us to, I guess, the first type of friction that sparks genius, which is just straight up interpersonal anger.
Yeah, what actually happens in a room when you literally cannot stand the music your bandmate is forcing you to play?
And we are, of course, talking about the recording of Obladi, Oblada.
We are. The legendary story that John Lennon absolutely despised this track.
Yeah, he famously and very publicly dismissed it as Paul's granny music.
Right, but granny music is a bit of a blanket term,
So what did he actually mean by that? Like musically speaking?
Well, musically, Lennon was referring to a very specific, old-fashioned British music hall style.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, think of like vaudeville or cabaret. It's that heavily syncopated, bouncing piano rhythm that feels relentlessly, almost aggressively cheerful.
And John was definitely not in an aggressively cheerful mood at that time.
Not at all. Lennon was pushing for this more avant-garde, raw, and politically charged rock at the time. So he found that bouncy style saccharine and just unbearable.
And they were doing, what, endless takes of this thing?
Oh, exhausting amounts of takes trying to get it right. And John was utterly frustrated and just completely fed up with this painstaking process.
He just wanted out.
Yeah, he basically wanted to derail the whole session.
So as the story goes, he storms into the control room, sits down at the piano, and in this absolute fit of manic frustration, he starts aggressively slamming out this chaotic, super fast mock music hall intro.
Right, he's essentially being sarcastic.
Yeah, he's trying to show the rest of the band, like, look, if we're going to play this crap, we need to play it faster, louder, and with this ridiculous mock joy.
And here is where the psychological dynamic of that room is just fascinating to me.
Oh, so?
Because instead of taking offense to this blatant mockery, the rest of the group instantly recognizes what John is doing as brilliant.
Wait, really?
Yes, that furious, pounding, contemptuous joke. That became the legendary opening hook of the song.
The exact piano intro on the record.
The exact one.
Okay, I have to pause and push back on that just a little bit.
Go for it.
Was it actually brilliant musically? Or were they all just so thoroughly exhausted by doing 40 takes that they were willing to accept absolutely anything just to get the track finished and go home?
That is a fair question, but it genuinely was brilliant from a musical standpoint.
Really?
Yeah, because the original pacing Paul had in mind was a bit more plodding. By violently forcing the tempo up and hammering those keys with literal anger, John injected a jagged, aggressive bite into the song.
Oh, I see.
It counteracted the sweetness of the melody. It provided the exact rhythmic tension the track was desperately missing.
Okay, that makes perfect sense, actually. If you think about the mechanics of what's happening there, it's like an angry chef who absolutely hates the dish he's being forced to cook.
Right.
And in a fit of rage, he sarcastically throws a handful of aggressive, bitter ingredients into a pan just to ruin it. Like dumping in raw garlic and ghost pepper.
Just to sabotage it.
Exactly. But then he accidentally perfectly balances the flavors, creating this Michelin star masterpiece.
That is the perfect way to describe the mechanism at play there. It's a masterpiece of irony. The song Lennon famously despised is ultimately defined by the explosive, resentful energy he personally gave it.
His sarcastic jab became the track's signature. Now, Lennon's sarcastic piano slamming worked because the band was still fundamentally united in the studio, right? Like, even if they were frustrated.
Right, they were still a band.
But fast forward just a few months to January 1969, and that creative friction turns into a total emotional collapse.
Complete collapse.
Let's talk about the creation of Let It Be.
The context surrounding 1969 is vital here. The Get Back sessions at Twickenham Film Studios were originally supposed to be this triumphant back-to-basics return to live performance.
But it was anything but.
Instead, the cameras captured a band in the middle of a slow-motion psychological implosion. The environment was freezing. It was cavernous.
Then guys were walking out.
Yeah, George Harrison actually quit the band briefly during these sessions. John was incredibly distant, far more focused on his own life, and Yoko Ono. Ringo was completely sidelined.
And Paul is left desperately trying to hold his chosen family together.
Which is an impossible task.
I mean, I want you to imagine the sheer emotional exhaustion of that dynamic. He is the one trying to force the biggest band in the world to keep functioning, writing the songs, arranging the parts, when absolutely nobody else in the room wants to be there.
He was completely drained. And right in the middle of this dark, turbulent period, Paul has a vivid dream.
Ah, yes, the dream.
His mother, Mary, who had tragically died of breast cancer when Paul was just 14 years old, appeared to him.
Wow.
And she brought him incredible comfort in the dream. She literally spoke the words to him, "Let it be."
Okay, I want to address a massive assumption here. Because for decades, millions of people have heard the lyric, "Mother Mary comes to me," and they instantly assume it's a grand religious reference to the Virgin Mary.
Oh, constantly.
But the reality is so much more intimate and honestly heartbreaking. Put yourself in his shoes for a second. Imagine the emotional weight of carrying the world's most famous band on your shoulders, watching your best friends slip away into their own lives. You're so exhausted that your subconscious brings back your deceased mother just to give you permission to let them go.
That reframing changes the entire DNA of the song, doesn't it?
Completely.
It's not a lofty religious anthem. It's a desperate son's conversation with his mother, transformed into this universal message of solace.
And he deliberately chose a specific sound for it, right?
Yeah, Paul purposely gave the track a gospel feel. He was specifically channeling artists like Ray Charles and Aretha Franklin.
I love those early session tapes.
Oh, they're beautiful. If you listen to them, you hear him playing it on the piano with a steady, grounding, churchy quality. He wanted it to be a hymn.
A sparse, grounding prayer for peace amidst all that chaos of the breakup.
Exactly. But then, of course, the tapes get abandoned because the band is dissolving and the infamous Phil Spector controversy begins.
Oh man, Phil Spector. I have to ask, how does Spector actually achieve his signature sound? And why did it completely destroy Paul's vision for this incredibly intimate song?
Well, Phil Spector was brought in over a year later by manager Alan Klein to try and salvage these discarded tapes. Spector is famous for his wall of sound.
Oh, wall of sound, yeah.
And the mechanism behind that is literally stacking layers upon layers of instruments. He would record multiple guitarists, multiple bassists, massive string sections, and enormous choirs.
That sounds huge.
It is. He would bleed the microphones together in specialized echo chambers. It creates a dense, overwhelming, reverberant wash of audio. It sounds cinematic and massive.
And Paul passionately hated it.
Oh, he was furious.
I don't blame him.
Right, because Spector's heavy-handed production completely buried the vulnerability. He took a son's intimate piano conversation with his dead mother and drowned it in a sweeping, bombastic Hollywood choir and brass section.
It's the exact same destructive thing Spector did to The Long and Winding Road.
Exactly. Where he notoriously layered a 50-piece orchestra over a delicate piano ballad without Paul's permission. Paul felt his simple, grounding visions were being hijacked and turned into something overwrought and cheesy.
Which is why the George Martin-produced single version and the later Let It Be naked release are so incredibly vital for you to listen to.
They really are essential.
They strip away the wall of sound and represent Paul's true, unembellished gospel vision.
So true.
So the Beatles inevitably end. The band is over. And Paul finds himself at this massive cultural crossroads. The critics are absolutely brutal.
Oh, they're out for blood.
They are actively calling him a washed-up has-been who can't survive without John Lennon. So how does he prove them wrong? He decides to go to absolute extremes.
We're talking about the 1973 album, Band on the Run.
Yeah.
He decides to go to Lagos, Nigeria to record the album.
I have to admit, genuine confusion here. I don't understand the Lagos decision at all.
It's wild, isn't it?
I mean, he's incredibly wealthy. He's a former Beatle. He can book the most luxurious, state-of-the-art studio in London, New York, or Los Angeles. Why on earth would he pack up and go to a humid, unpredictable studio in West Africa where the equipment is notoriously unreliable just to record an album that basically has to save his entire career?
It sounds crazy on paper, but you have to understand his mindset at the time. He was suffocating under the weight of the British press and the shadow of his own past.
He needed to escape.
He needed a radical shock to the system. He wanted a completely fresh, exotic vibe to shake him out of his rut. Plus, EMI had a studio there, and there were significant tax breaks.
Ah, the tax breaks, always a factor.
Right. And he romanticized the idea of an African adventure. But what happens next is one of the most dramatic, punishing survival stories in rock history.
It definitely wasn't a sun-soaked vacation.
No, it was a crisis.
Disaster after disaster. Right before they were supposed to get on the plane to start recording, two crucial members of his new band, Wings, suddenly quit.
Just dropped out.
So it's literally just Paul, his wife Linda, and guitarist Denny Lane. They get to Lagos, and things get incredibly dangerous. Paul and Linda are literally mugged at knife point in the street.
And the thieves didn't just take his cash or his watch.
No.
They stole a bag containing his personal notebooks full of handwritten lyrics and, most devastatingly, his original cassette demo tapes.
Oh, man.
The blueprints for the entire album were gone in a flash.
Let's just pause and think about the staggering audacity it takes to stay in the country after that.
It takes a lot.
It's like losing your architectural blueprints, having your construction crew walk off the job, getting all your tools stolen, and looking at an empty dirt lot and deciding to build a skyscraper with your bare hands.
That's a great analogy.
But it's not just building it. It's like you have to physically pour the concrete, run up the stairs to frame the walls, and then run back down to install the plumbing yourself.
Yeah.
That's what Paul is doing physically in that studio.
because he had to reconstruct the entire album from memory.
From memory.
He couldn't just reference the tapes. They were gone. Furthermore, the studio equipment was constantly short-circuiting. The climate control was non-existent, and the heat was so oppressive that Paul was literally sweating through his clothes, suffering from bronchial spasms during the sessions.
He was physically falling apart.
On top of that physical toll, the local Afrobeat pioneer and musical legend Fela Kuti publicly accused them of coming to Africa to steal their traditional rhythms and exploit indigenous music.
Which added an insane layer of political and cultural pressure. I mean, Paul literally had to invite Fela Kuti to the studio and play the raw tapes for him just to prove the music was straight rock and roll and not stolen Afrobeat.
The pressure was unimaginable.
Unimaginable.
But the musical miracle that comes out of that pressure cooker is astounding. Because half his band quit, Paul practically became a one-man studio orchestra.
He did it all.
He played almost everything himself. And the mechanics of that are grueling. He's laying down the drum track, stopping the tape, picking up the guitar to record the rhythm section, switching to the piano, and laying down the bass himself.
Wow.
He's sweating in this tiny, broken-down studio, layering track after track, just to stubbornly prove he is not finished.
And we absolutely must highlight Linda McCartney's role here, because his string has often been incredibly unfair to her.
Oh, crucially unfair. For decades, music critics mercilessly mocked her, treating her like a vanity addition or dead weight in the band.
Which is just so wrong.
It is. If you look at the historical footage, especially what is showcased in the Man on the Run documentary, it shows a completely different reality.
She was right in the mix.
She wasn't just sitting quietly in the corner of the control room. She was actively creating vocal arrangements. She was suggesting different harmonic approaches to the melodies and blending her voice flawlessly with Paul and Denny.
Her voice is such a key part of that sound.
The warmth, texture, and centering quality of her harmonies were absolutely vital to the sweeping cinematic sound they were building on tracks like Band on the Run.
So he survives the Lagos nightmare. He drops Band on the Run. It goes triple platinum, wins a Grammy, and violently forces every single critic who wrote him off to eat their words.
Take that, critics.
Exactly. Now, after surviving that kind of trial by fire, what is the next move? You don't play it safe. You don't go back to London and record a quiet acoustic record.
No, you throw a massive decadent party.
Which brings us to the follow-up album, Venus and Mars. By this point, Wings is no longer a desperate, sweating trio trying to survive a foreign country.
They're a fully fledged, highly polished, 5-piece rock band with a serious, muscular edge.
Yeah, they brought in Joe English on drums and a fiery young guitar prodigy named Jimmy McCulloch.
And the change in environment changes the entire sonic landscape.
Right. They go to C. Saint Studios in New Orleans.
And the vibe is pure, unfiltered, spectacular joy.
Oh, man. New Orleans.
They are soaking up the energy of Mardi Gras, wearing extravagant clown costumes, hanging out in the studio with legendary local musicians like the Meters and Alan Toussaint, and jamming on river cruises down the Mississippi.
Sounds like an absolute blast.
You can hear that spontaneous, loose party energy woven all throughout the record. It's not tight and anxious, it's expansive.
Do you have a favorite example of that?
A perfect example of this mechanism is the hit Listen to What the Man Said.
Yeah.
It features this incredibly recognizable, effervescent saxophone solo from Tom Scott.
Oh, I love that solo.
And it wasn't meticulously planned out for weeks. Scott just came in, caught the joyful vibe of the room, and laid down a solo that practically floats. It just feels like a celebration captured on tape.
And then there's the masterful sequencing of the album itself, the way the tracks interact with each other.
Yeah, the flow of it.
You have the seamless, almost dreamy acoustic transition of the title track, Venus and Mars, which lulls you into this quiet, ethereal, sci-fi folk space. And then it absolutely detonates into the track Rock Show. The sheer dynamic shift from a whisper to a roar has enough force to blow the roof off an arena.
It really does.
It is the sound of a band flexing its muscles because they know they're at the absolute top of their game.
The profound contrast here is what defines McCartney's creative genius.
What do you mean?
Well, He has the capacity to forge a masterpiece out of the desperate, sweating, terrifying survival mode of Nigeria, but he can also forge a masterpiece out of the pure, confident joy of a New Orleans street party.
Oh, that's a great point.
He doesn't rely on one single emotional state to fuel his art.
Of course, the music critics couldn't just let him have an unqualified win.
Naturally.
Rolling Stone published a notoriously savage review of Venus and Mars, calling the music uninspired and claiming it had the dumbest lyrics on record.
So harsh.
But reality completely ignored the critics. The album hit #1 in both the US and the UK, and it launched the legendary Wings Over the World tour, which rivaled the scale and hysteria of anything the Beatles had done a decade earlier.
And if we connect this all back to the bigger picture, it tells us something vital about the actual mechanics of how great art is made.
Yeah.
It rarely flows effortlessly from a place of perfect peace. Sometimes it requires the friction of a sarcastic bandmate. Sometimes it requires the devastating grief of losing a parent.
Yeah.
Sometimes it means playing the exact same drum part 47 times in a sweltering studio because your band quit, or tapping into the spontaneous magic of a room full of musicians having the time of their lives in New Orleans.
So, what does this all mean for you listening right now? I think Paul McCartney's true superpower isn't just his ear for a catchy pop melody, it's his alchemy.
Alchemy. Like that.
Yeah, it's his unparalleled ability to take whatever bizarre, painful, or chaotic thing the universe throws at him and use it as fuel. Sarcastic bandmates trying to ruin a session, the deep personal grief of losing his mother, a terrifying mugging in a foreign country, or the electric, brassy energy of a massive party.
He uses all of it.
He doesn't fight the difficult circumstances. He absorbs them and turns them into timeless art.
That is exactly the core takeaway. The next time you hear the gospel chords of Let It Be, or the bouncing piano of Obla di Oblata, or the soaring, multi-layered chorus of Band on the Run, don't just passively hear the polish of the final product.
Dig deeper into it.
Listen closely for the hidden sweat. Listen for the tears, the sheer physical exhaustion, and the furious piano slams that actually built the foundation, making those iconic moments possible.
It leaves you wondering about the chaotic moments in your own life. If Paul McCartney's greatest solo triumph came right after his band quit and he got robbed at knife point in a sweltering city, what disaster in your own life might actually be clearing the stage for your masterpiece? Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. Paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So getting right into it, when you picture Paul McCartney, what's the very first image that comes to your mind?
Oh, man. I mean, probably that cheerful thumbs up he always does, right?
Yeah, exactly. The nice, super cuddly musician, the guy who sits at a piano and just effortlessly writes these pleasant, unforgettable melodies for you.
Totally safe. Totally approachable.
Right. But underneath that whole safe exterior, there is this master of high-level, weaponized musical defiance.
Oh, for sure.
Like, he has this historic track record of using pop music to settle scores.
Yeah, and to mess with audience expectations, too.
Exactly. Or, honestly, just to laugh right in the faces of his harshest critics.
Which is such a fascinating tension, between that public, smiling persona and this intense internal drive.
Definitely.
And to really understand that mindset, we have to look at the different ways a musician operates under pressure versus when they're finally free.
Like surviving versus thriving.
Exactly. Take an album like Band on the Run.
Oh, yeah.
That is a pure survival story. Yeah. It was forged under immense stress.
Because they traveled all the way to Lagos, Nigeria.
Right. They were dealing with a grueling environment. Band members were literally quitting, and they were on the verge of bankruptcy.
Wow. Just everything going wrong at once.
Pretty much. And the drama of those circumstances is baked right into the music. You hear a band fighting for its life, trying to prove they have a right to exist outside that massive shadow of the past.
Because the stakes couldn't have been higher for him.
No, they couldn't.
They were backed into a corner, and the music reflects that desperate scramble.
Yes. But then you contrast that with an album like Venus and Mars, which comes later.
Right, the follow-up.
Yeah. And that is the sound of a band that has survived the fire.
Yeah.
Like they have wealth again. They have these massive stadium tours.
They're back on top.
Exactly. They have nothing left to prove to anyone. So the sound is polished, expansive, and honestly, it's just a band choosing to enjoy itself.
Unashamed of its own ambition.
Totally unashamed.
Which, brings up a fascinating philosophical question for you to think about as we go through this.
Oh, hit me.
Which kind of greatness matters more?
Mm.
The kind of art that gets forged when everything is on the line in a crisis? Or the kind of greatness that arrives when the crisis is over, the pressure is off, and you have the vast freedom to just flex your raw talent?
That is a great question.
Because that post-crisis era, that's exactly where McCartney finds himself with the bandwidth to be, well, exceptionally petty.
Huh. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
And, that lack of visible angst is precisely what drove the critical establishment crazy.
They hated it.
They did. When he reached that level of post-crisis confidence, he wasn't torturing himself for his art anymore.
Yeah.
And the snobbery he faced in the post-Beatles landscape was just intense.
Because rock journalism in the 1970s was a very serious business.
So very serious.
Yeah.
Critics believed that, especially in the wake of the Vietnam War and all that massive social upheaval, rock music needed to be gritty. It needed to be political.
And the criticism was relentless. Like, you had high-profile critics and even his former songwriting partner, John Lennon, openly accusing him of being soft.
Yeah, calling his music sentimental slush.
Exactly. They said he was too domestic. There was this prevailing attitude in the rock world that if you weren't writing about heavy geopolitical issues or like existential dread or some trippy philosophical concept,
then your music was somehow invalid.
Yeah. Simple romance was treated like a literal crime against the genre.
The prevailing wisdom was basically that rock and roll had to be edgy and rebellious in this very specific, aggressive way. So McCartney, writing songs about his wife or his family farm in Scotland or just basic domestic bliss, it was viewed almost as a betrayal.
A betrayal of the rock ethos. So how does he fight back?
Well, he doesn't hold a press conference to complain, I'll tell you that.
Right. And he doesn't write some scathing, angry rock anthem about how unfair the media is treating him?
No, he does something much smarter. In 1976, he releases Silly Love Songs.
Oh, man. Such a brilliant move.
It is.
By cheekily adopting the label silly right there in the chorus, he essentially performs this masterstroke of lyrical jujitsu.
Lyrical jujitsu, I love that.
Well, it's true. He robs those critics of their primary weapon before they can even draw it.
Right, he beats them to the punch.
It's like a rap battle where you point out your own flaws before the opponent can, and it instantly disarms them. He takes their exact insult, owns it, and turns it into a massive hook.
It's so smart. The lyrics are, you'd think that people would have had enough of silly love songs, but I look around me and I see it isn't so.
Yeah, so good.
He's validating his own artistic mission by pointing out a universal human truth. Like, love is something people actually want and need.
Yeah, it's universal.
He was happy, he was in love, and he just refused to apologize for reflecting that in his art, just because a few high-minded critics preferred misery.
It honestly reminds me of how a modern pop star or maybe an internet personality might take a hateful meme about themselves and just print it on their own tour merchandise.
Oh, totally. Profiting off the haters.
Exactly. You take the sting out of the insult by monetizing it. But the real genius of Silly Love Songs is that the musical packaging is a trap.
A complete trap.
He dares the listener to call it simple pablum, which is just a fancy word for bland, easy-to-swallow mush, and then he delivers this incredibly intricate funk and rhythm masterpiece.
He deliberately constructed the song to be technically undeniable. Like, he wanted to make absolutely sure that no cynic could dismiss it as dumbed down.
Right.
Let's start with the foundation. The song is driven by one of the most melodic, sophisticated bass lines in pop history.
Yeah, that bass line is legendary.
And he's playing the bass himself, utilizing the full range of the instrument. It's highly syncopated and just incredibly active.
And for anyone listening who isn't a musician, syncopation basically means he's emphasizing the offbeats.
Right.
Instead of playing squarely on the 1, 2, 3, 4, he's dancing all around those main beats. It creates this bouncy, unpredictable rhythm that literally forces your body to groove.
It really pulls you in.
That bass line is just strutting. It's walking all over the critics.
And then you layer on the vocals. The vocal work on this track is an absolute masterclass in counterpoint.
Which is basically when you have several distinct, independent melodies happening at the exact same time, but they interlock perfectly.
Right.
You have Paul, Linda, and Denny Lane all singing their own separate parts, just overlapping each other.
It's dizzying.
It takes immense skill to write counterpoint that doesn't just sound like a messy traffic jam. It creates this dense, giddy texture that rivals what the Beach Boys achieved on God Only Knows.
The vocal arrangement is so intense, but, it feels completely effortless to the listener.
Just smooth.
Yeah. And we cannot forget the horn section. He brought in an ad hoc horn section and basically allowed them to arrange their own parts.
Wait, really? Just let them do it?
Yeah. Think about the sheer jazz confidence required to do that on a massive pop single.
That's wild.
He was essentially saying, you want complexity,
Right.
here's a multi-layered piece of sonic warfare, but I'm going to wrap it in a melody so catchy that you won't even realize how complex it is until you try to play it yourself.
Sonic warfare wrapped in a disco ribbon.
Absolutely.
And the victory lap was devastating. Like, this wasn't just a minor hit. Silly Love Songs caused undeniable commercial destruction.
Oh, it dominated.
It spent 5 non-consecutive weeks at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. It went gold. It became Billboard's #1 pop song for the entire year of 1976.
The commercial success was the ultimate vindication.
For sure.
Because by achieving the year-end #1, McCartney became the first person in history to secure that specific honor with 2 distinct acts.
Wow.
He had done it with the Beatles, and now he was doing it with Wings. Money talks, and the charts confirmed the value of his sentimentality.
Even the critics had to slowly back away with their hands up.
Mostly.
I mean, you still had some holdouts like Robert Christgau, who sniffed at it and called it charming if lightweight.
Typical.
Right. But others, like Stephen Holden, saw exactly what he was doing and praised it as a clever retort. He basically forced them to respect the craft.
He gave them no choice.
Which brings up something kind of wild. I have to ask about this. He rarely plays his biggest Billboard hit live today.
Yeah, that's true.
I have to assume he just got sick of the song after 1976, or maybe he resents it somehow.
Oh, no, it has nothing to do with resentment. It actually comes down to the strict technical demands of the song and how his touring band has evolved.
Oh.
Recreating Silly Love Songs requires highly specific 1970s instrumentation, that distinct disco funk swagger.
Right, the strings and horns.
And those precise 3-part overlapping vocal counterpoints from the Wings era. His modern touring band leans much more toward a heavy, guitar-driven rock aesthetic.
Ah, that makes sense.
So the song just doesn't seamlessly fit into a set list alongside the raw energy of his other classics.
That actually highlights a crucial vulnerability in his whole strategy here.
How so?
Well, Silly Love Songs works flawlessly because the audience understood the joke. They shared his cultural frame of reference.
Right. They do the context.
They understood the critical backlash he was facing, and they understood the disco aesthetic he was utilizing. But what happens when that shared context completely shatters?
Oh, boy.
What happens when a playful, parodic approach collides head-on with real-world Cold War geopolitics?
You get one of the most misunderstood controversies of his entire career.
Let's get into it.
To understand this one, we have to jump back a bit to 1968, to the ashram in Rishikesh, India.
Right. The band is out there studying transcendental meditation, and they have some very famous company with them.
Yeah, Mike Love of the Beach Boys is there. And during their time together, Love casually suggests to McCartney that he should write a Soviet counterpart to Chuck Berry's classic rock and roll anthem, Back in the USA.
Just as a joke, basically.
Yeah. And McCartney hears this idea and immediately runs with it, crafting this brilliant double pastiche.
And a pastiche being a piece of art that intentionally imitates the style of other artists.
Exactly.
He's taking the driving, patriotic rock structure of Chuck Berry, and he's injecting it with the sunny, hyper-optimistic, girl-obsessed aesthetic of the Beach Boys.
Specifically California Girls.
Right, exactly.
He transplants that entire California surf rock formula. The sweeping falsettos, the cataloging of desirable women from different regions straight into the Soviet Union.
It's such a bizarre mashup.
It is. So instead of wishing they all could be California girls, he's singing about how Ukraine girls knock him out and Moscow girls make him sing and shout.
Yeah.
He applies the brightest, sunniest musical sound to what was, at the time, the bleakest subject imaginable to a Western audience.
And the wordplay goes even deeper than that. Back in the UK, there was this earnest patriotic movement going on called the I'm Backing Britain campaign.
Oh, right.
It was an initiative trying to boost domestic industry, encouraging people to work harder for the economy. McCartney takes that desperate nationalist slogan and cheekily flips it to backing the USSR.
Just poking fun at everyone.
He's playing with words, flipping expectations, but the execution of the track itself, it's so visceral. Like, this isn't polished pop. This is raw, feral rock.
The production backstory totally explains that feral energy, though.
Oh, the sessions were a mess.
Yeah. During the sessions for the White Album, the tension in the studio reached a boiling point. Ringo Starr felt totally alienated and actually quit the band for a brief period.
Walked right out.
So back in the USSR, McCartney just jumps behind the drum kit himself to play the drum track, with John Lennon and George Harrison supporting him on percussion.
He's just bashing away at the kit.
That's exactly.
It gives the song this immediate, unpolished rock and roll punch. It's a stark contrast from the meticulous, heavily orchestrated layering they had perfected just a year prior on an album like Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Completely different vibe.
This was straightforward, aggressive rock, and then they framed the entire song with the literal sound effects of a roaring jet engine, which they recorded at London Airport.
That jet engine sound establishes this intense feeling of long-distance travel, of crossing a massive, formidable boundary. It highlights the stark isolation of the Iron Curtain. You hear those turbines, and you know you're flying into territory that is entirely cut off from the Western world.
Yeah, you feel the distance.
It adds this documentary realism to the parody. But that realism, combined with the upbeat tone, it collided disastrously with the historical timeline. The timing of this release was catastrophic.
Because the White Album drops in November 1968. And just 3 months prior, in August, Soviet tanks rolled into Czechoslovakia. They brutally crushed the Prague Spring, which was this blossoming democratic reform movement led by Alexander Dubček.
It was horrific.
The whole world is watching this terrifying display of Soviet authoritarianism as Warsaw Pact forces violently suppress a nation trying to open up.
The geopolitical tension was at an absolute peak. The lines of the Cold War were hardened, and the brutality of the Soviet regime was front-page news every single day.
Wait, I have to push back here for a second.
Go ahead.
They watched a democratic movement get crushed by tanks, releasing a sunny, upbeat song about how lucky you are, boy, to be in the USSR just 3 months later. That doesn't sound like staunch artistic integrity to me.
I hear you.
It sounds like massive tone-deaf political naivety. Was he just completely checked out?
Well, that's a debate that still goes on. McCartney intended the song as an affectionate parody, completely divorced from foreign policy.
Right.
But when historical circumstances shift that dramatically, the public's reception shifts right along with it. The satire failed mechanically.
Because you just can't do it.
Exactly. You cannot apply a bright, bouncy Beach Boys melody to an oppressive regime right after a violent invasion.
It's too much of a clash.
The juxtaposition is too jarring. It literally short-circuits the listener's brain. The audience simply could not process it as a joke.
And the backlash was fierce. What's fascinating is that it came simultaneously from opposite ends of the political spectrum.
Oh, nobody was happy.
Let's look at those reactions, because they are wild. On the political right, the reaction was pure alarm. They condemned the song as dangerous communist sympathy.
Yep.
They argued it was subversive propaganda designed to corrupt Western youth and soften their stance against the Soviet threat.
And on the other side, the reaction from the New Left and anti-war activists was equally furious, though for totally different reasons.
Right.
They saw the song as unforgivably trivializing Soviet imperialism. For activists who were actively supporting democratic reform in Eastern Europe, a cheerful pop song celebrating the USSR just weeks after tanks rolled through Prague was viewed as deeply offensive.
Just incredibly out of touch with the very real suffering of the Czechoslovakian people.
Exactly.
Both sides of the aisle were enraged, but neither side actually got the joke. They missed the Chuck Berry homage, and they completely missed the Beach Boys parody.
Completely flew over their heads.
They took a musical pastiche and treated it like a sincere, calculated political manifesto.
Which is ironic, because at that stage in their career, the Beatles actively avoided direct political ideology.
Yeah, they stayed out of it, mostly.
I mean, later on, John Lennon's solo work would become overtly political. But as a band, they preferred to maintain a generalized, vaguely countercultural stance. They weren't writing policy papers, they were writing pop music.
But just writing from that specific perspective was a violation of the rules, right?
Ugh, huge violation. Back in the USSR, broke a massive unspoken taboo of Western pop culture in 1968.
Because of how the enemy was viewed.
Yes. The Soviet Union was viewed strictly as an abstract, looming threat. It wasn't treated as a real place with real people and real culture.
Right.
So by writing from the perspective of an enthusiastic, homesick Soviet citizen who just misses the local girls and the snowy landscapes, McCartney was humanizing the Cold War enemy.
Yeah, giving them a normal life.
And even wrapped in a parody, that humanization was deeply transgressive for the era.
So what does this all mean when we put these two stories side by side?
I think both of these songs prove that Paul McCartney's particular brand of genius was very often disguised. He didn't always wear his artistic complexity on his sleeve. Sometimes he hid his sharpest musical defenses wrapped in a shimmering disco ribbon, like we saw with Silly Love Songs.
Yeah.
And other times, he hid his most transgressive, rule-breaking ideas inside a sunny, upbeat surf rock parody.
It all comes down to the shared cultural framework. Like when the audience shared his frame of reference, when they understood the critical snobbery he was facing and the disco aesthetic he was utilizing, he could execute a flawless victory.
And laugh all the way to the top of the Billboard charts.
Exactly. But when volatile historical circumstances shattered that shared understanding, as they did in the aftermath of the Prague Spring, the audience lost the ability to decode the satire.
The shared context just vanished.
And he accidentally sparked an international political controversy with what was supposed to be a lighthearted musical joke.
It just shows you how much power lies beneath the surface of a catchy melody.
It truly does. Which leaves you with a final, slightly unsettling thought to mull over.
I'm ready.
If one of the greatest, most successful songwriters of all time regularly hid his sharpest artistic defenses and his most transgressive, boundary-pushing ideas inside seemingly silly pop hooks and sunny parodies, what current, seemingly throwaway pop hits are we misinterpreting right now simply because we are taking them entirely at face value? Chapter 4, George, the Quiet Spiritualist.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So we are stripping away the public relations myth right now. You know the image, right? Like matching tailored suits, the mop top hair, that harmless, cheeky, innocent.
Oh, totally. The whole clean-cut boy band vibe.
Right, but today we are shattering that completely. Our mission for you is to pull back the curtain on the shockingly chaotic romantic reality of the world's biggest band. I mean, behind that absolute charm was a reality of constant sexual opportunity that, honestly, very few men in human history have ever experienced.
Yeah, well, they took full advantage of it. So the question you have to ask yourself isn't whether they were world-class flirts. I mean, that is established rock history.
Yeah, that's just a given at this point.
Exactly. The mystery we are solving today is who actually takes home the trophy on the Beatles womanizing scoreboard? Like, is it the guy who spent a year in bed for peace? Or maybe someone entirely unexpected?
Well, to understand how they handled that staggering level of fame, you have to look at where their psychological baseline was forged, and it was definitely not in a pristine recording studio.
Right. Long before the colorful uniforms of this Pepper era, they were just four sweaty teenagers in leather jackets living in the gritty red light district of Hamburg, Germany.
The Reeperbahn. I mean, they were living in a tiny windowless room right behind the screen at the Bambino Cinema. I look at Hamburg as essentially a PhD program in how to be a rock star, but with a heavy emphasis on the fringe benefits.
Oh, for sure.
Like, Paul wasn't just learning to play bass in those clubs. They were all getting a crash course in extreme moral flexibility.
That environment completely rewired their brains. They were performing 8-hour marathon sets, completely surrounded by sex workers, sailors, and just a general atmosphere of pure survival and excess.
Which, breaks down any conventional boundaries they might have brought over from Liverpool.
Absolutely. Pete Best, their drummer before Ringo, noted they would literally have hookups in that tiny room while the others were sleeping or even performing.
Wow. And John openly joked that they learned more about life in those wild German nights than in any classroom. It just became their normal. So, when Beatlemania explodes in 1964, the Temptations aren't just walking up to them in a smoky club anymore.
No, they are in a permanent state of siege. I mean, fans are hiding in laundry baskets and luggage carts just to get a glimpse of them.
Right. Saying no would have required the discipline of a monk. And they were far from monks.
Just look at their first visit to America in February 1964. Ringo starts dating a peppermint lounge dancer named Jerry Miller, and she didn't even drink or smoke, but he arranged to meet her after her 4 a.m. shift.
Wait, 4 a.m.? That's dedication.
Yeah. And Paul was dating the film actress Jill Haysworth, while George hooked up with Estelle Bennett of the Ronettes.
So when you take 4 young men conditioned in that absolute chaos and suddenly drop them into attempts at domesticity, the results are predictably catastrophic. Which brings us to the scoreboard.
The messy domestic lives.
Exactly. Let's start with the sheer chaos of John. He married Cynthia Powell in 1962 simply because she was pregnant with Julian. He then proceeded to treat that marriage like a secret club he just completely forgot to attend.
What strikes me about Cynthia's perspective from her 2005 memoir is that she doesn't show bitterness, but more of a weary sadness. She saw John not as a rock god, but as an insecure husband using women to reassure himself.
Because he was hopeless at resisting temptation. And the Beatlemania machine just ate the marriage alive, but his affairs were not always fleeting either.
Right, like his long, intense relationship with Alma Cogan. She was a major British pop star from the 1950s, nearly 10 years older than him. They would meet in secret at her London apartment, which became an emotional refuge for him.
Now, John does get points for brutal honesty. He explicitly stated, "I was a hitter and a womanizer." You just don't hear that kind of dark self-reflection from 1960s pop stars.
No, you don't. But that honesty carried over into his later relationships, even if the behavior didn't improve. I mean, the transition to Yoko Ono was incredibly messy. And then you have his infamous 18-month Lost Weekend,
where he and a 22-year-old assistant named May Pang embarked on a bender that basically set the industry standard for 1970s rock star excess.
Yet technically that was not behind Yoko's back. Yoko orchestrated the separation. She monitored them intensely, though, making 10 to 15 daily calls to check in.
10 to 15 calls a day. That is wild. But, if John's affairs were driven by a desperate private chaos, Paul's approach resulted in the most spectacular public television breakup in British history.
Oh, the Jane Asher situation?
Yes. It was a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek that ended when Jane walked in and found Paul in his own bed with a woman named Francie Schwartz,
who later wrote a memoir about the experience, subtly titled Body Count.
Body Count, yeah. And the way Jane ended the engagement is the ultimate 1960s mic drop. She goes on the BBC television show D-Time and gives Paul absolutely no warning. She just dumps him on national TV.
Which is a massive public humiliation. But Paul experiences a sudden shift here, right? A major redemption arc. He meets Linda and becomes a devoted husband for nearly 30 years.
Right, though there were later claims, like Susie Thunder asserting she bagged Paul in the late 70s. His overall trajectory shifted dramatically toward fierce domestic stability. Which brings us to Ringo.
Ringo gets the least worst award here. He married Maureen in 1965, and his vice was the bottle, not the bedroom.
Okay, so we have John's destructive honesty, Paul's public humiliation, and Ringo's relative restraint. If John was the most chaotic and Paul suffered the biggest television disaster, who actually takes the trophy?
Well, the true winner of the scoreboard was operating entirely under the radar, hiding behind a sitar.
George Harrison.
George Harrison. The quiet one, who turns out to have been the efficient one. He wins the longevity award, from the Hamburg days right up to his marriage to Olivia.
But he also takes the betrayal bonus. I mean, while preaching Eastern spirituality, he was sleeping with Ringo's wife, Maureen.
The ultimate betrayal. And the way Ringo figured it out is chilling. Maureen started carrying George's favorite brand of cigarettes, Marlboros. Ringo noticed the shift, and John Lennon flat out called the affair virtual incest.
You see this massive psychological contradiction in George. I mean, imagine using transcendental meditation as a literal get-out-of-jail-free card for cheating on your spouse.
Right. His monastic detachment made his cheating feel like a philosophical choice. There was a party where he openly flirted with a French woman right in front of his wife, Patty Boyd.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And when Patty confronted him, he calmly told her, "I'm going to her room," as if he were just getting a glass of water.
That is unnerving transparency. And consider the famous Eric Clapton irony. Clapton steals Patty, inspiring the song Lila.
Yeah.
But George had already completely destroyed the marriage.
Exactly. George's later quip about Clapton was just, "We shared the same wife." He was entirely brazen about it.
And he had the spiritual alibi. He would use the Radha Krishna temple to disappear for days. He even snuck a woman into Friar Park while Patty was there, shrugging it off as if earthly morals simply didn't apply to him.
He was the least enlightened about treating women with basic decency, proving you can seek cosmic enlightenment while acting entirely earthbound.
But, this cognitive dissonance brings us to the most compelling part of his legacy, because it's precisely this deeply flawed, spiritually tortured man who ended up writing the most enduring, universally beloved music of the post-Beatles era.
He statistically conquered the streaming era, surpassing the legendary Lennon and McCartney duo.
Oh, the numbers are insane. Look at the undisputed champion, Here Comes the Sun. It has 1.6 billion streams on Spotify. First 1960s song to hit 1 billion.
And he wrote it in Eric Clapton's garden while playing truant from an Apple Corps meeting.
It is entirely timeless.
How?
I played it for my 12-year-old daughter, and she thought it was a new song. To put it in perspective, you have The Weeknd's Blinding Lights at 5.1 billion streams.
Right, a massive modern hit.
Yeah, and you have recent hits by Billie Eilish and Sabrina Carpenter, but Here Comes the Sun holds its own against modern pop in a way nothing else from that era does.
Then you look at something. Sinatra called it the greatest love song of the past 50 years. Over 150 covers.
And think about the staggering irony there. He wrote it for Pattie Boyd, the exact same wife he was serially betraying.
The art is beautiful while the reality was agonizing. And his solo career carried that same massive weight. My Sweet Lord has 666 million streams.
Blending Hare Krishna with Hallelujah.
Exactly. Even with the subconscious plagiarism of He's So Fine, the spiritual sincerity keeps it beloved. He also gave us While My Guitar Gently Weeps, just by randomly opening a book and having Clapton guest solo.
Not to mention Got My Mindset on You, which was his massive 1987 comeback cover of an obscure R&B track, and
Yep.
Give Me Love, which literally knocked McCartney off the #1 spot.
Plus the pop perfection of What Is Life.
Which brings us to the incredible vindication of All Things Must Pass. John and Paul explicitly vetoed that song during the Beatles years.
And it ends up becoming the title track of the most successful solo album by any ex-Beatle.
So how do you connect the music back to the man? Like, why do his songs resonate so deeply with Generation Z today?
Honestly, maybe it's because he was so flawed. The spiritual sincerity in a track like Give Me Love isn't from a perfect guru. It's from a messy human desperately pleading for peace he couldn't find in his own life.
That perfectly summarizes the journey. From the sweaty Reaper Bond clubs, treating fidelity as a joke, to the heights of spiritual and musical legacy.
Proving that you can introduce cosmic consciousness to pop culture and still behave with a remarkable lack of decency in your own living room.
Which leaves you with a challenging question to walk away with.
Yeah.
When you look at this legacy, how do you separate the art from the artist? If Here Comes the Sun brings genuine light and hope to billions of people, does it matter that the man who wrote it left a trail of betrayal in his private life? Can a pursuit of cosmic enlightenment through art ever truly balance out a lack of basic decency in the living room? Something for you to ponder.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Think about the last time you opened up Spotify or Apple Music and put on a 1960s classic rock playlist. You probably assume you know exactly who engineered the defining sound of that decade, right?
Oh, absolutely. We've been told our whole lives which specific tracks define that era.
Exactly. And we're told exactly which legendary frontmen wrote them. But modern listeners who are completely unburdened by boomer nostalgia or the rigid dictates of 1960s radio programmers have effectively rewritten the entire legacy of the biggest band in human history.
We get completely flipped the script.
Yeah, because the most streamed song globally, the very first song from the entire 1960s to smash past 1 billion streams on Spotify and is actually cruising past 1.75 billion right now, is not by John Lennon.
Nope.
And it's not by Paul McCartney. It is George Harrison's Here Comes the Sun.
Which represents the ultimate victory of what we can call the digital democracy.
Oh, I like that term.
Right. Because for decades, men in boardrooms decided what a hit was. I mean, they controlled the physical distribution, the record presses, the radio promotion. But today, fans simply vote with their ears.
You just stream what you genuinely connect with.
Exactly. You completely ignore the historical marketing.
Yeah.
And the data proves that when given the choice, millions of people gravitate straight toward the quiet, historically overlooked junior partner of the band.
Okay, let's unpack this, because to truly understand why this specific track resonates with billions of you today, we have to look at the absolute misery George was escaping from when he wrote it.
Spring 1969 was just a waking nightmare for him. And this was not your typical rock star drama either.
No, it was dark.
Yeah, it was a slow-motion, highly publicized implosion of his entire life's work. Let's just look at his reality right before writing this song. He had temporarily quit the band in January.
Right, during those notoriously miserable sessions for what would become the Let It Be project.
Exactly. The tensions were just suffocating. And he had cameras literally filming every tense argument. They were capturing the dissolution of his oldest friendships on tape.
Just a horrific environment.
Completely. And on top of that, he had recently been arrested for marijuana possession by a notoriously zealous police squad. So he's being dragged into legal hell. And physically. He had just had his tonsils removed.
Which, if you make your living as a singer, has to be incredibly terrifying.
Oh, without a doubt.
I mean, the physical pain alone is one thing, but the anxiety over whether your voice will ever sound the same has to be paralyzing.
It's a career-threatening procedure. But, perhaps the most soul-crushing part of this entire period was the total dysfunction of Apple Corps, the band's company.
They were just bleeding money, weren't they?
Hemorrhaging money.
Yeah.
The artistic utopia they originally envisioned had devolved into this bureaucratic nightmare. They had bizarre inventors pitching them magic electronics. Yeah, hangers-on draining their accounts and vicious legal battles brewing everywhere.
I always think about that specific tragedy. Imagine being an incredibly talented, spiritually seeking artist who just wants to create.
All right.
But instead of making art, you are permanently trapped in the world's worst corporate HR seminar.
That is exactly what it was.
You're just sitting in a drab, cigarette smoke-filled conference room, forced to argue about tax implications and licensing agreements and royalty percentages, while accountants drone on endlessly.
George even wrote in his autobiography that Apple had become like a terrible school where they were forced to be businessmen. He said it was just sign this piece of paper, sign that piece of paper.
Just soul-draining.
Yeah. So on a beautiful day in April 1969, he just snapped. He decided to play hooky.
Good for him.
Right. Instead of walking into yet another bleak corporate meeting, he got in his car and drove out to his friend Eric Clapton's house.
Down in Surrey, right. Hurtwood Edge.
That's the one. He just wandered into Clapton's garden with an acoustic guitar, soaking up this unseasonably warm April sunshine.
Which completely changes how you hear the lyrics, because when you look at that context, the lyrics aren't some clever, poetic metaphor.
No.
When he sings about a long, cold, lonely winter, he is being entirely literal. Sure, the English weather had been terrible, but his emotional and professional life was an absolute frozen wasteland.
Yeah, a total wasteland.
Yeah.
And he actually finished writing the lyrics later while on vacation in Sardinia.
Which makes sense. The song is just a pure, unfiltered expression of universal gratitude for feeling warmth after a period of total darkness.
It is the sound of pure relief. I mean, relief from the meetings, relief from the legal troubles, relief from the impossibly heavy burden of being in that band.
So he finds his emotional escape in that garden. But here's the rub. Taking that beautiful, simple vision and bringing it to life in the studio meant he had to go right back into the very environment that was driving him insane.
Way back into the fire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He had to navigate the exact same toxic band dynamics to get the song recorded.
And this highlights the historic power dynamic of the group. It's what we can call the junior partner problem.
Right.
From the very beginning, the two main frontmen were the engine. They split the albums between them. The drummer usually got one song, and George was left fighting for whatever scraps of vinyl remained.
If he was lucky, he got two songs.
Yeah, often he only got one. And sometimes none at all.
Hold on, though. Just to be entirely fair to the other guys in the band, was George actually bringing them finished, undeniable masterpieces back in 1964? Or did it legitimately take him longer to mature as a songwriter?
That is a completely fair point. He absolutely was a late bloomer. In the early days, he was just trying to figure out how to write a bridge while the other two were already churning out global #1 hits.
Right, they were machines.
Exactly. But the problem was that by 1968, he was writing absolute gold, and they were still treating him like the kid brother.
So they finally start recording Here Comes the Sun on July 7, 1969. They do 13 takes. But the primary rhythm guitarist, the founder of the band, was not there.
No, he was not.
He was recovering from a car crash up in Scotland and missed the sessions entirely. So I have to ask, was that literal physical absence the secret ingredient here? Did his missing those sessions give George the creative oxygen he desperately needed to finally build a masterpiece without being second-guessed?
What's fascinating here is how this studio environment transformed the moment George had the floor completely to himself.
Yeah.
Without that towering psychological presence dominating the room, George meticulously constructed an absolute marvel. Let's look at the technical brilliance of how he built this. First, he put a capo on the 7th fret of his acoustic guitar.
For anyone who doesn't play guitar, what does a capo physically do?
It's a small mechanical clamp that you attach across the neck of the guitar. So by clamping down on the strings at the 7th fret, you are physically shortening the vibrating length of the strings.
So it makes it higher.
It shifts the entire pitch up significantly, yes, But more importantly, it completely changes the tonal quality. It gives the acoustic guitar an incredibly bright, ringing, almost mandolin-like punch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that shimmering, high-pitched acoustic sound is the defining bedrock of the track. And after laying that down, he spent hours obsessing over acoustic overdubs, layering a harmonium, and clapping out rhythms with the bass player.
He was completely in the driver's seat for once.
Completely. Then, on August 15th, the band's legendary producer brought in an orchestral arrangement. But notice how specific the instrumentation is. You have 4 violas, 4 cellos, the deep resonance of the double bass, plus piccolos, flutes, and clarinets.
Why that specific combination? That's not your standard pop orchestra.
Because he deliberately excluded violins and trumpets.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, violins and brass can sound piercing or overly triumphant. Cellos, violas, and the double bass provide an incredibly rich, woody, organic low end. It adds a literal blanket of acoustic warmth to the song without overwhelming the delicate guitar picking.
It is the exact sonic opposite of a cold, sterile corporate boardroom.
Exactly. And then on August 19 comes the true masterstroke, the Moog synthesizer.
Oh, man. We have to paint a picture of the Moog in 1969. This was not a sleek little keyboard you just plugged into the wall and started playing chords on.
Not at all.
It was a massive, complex wall of exposed wires, dials, and circuitry.
It looked like a telephone operator's switchboard from the 1920s. It was incredibly temperamental. You couldn't even play chords on it. It could only produce one note at a time.
You had to physically patch a cable from an oscillator to a filter just to generate a sound, right?
Yes. But George had been intensely experimenting with it. And he uses it on this track to literally mimic the sun rising.
How so?
There's a concept in audio engineering called an increasing brilliance of timbre. Yet timbre is essentially the color or texture of a sound. As the song progresses, George physically manipulates the Moog's dials, so the synthesized notes get noticeably brighter, more present, and more radiant.
Wow.
The sound physically mimics sunshine, breaking through a dense layer of clouds.
And while all this lush, beautiful stuff is happening, he slips in these wildly complex time signatures during the bridge section.
Yes. The sun, 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 here it comes section. The verses of the song are in standard 44 time, which is your basic rock and roll foot tapping beat.
Right.
But the bridge suddenly jumps into 118 time, then back to 44, and then into 78.
How do you even explain 118 time to a non-musician?
Imagine tapping your foot to a completely normal, steady rock beat. But suddenly, a fraction of a beat goes missing, forcing your brain to skip a heartbeat to catch up.
That sounds chaotic.
It creates a feeling of rolling momentum. Those uneven patterns are pulled directly from Indian classical music, which George had studied extensively in the late 60s.
But the genius is that he integrates those complex, jagged rhythms so smoothly that it sounds completely effortless and poppy. You don't even realize you are listening to avant-garde, non-Western rhythmic structures.
He creates a certified masterpiece. The producer himself called it one of the best songs ever written. But the 20th century music industry still had no idea what to do with the quiet Beatle.
Because they were operating in the scarcity era. The entire history of popular music up until the digital revolution was dictated by a handful of men in suits at major record labels.
Exactly. Releasing a 7-inch vinyl single was a massive, expensive industrial operation. You had to physically press the wax, print the cardboard sleeves, ship them on trucks to thousands of individual record stores, and fight for extremely limited, fiercely competitive radio airplay.
There was also a bizarre cultural rule in the UK at the time, right? The value for money rule.
That's right. UK audiences in the 1960s felt profoundly cheated if they bought a 2-song single and then found the exact same song on the full album a few months later.
So weird.
It was. To avoid looking like greedy corporate cheats, bands regularly kept their absolute biggest hits off their LP records entirely.
Imagine if today, Taylor Swift left her absolute biggest chart-topping hit off her new album just so fans wouldn't feel cheated by buying it twice.
Right. It makes no sense today.
It sounds insane to us now, but back then, massive cultural touchstones were routinely left off albums to preserve this value for money.
Exactly. So when it came time to pick a promotional single for the Abbey Road album, the label went with George's other masterpiece, Something.
Because you couldn't put 2 songs by the junior partner on a single.
Right. So Here Comes the Sun was relegated to just being a nice album track. Its fate was entirely at the mercy of radio programmers, and those programmers heavily favored the established hits by the 2 main frontmen.
Here's where it gets really interesting. You fast forward to today, to Spotify and Apple Music, and the entire landscape is a completely leveled digital playing field.
Completely leveled.
In this environment, every single track on an album has the exact same digital real estate as a heavily manufactured #1 single. The physical limitations of wax, cardboard, and shipping trucks are gone. You, the listener, decide the legacy now.
And this transition has surfaced what we can call the organic top 10.
The organic top 10.
Yeah, the streaming metrics reveal an incredible divergence between what 1960s executives thought was important and what modern audiences actually crave. If we combine equivalent album sales, certification data, and live streaming metrics, the entire historical hierarchy of the catalog is completely upended.
Let's break down this organic top 10 because instead of just reading a list, if you look at the themes of what people are streaming, the contrast with the 1960s is mind-blowing. First, you have this massive modern demand for intimacy and mindfulness.
Definitely.
Right behind Here Comes the Sun is the acoustic track Blackbird, sitting at well over 640 million streams, and further down the list is Across the Universe at 210 million streams.
Which perfectly illustrates the disconnect. In 1968, a stripped-back acoustic track with nothing but a guitar and foot tapping was viewed by executives as just an album fragment.
It was just filler to them.
Exactly. But today,
It
is absolutely perfect for the modern lo-fi aesthetic. Its intimacy is exactly what younger generations want to stream while studying or relaxing.
And Across the Universe is even more fascinating.
Oh, the band fundamentally gave up on that song. They couldn't agree on an arrangement, and it was essentially thrown away to a charity compilation. But its ethereal, hypnotic vibe perfectly fits the modern listener's interest in ambient meditation music.
Then you have a second major theme, which is nostalgia and pure pop instinct. In My Life has over 580 million streams. It is the ultimate nostalgic reflection track. And then there is Obla Da with 340 million streams, which is the ultimate family-friendly earworm.
And yet, back in 1965, the label completely ignored the single potential of In My Life.
A third theme that jumps out is the vindication of the weird, the band, and the overly ambitious. You have George again with While My Guitar Gently Weeps, pushing 350 million streams. You have the grand finale of Sgt. Pepper, A Day in the Life, at 190 million streams. And you have Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds at 185 million streams.
All songs that the 1960s infrastructure simply couldn't process. Executives thought George's guitar epic was way too long for AM pop radio, which demanded snappy 2-minute tracks. But today's listener with a smartphone doesn't care about AM radio or time constraints.
Not one bit.
And think about the reality of 1967 radio. You could never play an avant-garde orchestral swell that ends in a 40-second decaying piano chord on a tinny AM car radio. The frequencies wouldn't even translate. It just sounded like mud.
Today, on high-quality headphones, it sounds godlike.
Exactly. As for Lucy, it was buried because of the gatekeepers. The BBC banned it due to rumors that the title was code for LSD. The label knew a single would be dead on arrival at radio stations, so they hid it on the album.
The final theme is the format breakers. The Golden Slumbers carry that weight. Medley has 150 million streams. Beautiful, emotional music, but physically impossible to sell as a standalone 45 RPM record back then because it doesn't have a traditional start or end. It just bleeds into the surrounding tracks.
Right.
But the one that really fascinates me is the acoustic song I Will. It is currently over 110 million streams, and it is under 2 minutes long. Are platforms like TikTok and short-form video algorithms actually uncovering bite-sized genius that the 60s ignored as filler? Or are we just mathematically rewarding anything short enough to fit an attention span of a video clip, even if the bongos on the track are, frankly, a bit too loud?
It is inevitably a mix of both. Modern algorithms absolutely favor brevity, but a song still needs an undeniable melodic hook to go viral across millions of videos.
That makes sense.
What was considered too brief to be a standalone hit in 1968 turns out to be the exact perfect blueprint for a viral hit today.
That entire structural shift gave George Harrison the ultimate vindication, and it did not just stop with that final studio album. When the band finally broke up, George wasn't scrambling for ideas. He was sitting on a massive, overflowing backlog of rejected genius that he was finally ready to unleash on his own.
His solo debut, a massive triple album called All Things Must Pass, is a monument to that pent-up creativity. Take the track Isn't It a Pity from 1970. It is a sprawling 7-minute epic.
It's a good song.
He'd written it years earlier and offered it to the band multiple times, but the two main songwriters continuously passed on it. When George finally recorded it himself, he built it up from a sparse piano intro into a massive swirling orchestral coda, chanting the title over and over.
It is basically his own personal version of Hey Jude. Releasing that majestic song is the musical equivalent of showing up to your high school reunion incredibly wealthy, successful, and glowing just to show your exes exactly what they missed out on by ignoring you.
He proved unequivocally that he'd been sitting on material equal to, and in some cases, profoundly better than anything his former bandmates were putting out.
He genuinely did.
And his emotional maturity remained fully intact through all of this. We have to look at the song All Those Years Ago from 1981. It was a tribute to his former bandmate after his tragic murder in December 1980.
He actually originally wrote the instrumental track for the drummer to sing, right?
Yes, but after the tragedy, George completely rewrote the lyrics to address his fallen bandmate directly. He wrote lines like, "You were the one who imagined it all."
That's beautiful.
It was a brilliant, gentle chiding of the critics and cynics who had dismissed his friend's message of peace over the years. It featured the original drummer on the kit and the original bass player on backing vocals. It hit #2 on the Billboard charts and served as the absolute closest thing to a reunion the public would ever get until the mid-90s.
He didn't just survive the shadow of those two massive egos. He built an absolute empire completely on his own terms.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, George's commercial instincts were astonishing. Look at the pure sales data over his career. He organized the concert for Bangladesh, which was pop music's very first major charity benefit record.
Creating a blueprint for Live Aid a decade later.
Exactly. He formed a supergroup, creating huge, undeniable hits alongside Bob Dylan, Roy Orbison, and Tom Petty. He proved that he fundamentally understood the mechanics of a great song just as well as the men who used to dictate his guitar parts.
So what does this all mean for you, the listener? We look at this massive mountain of streaming data, the changing of the guard from the physical constraints of vinyl to the freedom of digital democracy, and the triumph of the quietest guy in the room.
Yeah.
The ultimate beautiful irony of this entire story is this. Here Comes the Sun was a song written entirely to escape the soul-crushing bureaucratic business of being in that band. And today, decades later, that exact song, that pure expression of wanting to be free of the corporate machine, has become the single most valuable, widely consumed asset in their entire business empire.
The art simply outlasted the corporate structure that tried to confine it. The audience found the truth in the music, regardless of how it was originally packaged, ignored, or promoted by the executives.
Which leaves you with a pretty massive question to ponder. If the men in suits at major record labels could successfully bury a certified masterpiece for decades simply because they favored the established stars in the room, what brilliant pieces of art, music, or world-changing innovation are currently being hidden from you right now by today's gatekeepers? Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So, jumping right in today, I want you to imagine something. You are a powerful music executive, right? Sitting in this smoke-filled London boardroom, and the year is 1969.
Okay, painting a picture here.
Yeah. And someone puts on an acetate of this brand new track. It's called Here Comes the Sun. You listen to it, you kind of shrug, and you decide, it's not even worth releasing as a single.
Which is just wild to think about now.
Completely wild, because if you fast forward to the 2026 data, that exact song has utterly conquered the global streaming era.
It absolutely has.
So today, we are looking at how modern data, a ridiculously casual Malibu garage session, and a literal studio drumming mistake in 1965 all point to this one incredible truth. The greatest, most enduring musical legacies are almost never born from calculated, corporate record label plans. They come from happy accidents and raw, authentic human connections.
Yeah, that power dynamic between the boardroom and the audience is completely inverted, because back in the 1960s, a record label's A&R department, The artists and repertoire executives, they were the ultimate gatekeeper.
Right, they decided what went on the radio.
Exactly. They decided exactly what you heard. And they always picked the loud, catchy, relentless tracks that were designed for a very short promotional sprint.
Yeah.
But modern streaming technology has dismantled that gate entirely. Today, you, the listener, you're the A&R department.
Which is a huge shift.
It's massive. And the 2026 data reveals that modern audiences are gravitating toward personal, timeless, acoustic-driven tracks. So the songs we used to call deep cuts or like album filler, those are now the undeniable leaders of the legacy.
And the numbers just completely shatter the traditional narrative of that legendary Lennon-McCartney hit machine. I mean, George Harrison's Here Comes the Sun has eclipsed absolute giants. We were talking about songs like Yesterday, Hey Jude, Let It Be.
Yeah, it's the most streamed track in their entire catalog now.
Right. Meanwhile, the early hits, the ones that actually created Beatlemania, they're experiencing a massive decline. Like From Me to You, that was their undisputed UK #1 in 1963. It was a cultural earthquake back then.
Oh, totally.
And today, it has plummeted to the bottom 60 of their catalog. Even monoliths like She Loves You and I Want to Hold Your Hand are just being passed over for quieter album tracks like Blackbird or In My Life.
Well, to understand why that is happening, we have to look at the actual mechanics of modern listening habits and something called skip logic.
Skip logic. Okay, break that down for us.
So when a track plays on a streaming service, the algorithm is carefully monitoring everything. It watches whether you let the song finish or if you skip to the next track. And those early mop-top era hits are very straight ahead.
Right, they're super energetic.
Yeah, they are relentlessly cheerful, highly repetitive, and, they were designed to blast out of a tiny AM radio speaker in a car. But for a modern brain that is accustomed to complex, mood-based playlists, a track like She Love You can feel intensely jarring.
Oh, that makes total sense. Like, if you are putting together an atmospheric Spotify playlist for a dinner party, you aren't picking She Loves You.
Exactly. It lacks the dynamic range modern listeners expect, so they just skip forward to the band's more mature, textured periods.
You want the moody, sophisticated tracks.
Yeah. And that algorithmic penalty extends to what fans affectionately call the granny music filter.
Oh, I love the granny music filter.
Right, because Paul McCartney loved those novelty music hall style tracks,
Yeah.
and they were huge hits at the time. But audiences today have a surprisingly low tolerance for them.
The skip rates on those tracks are just fascinating to look at.
They are. Take Hello Goodbye. It was a massive #1 hit in 1967, but today it carries a remarkably high skip rate. Or Yellow Submarine. It gets actively skipped by adult listeners who just find it far too nursery rhyme-ish for a standard listening session.
Which, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah. And then Oblada presents this really interesting demographic split. It maintains high overall streams purely because it gets looped endlessly on kids' playlists.
Ah, the toddler demographic.
Exactly. But it registers one of the highest active skip rates among listeners over the age of 25.
Hey, hold on. Stop right there. I completely get why adults might skip a jaunty song about a yellow submarine. But you were telling me that John Lennon's Revolution 9, which is, what, an 8-minute avant-garde sound collage of chaotic tape loops, screaming, and random noise, you're saying that is outperforming half of their 1963 pop hits?
It is.
I saw the data showing it has a nearly 80% skip rate within the first 30 seconds. How does an abrasive, terrifying sound experiment beat out pristine global #1 hits? How does that math even begin to work?
Okay, so it comes down to the difference between passive listening and active curiosity.
Yeah.
You're completely right. Listeners almost always bail on Revolution 9 after 30 seconds because it is an incredibly challenging, uncomfortable listen.
To put it mildly.
Right. However, they are actively seeking it out. They hear about this bizarre, terrifying track, and they type it into the search bar just to experience the weirdness for themselves. Millions of people engaging for 30 seconds still counts as a massive volume of streams. It sits comfortably at 10 to 19 million streams, precisely because of its notoriety.
So they basically treat it like an audio haunted house. You walk in, you get spooked, you run out, but you still bought the ticket.
That is a perfect way to look at it. And if you contrast that novelty behavior with the length factor we see on a beloved, universally praised hit like Hey Jude, it's very revealing. Well, modern listeners have had their attention spans fundamentally rewired by short-form video algorithms. They want quick, emotional payoffs. The data shows that listeners will stream Hey Jude, absorb the emotional core of the song, and then right around the 4-minute mark when that famous long na-na-na outro kicks in, they bail.
Wow. They just leave.
Yep. They got the feeling they wanted. and they move on before the song finishes.
Which just goes to prove that lasting power is not about how many physical vinyl copies a song sold in 1964 or, how perfectly constructed the pop hook is. Those early hits were radio sprints. They were designed to grab your attention for 3 weeks. But songs like Here Comes the Sun or In My Life are emotional marathons.
Exactly the point. And George Harrison understood that marathon better than anyone. His triumph in 2026 with a song the label ignored isn't just a late career fluke, it was basically his entire philosophy.
Yeah, he proved time and again that a casual, uncalculated approach completely destroys manufactured hype. I mean, look at 1988.
Like the Wilburys.
Yes. When you hear the word supergroup, you immediately picture, lawyers in expensive suits, intense contract negotiations, massive egos clashing, and $1 million studio time booked months in advance.
That's usually how it goes.
But the Traveling Wilburys, which is arguably the greatest supergroup in rock history, started completely by accident. George Harrison just needed a quick B-side for his European single, Handle with Care.
He was literally just looking for a filler track.
Exactly. And he happens to be having dinner with Jeff Lynne from ELO and the legendary Roy Orbison. He casually asks if they want to record something the next day. They don't even have a studio booked. So George calls up Bob Dylan, who just says, sure, you guys can use my Malibu garage.
Which is incredible on its own.
And it gets better. On the way there, George stops at Tom Petty's house just to grab a guitar he forgot and says, hey, want to come too?
It is a completely uncalculated rock and roll heist. If a record executive tried to put those 5 icons in a room together, the legal paperwork alone would have taken 5 years.
Oh, easily.
But because it was just friends asking for a favor, it happened overnight.
I love the anti-ego setup of the entire session, too. These are 5 of the most famous, heavily scrutinized men on the planet, and they just check their massive identities at the door.
Yeah, they ditched their names.
Right, for ridiculous pseudonyms. You had Nelson, Otis, Lucky, Lefty, and Charlie T. Wilbury. And they implemented a strict rule for the session, no serious technology. Keep in mind, 1988 was the era of massive synthesizers, drum machines, and slick, overproduced pop.
Oh yeah, very glossy era.
But they rejected all of that. It was just acoustic guitars, guys sitting around in a circle, and a single microphone.
And that rejection of technology is what allowed the human spark to take over. Tom Petty spoke about this extensively later on. He was absolutely fascinated by the raw process of it all.
I bet, just watching it happen.
Yeah. He sat in that dusty garage and watched Bob Dylan, a man viewed by the entire world as this untouchable, mystical enigma, just sitting at a kitchen table, tossing out rhymes, and building a song verse by verse. There was no mysticism, just the sheer joy of the craft. They wrote and recorded Handle with Care in a single afternoon.
Just a bunch of friends having a barbecue and making music. And when George finally took the track back to the label executives, they practically fell out of their chairs.
I couldn't believe it.
No, they told him it was way too good to waste as a B-side and demanded a full album. That casual afternoon in garage turned into a triple platinum album and a 1990 Grammy for Best Rock Performance.
The dynamic of that group was so special because it was built on genuine reverence, not just star power. Like, you had Jim Keltner, the legendary session drummer, brought in as Buster Sidebury, the honorary brother.
Right.
But the inclusion of Roy Orbison is where the story finds its really profound emotional core. To the rest of the band, Roy was the big O. He was the literal bridge between the birth of rock and roll and the modern era.
Lefty Wilbury. We forget how much history was sitting in that garage. Back in 1963, the Beatles actually toured as co-headliners with Orbison. John, Paul, and George were just kids, really.
Yeah, they were just starting to blow up.
And they used to stand in the wings of the theater watching in absolute awe as Roy decimated audiences with his massive 4-octave voice while standing perfectly still in his dark glasses.
So for George Harrison to go from a teenager worshiping Orbison from the wings to sitting next to him in a garage trading acoustic guitar licks, it was an act of deep musical reverence.
Absolutely.
And tragically, in December 1988, just as the Wilburys album became a global smash hit, Roy passed away suddenly from a heart attack. The tribute the band put together for the End of the Line music video remains one of the most touching visual moments in rock history.
They didn't recast him. They didn't try to use some cheesy archival footage or a hologram.
No. When Roy's soaring vocal part comes in on the track, the camera just gently focuses on a wooden rocking chair holding his guitar. It is just sitting there, gently swaying in the breeze.
Wow.
They gave his absence physical weight. It showed the world that this wasn't a corporate project. It was a genuine brotherhood. They succeeded because they embraced the raw, unpolished, happy accident of five friends making music for the sheer joy of it.
But, George didn't just stumble into that embrace the accident philosophy in the late 80s. He learned it firsthand decades earlier. That willingness to abandon the plan and follow a mistake was actually the defining hallmark of the Beatles' studio years.
Oh, definitely.
And it leads us to a very specific moment in 1965 that literally changed the physical sound of rock music forever.
The famous drum part on Ticket to Ride?
Yes. Let's set the physical scene here because the mechanics of this are just incredible. It is February 1965 at EMI Studios. They are recording on a highly limited 4-track machine.
Yeah.
If you listen to the pop landscape at that exact moment, the Supremes, Tom Jones, or even other Beatles tracks from that same era, like 8 Days a Week, the drums are incredibly polite.
Very tamed.
Right. They are mixed quietly. They just keep time and stay out of the way of the vocals. But then you drop the needle on Ticket to Ride, and the drums are shockingly heavy. They hit with this thudding, almost menacing insistence right from the first second.
It sounds like proto-heavy metal, years before heavy metal was even a recognized genre. And the reason for that revolutionary sound is gloriously simple. Ringo Starr played the drum part wrong.
I love the technical breakdown of this. So usually a standard rock beat is very divided, right?
Yeah.
You have the snare drum providing the sharp backbeat, while the bass drum keeps the steady, low-end time underneath.
Right, that's standard.
But Ringo, either by pure accident or just raw instinct, started doubling up the floor tom with the bass drum on beats 1 and 3.
And for anyone trying to visualize the physics of a drum kit, the floor tom is the largest drum aside from the bass drum itself. It sits on legs on the floor and has the deepest, most resonant tone.
It's massive.
Exactly. So by hitting that massive floor tom simultaneously with the bass drum, Ringo combined their frequencies. He turned a rhythmic time-keeping instrument into a primary melodic voice. It created this relentless forward-driving pulse that anchored the entire song.
It is like he took the metronome, the boring thing that is just supposed to sit in the background and count the time, dragged it to the front of the stage, and forced it to sing lead vocals.
Yeah.
But the brilliant part isn't just that Ringo made the mistake. The brilliant part is that their producer, George Martin, didn't hit the talkback button and say, hold on, Ringo, you're muddying up the mix, play a standard beat. He kept the mistake.
And the limitations of that 4-track recording setup actually amplified the mistake. Because they had so few microphones and tracks to work with, you couldn't easily isolate and fix a single drum hit. To capture that incredible heavy tom sound, George Martin had to mix the drums louder and more prominently than on any previous pop record.
Just a total paradigm shift.
That single production decision proved that drums could be a featured, aggressive element dominating the sonic landscape rather than just supporting it.
It completely rewrote the playbook for rhythm sections. I mean, if you trace the lineage of those massive, thunderous drum sounds from Led Zeppelin's John Bonham to The Who's Keith Moon, all the way up to modern rock, it all points directly back to Ringo's weird, doubled-up tom hits in February 1965.
It's a direct line.
And Ringo was never considered a flashy technical virtuoso. He didn't play 20-minute solos. But his perfect instinct in that moment shows us something profound. Genius isn't always about mind-bending complexity or technical perfection. Sometimes genius is just playing it wrong with absolute, total confidence.
And turning accidents into structural innovations became a fundamental pattern for them.
Yeah.
Think about the intentional guitar feedback that opens I Feel Fine from October 1964.
Oh, classic.
Right. John Lennon leaned his guitar against an amplifier, heard the hum, and decided to make it the intro of a pop song. Or consider John discovering his backward guitar solo for Tomorrow Never Knows by accidentally threading the tape the wrong way.
Even by the time they get to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, they are treating the studio itself as an instrument. They were building entirely on that willingness to experiment and embrace the weirdness.
But Ticket to Ride was distinct, because it wasn't just a cool sonic effect or a studio trick. Ringo's mistake was structural. It fundamentally changed the physical way rock drums were played and recorded moving forward.
It changed the foundation.
Exactly. So when we synthesize all of this, the narrative thread is undeniable. We started with modern algorithms and 2026 streaming data vindicating a forgotten acoustic track over manufactured pop hits.
Then we moved to a bunch of global legends goofing off in a dusty Malibu garage with a single microphone.
Right. And we ended with a drummer hitting the wrong drum in a rigid 1965 studio session.
The connecting tissue is the human spark. The authentic, happy accidents, those moments of uncalculated vulnerability, will always outlast any carefully manicured corporate strategy.
Without a doubt.
Which leaves you, listening right now, with a fascinating question to mull over. When you look at your own life or work, are you exhausting yourself trying to manufacture the perfect early hit? Or are you leaving room for the happy accidents, the wrong drum beats, and casual garage sessions that might just become your lasting legacy? Chapter 5, Ringo, the Glad Heartbeat.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
It's worth every penny.
So to jump right into it, I want to take you to a very specific, incredibly tense moment in time.
Okay, set the scene.
It's August 22nd, 1968.
Right.
We are at Abbey Road Studios in London, Studio 2. And Ringo Starr walks into yet another recording session for the White Album.
Which was already a notoriously difficult project.
Exactly. Only on this specific day, he is feeling like the absolute worst musician in the world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And by the end of this day, he walks out of Abbey Road, and he doesn't come back for 2 weeks.
He just leaves.
He literally quits the biggest band on the planet. And the entire enterprise comes within inches of permanently ending right there.
And the craziest part is, it wasn't because of the famous John Lennon and Paul McCartney ego wars.
Right.
And it wasn't because of Yoko Ono either. It was because they somehow managed to break the nicest, most accommodating guy in the room.
Which is just a staggering historical turning point.
It totally is. You have this ultimate peacemaker, the one person who never complained,
Yeah, the guy who never caused drama.
Right, who never demanded more songs or a brighter spotlight, and nobody saw his breaking point approaching because they were all far too busy dismantling each other.
So the mission today is to explore exactly how they broke Ringo's star.
We're going to look at what happened when Paul McCartney had to take over his job behind the kit.
And why this dramatic, uncharacteristically quiet walkout definitively proves Ringo Starr's complete misunderstood genius.
Because a guy like that doesn't just snap overnight.
No, absolutely not. To understand the psychology of this walkout, you have to look closely at the environment brooding around him.
The White Album sessions were essentially a slow-motion psychological break.
They were a spectacular disaster from day one.
The dysfunction was just, almost absolute. Think about the psychological baggage they were carrying into that studio.
Right, because they had just returned from India in April.
Exactly. And the entire point of that trip was to study transcendental meditation.
They were hoping this massive spiritual journey would serve as a reset button, right?
Yeah, something to fix their underlying fractures. But it completely failed to do that.
It had the opposite effect.
Totally. Instead of finding peace, they came back to England with 30-plus brand new, wildly disparate songs.
Just a massive amount of material.
And entirely different musical visions. Their interpersonal relationships were actually significantly more strained than before they left.
So they had all this material and absolutely zero cohesive vision for what to do with it.
Right. And into that incredibly fragile powder keg, John Lennon's girlfriend was already established, but her behavior in the studio was entirely new.
Because she wasn't just visiting, right?
No, she was sitting quite literally next to John Lennon during the actual recording sessions.
Wow.
She was offering her opinions on the takes. She was just existing as a permanent fixture in a space that had historically been treated as sacred.
Like when they recorded Sgt. Pepper, it was strictly Beatles-only territory?
Exactly. The unwritten foundational rule of the group had always been clear: no wives, no girlfriends in the studio, period.
And suddenly that boundary is utterly demolished.
And it made everyone else in the room intensely uncomfortable. But nobody possessed the emotional vocabulary to articulate that discomfort.
I mean, how do you look at your lifelong bandmate and tell him his partner needs to leave?
You can't. Especially when John Lennon was emotionally absent to begin with.
Right, because he was heavily checked out on heroin at the time.
He was showing up late, he was leaving early, he was entirely disinterested in the entire album process unless they were actively working on his specific compositions.
Which leaves a massive vacuum. And Paul McCartney operates in full control freak mode to compensate.
Right, he steps up, but he oversteps. He's acting as the producer, he's acting as the arranger.
He is essentially dictating how every single note should sound.
which effectively sidelines their actual legendary producer, George Martin.
And then you look over at George Harrison.
Poor George Harrison.
Seriously. He is in the corner writing absolute masterpieces like While My Guitar Gently Weeps.
And getting treated like a junior member of the group.
He is forced to sit there and watch Paul McCartney reject or barely tolerate his brilliant material.
While massive amounts of expensive studio time are just handed over to experimental nonsense tracks like Revolution 9.
And sitting dead center in the middle of this absolute chaos is Ringo Starr.
Just watching his three closest friends drift apart in real time.
He is trying his hardest to be the glue holding the entire ecosystem together, but he feels utterly invisible.
He feels like the hired help.
Yeah, the guy who simply shows up, plays the pattern he is told to play, and gets absolutely zero vote in the creative direction.
Because they are working on over 30 songs simultaneously across multiple different studios.
Entirely isolated from one another.
They aren't recording a unified album. They are documenting a bitter breakup in real time.
You know, the dynamic reminds me of a nightmare group project at work or school.
Oh, totally. You know the exact kind.
Right, a project where suddenly everyone decides they want to be the CEO.
Yeah, they are all pulling the project in entirely different competing directions.
And the one person doing the actual foundational heavy lifting is left feeling completely invisible.
Exactly.
But it makes you wonder, why didn't Ringo Starr just yell at them? Why did he internalize all of this toxicity until his psyche simply fractured?
Well, the internalization was deeply tied to his core personality. He just wasn't wired for aggressive confrontation.
Which brings us directly to the catalyst on August 22nd.
Right. They are in the studio working on Back in the USSR.
Which is a Paul McCartney song.
Yeah, it's essentially a Beach Boys parody mixed with Chuck Berry rock and roll.
Structurally speaking, it is the exact kind of pop rock song Paul McCartney could write in his sleep.
By all accounts, it should be a fun, easy, breezy recording session.
Except the session is agonizing.
It's awful. Paul McCartney just keeps stopping the takes.
He is relentlessly nitpicking Ringo Starr's performance.
Telling him the feel is entirely wrong, asking him to try a different pattern.
No, not that one. Go back to the first one.
Add more cymbals? Wait, actually, take the cymbals away.
The tom fills aren't working. Do the tom fills completely differently.
And Paul McCartney is sighing heavily into the microphones, behaving as if his masterpiece is being personally ruined.
And something inside Ringo Starr finally snaps under the weight of that relentless criticism.
He actually talked about this specific moment later on. He said he felt like he was playing terribly, and he felt like nobody was communicating with him as a human being.
He felt like a total outsider in his own band.
But his reaction is fascinating. He doesn't throw a massive tantrum.
No screaming match.
Right. He doesn't kick over his floor toms and scream at Paul McCartney. He just quietly decides that his presence no longer matters.
He decides, I'm not even here, I'll leave.
It is a polite, quiet, incredibly devastating realization that his friends simply don't want him around anymore.
And the way he executes his resignation is so telling. It operates as this, dark, tragic comedy.
It really does. Because he goes to see John Lennon first.
Right, who is living with Yoko Ono in an apartment in Montague Square.
And the darkly funny detail here is that this is actually Ringo Starr's apartment.
Yes. He isn't just their bandmate, he's literally their landlord. He's renting the space to them.
It's exactly the kind of bizarre trivia that highlights how intertwined their lives were.
So he walks into his own apartment, looks at John Lennon, and says, I'm leaving the group because I'm not playing well and I feel unloved and out of it, and you three are really close.
And John Lennon looks right back at him and replies, I thought it was you three.
It is staggering that he got that response.
Just completely oblivious.
So Ringo Starr leaves Montague Square, and he travels over to Paul McCartney's house.
And he walks in and delivers the exact same speech.
I feel unloved, I'm out of it, and you three are really close.
And Paul McCartney gives him the exact same word-for-word response. I thought it was you three.
That identical interaction perfectly encapsulates the tragic isolation surrounding the White Album sessions.
These four men were the most famous, heavily scrutinized people on Earth.
Their faces were on every magazine cover.
Yet they were so emotionally isolated from one another that none of them realized they were all independently, secretly miserable.
They were all assuming the other three were having a great time.
They were entirely blind to each other's psychological pain.
So he escapes. He literally flees England.
He grabs his family, he borrows Peter Sellers' yacht, and he goes to Sardinia for a 2-week vacation.
Just completely off the grid. The biggest band in the world just lost their heartbeat, their foundational anchor.
And for 48 hours, nobody in the organization even knows if he is ever going to come back.
Meanwhile, they still have highly expensive studio time booked at Abbey Road.
Right. They are in the middle of recording an album, and they have an empty seat behind the kit.
So Paul McCartney, being the relentless workaholic that he is, simply decides he will play the parts himself.
And logically, you can see why he thought this would work.
Sure, he's an incredibly naturally gifted musician.
Yeah.
He can play basically any instrument competently.
So he sits down, and he records the percussion tracks for Back in the USSR, and a bit later for Dear Prudence.
Now, to be completely fair to Paul McCartney, when you listen to the final album, the tracks he put down are technically proficient.
They are mathematically flawless. For someone who usually plays bass, his ability to keep time on a kit is a technical marvel.
The beats hit exactly where the metronome dictates they should.
But flawless does not mean good.
No, not at all. And I have to strongly push back on this whole idea of perfection in music.
No, completely.
Because Paul McCartney's track might be perfectly aligned to the grid, but I look at it like an AI-generated image.
That is a great comparison.
You know, when you look at an AI picture of a human face, it hits all the right pixels, the lighting is technically correct, the symmetry is flawless, but it feels entirely sterile.
Right, it's breathless.
It lacks a human soul. Ringo Starr, on the other hand, makes the song breathe. He gives the music an actual human pulse.
When you apply that AI image concept to sound, you are talking about the mechanics of the swinging groove.
Right.
This is where the technical genius comes in. When you listen to Paul McCartney's work on Back in the USSR, the snare hits perfectly on the beat.
Almost too perfectly.
Exactly. But when you listen to Ringo Starr on literally any up-tempo track, he is doing something much more complex.
He plays a fraction of a millisecond behind the beat.
He delays the hit just enough to create a microtension, a sense of relaxed human swagger that our brains naturally connect to.
It pushes and pulls the time organically.
You hear that organic swagger on Helter Skelter.
You absolutely hear his incredibly innovative parts on Rain.
Or his driving, infectious energy on Birthday.
George Harrison actually talked about the stark reality of this difference later on, didn't he?
He did. He mentioned that they were in the middle of recording Dear Prudence, playing it for days and days, and then the walkout forced them to finish it without their anchor.
And they quickly realized that while they could technically function and record songs without him, they couldn't actually be the Beatles without him.
The magic was gone.
And that harsh realization forces a massive, completely necessary ego check for Paul McCartney.
Which was probably overdue.
Yeah. After spending days sweating behind the kit, trying to replicate that organic feel and failing to capture the magic, Paul McCartney realizes exactly how difficult the job actually is.
So while Ringo Starr is floating on a yacht in Sardinia, trying to figure out if his musical career is completely over,
He gets a telegram.
and it is from Paul McCartney.
The exact same guy who drove him to quit.
He sends a telegram explicitly calling him the best rock and roll drummer in the world.
Wow.
He begs him to come home, telling him how much they all love him.
That massive ego check is what saved the band, at least for a little while longer.
On September 3rd, the vacation ends.
Ringo Starr walks back through the doors of Abbey Road Studios.
He walks into Studio 2, and he finds his equipment completely buried under a mountain of flowers.
Just flowers everywhere. On the hardware, flowers on the amplifiers, flowers on the nearby piano.
George Harrison orchestrated the entire floral display as a profound visual apology.
It was a massive, undeniable gesture saying, "We love you, we see you, please never leave us again."
And the walkout forces us to seriously evaluate his actual legacy among the giants of music.
Because for 60 years, he has been followed by this completely absurd, lingering question, is he actually any good?
It's wild that people still ask that.
Right. If you look at the Rolling Stone list of the 100 greatest percussionists, the hierarchy seems set.
They put John Bonham of Led Zeppelin at number 1.
They put Keith Moon of The Who at number 2.
And Ringo Starr is sitting way down the list at number 14.
The problem with those rankings is how we define greatness in rhythm.
On paper, to a casual listener, that ranking makes total sense.
Sure. Because John Bonham was a dominating, thunderous force of nature.
His kick drum was a weapon, and his improvisational swing gave Led Zeppelin its massive, lumbering power.
He demanded your attention on every track.
And Keith Moon was pure chaos personified.
He abandoned the traditional timekeeper role entirely and treated his kit like a lead instrument.
creating this explosive wall of aggressive percussion.
But the crucial point here is that Ringo Starr wasn't trying to be John Bonham or Keith Moon.
His philosophical approach to rhythm was entirely different. He played inside the song.
His ego was completely absent from his playing.
He wasn't trying to show you how fast his hands were. His singular job was to serve the melody.
Buddy Rich, the legendary jazz virtuoso who was famously one of the harshest critics in music, once evaluated him.
And he said it was adequate, no more than that.
Now, the general public takes that quote as a massive insult.
But you have to understand the context.
Right. For a pop rock musician whose entire purpose is to serve the song, getting called adequate by a jazz purist like Buddy Rich is actually incredibly high praise.
The Beatles did not need complex jazz improvisation taking over their pop melodies.
They needed deep grooves that made the underlying structures work.
And the actual expert, the modern masters who study this stuff for a living, know exactly how vital that is.
Dave Grohl, who spent his entire youth trying to aggressively emulate John Bonham, explicitly called Ringo Starr the king of feel.
He pointed out that technical proficiency is just measurable speed, but feel is an instinct.
It is knowing exactly what a pop song needs and providing exactly that with nothing extra to muddy the waters.
Jim Keltner, one of the most revered session musicians in history, dubbed him a song drummer.
He had this deep, entirely natural instinct for playing appropriately for the specific track sitting in front of him.
And since we are clearing this historical record, we have to address the massive myth right now.
Oh, please do.
There is a fake quote that circulates endlessly on the internet where John Lennon supposedly said Ringo wasn't even the best drummer in the Beatles.
John Lennon never said that. Ever.
It is a completely fabricated line taken from a British television comedy sketch in the 1980s.
But the staggering fact that the public so readily believes John Lennon said it, it just highlights how aggressively underrated the man remains.
I look at Ringo Starr's role in that band like a home's structural load-bearing wall.
That's a perfect analogy.
When you walk into a beautiful multi-million-dollar house, you do not stop to stare at the load-bearing wall.
No, you admire the massive, sparkling crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling.
Which, musically speaking, is essentially a Keith Moon solo.
You don't even notice the wall is there. But the absolute second you remove that wall, the entire beautiful structure collapses into a pile of useless rubble.
That load-bearing wall analogy is exactly how you have to view the White Album itself.
Because when you listen to the completed tracks, you are looking at a house with a collapsed roof.
You can hear that Ringo Starr was the rhythmic glue, and without him, or with him feeling entirely alienated, the music fractures.
Listen to a track like Happiness is a Warm Gun on the White Album.
It features incredibly difficult, constantly shifting time signatures.
The tempo changes rapidly.
But he navigates those chaotic shifts so smoothly that the changes sound completely natural to the human ear.
He plays with the other instruments, responding to them in real time.
It is the distinct difference between a human feeling the music and a machine executing a programmed command.
So the overarching question becomes, what does this catastrophic environment mean for the White Album as a finished product?
Because despite the walkout, the album was completed.
They managed to finish all 30 sprawling, chaotic tracks, spreading them across 4 entire sides of vinyl.
It means the finished album serves as a historical document of 4 entirely separate solo artists who just happened to be sharing the same recording space.
Very little of the White Album sounds like 4 people playing together in a room.
Which was exactly how they captured the magic on their early records. The unity was gone.
Yeah. Blackbird is just Paul McCartney sitting completely alone with a guitar.
Revolution 9 is just John Lennon and Yoko Ono piecing together tape loops.
George Harrison had to bring outside talent in. He literally brought Eric Clapton into the studio to play on While My Guitar Gently Weeps.
Simply to force his own bandmates to behave and take his compositions seriously.
The walkout proved that the ecosystem was fundamentally shattered.
If the easygoing, drama-free peacemaker who never asked for anything was so deeply miserable that he felt forced to leave, it meant the foundation had already rotted away beneath them.
They managed to put a temporary Band-Aid on the wound.
They apologized with desperate telegrams and massive displays of flowers.
And they managed to keep the machinery functioning just long enough to give the world a proper, legendary ending with the Abbey Road album a year later.
Zooming out from the music itself, the broader psychological lesson here is incredibly profound.
This story is the ultimate warning about the danger of taking the quiet ones for granted.
In every single group dynamic, whether it is a legendary rock band, a corporate office, or a family, there is always a peacemaker.
There is always someone quietly doing the unseen emotional labor.
They are the ones keeping the machinery running smoothly without ever once demanding the spotlight or asking for a round of applause.
They make everyone else's stardom and success possible.
Because they don't demand constant appreciation, because they don't throw tantrums, it becomes dangerously easy to completely ignore them.
But when the quiet one finally speaks up, or worse, when they just politely pack their bags and walk out the door, you suddenly realize just how much of the heavy lifting they were actually doing the entire time.
Ringo Starr openly cried when he walked into Studio 2 and saw his equipment covered in flowers.
He didn't cry because of the flowers themselves.
He cried because of the profound acknowledgement behind them.
It was his friends finally, desperately saying, "We see you and we absolutely need you."
Sometimes dropping your ego and acknowledging that you messed up is the only possible way to keep a fractured relationship going just a little bit longer.
Which leaves you with something very real to think about regarding your own life right now.
Definitely.
I want you to look closely at your workplace, your friend group, or your family dynamic.
Who is the person quietly holding your daily ecosystem together without ever asking for a shred of credit?
Who is your Ringo Starr? And, much more importantly, what specific metaphorical flowers do you need to place on their desk today before they decide to quietly walk out the door for good? Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
That's worth every penny.
Right. So, jumping right in today, for decades, society has just passed around this devastating put-down. The whole, he's not even the best in the Beatles line.
Oh, yeah. People treat that like historical gospel.
Exactly. It's become the ultimate shorthand for dismissing Ringo Starr, right? Painting him as this lucky, sad-eyed guy who just happened to be standing in the right place when Pete Best got fired.
Which is wild because that quote is a complete fabrication. I mean, John Lennon never said it, not once.
Wait, never?
Never. It was literally a joke delivered by the British comedian Jasper Carrott in 1983, which, by the way, was 3 full years after John Lennon died.
Oh, wow. So it's just a stand-up punchline completely divorced from any actual critique by the band members.
Exactly. But society just absorbed it, because it validated this narrative people already wanted to believe, this idea of the lottery winner who just stumbled into a cultural revolution.
Right, that completely exposes how confirmation bias works. But historically, John Lennon actually deeply respected Ringo Starr, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely. They continued working together well into the 1970s, long after the band broke up. You don't bring someone into your solo recording sessions if you don't rate their abilities.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And let's rewind to the very beginning. When they secured their massive recording audition with producer George Martin, they flat out insisted on having Ringo Starr in the room.
Yeah, and later, when George Martin tried to bring in a polished session musician for the song Love Me Do, the band fought back aggressively. They drew a line in the sand.
So for today's audio exploration, we are setting the record straight. We're going to deconstruct the completely misunderstood musical genius of playing things wrong, basically.
Yes, break down the physical and mechanical contradictions of Ringo Starr's playing style.
And then we'll look at one of the greatest ironic plot twists in rock history. The entirely divergent, explosive musical legacy of his son, Zach Starkey.
Yeah, because to understand the mechanics of that signature sound, a sound nobody else could easily replicate, you have to start with a fundamental physical contradiction.
Right.
Ringo Starr is a left-handed person playing on a right-handed kit.
Wait, let's pause right there. If his dominant hand is his left, why didn't he just physically rearrange the drums to be a left-handed kit? Why force himself to play backward?
Well, it comes down to the environment he came up in. When you're gigging in the early days, playing clubs in Hamburg, you're often sharing a stage and a kit with 3 other bands.
Oh, so you just don't have the time to move everything around.
Exactly. You simply do not have the time to unscrew cymbal stands, move the toms, reposition the pedals between sets. You just sit down and play what is there.
Makes sense.
So he learned to play on right-handed kits, and he adapted his left-handed dominance to our right-handed world.
Let's visualize what that actually looks like for you, the listener. If you've never sat behind a kit, imagine getting into a car with a manual transmission. Now imagine someone has reversed the clutch and the gas pedal.
Oh, that's a great way to think about it.
Right. And you are forced to steer by crossing your left arm completely over your right arm. It forces you into a radically different physical rhythm. A traditionally trained driver would never naturally discover the driving lines you'd have to take because the physics of your movement are entirely altered.
Yeah, and when a typical right-handed musician executes a fill, which is a transitional pattern moving across the different drums, they naturally lead with their right hand. The physical sticking flows in this very logical clockwise motion.
Right. They move from the snare up to the high-pitched rack tom, down to the low-pitched floor tom.
Exactly. But because of his left-handed dominance, Ringo Starr leads with his left hand. So he has to physically cross his left arm over his right arm to reach certain drums.
Which creates a microscopic delay. The physical effort of untangling your arms gives the fill a completely unique physical swing.
It creates rhythmic patterns that go against the natural physics of the instrument. Listen to the opening of Come Together.
Oh, that iconic swampy rolling intro.
Yes. The ascending pattern, moving from the floor tom up to the rack tom, is essentially played backward. Musically and physically, it shouldn't work.
It does.
It creates this heavy sweeping motion because his hands are doing the opposite of what standard percussion training dictates.
And it works incredibly well. I mean, within 2 seconds of that audio hitting your ears, you know exactly what song is playing and exactly who is playing it. That backward mechanic forged a 2-second sonic signature.
Restriction breeds innovation. When your physical setup requires you to invent workarounds, you end up creating entirely new vocabularies.
Yeah, for sure. So if his arms are tangling and crossing over on the toms, what is that dominance doing to his cymbal work? We can't talk about the early energy of those records without bringing up the windshield wiper technique.
Right, so typically you keep time on the hi-hat by playing straight up and down quarter notes. A standard player hits the top cymbal with the tip of the stick in a vertical piston-like motion.
Just straight up and down.
Yeah, but Ringo Starr developed this technique where he played the hi-hat in a sweeping horizontal figure-8 pattern.
So instead of a harsh, sharp ticking sound, he's dragging the side of the wood across the edge of the metal.
And keeping the foot pedal slightly open. Those cymbals splash and grind against each other. It turns the hi-hat into something functioning almost like a ride cymbal.
It breathes.
It breathes, it sizzles. You hear this massive swinging texture on tracks like, I want to hold your hand, please, please me, and all my loving.
These are pop rock songs, but they swing incredibly hard because of that constant figure-8 motion.
Exactly.
I want to challenge this concept of feel for a moment, though. Even on songs that are supposed to have a straight, rigid, eighth note feel, like Strawberry Fields Forever, there's a tendency to swing the fills. There's a looseness, an intentional wonkiness.
Oh, totally.
But why does adding imperfection actually elevate a pop song? Doesn't the human ear naturally crave perfect, predictable mathematical rhythm?
Well, the brain finds comfort in predictability, yes. But if a pattern is mathematically perfect, it becomes a machine, it becomes a metronome, and eventually listener fatigue sets in.
Your brain just tunes it out because there are no surprises.
Right. What keeps you hooked and emotionally invested as a listener is the friction against that perfect math, that micro-timing where a beat lands a millisecond late because a left hand had to cross over a right hand creates tension and release.
And that humanity is the absolute essence of rock and roll. So the physical setup creates this unique swinging imperfection. But how does that translate to the actual composition of the songs during their absolute peak studio years? Because the role evolves from a guy just keeping an interesting rhythm to a guy acting as a melodic instrumentalist.
That evolution is perfectly captured on the 1966 B-side, Rain. Ringo Starr himself has cited this as his absolute best performance, and the vast majority of critics agree.
And to understand why, you have to understand the concept of playing in the pocket.
Right. Playing in the pocket means establishing an immovable pulse. You can throw in the most chaotic, complex fills, but you always land perfectly on the downbeat. The groove never stutters.
And on Rain, he is moving rapidly all over the kit, displaying incredible precision, but the pocket never wavers.
Exactly.
But the technical showcase isn't even the most fascinating part. The subtlety on the later masterpieces is where the architecture of pop music changes. Take a monumental track like A Day in the Life.
Oh, definitely.
He isn't just back there acting as a human metronome so Paul McCartney and John Lennon can sing. He is playing melodically. He's using the low frequencies of the toms to provide a direct conversational counterpoint to Paul McCartney's descending bass line.
Which is brilliant because usually percussion locks in directly with the bass line. The kick drum and the bass instrument move together as a single anchor.
But on A Day in the Life, the percussion speaks back to the bass line.
It requires thinking like a composer. You aren't just memorizing a beat. You have to feel the melodic arc of the song and leave open space for the other instruments. It is the definition of serving the song rather than serving your own ego.
And then you have tracks that shift the cultural paradigm entirely, like Ticket to Ride. Fans call the groove on that song the Ringo Shuffle. John Lennon actually called it one of the earliest heavy metal records because of how massive and lumbering it felt.
The groove on Ticket to Ride features this severe micro-hesitation. If you took that exact rhythmic feel and programmed it into a modern digital drum machine today, it would sound exactly like a beat by the legendary hip-hop producer Jay Dilla.
Wow.
The lopsided swing is the entire point.
It's like a wheel with an off-center axle. It shouldn't roll smoothly, but it creates this massive, hypnotic, rhythmic thud. And we absolutely have to talk about this Sgt. Pepper era moving into the psychedelic space with Tomorrow Never Knows.
Tomorrow Never Knows is a revelation. He uses a breakbeat, which is an isolated, syncopated rhythm that breaks away from the standard 4/4 rock pattern.
Right. He plays this twitching, repetitive loop that perfectly matches the psychedelic discombobulation of the track.
He essentially invented a completely new way of treating percussion in experimental music.
I want you, the listener, to try an experiment in your head right now. Mentally play A Day in the Life or Tomorrow Never Knows, but replace that intricate percussion with a standard, rigid, heavy rock beat. Just a straight four-on-the-floor stadium anthem rhythm.
Oh, it ruins it.
The entire architecture of the song collapses. The magic just evaporates. Treating the percussion as a melodic conversational voice changed the entire DNA of those records.
Which brings us to a deeply ironic plot twist. We just spent all this time outlining how Ringo Starr invented a global style based on profound restraint, subtle swinging micro-timing, and serving the melody.
Yeah.
So what happens when the ultimate feel musician has a son who decides he also wants to pick up the sticks?
You get a massive, undeniable sonic pivot. We are talking about Zak Starkey, his eldest son. Zak grew up to become one of the most powerful, aggressive rock musicians of his generation. He represents the exact stylistic opposite of his father.
Where the father influenced an entire generation toward economy and restraint, the son channeled the absolute bombast of stadium rock. And the reason for this divergence is incredibly specific.
Yeah, because Zak Starkey's primary influence was not his father. It was his godfather, Keith Moon.
You literally cannot invent a better twist than that. Keith Moon, the legendary wild man of The Who, used to babysit young Zak Starkey.
Just let that sink in.
Zak has actually spoken about those memories, saying Keith Moon was like an eccentric uncle to him. They would hang out, talk about surfing, girls, and bands.
That's normal uncle stuff?
Mostly normal, yeah. Zak said he wasn't crazy in those moments, except for a certain look in his eye. But to a young kid, this rock star was an absolute hero.
Meanwhile, Ringo Starr didn't even want Zak pushing into the music industry. He wanted him to become a doctor or a lawyer.
But when Zak was 6 years old, he saw The Who perform live, and that was the lightning strike.
He became obsessed. When Zak turned 11, he was gifted a Ludwig kit. He got some very basic timekeeping lessons at home, but from that point on, Zak Starkey was largely self-taught by playing along to records.
Records by Keith Moon, John Bonham, and Billy Cobham. He absorbed the heaviest, most chaotic grooves in rock history.
But what does Keith Moon's style actually sound like compared to the restraint we just discussed? Because Moon was famously unpredictable.
Keith Moon treated the drums like a lead instrument, but through sheer volume and chaos. He was constantly crashing cymbals, utilizing rapid-fire kick drum patterns, and frequently ignoring the hi-hat altogether. It was pure anarchic energy.
He would drop beats and speed up the tempo based entirely on raw emotion.
Exactly. He learned by absorbing that chaos. And the final outcome is staggering. Zak Starkey spent 30 years playing with The Who. He stepped directly into his godfather's role.
And the brilliance of Zak Starkey is how he approached that role. He honors Keith Moon's explosive, anarchic legacy, but he harnesses it with a meticulous, disciplined precision.
Zak doesn't just flail, he controls the explosions.
He manages to fill the biggest, loudest shoes in British rock history while carving out his own identity and completely sidestepping the shadow cast by his own family name. It totally brings up such a rich debate about nature versus nurture.
It definitely does.
Does hanging out in your living room with Keith Moon entirely override your genetics? The master of subtle melodic restraint inadvertently raised the heir to rock's most chaotic throne.
It certainly highlights two fundamentally different philosophies, both representing the pinnacle of British rock from the 1960s onward.
Both of these legacies are completely valid. You have the philosophy of the father, serving the song, where economy and musicality are valued just as much as technical fireworks.
He showed the world that restraint leaves oxygen in the room for the melody to breathe.
His grooves made the music swing, and his fills were so meticulously crafted they became as memorable as George Harrison's lead guitar hooks.
He fundamentally changed the definition of what percussion could achieve in a pop context. He wasn't John Bonham. He wasn't Keith Moon. He was a distinct entity who provided exactly what the music required without demanding the spotlight.
And the industry heavyweights always knew this. The people who actually understand the mechanics of music never bought into the Jasper Carrot joke. Dave Grohl understands the genius of that restraint. Jim Keltner understands it.
Even Buddy Rich, who was famous for his staggering technical arrogance, understood that there was something completely unique happening there.
True musicians know that playing fast and loud is common. Technical chops are everywhere. But creating a style by playing backward, inventing a swinging feel that makes the biggest band in history sound exactly like themselves. Only one person did that.
His influence echoes through anyone who has ever chosen to elevate the song rather than take a 10-minute solo.
And on the flip side, you have the philosophy of the sun. Zach Sarkey proved that you can take chaotic, explosive energy and channel it through precision. You can honor a monumental legacy without falling into cheap imitation.
Both approaches require absolute mastery. The endless debate about whether the father was good just misses the point. He was exactly what was needed for those specific compositions.
Which leaves me with a final thought for you to turn over in your mind today. Think back to that manual car analogy, driving backward, hands crossed, forcing a unique, restrained rhythm. What if he hadn't done that? What if he had been a technically overwhelming show-off musician, desperately trying to prove how fast and loud he could play? Would those records have ever reached their legendary status? Or would those delicate, brilliant songs have simply collapsed under the sheer weight of too many musical egos competing for the spotlight?
That truly is the ultimate question of band chemistry. Chapter 6, Collective Alchemy.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Right. So if you want to truly understand the greatest rock band in history, you basically have to completely ignore the staggering math.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, just forget the 180 songs. Forget the 600 million records sold.
It's too big to even comprehend anyway.
Exactly. Instead, you need to look at the drummer's hands.
Oh, that is such a great way to put it.
Right. Like, look at a left-handed kid sitting behind a right-handed drum kit, physically struggling to reach across his own body, which creates this millisecond delay that accidentally birthed one of the heaviest grooves in music history.
It's wild to think about.
It is. And that is our mission for today's exploration. We are unpackaging the hidden architecture of their artistry. We're looking at how creative friction, bizarre physical glitches, and just sheer unedited emotional intimacy built a sound that changed the world.
Because you simply cannot chalk up that level of world-altering success to just, raw individual talent.
Right.
I mean, when John Lennon and Paul McCartney first met at that church fete in Woolton back in the summer of 1957.
This is such a legendary moment now.
Yeah, but at the time, nobody could have predicted the cultural earthquake that was coming,
No, of course not. Just two teenagers.
Exactly. But what made their partnership extraordinary, what elevated them above every other talented musician in England, was the specific, highly unusual structure of their collaboration.
Yeah, a structure designed to push both men to heights that, honestly, neither could have ever reached in isolation.
Definitely.
So let's examine the mechanics of that structure because in the beginning, it was incredibly literal.
Oh, completely.
They were writing songs using a method John Lennon described as eyeball to eyeball.
I love that phrase, eyeball to eyeball.
Right. Picture them in the cellar of Jane Asher's house.
Yeah.
They're sitting right across from each other.
Literally face to face.
Yes. Playing the piano at the exact same time, their hands almost colliding on the keys.
Just kind of battling it out.
Yeah, contributing in real time to build something from absolute scratch. And that intense, immediate proximity is exactly how they cracked the chord progression for I Want to Hold Your Hand.
And the most fascinating part of that process is the complete blurring of individual ego in those early days.
Right.
Like, the line between John's contribution and Paul's contribution just dissolved. The song didn't belong to one or the other. It belonged to the space between them.
Which is a massive anomaly when you look at the landscape of legendary songwriting partnerships.
Oh, for sure.
Usually you see a very strict, almost corporate division of labor. Like you look at Rodgers and Hammerstein. Richard Rodgers handled the music. Oscar Hammerstein wrote the lyrics.
Very clean, very defined.
Right. Or consider Elton John and Bernie Taupin, where the duties are entirely separated. One person builds the car engine, the other person paints the chassis.
Perfect analogy.
But John and Paul were both complete songwriters. I mean, they both wrote melodies and they both wrote lyrics.
And that overlapping skill set completely breaks the traditional model of a complementary partnership.
How so?
Well, in a traditional duo, you don't step on each other's toes because you are working in entirely different domains.
Oh, right. You stay in your lane.
Exactly. But John and Paul were occupying the exact same creative territory.
I have to be honest, having an overlapping partnership where both people are trying to write the music and the lyrics simultaneously,
Yeah.
it just sounds like an absolute nightmare.
Oh, totally.
It's like a recipe for constant, paralyzing ego clashes.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just constantly veto each other?
Well, because of the mutual respect underlying all that friction, they weren't just fighting for dominance, you know? They were holding each other to an impossibly high standard.
Right. I always look at it through the lens of elite athletes.
Oh, that's an interesting way to think about it.
Think about a high-stakes tennis match between two Grand Slam champions. Having a truly worthy opponent right there on the court with you, it forces you to perform at your absolute peak.
Because you can't slack off.
Exactly. You have to hit the ball harder with more spin just to keep the rally going. Having John in that cellar probably kept Paul from getting lazy or settling for an easy, predictable melody.
Oh, absolutely.
And having Paul right there with his meticulous, obsessive attention to musical craft forced John to develop actual discipline instead of just coasting on his raw, lateral inspiration.
Yes. That dynamic of the tennis rally perfectly describes how their process evolved by the mid-1960s.
Right, because they weren't always in a cellar.
No, they weren't necessarily sitting nose to nose anymore. Instead, one of them would bring a mostly finished song to the other for refinement.
They would serve the ball and wait for the return.
Exactly.
And the return is where the friction creates the spark. Like, let's look at the mechanics of the song getting better.
Oh, perfect example.
Right. Paul brings in this relentlessly optimistic, sunny chorus. Musically and lyrically, it is practically floating upward.
Super bright.
So what does John do? He doesn't just agree with the sunny sentiment. He acts as the ultimate counterweight.
Yeah, he drops that heavy line.
He adds the deeply cynical, heavy counterpoint, singing, "It can't get no worse."
I love that.
He takes Paul's blinding optimism and grounds it with a heavy descending dose of Lennon realism.
And that contrast is the lifeblood of their best work. You see the exact same mechanism working in reverse on A Day in the Life.
Oh, yeah.
John had written these incredibly dreamy, surreal verses. The lyrics are flating, disconnected, kind of ethereal.
Very abstract.
Right. But from a structural standpoint, the song was drifting. It lacked an anchor.
It was missing a middle section to tie those floating verses together, right?
So Paul steps in and provides the bridge.
Woke up, fell out of bed, dragged a comb across my head.
Exactly. It is the most utterly mundane, rigid, everyday imagery possible.
And from a psychological standpoint, that sudden drop into everyday reality provides a jarring, brilliant contrast to John's surrealism.
Right. Neither of them could have conceived of that complete emotional journey entirely alone.
It created this incredibly healthy, high-stakes competition between them. It wasn't just about collaborating on a single song. It was about answering each other's standalone masterpieces.
Oh, constantly raising the bar.
Yeah. Like John writes the wildly experimental Strawberry Fields Forever. Paul hears that, feels the immense heat of what his partner just accomplished, and immediately responds by creating the narrative brilliance of Penny Lane.
That is just so cool.
The bar was constantly being raised by the person sitting right across the room.
And, that psychological friction,
Yeah.
that relentless need to hack away at a song, to challenge the standard way of doing things until it felt right, it actually mirrors a much more literal physical friction in the band.
Yes. Let's transition from the mental architecture of their songwriting to the physical architecture of how they actually played their instruments.
Because it's bizarre.
The physical quirks of this band are just mind-blowing. We have to talk about the statistical anomaly of the Southpaw Secret.
It's an anomaly that defies all the odds of a four-piece band. 50% of the core lineup was left-handed.
Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr.
Exactly.
And to understand why that matters, you have to put yourself in the cultural context of what we could call the sinister 60s.
Right.
Because only about 10% of the human population is naturally left-handed. And back when they were growing up, the world was openly, sometimes violently, hostile to lefties.
It was treated like a defect.
Literally.
Yeah.
Pediatricians and school teachers routinely forced natural left-handed children to switch to their right hands. The methods were archaic.
Yeah, children would have their left hands tied down behind their backs.
Or they would face corporal punishment just for reaching for a pencil with their dominant hand.
It's awful to think about. And the entire physical world, desks, scissors, musical instruments, it was engineered exclusively for right-handed people.
Which makes the fact that Paul and Ringo reached the absolute pinnacle of music such an incredible act of defiance.
A total rebellion.
For Paul, picking up a standard guitar was initially a source of crushing frustration.
Yeah, he really struggled.
As a teenager, he bought a right-handed acoustic guitar and he felt completely clumsy. He thought he lacked basic musical talent because his hands just wouldn't do what his brain wanted.
But the reality was, he wasn't untalented. He was just trying to drive a car on the wrong side of the road with the steering wheel in the passenger seat.
Exactly. His epiphany only came when he saw a picture of the American country star Slim Whitman.
Oh, right.
Whitman was a lefty, and he was playing a guitar strung completely upside down, strumming the rhythm with his dominant left hand.
Which blew Paul's mind.
It totally did.
Yeah.
Paul saw that and realized he could physically hack the instrument. He flips his guitar, reverses the strings, and suddenly his talent is completely unlocked.
It all just clicks into place.
His dominant left hand takes over the complex rhythm work, while his right hand handles the fretting on the neck.
And that necessity to hack the physical world heavily influenced his aesthetics, too.
How so?
Well, when Paul started playing bass in Hamburg in 1961, he needed an instrument that wouldn't make him look ridiculous.
Oh, because flipping a standard guitar looks weird.
Right. If you flip a standard guitar upside down, the heavy, asymmetrical body looks awkward. As Paul put it, he didn't want to look daft.
But he couldn't afford a high-end, custom left-handed instrument either.
No, they were broke. So he drops 30 pounds on the Hofner 5001.
Right, the legendary violin bass.
Yes, and the genius of that specific bass is its shape. It has a symmetrical, violin-inspired body.
Oh, so it looks the same both ways.
Exactly. Because both sides mirror each other perfectly, Paul could flip it upside down and string it for a lefty, and to the audience, it looked completely natural.
It became his iconic silhouette.
It really did.
So Paul solves his physical friction by flipping his strings and finding a symmetrical bass. But Ringo Starr approaches his left-handedness in the exact opposite way, and the result completely defines the band's rhythm.
This is my favorite part.
Ringo was a natural lefty, but he sat down and played a right-handed drum kit left-handed.
Which turns him into a wrong-way drummer.
Let's break down the spatial mechanics of what that actually means because it's fascinating.
It is.
If you are sitting at a standard right-handed drum kit, your snare's in front of you, and your tom-toms sweep from left to right.
Right, a natural flow.
A right-handed drummer leads with their right hand, naturally following the physical layout of the drums. But Ringo is leading with his dominant left hand.
Which means his leading hand is constantly in the wrong physical space for traditional drum fills.
Always reaching across himself.
Exactly. He has openly admitted that he literally cannot execute a proper continuous drum roll.
And instead of trying to correct that timing with studio tricks, Paul McCartney pushed Ringo to lean into the mistake.
Which is so smart.
He recognized that the glitch sounded incredibly heavy and unique. The band's most recognizable groove was entirely birthed from a drummer physically struggling against a right-handed world.
It's amazing.
Now, I do have to push back on a cultural myth here.
Okay, let's hear it.
We love the romanticized idea of the left-handed genius, We like to think that lefties are just biologically hardwired to be more creative or lateral thinkers.
Right, the whole right brain, left brain thing.
Exactly. But the actual psychological data contradicts that. Studies consistently show that righties actually score higher on standard creativity tests, and righties are overrepresented in complex fields like math and physics.
Really?
Yeah. So I would argue that their immense creativity wasn't a biological quirk of being left-handed. I think that creativity was born entirely from the defiance required to survive.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
They built innovative muscle by constantly having to translate and hack a right-handed world just to participate in it.
That perspective aligns perfectly with the broader history of left-handed disruptors, actually.
Yeah.
You look at Jimi Hendrix, who took a right-handed Stratocaster, flipped it upside down, and turned that physical awkwardness into a symbol of pure sonic rebellion.
Such a powerful image.
Or Kurt Cobain, bringing a visceral, unpolished left-handed energy to rock. You see it in David Bowie's genre-bending work. Or, going back further, in the minds of Leonardo da Vinci and Albert Einstein.
When the world isn't built for your hands, you are forced to look at every single problem from an entirely different angle.
Exactly.
So we have the mental hacking of their eyeball-to-eyeball songwriting and the physical hacking of their upside-down instruments. Now, I want to explore how those two concepts merged into how they physically manipulated space to create unprecedented emotional intimacy.
Oh, this is such a good pivot.
Let's talk about the turning point that was the song This Boy.
We have to set the scene for this because it's a massive shift in their sonic architecture.
Okay, take us there.
It is the autumn of 1963, and John Lennon is sitting in a Southport hotel room. He is completely consumed by the aching, pleading sound of American soul music coming out of Detroit.
The Motown sound.
Yes. He is obsessively listening to Smokey Robinson's "You've Really Got a Hold on Me." John wants to capture that specific Motown ache, that feeling that someone is confessing a desperate secret directly into your ear.
And musically, This Boy is a radical departure from the driving adrenaline-fueled rock they had been playing.
Very different.
They built the song on a classic 1950s doo-wop chord progression.
Right.
But more importantly, they put it in a 12/8 time signature.
Which is crucial to the emotional impact of the song.
Totally. Let's explain why that 12/8 time signature matters. Instead of a straight, marching 4/4 beat, 12/8 time is built on a triplet pulse.
It groups the notes into clusters of 3.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. From a physiological standpoint, that triplet pulse physically forces the listener to sway side to side rather than nod up and down.
It creates a totally different bodily reaction.
It automatically triggers a feeling of nostalgia, a slow dance rhythm that perfectly matches the complex adult heartbreak of the lyrics.
But the true genius of the song is the structural restraint.
Oh, the restraint is incredible.
There is a sweeping, dramatic double middle eight section, the deeply emotional sequence where John sings "Till He Sees You Cry."
Such a powerful moment.
They build the entire tension of the song up to this massive vocal peak, and it only happens once in the entire arrangement.
Which is such a bold, confident choice for pop music.
Yeah.
Usually, if you have a killer hook, you repeat it 3 or 4 times so the audience remembers it.
Right, you hammer it in.
But by playing that emotional peak only once, they make the moment feel incredibly precious. It flashes, and then it retreats. It feels like a fleeting moment of vulnerability that cannot just be summoned on demand.
And capturing that specific vulnerability required a very unique physical setup in the recording studio.
Okay, break that down for us.
On October 17th, 1963, they gathered in Studio 2 to record the track. They spent 15 takes trying to nail down an arrangement that absolutely could not be faked, spliced, or fixed in post-production.
Wow, 15 takes.
Yeah. And to get the sound they wanted, John, Paul, and George gathered around one single microphone.
They were standing so physically close to each other that they could feel each other's breath.
Literally sharing the exact same air.
And we have to explain the acoustic mechanics of why they did that. When 3 people sing into 3 separate microphones, the producer blends those distinct voices on a mixing desk.
Right, you fix it in the mix.
But when 3 people sing incredibly close to a single ribbon microphone, their voices physically blend together in the air of the room before the sound ever hits the recording tape.
It's all happening live in the room.
The microphone's proximity effect captures the low-end resonance of their chest cavities merging. They ceased to be 3 distinct singers. They physically became one single shimmering instrument.
That physical proximity, breathing the same air, is entirely responsible for the incredibly private, intimate atmosphere of the recording.
But here is what absolutely blows my mind.
What's that?
The delicate, real-time vocal balancing required to pull that off is incredibly difficult. It's a technique normally reserved for quiet barbershop quartets or highly polished doo-wop groups standing in perfectly silent rooms.
Oh, absolutely.
So how remarkable is it that a loud electric rock band successfully borrowed that delicate acoustic technique and then executed it perfectly amidst the absolute deafening chaos of their fame?
It's insane.
Because they didn't just leave this technique behind in the quiet isolation of Studio 2.
No, they turned that single microphone setup into a live ritual.
Which is just fearless.
Throughout the absolute mania of 1963 and 1964, they had to deeply listen and respond to each other dynamically. If John felt he was singing too loud and overpowering the melody, he had to physically lean back on his heels.
Just a few inches.
Exactly. If Paul needed to emphasize a specific high harmony, he had to physically lean in. It requires an astonishing, almost telepathic level of trust and listening.
It is the visual, physical embodiment of their entire collaborative architecture. 3 individuals operating as a single, perfectly balanced organism.
When you pull all of these structural threads together, a very clear picture emerges of what actually made them untouchable.
Okay, sum it up for us.
The overarching takeaway is that their legacy wasn't just handed to them through raw, innate talent. It was entirely forged through the crucible of unselfish collaboration.
Yeah.
They leaned into the psychological friction of arguing over a lyric until it was perfect. They leveraged the physical glitches of playing instruments backwards to invent entirely new rhythmic grooves.
The Ringo delay.
Exactly. And they cemented their sound through an unedited single microphone intimacy where they literally had to listen to each other breathe. They didn't run from limitations. They used them as the foundation of their artistry.
Which leaves us with a deeply provocative thought for you to ponder as we wrap up today's exploration.
I'm ready.
If their absolute greatest masterpieces were forged through that intense eyeball-to-eyeball creative tension, through the physical friction of backwards instruments, and through standing close enough to feel each other breathe around one single microphone.
Yeah.
What does that mean for the modern landscape of music? Today, we live in an era where artists can flawlessly record entire albums in total isolation on their laptops.
Without ever seeing another person.
We can perfectly quantize every drum beat so there are no stumbles, and we can auto-tune every vocal harmony without ever looking another human being in the eye.
It's a completely different world.
In our relentless pursuit of digital perfection and total control, are we completely losing the irreplaceable human magic of the physical glitch and the shared microphone?
George V. Hotel in Paris, 1964. The song is If I Fell from the album A Hard Day's Night.
This is a massive leap forward. John Lennon actually considered this to be his very first proper ballad.
And it's not just the introspective lyrics, right? The underlying musical structure is what makes this a breakthrough.
Yes. I mean, the structure is totally unconventional.
Okay, let's break that structure down. Let's look at Paul McCartney's contribution to the intro. It starts in E-flat minor and then modulates down a half step to D major.
A very tricky move.
So for those of us who don't read sheet music or, study music theory, what does that modulation actually do to the listener? How does it feel?
It is the musical equivalent of walking down a staircase in the dark and realizing there is one more step than you thought.
Oh, that stomach drop feeling.
Exactly. The floor just drops out from under you for a split second. It gives you this woozy, unsettled feeling.
And that's deliberate.
Entirely deliberate, because it perfectly matches the lyrical hesitation. The speaker is caught in a deeply complicated situation, basically saying, if I fell in love with you, I need to know that you would love me more than her.
It is like a delicate, hypothetical negotiation.
Very delicate.
And honestly, it introduces an emotional triangle, which is incredibly mature for a pop song in 1964. It hints heavily at John Lennon's semi-autobiographical, complicated marital situation at the time.
Exactly. And structurally, they are moving away from standard rock and roll blues progressions and embracing an intricate Tin Pan Alley AABA form.
Okay, stop right there. What exactly is an ABA form and why is it harder to pull off?
So AABA is the classic blueprint used by the Great American Songbook think Gershwin or early Broadway. You have a verse, another verse, a contrasting bridge section, and then a final verse. It requires much more craftsmanship than just looping a simple rock riff.
So it's a deliberate step up.
It signals a very deliberate attempt by the band to escape the strict limitations of teenage rock music. They even explicitly reference holding hands in the lyrics of If I Fell as direct callback to their previous smash hits.
It's like they're winking at the audience.
Yeah, essentially saying, we know love is much more complicated than that now.
The vocal arrangement on this track is stunning, too. We know they were heavily influenced by the close mic harmonies of the Everly Brothers.
They're all heavily influenced, yeah.
But the tension here is unique. John Lennon sings the very first solo line completely alone. Then Paul McCartney joins in on the high harmony while John Lennon takes the lower vocal.
Right.
Why does that specific choice starting completely alone feel so vulnerable?
Because that solo opening line strips away all the armor. John Lennon is stepping out entirely unshielded before the harmony arrives to support him.
Wow.
The vocal arrangement literally acts out the lyrics. He is asking for a guarantee before making an emotional leap, and his voice is out there on a tightrope, totally alone, until the band catches him.
Okay, so they have absolutely mastered vocal intimacy. But that creates a massive new problem in the studio, doesn't it?
A huge problem, yeah.
Because if your vocals are a delicate whisper, how do you make a full rock band sound just as intimate without drowning the singers out?
Which required a radical intervention in Studio 2 for a song called And I Love Her.
Yes. This is a phenomenal story of subtraction.
It really is. Oh, I mean, it's totally fascinating. When they initially tried to record And I Love Her, they attacked it with aggressive electric instruments.
Right, like Ringo Starr was on a full drum kit.
Yeah, and George Harrison was playing a heavy metallic jangle on an electric Gretsch guitar.
I picture that rejected electric version, like trying to whisper a secret in a crowded, noisy room. The sheer electricity was completely burying the intimacy of the message.
That is the perfect analogy. The physical sound waves of an amplifier are designed to punch through a room. So the band had an epiphany. We can call it the Woody Epiphany.
The Woody Epiphany, I like that.
I stripped all the wires. John Lennon switched to an acoustic Gibson, and George Harrison picked up a nylon string classical guitar.
Wait, I want to unpack that. Why does a nylon string guitar change the emotional weight of a lyric compared to an electric or even a steel string acoustic?
Well, steel strings ring out. They have a sharp, bright attack that sustains for a long time.
Okay.
But nylon strings absorb the sound. They give you a warm, muted thud that decays quickly. It physically forces the listener to lean in closer to the speaker to catch the nuance.
Creating an immediate sense of closeness.
Exactly.
And Ringo Starr entirely abandons the traditional rock drum kit. He just stands in the corner of the studio with a set of bongos and claves.
And stripped it right down.
How did taking away the massive crashing drum kit shift the entire focus of the track?
It fundamentally altered the rhythmic foundation from a driving rock beat to a soft bossa nova heartbeat.
A heartbeat. That makes sense.
Without the loud crash of cymbals taking up all the sonic space, the melody could finally breathe. It proved that a rock band could work in much softer dynamics without losing an ounce of their credibility.
By choosing the hum of wood over the hum of an amplifier.
Exactly. They essentially created the blueprint for every unplugged or indie acoustic session you stream today.
And we cannot ignore George Harrison's contribution here. He delivers this minimalist, 6-bar acoustic solo that acts almost like a call and response to the vocal.
It isn't flashy at all.
No, it's a perfectly constructed architecture, but the part that gives me chills is the key change at the very end.
Oh, the modulation?
Yeah, they shift from E major to F major right as the song is fading out. Usually pop songs use a key change to artificially juice the energy for a final chorus. Why does this one feel so different?
Because it arrives after the song seems to be ending. Most key changes are cheap pop manipulations, like a loud gear shift to wake the listener up.
Right, the classic truck driver gear shift.
Yeah, but here, the sudden shift to F major feels like a genuine emotional revelation. It elevates the final sentiment to a higher spiritual plane.
Wow.
And the visual representation of this track in the film, A Hard Day's Night, captures that exact feeling perfectly. The director, Richard Lester, spent an entire afternoon meticulously choreographing a single camera light flare to hit the lens at the exact right moment during Paul McCartney's performance.
Just for that one visual note.
Yeah, it gave the scene a feeling of transcending the physical world.
That is brilliant. So this acoustic confidence they gained on And I Love Her clearly gave them the courage to get even closer to the listener.
It definitely paved the way.
And that brings us to late 1965 on the album Rubber Soul. This is a gritty, smoky confession that mixes heavy philosophy with hidden pranks. We have to talk about the track, girl.
Oh, the innocent, smiling mop-top era was completely dead and buried by this point.
Completely gone.
Girl was recorded incredibly efficiently in just 2 takes on November 11th, 1965. And the studio techniques were extreme for the time.
Like John Lennon singing with his mouth pressed virtually right against the microphone?
Yeah, and he specifically asked the engineer to crank the treble and the compression.
Okay, another quick technical pause. When you crank the treble and apply heavy compression to a microphone, what is actually happening to the physical sound wave?
So treble highlights the absolute highest frequencies, the sharp, crisp edges of a sound.
Okay, like a hissing sound.
Right. And compression essentially squeezes the audio, making the quietest sounds louder and the loudest sounds quieter.
So it flattens the dynamics.
Exactly. So by combining them, every tiny intake of breath, every click of the tongue becomes razor sharp and hyper-present in your ear.
The result is that his heavy, exhausted sighs perfectly match the metallic hiss of Ringo Starr's brushed cymbals.
It creates this ultra-intimate texture.
Plus, George Harrison is playing a 12-string acoustic guitar mimicking a Greek bouzouki, which gives the track this early world music vibe.
It doesn't sound like Liverpool at all.
No, it sounds like a smoky cafe in Athens.
Yeah, lyrically, the themes are incredibly heavy. John Lennon is openly rebelling against the Catholic guilt he grew up with.
Right.
He's actively questioning the idea that pain leads to pleasure, exploring this dark concept of masochistic devotion where a person stays in a relationship specifically because it hurts.
That is dark for a pop record.
Very. He later called the subject of the song an archetype and intellectual woman he'd been searching for.
Okay, but I have to push back here. We are building up this narrative of them as profound, serious, philosophical poets.
Sure.
But during the middle 8 of this exact same song, Paul McCartney and George Harrison are repeatedly singing the word tit as a background harmony.
Yes, they absolutely are.
I mean, it was a literal schoolboy prank designed to mock the innocence of the Beach Boys' vocal harmonies, and they actually snuck it right past the BBC censors.
They sure did.
So my question is, doesn't burying a juvenile prank in the mix completely undermine the idea that this is sophisticated, serious art?
Not at all. In fact, it is exactly what makes it so groundbreaking.
Really? How so?
It proves that emotional complexity and musical sophistication do not require you to be pretentious. You can explore profound philosophical themes about pain and religion and still be 4 lads in your 20s having a laugh in the studio.
Ah, I see.
It marks the exact turning point where they became true artists, but without losing their essential humanity. A lesser band would have taken themselves way too seriously. The prank grounds the philosophy.
That is such a great way to look at it. But as much as they were mastering these acoustic philosophical ballads, we can't forget that they were still a working rock band.
A very busy working rock band.
Right, and you can't play a gentle acoustic lullaby to a screaming stadium of 50,000 people. They had just finished a massive summer tour in the United States, soaking in American soul music. How did they translate this new structural genius back into high-voltage rock?
Well, that brings us to December 1965 and Day Tripper, released as a double A-side single with We Can Work It Out.
And for anyone used to modern streaming, a double A-side meant releasing a piece of vinyl with 2 hit singles and absolutely 0 filler.
The pressure to deliver a massive Christmas single was immense.
And when I listen to Day Tripper, I hear the direct influence of the Motown and Stax soul rhythms they absorbed in the U.S. That guitar riff, 2 bars, 1 chord, is iconic.
Oh, legendary.
I've always thought of it like watching the gears in a Swiss watch locked together perfectly. John's initial idea is the mainspring, George's guitar is the minute hand, and Paul's bass is the second hand. If one is off by a millimeter, the whole watch shatters.
That interlocking mechanism is the entire magic of the song, and the authorship dynamic behind it is fascinating.
Because John Lennon loudly and repeatedly claimed he wrote that iconic 2-bar riff.
He did, but he almost certainly did not play the main riff on the final recording.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he handed his brilliant creation over to his bandmates to execute. George Harrison actually played the driving guitar riff, likely on a Gibson ES-345 or a Gretsch Tennessean.
Wow, okay. And Paul McCartney brilliantly doubles that exact riff on his Rickenbacker bass.
He does.
But here is the technical detail that blows my mind. Instead of playing the riff down low on the open E string, which would be the easiest way to do it, he plays it way up on the 7th fret of the A string. Why choose the harder physical position on the fretboard?
It comes down to the physics of the instrument. Playing higher up on the neck uses a shorter, thicker segment of the string under higher tension.
Oh, so it changes the sound wave.
Exactly. It completely changes the tone from a loose, muddy rumble into a compressed, unbelievably punchy attack.
Yeah.
It mimics the tight staccato punch of a Motown horn section.
That is just an absolute masterclass in ensemble playing. You have three distinct musicians locking onto a single musical idea, executing it with such precision that the entire band sounds like one enormous, unstoppable instrument.
They weren't just strumming chords anymore. They were engineering a groove.
Exactly. And even before they got to the Sgt. Pepper era of high-concept studio wizardry, Day Tripper showed how far their fundamental musicianship had evolved.
It is an evolution that completely rewrote the rules of the recording industry.
So if we step back and look at the sheer velocity of this evolution, it is almost terrifying. We started this conversation in a Southport hotel room in October 1963, singing around a single microphone about the simple heartbreak of a boy losing his girl.
Right.
And in barely 24 months, we end up in late 1965 with intricate Tin Pan Alley modulations, acoustic bossa nova textures, Greek bouzouki influences, and locked-in soul grooves that hit like a freight train.
But looking back at that staggering velocity raises a very important question.
What's that?
By evolving so rapidly and by proving that unprecedented commercial dominance could effortlessly coexist with relentless artistic experimentation, did they actually create a massive problem for every pop star who followed?
Oh, wow. I never thought about it like that.
I mean, did they set a standard that is so impossibly high that it permanently killed the simple, unpretentious joy of just being a pop band?
That is a fascinating point.
Today, if a pop star just wants to sing catchy dance tracks, they are heavily criticized for not evolving or making a profound artistic statement. We celebrate the growth we trace today, but you have to wonder if this sophisticated evolution was both a spectacular gift to modern music and an enduring curse for anyone trying to follow in those exact footsteps.
That is an incredibly heavy thought to leave on. We started out talking about the timeline of evolution, how nature takes millions of years to build a better finch.
Yeah.
What we have seen today is what happens when artistic mutation takes hold in a pressure cooker. The time lapse isn't measured in eons. It is measured in studio takes, nylon strings, and hotel room writing sessions.
Beautifully said.
And the resulting mutation was so powerful, the entire pop music ecosystem is still trying to adapt to it today. Keep turning that over in your mind.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So, I want you to imagine having 400 million people just staring at you live.
Right, which is just a staggering number to even visualize.
Yeah, exactly. And knowing that if you hit one wrong note or, I don't know, your equipment glitches, the entire planet is going to witness your humiliation in real time.
No pressure at all, right?
Right. So to cope with that absolute mountain of pressure, the greatest band in history literally hid a bottle of scotch under the mixing desk.
Which, honestly, is the most human reaction possible.
I mean, you would need it. Today, we are completely unpacking the absolute cultural dominance of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr.
And, you know, their true superpower wasn't just writing catchy melodies, though obviously they did that.
No, it was their permeability. Like, they were basically human synthesizers.
Oh, I love that term, human synthesizers.
Yeah, because they absorbed everything, like obscure R&B records, global counterculture anxiety, even the literal dogs sleeping on their living room floors.
And then they mutated all of it into pure gold.
Exactly. So let's get right into the music.
Well, that mutation process, that's the absolute key here. Because they never operated in a vacuum.
Nobody does, right?
Right. But if you listen closely, you can hear the exact DNA of the world just humming underneath their tracks.
They didn't just mirror their environment, though.
No, they surgically extracted the best parts of what they heard, disassembled it, and then built something entirely new out of the scraps.
So let's prove that by putting a microscope on the sheer architecture of a riff.
Let's do it.
Think about the last time you heard a song or, I don't know, read a book that felt entirely 100% original.
It's rare.
It is rare. Chances are the creator was just, well, they were just better at hiding their influences than anyone else.
Yeah, hiding the seams.
Exactly. So take Day Tripper from 1965.
Oh, what a track.
Right. That legendary grinding guitar riff didn't just magically materialize out of thin air in the studio.
Not at all. John Lennon went fishing in the crates for that one.
He absolutely did. He extracted the core DNA from this obscure 1961 track by an American R&B artist named Bobby Parker.
The song is called Watch Your Step.
Yeah, Watch Your Step.
And Watch Your Step was this incredibly sweaty, relentless blues soul shuffle.
It had a real groove to it.
It did. It operated as this sort of secret handshake among serious British musicians at the time.
Because they were all obsessively hunting down authentic American records, right?
Exactly. And Lennon knew exactly what he was doing. I mean, he had already lifted a piece of Bobby Parker's style a year earlier for the I Feel Fine riff.
But I want to be clear here, labeling it theft just completely misses the point.
Oh, completely. It was a synthesis.
I'll take that a step further, actually. It wasn't just Bobby Parker in the blender.
Right, there were layers to it.
When you trace the musical roots of Day Tripper, you find ostinatos pulled straight from Motown.
Okay, so for anyone who isn't a massive music theory nerd, an ostinato is essentially a musical heartbeat.
A heartbeat, yeah.
It's a short, repeating phrase that just loops relentlessly until it gets completely stuck in your brain.
And you hear echoes of that all over the place, like The Temptations' My Girl, or Barrett Strong's Money. That's what I want.
Even Marvin Gaye's I'll Be Doggone.
Yes. And underneath all that soul, there's this, rockabilly undertow that completely channels Roy Orbison's Oh, Pretty Woman.
So they're pulling from everywhere, but we also have to factor in the sheer venom of competition.
Oh, the rivalry. We have to talk about the rivalry.
The historical consensus points to John Lennon being directly provoked by the Rolling Stones here.
Because earlier in 1965, the Stones unleashed I Can't Get No Satisfaction.
Which changed everything.
It did. That single track showed the entire world what a relentlessly simple, repeating guitar figure could do to the human nervous system.
It was a wake-up call. Lennon saw what Keith Richards did, felt the cultural ground shift beneath his feet, and essentially said, well, I can beat that.
And he kind of did. I mean, most bands treat guitar riffs like a coat of paint on a house.
What do you mean by that?
Like you can scrape the paint off, change the color, and the house still stands just fine. The song survives without the riff.
Ah, okay, yeah.
But they treated riffs like load-bearing walls.
That is a great analogy.
The structural elegance of Day Tripper is notoriously punishing. Like the entire riff is built on a single chord E major.
Just one chord.
Just one. And it stretches across 2 full bars of music.
Let's explain why that actually matters to the ear, though. Because the riff doesn't resolve at the end of the first bar like most standard rock songs. The band basically has to hold their collective breath for twice as long.
Which creates so much tension.
Oh, an incredible amount of tension. If Ringo Starr drops the beat by a fraction of a millisecond, or, if the guitars fall out of perfect sync,
the whole thing falls apart.
Exactly. That tension snaps and the entire musical structure collapses.
That sheer structural integrity places Day Tripper firmly in what I call the brotherhood of the great riff.
The brotherhood of the great riff. I like that.
The defining quality of these riffs isn't just that they sound cool, though they do. It's that they make the song inevitable.
You literally cannot imagine the track starting any other way.
Right. Look at Jimmy Page taking Willie Dixon's blues vocabulary and making it sound like an alien invasion on a houseboat to create Whole Lotta Love.
Or Tony Iommi.
Oh man, the factory accident.
Yeah, losing the tips of his fingers in a sheet metal factory, fashioning homemade prosthetics, and tuning his guitar string slack just to ease the pain on his fingers.
Which is wild.
And that specific accident gave birth to the sludgy heavy metal doom of Iron Man.
Or even jumping way forward to 2003. Jack White plugging a plastic guitar into an octave pedal to drop the pitch.
Just playing 3 descending notes.
And accidentally writing Seven Nation Army. Like a riff so sturdy it became a mandatory stadium chant worldwide.
It's lightning in a bottle.
And what fascinates me is the sheer economy of capturing that lightning in a bottle.
Well, look at the Day Tripper recording session on October 16th, 1965.
They were so fast.
It took them 3 takes. Just 3.
And the arrangement choices are just wild for the time. Paul McCartney is doing this highly unusual high-register bass doubling.
Right, because normally a bass provides the low-end thump.
Exactly, it sits in the bottom. But playing it up high, matching the exact melody of the guitar, it wraps the entire riff in this thick sonic muscle.
Meanwhile, Ringo Starr is delivering an incredibly aggressive, driving drum pattern that just refuses to let you relax.
There's even a mysterious guitar dropout near the end of the track.
Yeah, a clear technical flub.
But producer George Martin just left it in as an intentional quirk.
The final product is 2 minutes and 47 seconds where absolutely nothing is wasted.
Nothing at all.
And you have to pair that relentless, grinding tension of the music with the lyrics themselves.
Because Lennon was writing a very arch, contemptuous takedown of a weekend hippie.
He was targeting the tourists.
Yeah, the people who wanted the cool clothes and, the aesthetic of the counterculture without taking any actual social risks.
The lyric feels like a pointed accusation, and the riff backs it up like a literal threat.
But if you're Lennon and you've just channeled all that competitive energy into perfecting the 3-minute pop song,
you eventually run out of runway.
Exactly. You need a bigger target. Which means trading the recording studio for the entire globe.
And that brings us to June 25, 1967.
The ultimate high-pressure gig.
The Our World broadcast. This was the first live global television broadcast in human history.
Put together by the European Broadcasting Union.
Right. 400 million people across 25 countries watching a live satellite link.
Just put yourself in the control room at Abbey Road for a second.
I would be terrified.
You have George Martin and his engineer Jeff Emmerich sweating bullets in the booth.
Because in 1967, satellite technology was wildly unpredictable.
Wildly. You had massive audio delays, feedback loops, the constant threat of the signal just dying altogether.
If the audio glitches, they look incompetent in front of a substantial percentage of the human race.
Thus, the hidden bottle of scotch under the mixing desk we talked about earlier.
They definitely needed it, because out on the studio floor, it was an entirely different vibe.
Oh yeah, a total contrast.
The band is surrounded by flowers, balloons, and an audience of famous friends sitting cross-legged on the floor.
Like Mick Jagger and Eric Clapton were just hanging out there.
Yeah, it was designed to look like a spontaneous psychedelic hangout.
But in reality,
they were merging the intimacy of a medieval gathering with the terrifying cutting-edge technology of a global satellite feed.
And the message they chose to beam to those 400 billion people was, all you need is love.
Which was so deliberate.
Here's the truly brilliant part about that choice. John Lennon specifically designed this song as revolutionary propaganda.
He intentionally used basic English and absolute terms, words like nothing, no one, nowhere, all.
He needed a message that bypassed language barriers entirely.
It could not be misinterpreted, whether you were watching in Tokyo, Paris, or New York.
The broadcast demanded absolute clarity.
And if Lennon didn't have that terrifying deadline and the directive to speak to the entire planet simultaneously, he might have drifted.
Drifted into the dense, studio-bound experimentation they were known for at the time.
Exactly. The constraint forced him to strip away the artifice and deliver a pure, unfiltered manifesto.
Wait, I have to challenge the idea that they stripped away the artifice, though.
Oh, why is that?
Because they masked extreme musical complexity right underneath that simple message. Most people singing along in their cars never realized they were walking through a rhythmic labyrinth.
You're referring to the time signature.
Yes. The verses of All You Need Is Love use a highly irregular, asymmetric time signature totaling 29 beats.
It shifts constantly between 74 time and 84 time.
Let's break down what that actually means for someone, just trying to tap their foot to the wake.
Sure, because a standard pop song is in 44 time.
A steady, reliable 1, 2, 3, 4 pulse.
But when you throw a bar of 74 time in there, it feels like walking up a staircase in the dark and expecting an extra step that just isn't there.
Yes. It throws your balance off completely.
It creates this subliminal, unstable sway that draws you in, making you slightly dizzy.
Before it finally resolves into that steady, comforting 44 beat for the chorus.
Which creates a physical sense of relief when the chorus hits.
It really does. And surrounding that labyrinth, you have an intro and an outro functioning as a postmodern musical collage.
It opens with the French national anthem, La Marseillaise.
Which is so grand.
And then, during the chaotic fade-out at the end, they start quoting Glenn Miller's jazz standard, In the Mood.
And they even mock their own past by singing the chorus of She Loves You.
So they successfully exported the Summer of Love to the entire planet in a single afternoon.
But then, in the 1980s, an entire generation of cynical music critics decided to dismiss All You Need Is Love as hopelessly naive.
They rolled their eyes at the earnestness, calling it hippie nonsense.
But I look at modern psychology, and the art was right decades before the data caught up.
What do you mean?
Consider the Harvard Grant Study. It's this exhaustive 80-year longitudinal study tracking human development to find out what actually leads to a fulfilling life.
And what did they find?
The researchers definitively concluded, in their exact words, happiness is love. Full stop.
Wow. It sounds like a stretch to connect a 1960s pop broadcast to an 80-year Harvard medical study, but the sentiment aligns perfectly.
It totally does. And George Harrison actually made a robust defense of the song in 1987.
While others felt slightly embarrassed by the overt idealism of the 60s, George stood his ground.
He argued that complete love is not just a quaint concept, it is a fundamental law of nature.
His philosophy was that if humanity possessed total knowledge, we would naturally exhibit complete love, and all our societal friction would just dissolve.
So they broadcast this message of universal, unconditional love to hundreds of millions of people.
And yet, the ultimate irony hits.
Right after providing the heartbeat for global unity, the band's interpersonal relationships severely fracture.
The business side gets messy, egos collide, and the recording studio turns into a toxic battleground.
So if you are a Beatle and human relationships have become a minefield of lawsuits and resentment, where do you find actual unconditional love?
You find it in the creatures who do not care about your fame, your royalty checks, or your cultural impact.
You look to your pets.
Examining their relationships with animals offers a profound window into who these men were when the screaming stopped.
These animals were literal sanctuaries of sanity.
John Lennon's history with animals is surprisingly heavy, actually.
Yeah, as a child, he had a beloved dog that was hit by a car, a trauma that stuck with him deeply.
But later in his life, particularly during his quieter years living at the Dakota in New York, he found immense peace surrounding himself with cats.
Cats are arguably the perfect companion for a personality like John Lennon.
Because they are entirely independent, naturally aloof, and deeply non-performative.
A cat doesn't care that you wrote Imagine or that millions of people worship you.
A cat just wants a warm place to sleep and a bowl of food.
For a man whose entire existence was a public performance subjected to ruthless global scrutiny, that uncomplicated connection grounds you.
Then you have Ringo Starr.
Ringo is the ultimate mystery pet owner.
You see these casual photos over the decades of him just walking his dogs, and he never made a spectacle of it.
It perfectly encapsulates his brand.
While the rest of the band was having massive existential crises, engaging in avant-garde art or traveling to India,
Ringo was staying out of the spotlight, happily being a normal guy walking his dog.
Zero drama.
Contrast that quiet domesticity with George Harrison, whose relationship with animals was practically theological.
At his massive estate, Friar Park, he maintained an incredible free-roaming menagerie.
He had peacocks casually strutting across the meticulously manicured lawns.
But that wasn't just eccentric rock star wealth on display, right? Like buying a tiger because you can.
Far from it. It tied directly into his deep Eastern spiritual beliefs.
To George, all life was fundamentally interconnected.
Animals were spiritual beings deserving of the utmost respect and compassion.
His estate functioned as a sanctuary that reflected his core worldview, which was that harming any living creature diminishes us all.
He aligned his massive wealth directly with his spiritual principles.
It was an ego-free zone of peacocks and cats existing peacefully in his own personal Eden.
Which brings us to Paul McCartney and an old English sheepdog named Martha.
In 1968, during the sessions for the White Album, the tension in the band was suffocating.
Paul was spending more time at home with his dog than he was dealing with the infighting at Abbey Road.
Because Martha provided exactly what his bandmates couldn't offer at that moment. Uncomplicated, unconditional love.
So he writes, Martha, my dear.
But because we were talking about Paul McCartney, he doesn't just strum a simple acoustic tribute to his dog.
Oh no, he gives Martha the full Baroque pop treatment.
Let's explain what Baroque pop actually means in this context, because it's brilliant.
He took a catchy pop melody and dressed it up in 17th century aristocratic clothes.
He brought in a massive orchestral arrangement, a brass section, complex piano counterpoint.
Most people hear it and automatically assume it is a sophisticated love song about a woman.
It's only when you dig into the history that you realize he elevated his affection for a sheepdog into a timeless piece of classical-leaning pop music.
It's an incredible piece of misdirection.
Yeah.
But there is another layer to this that is absolutely fascinating regarding his motivation.
This is my favorite connection of the entire discussion. We have to bring the Beach Boys into this.
We absolutely do. In 1966, Brian Wilson releases the monumental album Pet Sounds.
And the word pet in that title was an artistic metaphor. It represented Brian Wilson's personal, deeply cherished musical sounds.
Paul McCartney hears Pet Sounds, becomes entirely obsessed with its genius, and it directly inspires him to push the boundaries of the studio.
Leading to the creation of Sgt. Pepper in 1967.
Brian Wilson raised the bar for what a pop album could achieve, and Paul McCartney famously possessed a legendary competitive streak.
He could never let a challenge go unanswered.
Exactly. So my theory is this. Knowing how ruthlessly competitive McCartney was, did he consciously sit down during the White Album sessions and write a literal pop masterpiece about an actual physical pet?
Just to say to Brian Wilson, I see your beautiful conceptual metaphor, and I raise you a real, living, breathing sheepdog.
Yes. It is a hilarious theory and honestly highly plausible.
Whether it was a fully conscious decision to one-up the metaphor or just a subconscious flex, it fits Paul McCartney's psychological profile perfectly.
His entire career is built on proving he can execute any concept better than anyone else in the room.
Brian Wilson creates an emotional masterpiece using pet as an abstract concept.
And McCartney turns around and writes a melodically complex, orchestrally dense masterpiece about a literal dog playing in his yard.
It is the ultimate display of competitive overachieving.
So let's connect all these threads. We started with a gritty, obscure American R&B record from 1961.
We moved to a terrified control room broadcasting an asymmetric time signature to 400 million people.
And we ended with an old English sheepdog inspiring classical pop music.
The overarching lesson here is permeability. Their genius wasn't isolated.
They missed absolutely nothing. They took the noise of the entire world, processed it through their relentless ambition, and spun it back out as absolute gold.
That is the ultimate takeaway for anyone listening. World-changing greatness does not come from isolating yourself in a pristine vacuum.
It comes from being radically, almost aggressively observant of your surroundings.
It's about looking at the mundane, everyday things.
A stray chord on a dusty blues record, a television commercial slogan, a dog walking across your living room rug.
And realizing that it all contains the raw material for something extraordinary.
Which leaves you with a critical question to ponder today. Look around you. What are the pet sounds or the obscure riffs in your own daily life that you are currently ignoring?
What raw, seemingly mundane material is sitting right in front of you, just waiting to be synthesized into your own masterpiece?
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
Yeah, definitely. So today, we are completely stripping away that whole peace and love mythology of the world's most famous band.
Right, because for decades, the public narrative has just been this unified front, four guys changing the world with a message of universal harmony.
Exactly. But the reality is, well, it's far more complex. We are looking at four fiercely independent, heavily armored men fighting to protect their own egos while navigating just unimaginable fame.
Yeah, we're tearing down the branding today.
For sure. By looking closely at how they sought refuge with animals, their surprisingly ruthless public attacks on fellow musicians, and the deeply psychological reasons they chose their favorite albums, we are going to understand the actual humans behind the myth.
No filler today.
Nope, none. So let's start with, the ultimate escape from the pressure cooker of global fame, which is animals.
Yeah, because when you reach that unprecedented level of celebrity, your world just shrinks. Fame breeds this intense paranoia.
Oh, I bet.
Every single human interaction becomes a calculation. Does this person want to be my friend, or do they just want a piece of the phenomenon?
Right. Do they want money? Are they trying to sell a story to the tabloids?
Exactly. And animals completely bypass that anxiety. A dog or a cat provides a relationship entirely devoid of transactional baggage.
They do not care if you are a global icon. They just want dinner.
Basically, yeah.
What I find fascinating, though, is how each band member's choice and treatment of their pets acts like this psychological mirror. Take Paul McCartney, for example.
Oh, Paul is a great example.
Right. On stage and in the studio, Paul is the ultimate perfectionist. He's the polished diplomat, often masking these deeper, messier emotions with incredibly intricate bass lines and sophisticated pop arrangements.
Yet, if you look at his relationship with his old English sheepdog...
the literal inspiration for the song Martha, My Dear.
Yes, exactly. You see a completely different person with Martha. He was unabashedly sentimental and just emotionally vulnerable.
Oh, wow.
He didn't have to direct the narrative or maintain his polished public persona. He could just be soft.
Which is a striking contrast to John Lennon. I mean, John spent his entire career building this caustic, cynical, intellectual armor. But throughout his life, he was absolutely obsessed with cats.
Oh, yeah. He would constantly take in strays. His aunt even noted it was a lifelong habit of his.
That makes perfect psychological sense for John, doesn't it?
It does. Cats demand that you earn their affection on their terms. They are fiercely independent, much like John himself.
Yeah, that tracks.
For a man who is constantly on the defensive, finding simple, non-judgmental connection with a creature that didn't care about his fame.
It was a rare moment of dropping the armor.
Exactly. It revealed this desperate need for simple affection beneath all that biting wit.
Then you bring in George Harrison, and the focus shifts entirely. For George, animals weren't just comforting pets. They were part of a broader philosophy.
Right, because George viewed the world through a deeply spiritual lens. His approach to animals was rooted in a fundamental respect for all living things.
It was an extension of his universal compassion.
Yeah, he wasn't just finding an escape from fame. He was literally practicing what he preached about the interconnectedness of life.
And then there's Ringo Starr.
Yeah, Ringo was essentially just a normal guy hanging out with a dog, refusing to overthink his existence.
Which is so on brand for him. He provided the grounding energy for the entire band, and his completely unpretentious approach to animals reflects that exact same straightforward nature.
And you can still see the impact of these bonds today. I mean, Paul McCartney remains a a vocal animal rights activist, fighting for animal welfare with the exact same relentless drive he brings to his music.
And George Harrison's legacy is largely defined by that practice of universal compassion.
Millions of dollars in unmatched fame couldn't buy genuine peace, but, a stray cat or a sheepdog could.
So true. But if animals are the ultimate safe space because they don't threaten your ego, human peers are the exact opposite.
Completely.
And this is where the public brand completely fractures. The contrast between their all you need is love messaging and their absolute ruthlessness toward other artists is just jarring.
They didn't just privately dislike people, they gave interviews meticulously dismantling their peers.
It's wild. The precision with which they threw shade was surgical. John Lennon specifically operated like an artistic sniper hunting for phoniness.
He was always obsessed with authenticity, which meant he was equally brutal to his own work, like calling some of his early pop songs garbage, and to anyone he felt was faking it.
Let's look at the Bob Dylan situation, because this is just wild to me.
The Dylan feud?
Bob Dylan was John Lennon's absolute hero. Dylan is the one who introduced John to marijuana in a New York hotel room.
Right, and more importantly, Dylan completely expanded John's songwriting mind. He showed him that rock lyrics could be about literature, politics, internal pain.
Not just holding hands.
Exactly. The artistic leap the band takes in the mid-1960s happens largely because of Bob Dylan's influence. Dylan was the radical poet John aspired to be.
So cut to 1979, Dylan releases his born-again Christian album, Slow Train Coming. And John Lennon is so profoundly offended that he records a rambling monologue tearing the album to pieces.
He famously calls Dylan a waiter for Christ.
Ouch. He says the backing music is mediocre, the singing is pathetic, and the words are embarrassing.
But that venom isn't just about musical taste. It is about ideological betrayal.
How so?
Well, John Lennon had spent the 1970s exploring radical politics, primal tharine therapy, and strident atheism.
Right.
So when Dylan, like the ultimate counterculture icon, suddenly pivoted to conservative establishment religion, John felt abandoned.
Oh, I see. He saw his revolutionary hero selling out to the ultimate authority figure.
Exactly. It broke his heart, so he lashed out.
He had a similarly brutal reaction to the folk music revival, too. When a magazine editor tried to flatter John by comparing his song Working Class Hero to Bob Dylan's work, John unleashed on the entire folk scene.
He specifically targeted Joan Baez and Judy Collins, calling their work fruity.
Which I have to push back on John here. Joan Baez is a massive civil rights icon who marched with Martin Luther King Jr. How does he justify dismissing her as fruity?
You have to look at John's origins in Liverpool for that to make sense. To John, fruity meant performatively sincere. It meant precious and overwrought.
Oh, okay.
Even though John was raised in a relatively middle-class home by his aunt, Liverpool was a rough, working-class port city. He absolutely despised the idea of comfortable middle-class artists putting on an acoustic guitar and cosplaying working-class struggles.
He viewed it as rich kids playing dress up with other people's pain.
Precisely. He hated performative art, which perfectly explains his absolute disdain for the band Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
Sure, their self-titled album won the Album of the Year Grammy, beating out Abbey Road, which probably stung.
Oh, definitely stung.
But John's hatred was ideological, wasn't it?
It was. Blood, Sweat, and Tears represented the corporate sanitization of rock and roll. They took the rebellion, the grit, and the danger of the 1960s, smoothed out the edges, added a polite horn section, and just sold it to suburban parents.
To John, they were commercialism masquerading as art.
Exactly.
Okay, I get John being caustic. He was the provocateur. But we have to talk about the diplomat.
Paul McCartney.
Yes. Paul McCartney is famous for being the charming, thumbs-up, public relations master of the group. Yet, underneath that polite exterior, Paul holds grudges that are just as deep.
Usually stemming from direct threats to his legendary status, Paul's anger is fascinating because it is almost entirely rooted in status anxiety and business betrayal.
He built the empire, and he fiercely guards the gates.
He really does.
The Michael Jackson story is the ultimate example. Paul and Michael were genuine friends in the early 1980s. They recorded huge hits together like Say, Say, Say.
And Paul, playing the role of the elder statesman, actually sat Michael down and gave him a masterclass on the mechanics of music publishing.
Right. For anyone unfamiliar, owning the publishing rights to a song means you own the underlying composition. You control where it gets used in movies, in commercials, and you collect the lion's share of the royalties. It is the most valuable asset a songwriter has.
And Paul explained this wealth-building secret to Michael Jackson.
Yes, and Michael took the lesson so much to heart that in 1985, when the ATV catalog went up for sale.
A catalog that contained the publishing rights to the vast majority of Paul McCartney's own songs, mind you.
Right. Michael Jackson secretly outbid Paul to buy it.
Jackson bought the rug Paul was standing on.
It's insane. Paul labeled the move dodgy, which is a severe British understatement for a backstabbing traitor.
Think about the humiliation. Paul McCartney, a billionaire musical genius, couldn't even afford to buy back the rights to the melodies he created in his own living room.
He had to ask Michael Jackson for permission and for a better royalty rate on his own life's work.
He felt completely blindsided and never forgave him.
But Paul's ruthlessness wasn't just about business, was it? It was about protecting his cultural throne.
Look at his reaction to Madonna in the 1980s and 90s. Paul was openly resentful that Madonna was being treated like a goddess while everyone else was just sorry people.
Wait, he was complaining about her getting too much adulation.
Because he was experiencing a dip in his own solo career while watching Madonna completely dominate the global cultural landscape, exactly the way his band had dominated the 1960s.
Ah, I see.
Once you have been the center of the universe, watching a new pop star occupy that exact spot feels almost like theft. He couldn't handle not being the most relevant person in the room.
He felt threatened by Madonna because she was an equal. But contrast that with how he treated Oasis.
Oh, man.
The Gallagher brothers essentially worshipped Paul. Their entire Britpop aesthetic, their songwriting, their haircuts, it was all a massive tribute to his band.
And Paul McCartney coldly waves them off in the press as derivative.
Brutal. Derivative is the ultimate kiss of death for a musician.
It means you aren't an artist. You are a photocopier. Coming from the man who literally invented half the rules Oasis was following, it was a brutal public execution. He was putting them in their place.
Which brings us back to the Phil Collins incident at Buckingham Palace we mentioned earlier. Our little Phil.
The condescension is breathtaking.
Collins is an Oscar winner, a multi-platinum artist, and Paul treats him like a child who won a radio contest.
It reveals the core of Paul's armor. He spent decades smiling for the cameras, but underneath, he knows his exact historical weight. He demands total reverence and despises anyone who assumes they're operating on his level.
So if they're this unforgiving toward their peers and their disciples, how on earth did they judge their own collective work?
Well, when you ask the band members what their favorite album is, you don't get a consensus. You get a massive proxy war of egos.
Fans will argue forever about the objective peak. Look at fan polls, and people constantly debate between Abbey Road and Revolver for the #1 spot.
But the creators themselves had entirely different criteria for greatness. It was based almost entirely on how much psychological control they wielded at the time.
Let's start with Paul McCartney's pick, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. The origin of this masterpiece is actually kind of hilarious.
Their road manager, Mal Evans, mumbled something on a flight that sounded like salt and pepper, and Paul misheard it as Sgt. Pepper.
Right, and from that tiny spark, Paul constructs an entire escape hatch. The band was exhausted from touring, terrified of death threats, and sick of the screaming fans.
So Paul says, what if we stop being us? What if we create alter egos and record as this fictional, psychedelic brass band?
And he takes that concept and essentially turns into a tyrannical movie director. He dictates the avant-garde themes, the vaudeville elements, the circus music.
But to understand why the rest of the band hated making it, you have to understand the mechanism of the studio at that time.
The 4-track tape machine.
Exactly. To build these massive, complex orchestral arrangements, they couldn't just play together in a room. They had to record one instrument, rewind the tape, bounce it down, and record another layer.
It sounds exhausting.
It was an agonizing mathematical process. George Harrison explicitly called it an assembly process. He said they weren't even a band anymore.
Wow.
George had just returned from India, deeply immersed in spirituality and the sitar, and he had absolutely zero interest in playing a minor supporting role in Paul McCartney's meticulous pop vision.
It was so tedious that Ringo Starr famously admitted he learned to play chess during the Sgt. Pepper sessions just to pass the time while Paul obsessed over bass lines.
It was Paul's ultimate masterpiece, but his demand for total creative control completely isolated his bandmates.
Which perfectly explains John Lennon's defiant rebuttal.
Oh, yeah. John was asked about his favorite work, and he explicitly told their recording engineer, Jeff Emmerich, that Sgt. Pepper was the biggest load of crap they had ever done.
Incredible. Instead, John picked the White Album. But on paper, picking the White Album makes no sense. The 1968 sessions for that double album were notoriously toxic.
You were constantly fighting.
Business managers were interrupting studio time, and the atmosphere was so hostile that Ringo Starr actually quit the band and flew to Sardinia. Why would John pick the project where the band was literally falling apart?
Because the fragmentation of the band was the exact thing that gave John his freedom.
Oh.
The double album format meant there was no strict quality control and no unifying concept. John didn't have to compromise with Paul's sunny pop sensibilities.
He could just blend a dark, complex, heroin-influenced track like Happiness is a Warm Gun or the raw screaming of your blues and just put it on the record.
Exactly. He valued gritty authenticity over unified perfection. John bluntly stated that Paul hated the White Album because Paul always wanted their albums to be a group thing, which John clarified really just meant more Paul.
Wow. So Paul votes for the album where he had total control, and John votes for the album where he had total autonomy. It is a pure clash of massive egos. But where does George Harrison land in all this?
George Harrison bypasses the ego war entirely. His pick is incredibly poignant. He chose 1965's Rubber Soul.
Why go all the way back to 1965?
You have to look at the timeline. In late 1965, they were transitioning from a relentless live touring act into true studio artists. They were deeply influenced by Bob Dylan, moving away from simple teenage love songs and exploring complex folk rock.
Crucially, this is the album where George introduces the Indian sitar on John's song Norwegian Wood.
That was a total first for a Western rock record.
Right.
For George, who was just beginning to find his own voice as a songwriter with tracks like Think for Yourself, Rubber Soul represented the absolute sweet spot. He picked the exact moment when the four of them were still genuinely listening to each other.
They were discovering new sounds, pushing boundaries, and building something together.
It was the last moment they functioned as a true collaborative team, right before the individual egos, the massive wealth, and the artistic differences pulled them in completely separate directions. He valued growth and collective harmony over individual dominance.
We are left with three distinct, brilliant perspectives on what makes something truly great. Is greatness achieved through absolute, meticulous control? Is it found in raw, uncompromising rebellion? Or is it born from perfect collective harmony?
Yeah. And, for you listening, when you look back at your own life, your own career, or your creative projects, how do you evaluate your best work?
That's a great question.
Do you favor the times you were in absolute command, directing every detail like Paul McCartney? Do you look fondly on the times you rebelled, throwing out the rule book and doing things entirely your own unfiltered way like John Lennon? Or do you cherish the times you were in perfect sync with a team, discovering new frontiers together like George Harrison?
We tend to look back at the Beatles as this, flawless monolith. Like they descended from the clouds fully formed or something.
Right, like they were just handing down these perfect records of pure, unblemished originality. I mean, we have definitely built this massive mythology around them over the decades.
Yeah, exactly. We imagine them functioning with a single hive mind, but, well, the messy human reality of the band was completely different. I mean, they weren't a monolith at all.
No, not even close. They were a fractious democracy of 4 very distinct tastes, and those tastes clashed constantly.
Constantly. And they also, openly borrowed and sometimes outright stole from the musicians they worshipped.
Which is actually the fascinating part, right? The internal friction and the constant borrowing weren't like flaws in their process. Those elements were the actual engine of their creativity.
Right. So our mission for this conversation is to figure out the true alchemy of the Beatles. We're going to look at their conflicting personal philosophies, an early battle over a Broadway show tune, and the incredibly blurred line between musical inspiration and million-dollar copyright infringement.
Yeah, and to understand how the Beatles functioned on a day-to-day basis, you really have to look at what they valued individually.
And there's no better way to see that than by looking at their own personal favorite albums from their catalog. Forget that old metaphor of the band being a compass pulling in different directions.
Right, because a compass only points north.
Exactly. Think of the band like a 4-engine plane where every single pilot is actively trying to fly to a different destination. The fact that the plane didn't tear itself apart immediately is a miracle.
A total miracle. But that immense structural tension is exactly what kept them in the air.
Yeah. So let's look at the pilots, starting with John Lennon, who chose the White Album.
Which tells you exactly what his primary creative drive was. The White Album represents John Lennon's desperate need for absolute artistic autonomy.
It's so raw, right?
Yeah, it's this sprawling, disjointed, raw expression. He chose it because it was a total rejection of the glossy groupthink mentality. John Lennon actively resented any attempt to sand down his rougher ideas.
He didn't want to just serve a unified, polished band sound.
Exactly. The White Album was basically his declaration of independence from the band's polish.
But wait, if John Lennon wanted everything to be raw and unpolished, how did he even tolerate Paul McCartney? Because Paul McCartney's favorite album was Sgt. Pepper.
Which is the exact opposite end of the spectrum.
Total opposite.
Mm-hmm.
It showcases his extreme ambition and artistic confidence. He believed in the power of a strong, creative vision, executed with meticulous control.
Right, he didn't want raw accidents. He wanted unparalleled craftsmanship. He was micromanaging every single sonic detail perfectly.
So you have John Lennon demanding raw autonomy and Paul McCartney demanding absolute conceptual control. Where does George Harrison fit into that tug of war?
Well, George Harrison chose Rubber Soul, and that choice reflects a deep desire for collective evolution.
Rubber Soul really does feel like a turning point for them.
It does, and it represents a time when they were genuinely growing together as a unit. They were smoking a lot of marijuana, discovering Bob Dylan, and expanding their songwriting together.
So it's almost like a nostalgia pick.
Exactly. George Harrison picked it as an expression of nostalgia for a brief window when things were open and collaborative before the massive egos and complicated business realities totally ruined the vibe.
Okay, we have autonomy, we have ambition, we have collective evolution. And then there is Ringo Starr, the 4th engine on this plane.
And his choice is so interesting.
Right. He chose Abbey Road. And his reasoning blew my mind. He loved it specifically because of the Abbey Road medley on the second side of the album.
Which is such a revealing detail because John Lennon famously despised that medley.
Yeah, he thought it was just garbage.
Right. He considered it a pile of scraps and unfinished ideas that Paul McCartney just, stitched together to fill time. But Ringo Starr saw it through a completely different lens.
To him, taking those disparate bits and pieces and weaving them together proved the sheer versatility and talent of his friends.
Yeah, it was this monumental, emotional climax for him.
Plus, we have to acknowledge the selfish angle here. Abbey Road gave Ringo Starr his one and only drum solo in the entire Beatles catalog.
Oh, on the track The End.
Exactly. And crucially, it was mixed in true stereo across 2 tracks. For anyone listening who isn't an audio engineer, back in the 1960s, recording consoles only had 4 tracks.
So the drums are usually crammed onto a single flat mono track just to save space.
Right, but on Abbey Road, they finally had an 8-track console. So they panned Ringo Starr's drums wide across the left and right speakers.
When you listen to it, you feel like you're sitting right behind the drum kit. It was a rare, well-deserved showcase for his instrumental prowess.
But if you connect Ringo Starr's choice back to the bigger picture, it just demonstrates his essential humanity.
Yeah, while the other three were constantly fighting for control or artistic growth, Ringo Starr just loved the camaraderie.
He didn't care about grand conceptual statements. He just wanted the simple joy of playing music with his mates.
And Abbey Road gave him that feeling one last time before it all fell apart.
4 drastically different philosophies. And the tension wasn't just a symptom of their eventual burnout. It was there from day one. You can see it perfectly on February 11th, 1963.
Oh, the marathon recording session for their debut album, Please, Please Me.
Right. They're in the studio, absolutely exhausted, fueled by throat lozenges and milk, doing this brutal 12-hour sprint to capture their raw rock club energy on vinyl.
And right in the middle of this sweaty session, Paul McCartney champions a song called A Taste of Honey,
which was originally a 1960 Broadway show tune. Paul McCartney loved a 1962 vocal version recorded by Lenny Welch.
And John Lennon absolutely hated it.
Vehemently hated it.
Yeah, he viewed it as soft, sentimental, granny music that totally betrayed their rock and roll edge. He thought it made them sound like a cheesy lounge act.
But Paul McCartney wouldn't let it go. He doubled down. He cared so much about this track that he double-tracked his vocals on the middle 8 section of the song just to add more emotional depth.
For those listening who might not know, the middle 8 is that crucial bridge section of a song.
Right, because if a track is just verse, chorus, your ear gets bored. The middle 8 breaks that repetition with a totally new melody and chord progression to wake your brain back up.
And Paul McCartney wanted his vocal on that specific section to be huge. That is a phenomenal detail, because that is the only instance of double tracking on the entire Please Please Me album.
They were working incredibly fast, cutting corners everywhere, but he forced them to take the extra time to layer his vocals perfectly.
It shows how much extra attention he felt that specific performance deserved.
They also made some subtle but brilliant technical changes to the song. They changed the lyric from sweeter to schweeter, adding an H sound.
Yeah, that's an old studio trick called de-essing.
Wait, how does an S sound cause a physical problem for a vinyl record?
Well, when you listen to a vinyl record, the needle isn't just gliding. It is being violently thrown side to side by microscopic physical bumps in the groove.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so a hard sound produces extreme, high-frequency treble. When you press that onto vinyl, it cuts a physically jagged, razor-sharp groove.
So the needle literally jumps.
Exactly. When the record player's needle hits that jagged edge, it can skip right out of the track. By softening the word to schweeter, they solved a serious audio engineering problem.
While simultaneously making themselves sound a bit more smooth, like their American idols. And their manager, Brian Epstein, completely backed Paul McCartney on this dispute.
He was a visionary in that regard. He knew that throwing a sophisticated Broadway pop standard into the middle of a rock album would broaden their appeal.
Way beyond just screaming teenagers. It signaled to parents and critics that these guys were all-around entertainers.
Not just a passing teenage fad.
But there is an unbelievable twist of irony here. John Lennon fought so hard against it, including A Taste of Honey. But it went on to become an absolute cultural juggernaut for someone else.
Oh, in 1965, Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass released an instrumental version of it?
Yes, it won 4 Grammys and featured this legendary stuttering bass drum intro by Hal Blaine.
And that iconic intro was a complete accident.
Right. Hal Blaine literally slipped on his kick drum pedal during the take, creating this weird, stuttering rhythm.
It was supposed to be an editing cue that they were going to slice out of the final track.
But Herb Alpert liked the exposed, clumsy kick drum so much, he built the whole arrangement around it. So Paul McCartney's instinct for a hit was dead on.
Absolutely. And Paul McCartney's fixation on that Broadway tune shows how eager they were to absorb outside genres.
But that instinct to borrow didn't stop at show tunes. Eventually, it started crossing the line from inspiration into outright theft.
Well, they learned their craft by imitation, which was totally foundational to early rock and roll.
Right. You listen to American blues records shipped into Liverpool, and you copy them note for note until you figured out how to write your own.
Exactly.
Picasso famously said, "Great artists steal." And that is exactly how the Beatles operated. It was musical alchemy. They would take raw materials like a blues bass line or a lyrical phrase and run it through that 4-engine tension we talked about earlier.
Turning lead into gold.
Yeah. Take Paul McCartney and the song I Saw Her Standing There. He lifted the exact bass line from Chuck Berry's Talking About You.
Note for note.
But how did he legally get away with that?
Because of how copyright law views the anatomy of a song. Think of a song like a house. The bass line and the drum beat are the foundation. They're functional.
Right, they hold the structure up.
Exactly. You cannot copyright the concept of pouring concrete, but the melody and the lyrics, that is the architecture.
That is the expressive part that makes the house unique.
So in legal terms, lifting a functional bass line was entirely permitted.
So Paul McCartney got a pass because he stole the concrete foundation. But John Lennon wasn't quite as lucky because he stole the architecture.
Right.
For the song Come Together, he lifted the lyric, "Here Come a Flat Top," directly from Chuck Berry's song You Can't Catch Me.
And Paul McCartney actually warned him about it when he first heard John Lennon play the draft. He pointed out it was far too close to the Chuck Berry original, both lyrically and rhythmically.
So they tried to mask the theft in the studio. Next time you listen to Come Together, pay attention to the tempo. They slowed it way, way down.
And Paul McCartney added this incredibly swampy, descending bass line to differentiate it from Chuck Berry's upbeat rocker.
They were practically tiptoeing around a copyright lawsuit in real time. But the lyrical lift was still too obvious. A notoriously tough music publisher named Morris Levy sued them.
And John Lennon knew he couldn't win that fight.
So to avoid a massive court battle, he settled the case by agreeing to record 3 songs owned by Morris Levy's publishing company.
Effectively putting money directly into Levy's pocket.
It wasn't always a hostile legal battle, though. Sometimes they engaged in what you might call friendly lifts. Like for the song I Feel Fine. John Lennon borrowed a propulsive Latin-tinged guitar riff from Bobby Parker's obscure song Watch Your Step.
And Bobby Parker was just flattered. He didn't have a team of corporate lawyers.
Right. When he finally met the band years later, they settled the whole thing with a friendly handshake and a laugh.
Though Parker later joked to reporters that they could have put a little money in that hand.
Then there is Revolution, which completely mimicked the distorted guitar intro to Pee Wee Crayton's 1954 blues track, Do Unto Others. Nobody sued over that one either.
Yeah, that went completely under the radar.
And my personal favorite example, Lady Madonna. Paul McCartney was trying to write a traditional boogie-woogie piece, and his vocal delivery became this massive, wildly obvious tribute to Fats Domino.
The tribute was so obvious, in fact, that Fats Domino turned around and recorded a cover of Lady Madonna himself.
And it scored Fats Domino his 77th and final U.S. chart hit.
Talk about a bizarre full-circle moment.
Right. The Beatles steal his style, write a hit, and then he uses their stolen homage to get himself back on the charts. But the era of friendly handshakes and winking tributes came to a brutal end.
We have to talk about the devastating precedent that changed the entire music industry forever.
George Harrison's massive 1970 solo hit, My Sweet Lord, versus the Chiffons' 1963 song, He's So Fine.
The melodies and the underlying harmonic structures of the two songs were virtually identical.
George Harrison claimed he was inspired by a totally different public domain Christian hymn, and he maintained his innocence regarding the Chiffons song.
But Judge Richard Owen handed down a ruling that sent absolute shockwaves through the global music industry.
He ruled that George Harrison was guilty of subconscious plagiarism.
Yeah.
Hold on, subconscious plagiarism. How could a judge possibly prove what was hiding in George Harrison's subconscious? That sounds like a total legal nightmare.
It was a nightmare. The judge argued that because He's So Fine was a massive radio hit in 1963, George Harrison definitely had access to it.
So his brain absorbed the motif, stored it, and later presented it to him as an original idea.
Exactly. The judge weaponized the concept of memory. He ruled that intent did not matter. If your subconscious stole it, you are liable.
So George Harrison was forced to pay $587,000 because his brain had a good memory.
And to make it even more painful, he had to pay it to ABKCO Industries, a company owned by the former Beatles manager, Alan Klein,
who had strategically bought the rights to the Chiffons song specifically to squeeze money out of George Harrison.
It was incredibly vindictive. But beyond the interpersonal drama, this ruling created a virtually impossible standard for all songwriters moving forward.
Suddenly, musicians had to police not just their conscious creative choices, but their subconscious musical memories.
It highlights the sheer absurdity of applying rigid black and white copyright laws to the fluid, cumulative nature of artistic creation.
So bringing all of this together, the Beatles were not brilliant because they created music in a vacuum.
No, not at all.
They were brilliant precisely because of how their 4 distinct musical philosophies constantly collided.
The need for raw autonomy, the drive for meticulous ambition, the desire for collective evolution, and the simple love of camaraderie.
That four-way collision allowed them to absorb the entire history of rock, blues, and even Broadway show tunes and squeeze out something totally unprecedented.
They learned their craft by imitating their heroes, and they surpassed those heroes by running those influences through their unique internal filter until they were almost completely unrecognizable.
Which leaves you with a pretty massive question to ponder. If the greatest songwriters of the 20th century relied on constant borrowing, recontextualizing, and even subconscious lifting to create their undeniable masterpieces, are we entirely too quick to litigate musical similarities today?
It raises an urgent question about the future of creativity itself.
In our modern, algorithm-driven music landscape, where every single note is instantly analyzed, cross-referenced, and flagged by automated software, where exactly do we draw the line between a brilliant homage and a punishable theft?
It's a tough question to answer.
Yeah, if John Lennon and Paul McCartney had to write under today's hyper-litigious conditions, would they have even survived their first album?
Okay, so I want you to imagine something for a second. Imagine you're walking into like a really high-end modern art gallery.
Okay.
And you look down and you spot a spilled cup of coffee on the floor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, somebody just dropped their latte and simply walked away. But right next to it, there's this prominent art critic, and he's standing there, stroking his chin, and he's actively writing a 2,000-word essay on the spill's, bold use of fluid dynamics and its negative space and existential dread.
Right, over a literal accident.
Exactly. And the wild thing is, back in the 1960s, the absolute highest levels of the classical music establishment did almost exactly that to 4 teenagers from Liverpool.
They really did.
Yeah.
I mean, we are looking at one of the most fascinating cultural disconnects in modern history today. Because on one side, you have the entire cultural establishment, right? They're armed with, centuries of formal, rigorous musical theory.
Yeah, all the textbooks.
Exactly. And then on the other side, you have 4 guys who literally could not read a single note of sheet music. They were operating entirely on pure instinct and just endless rehearsal. And somehow, those 4 completely untrained musicians accidentally became the absolute darlings of the academic world.
Which is just hilarious to think about. And to really understand how comical this disconnect was, we kind of need to jump back to December 27, 1963.
Right.
The setting is the Times of London, which is, arguably the most esteemed stiff upper lip publication of the entire era.
Oh, absolutely. Very proper.
Very proper.
Yeah.
And their chief music critic, this guy named William Mann, decides he's going to write a review of some new pop music. And he focuses on a deep cut written by John Lennon called Not a Second Time and another track called This Boy. But Mann doesn't just say, oh, I like the beat, it's catchy. He analyzes these pop songs like they are long-lost orchestral symphonies.
He goes all in. He pulls out the heaviest, most academic vocabulary imaginable. I mean, he praises Not a Second Time for its sophisticated Aeolian cadence at the end of the song.
A what?
Right, an Aeolian cadence. And he explicitly compares it to the chord progression that concludes Gustav Mahler's massive classical work, Song of the Earth.
Wow, okay.
And then he moves on to This Boy, and he just marvels at what he calls its chains of pandiatonic clusters.
Okay, stop right there. Because for anyone listening whose eyes just completely glazed over at the phrase Aeolian cadence.
Which is totally fair.
Yeah, an Aeolian cadence is essentially just a fancy, highly academic way of describing a chord progression built on the natural minor scale. It gives off this slightly moody, descending sound. But William Mann made it sound like they were deliberately in a lab splitting the musical atom.
Yeah, he made it sound like a mathematical equation.
Right. And pandiatonic clusters. That just means playing a bunch of notes from a scale all at once without resolving them in the traditional expected way. It just creates a nice floating tension.
But Mann just couldn't help himself. He didn't stop there. He went on to highlight their major tonic sevenths and ninths and their flat submediant key switches.
Which, again, is just an academically dense way to describe a jarring but cool-sounding key change.
Exactly. And he ultimately declared John Lennon and Paul McCartney the outstanding English composers of 1963, comparing them directly to Franz Schubert.
Which brings us to the absolute incredible punchline of this entire review.
Oh, this is the best part.
The band had absolutely zero clue what William Mann was talking about. Nothing.
Zero. John Lennon's reaction to this review became legendary because later on in a 1980 Playboy interview, someone actually asked him about that famous Aeolian cadence comment.
And what did he say?
He just freely admitted, to this day, I don't have any idea what they are. They sound like exotic birds.
Exotic birds? I mean, he probably pictured a literal flock of tropical parrots just flying around the recording studio.
He was completely bemused by the whole thing. He acknowledged later that using all this fancy jargon made us acceptable to the intellectuals. But he knew it had absolutely nothing to do with their actual creative process.
Right.
And what adds just another whole layer of comedy to this is that modern musicologists still argue about what Mann actually meant in that review. Because the song Not a Second Time actually ends on a G to E minor progression.
Wait, so it's not even an Aeolian cadence?
No, that is not a standard cadence by any classical definition. So many theorists now believe Mann simply made the term up, or maybe had a mental lapse and was just desperately reaching for something, anything, to describe the unique harmonic ambiguity he was hearing.
So the jargon was basically just a shield to justify the fact that a serious critic secretly loved a teenage rock band.
Pretty much.
But, that raises a huge question. If they weren't using Mahler and Schubert as blueprints, how are they actually writing these complex harmonic structures? Because think about it. Today, if you want to make a complex song, you just open up your laptop.
Right, you have software.
Yeah, you drag and drop perfectly tuned chord progressions onto a visual grid. You can literally see the math of the music right in front of you.
Right.
But John Lennon and Paul McCartney couldn't read or write sheet music. They had to build these massive, complex harmonic structures entirely in their short-term memory.
They operated purely on feeling. I mean, John Lennon had very strong feelings about intellectuals trying to decode his art. In a 1973 interview, he stated that intellectuals have the problem of having to understand things, which prevents them from actually feeling anything.
Wow.
Yeah. He joked that the only way to get an intellectual is to talk to him and then immediately play him the record. So when Lennon wrote Not a Second Time, the song William Mann thought was inspired by Gustav Mahler.
Yeah.
Lennon's actual direct inspiration was Smokey Robinson and the Miracles.
So it was Motown, not Mozart.
Exactly. Motown. But it's important to remember that raw instinct still has to be honed somewhere.
Right. I actually want to push back on this idea of pure instinct for a second.
Okay, go for it.
Because, frankly, how does a group with zero sheet music knowledge actually pull off major tonic sevenths and flat submediant key switches? You don't just wake up one day and magically know how to do that. Is it just like 1,000 hours of trial and error in Hamburg strip clubs?
That is exactly what it is. You have to look at their time in Hamburg, Germany to make sense of this. They weren't just casually writing songs in a quiet, comfortable bedroom. They were playing grueling 8-hour live sets in rowdy, extremely demanding clubs.
8 hours a night.
Every night. When you have to keep a hostile crowd entertained for 8 hours, you aren't intellectualizing music theory. You are physically learning how tension and release work in real time. You figure out exactly which chord change suddenly makes the room pay attention or start dancing.
Yeah, you see what works instantly.
And that physical understanding of music became their internal language. They learned to communicate musically and even visually on stage without ever needing a technical vocabulary. They just absorbed everything around them. Chuck Berry, Little Richard, avant-garde music, folk, and processed it entirely by ear.
So it was all just listening and repeating.
Exactly. Paul McCartney understood harmony intuitively just from playing the piano. John Lennon worked entirely by ear, composing a melody first and then just fitting chords around it until it sounded right. And George Harrison famously taught himself to play the complex microtones of the sitar simply by listening to Ravi Shankar records over and over again.
But here's the thing. Raw instinct hitting a professional recording studio usually results in utter chaos.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing what sounds good in your head and actually executing it on a multi-track tape with complex instrumentation, those are two entirely different things. To get an oboe or a string quartet onto a rock record without it sounding terrible, they needed a translator.
They absolutely did.
They needed someone who spoke the academic language of classical orchestration, but also spoke the language of, exotic birds.
Enter George Martin.
Yes.
He is the crucial missing link in this entire discussion. George Martin had serious, formal classical training. He studied composition and orchestration at London's Guildhall School of Music. But his absolute genius was his restraint.
What do you...
He never forced his academic theory on the band. He never made them feel inferior for not knowing the proper terms.
George Harrison actually had a really beautiful way of describing him. He said, he was always there for us to interpret our strangeness.
Interpret our strangeness. That is perfect.
Yeah.
Because it was a completely two-way street in the studio. John Lennon remembered a time when George Martin asked if they'd ever heard an oboe.
And what did they say?
The band's response was, "No, which one's that one?"
That's amazing.
Martin respected their ears above all else. He would suggest an instrument, and they would judge it purely based on how it made them feel, not on its classical pedigree.
Which is so rare. And we have to talk about how he handled the vocal track for Tomorrow Never Knows.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The chanting monk.
Yeah. So John Lennon tells George Martin he wants his voice to sound like a chanting monk on a mountaintop. Now, a typical classically trained producer would have given Lennon a strict lecture on vocal technique, resonance, proper microphone placement. Or they just would have told him it was scientifically impossible.
But Martin didn't do that. He took Lennon's abstract feeling and figured out the acoustic mechanics to make it a reality. He took Lennon's vocal track and ran it through a Leslie speaker cabinet.
Right. And for those who don't know, a Leslie speaker is typically used to give Hammond organs their swirling vibrato sound.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, if you've never taken one apart, is a fascinating piece of equipment.
So weird.
It really is. Oh, excuse me. It is extremely weird. A Leslie speaker isn't just a normal amplifier. It actually has a physical horn inside the wooden cabinet that mechanically spins around.
Like physically rotates inside the box.
Yes. As that horn physically rotates, it throws the sound waves around the room, creating a literal physical Doppler effect. It's the exact same audio illusion you hear when a police siren drives past you and the pitch shifts as it moves.
Wow.
And Martin realized that physical spinning mechanism would perfectly mimic the weird echoing chant Lennon was hearing in his head.
He provided the structural engineering for their imagination.
That's a great way to put it.
It's so true, though. Take the song Yesterday. George Martin suggested putting a string quartet on the track. But Paul McCartney initially fought the idea hard. To Paul, string sections meant cheesy traditional pop music, and he didn't want his song to sound like elevator music.
Right, he was totally against it.
So Martin didn't argue theory with him. He simply played the arrangement for Paul in the style of Bach, proving that strings could possess immense classical weight and deep emotion.
It's basically like comparing him to an expert architect, an architect who takes a kid's wild crayon drawing of a floating house. And instead of saying that's impossible, he actually figures out the physics to build it without ruining the magic of the drawing.
Yes, exactly. And as we move into the mid-1960s, that collaborative dynamic starts evolving at a terrifying speed. They catch what Brian Wilson called the competitive bug.
The evolution in the mid-60s is just staggering to look back on.
It's completely unprecedented. The turning point was the 1965 album Sgt. Pepper. Well, actually, before that, it was Rubber Soul.
Right, Rubber Soul in 65.
Yes. George Martin noted that Rubber Soul was the very first time they thought of an album as a cohesive piece of art, rather than just a collection of disposable pop singles designed to sell records to kids.
It's the exact moment they consciously transition from entertainers to artists, and John Lennon's song In My Life is a huge part of that shift. It was his first major piece of work consciously written about his own life and his own memories.
Yeah, and apparently that happened because a journalist challenged him. The journalist asked why he didn't write songs with the same distinct personal voice he used when writing his books.
So he took it as a challenge.
He did. And that internal creative drive was matched by intense external pressure. Fellow musicians were paying very close attention to what they were doing. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys was completely blown away by Rubber Soul. He said hearing it made him want to get right back into the studio and cut new tracks to top it.
Hence the competitive bug.
Exactly. The top artists of the era were furiously pushing each other. The Beatles pushed Wilson to create Pet Sounds, and Wilson pushed them right back.
And it was entirely mutual admiration, too. When an NME readers poll actually ranked the Beach Boys above them, Ringo Starr was incredibly gracious about the whole thing. He just noted, "We're all 4 fans of the Beach Boys. Maybe we voted for them."
Which is so sweet. But that mutual respect drove them to unprecedented extremes in the studio. I mean, the numbers tell the story of this evolution so clearly. Consider the massive explosion of studio hours.
Oh, this is my favorite stat.
It's crazy. For their debut album, they spent less than 12 hours recording.
Total.
Yeah. They essentially just played their live set in a room and went home. But for Rubber Soul, that jumped to 80 hours. And by the time they recorded Revolver, they were spending over 220 hours in the studio.
I mean, just pause on that. Going from 12 hours on a debut to 220 hours for a Revolver isn't just taking longer to paint the same picture. It's like the difference between microwaving a frozen dinner and running a 3-Michelin-star kitchen.
That's a perfect analogy.
You don't just spend 220 hours playing the exact same guitars. You are actively reinventing the concept of recorded audio.
Well, and they had completely stopped touring at that point because the schedule had pushed them to their absolute physical limits. Plus, the screening crowds made it literally impossible to even hear their own instruments on stage.
Right.
So clearing their calendar allowed them to move into the studio full-time. They were exploring LSD, which drastically expanded their conceptual horizons. They started utilizing cape loops, and we aren't talking about digital looping on a MacBook.
No, this was physical work.
They were physically cutting strips of magnetic tape with razor blades, taping the ends together to form a literal circle, and looping it around a microphone stand to feed continuously back into the recording machine.
It's just wild. They were altering the fundamental physics of sound using very speed editing. Like, if a drum track didn't sound heavy enough, they would record it fast and deliberately slow the tape down, which completely changes the timbre and the acoustic weight of the instrument.
Yeah, it sounds huge.
And they sped up vocals to sound frantic. They were crossfading. They were combining complex Indian classical music with Western orchestral arrangements. Every single track became this wild laboratory experiment.
And all of this untutored, instinctive studio experimentation ultimately forced the highest levels of the cultural establishment to completely bow down. It culminated in the ultimate cultural stamp of approval.
Okay, when was this?
In April 1967, CBS aired a television documentary called Inside Pop, The Rock Revolution. And the host of this program wasn't, a trendy radio DJ or a teen pop culture critic. It was Leonard Bernstein.
Wait, Leonard Bernstein, the conductor of the New York Philharmonic.
Yes.
The man who composed West Side Story was sitting on national television analyzing pop songs.
He was a literal titan of classical music. And there he is, sitting at a piano on primetime television, treating rock and roll with the utmost academic seriousness. He played and analyzed songs like Good Day Sunshine and She Said, She Said.
That's unbelievable.
He pointed out their unexpected key changes and bizarre tempo shifts. He openly compared their harmonic work to Johann Sebastian Bach and Robert Schumann. He called John Lennon and Paul McCartney the finest songwriters since George and Ira Gershwin.
Just think about how mind-bending that is for the 1960s. That is the equivalent of, like, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart coming back to life, sitting down at a grand piano on a major television network and doing a deep harmonic analysis of a modern pop song, officially declaring it high art.
Exactly. It completely shattered the boundaries between high culture and youth culture.
But, I have to ask, did they even need this validation?
Well, another prominent critic went so far as to compare the entire Sgt. Pepper album to a Robert Schumann song cycle. And Bernstein also used that same documentary to praise Bob Dylan's lyrics, saying they were worthy of a bombshell book of social criticism. But you hit on the massive paradox at the heart of all this academic validation.
Which is?
The band didn't actually need Bernstein's approval to keep experimenting. They were going to push musical boundaries regardless of what the New York Philharmonic thought of them.
Right, they were already doing it, but I guess the rest of the world needed that validation. That specific stamp of approval from figures like Leonard Bernstein and William Mann completely transformed how everyday society viewed rock music.
It did.
It took a genre that was widely dismissed as disposable teen idle entertainment, and it elevated it into a serious scholarly art form. It gave an entire generation of musicians the cultural permission to be ambitious.
Which is huge, because what made these four guys geniuses wasn't a technical vocabulary. They couldn't tell you what a pandiatonic cluster was if their lives depended on it.
Exotic birds.
Exactly, exotic birds. Their genius was a combination of obsessive, wide-ranging, listening-pulling inspiration from Chuck Berry all the way to avant-garde composers like Karlheinz Stockhausen.
Right.
They paired that massive sonic vocabulary with endless stage rehearsal and an absolute unwavering trust in their own musical gut. They never ever let what they didn't know technically stop them from trying something sonically.
Which leaves you with a pretty provocative thought to chew on today. If you look at the modern music landscape, everything is so heavily quantified. It is digitized, pitch-corrected, grid-snapped, and rigorously formally trained.
It's all on a screen.
Yeah, so you have to wonder, are we over-intellectualizing the creative process? If the greatest songwriters of the 20th century couldn't read a single note of sheet music and relied entirely on raw feeling and, exotic birds of instinct, is our modern obsession with technical perfection actually suffocating the next generation of musical genius?
It's a great question. Because sometimes the bravest and most productive thing you can do as an artist is just close the textbook and trust your own ears.
Stop looking at the visual grid and just listen for the exotic birds. Chapter 7, The Evolution, Never Repeating. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So jumping right in, today we are taking you into the messy, high-stakes, and honestly pretty hilarious realities of the early Beatles.
Yeah, we're going to explore how pure physical exhaustion, some intense technological paranoia, and a manager's utter impatience accidentally forged the greatest rock and roll of the 20th century.
Exactly. I mean, we're looking at a time long before the infinite artistic freedom of albums like Sgt. Pepper. The limitations they were up against were just staggering.
Right, and they had to fight through them in real time, which is such a vital perspective for you to hear if you're a fan of this music.
So let's start with a moment where those physical limitations collided to create an absolute miracle. We are taking you back to February 11th, 1963.
Legendary day.
Oh, totally. The band is doing this grueling marathon recording session for the Please Please Me album, and they deliberately hold back one specific track for the very end of the night, which is Twist and Shout.
Which, the history of that track is fascinating in itself because Twist and Shout wasn't a Beatles original.
Right.
And it wasn't even originally an Isley Brothers song, which is the version most people assume they were covering. It actually belonged to this forgettable group called the Top Notes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But in 1962, the Isley Brothers and their producer, Burt Burns, who went by Burt Russell back then, they got a hold of it and completely overhauled the arrangement.
They infused the whole thing with this gospel-fired soul passion. Right.
Exactly. And the real stroke of genius from the Isley Brothers was adding a brilliant new bridge, just 4 ascending sung notes that build up to this exultant whooping sound.
Right, before dropping back into the verse.
Exactly. It transformed the song into an explosive celebration. And it was so powerful that their version ended up in the Grammy Hall of Fame decades later.
So the band had been playing this explosive Isley Brothers version in the clubs, and they knew it had to close the album. But there's a massive problem that winter day. John Lennon has a terrible cold.
Oh, yeah.
His throat is completely raw, he's been singing for hours, and he knows he only has one single take in him before his vocal cords just shut down. So producer George Martin counts them in, and John Lennon just goes for it.
And what comes out is arguably the most famous single vocal take in rock history. Because of that severe physical limitation, John Lennon delivers this frantic, primal scream.
Yeah, his voice is audibly cracking.
It strains. It constantly sounds like it's right on the edge of entirely breaking apart. It captures a pure desperation that even the Isley Brothers didn't quite reach.
If you listen closely at the very end of the track, you can actually hear John Lennon coughing.
Right, yeah.
It's this undeniable proof of the physical toll that take demanded. They actually attempted a second take right after, but his voice was completely shot, so they abandoned it.
The crazy thing is, John Lennon was highly critical of his own performance on that track for years. But historian Mark Lewison called it arguably the most stunning rock vocal performance ever.
I mean, I compare it to an athlete playing an entire championship game on a sprained ankle. The pain forces you to bypass your practice techniques and operate on pure survival instinct.
Absolutely.
Which makes me wonder, in today's era of unlimited digital takes and antiseptic pitch correction, is it even possible for a modern band to capture this kind of lightning in a bottle desperation?
I mean, probably not. The modern studio environment is fundamentally designed to eliminate risk. If your voice is failing, you stop. But Twist and Shout works precisely because there was no safety net.
It was do or die.
Exactly. And that barely controlled chaos is exactly why director John Hughes used the Beatles version for the iconic parade float scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, the Matthew Broderick lip-syncing scene.
Right. Hughes specifically wanted the raw, uninhibited chaos of John Lennon's vocal to match Ferris's youthful rebellion. He thought the Isley Brothers version was just a bit too clean.
That makes total sense. And it introduced the band to a whole new generation. Plus, you've got covers by Salt and Peppa, Chaka Demus, and Pliers. But the Beatles' take remains definitive, all because a sick guy stepped up to a mic and sang until his throat bled.
Which perfectly transitions us from physical limitations to technological ones. Because while John Lennon's voice was being pushed to the brink, Paul McCartney was fighting a totally different battle.
Ah, yes. The battle for the bass.
Right.
Listen, if you put on those early tracks, there is incredible energy. You hear the sharp snap of Ringo Starr's snare drum. But compared to later 1970s bands like Kiss, the early records sound distinctly thin.
They completely lack that heavy bottom end. And it wasn't because Paul McCartney was playing quietly. The culprit was the recording culture at EMI Studios.
The guys in the white lab coats?
Exactly. The engineers at Abbey Road literally wore white lab coats. They approached sound recording as a strict scientific discipline. And their absolute biggest fear was this thing called needle jump.
Needle jump paranoia, because back then, bass literally took up physical space on the record, right?
Exactly. A loud bass frequency widens the physical groove in the vinyl. The EMI engineers were terrified that if the bass was too loud, a cheap record player stylus would hit that wide canyon, go airborne, and skip right across the record.
Oh, wow. So they viewed loud bass as a mechanical failure.
Right, not a musical choice. And Paul McCartney hated this. He was completely obsessed with the heavy sound of American Motown imports.
Yeah, he would bring those Motown records into EMI and grill the engineers, demanding to know why his band couldn't have that thumping sound.
And it'd say, oh, the needle will jump. To which Paul McCartney would snap back, well, try and make so it doesn't jump.
So producer George Martin was caught in the middle. He had a tactical workaround on their primitive 2-track tape machines, right?
Yeah, he would record all the rhythm instruments loud on one track and put the vocals on the other. But even with that trick, the EMI mastering engineers would still manually choke the low frequencies before pressing the vinyl, just to be mathematically safe.
So frustrating. But the breakthrough finally happens in 1966. Paul McCartney demands a heavy Wilson Pickett sound for Paperback Writer.
Yes, and their young engineer, Jeff Emmerich, decides it's time to break the white coat rules. He realized that a microphone is essentially just a loudspeaker wired in reverse.
Oh, right.
So he takes a giant secondary loudspeaker, wires it backwards, and places it right up against Paul McCartney's amp to act as a massive microphone.
Which was completely illegal by EMI standards, but it worked. It was the first time their record truly kicked. But I have to give a quick consumer warning for you listening right now. This is the modern streaming trap.
Oh yeah, explain this.
If you click Please Please Me on Spotify today, you get the 2009 remaster, which still has that thin sound. To hear the bass the way Paul McCartney wanted it, you have to search for the 2023 remix on the Red album, the 1962-1966 expanded edition.
Right, and that was made possible by filmmaker Peter Jackson's AI technology.
The MAI, named after their roadie, Mal Evans.
Exactly. The AI technology allowed Giles Martin to finally unbake the original single-track recordings. It digitally peels Paul McCartney's bass away from Ringo Starr's drums, allowing them to finally turn the bass up to the volume it always deserved.
It's a huge contrast to today's music. I mean, look at Billie Eilish's Bad Guy. Heavy bass is the driving force. That would have given an EMI engineer a heart attack in 1963.
It really highlights the difference between 1960s pristine clarity and modern sonic impact.
But I have to playfully push back on the AI restoration here. If the thin sound was the historical reality of 1963, isn't Giles Martin rewriting history by adding a modern thump to a 60-year-old record?
That's a fair question.
I mean, doesn't making it sound like the band is in the room with us today ruin the vintage charm?
Well, Giles Martin argues that they aren't replacing the originals. The 2009 remasters still exist as the historical document. The AI simply removes the technological barrier between you and the band's original intention. Paul McCartney desperately wanted that heavy sound.
That's true. It's ironic, though, that they fought EMI engineers so hard to keep their original sound, because around that same time, George Martin forced them to completely abandon their original vision for a song.
Oh, right. The incredible evolution of Please Please Me.
Yeah. So picture June 1962, John Lennon is in his bedroom at his Aunt Mimi's house on Menlove Avenue, and he writes the song inspired by Roy Orbison and a Bing Crosby lyric.
But the original version was dreary. Just a slow, bluesy, gloomy attempt at a ballad. George Martin listened to it and flatly told them it needed pepping up. He demanded they drastically increase the tempo.
Paul McCartney actually remembered being embarrassed that their producer had to fix their song.
Right, but they swallowed their pride. They reworked it, brought it back on November 26, 1962, and spent 18 exhausting takes trying to nail the fast version.
And when they finally locked it in, George Martin hits the talkback button and says, "Congratulations, gentlemen, you've just made your first #1 record."
which was mostly accurate. It hit #1 on the NME chart, though it famously stalled at #2 on Record Retailer, stuck behind Frank Ifield's Wayward Wind.
Unbelievable. But the chart position is only half the story. Speeding up that tempo accidentally changed the entire meaning of the song.
Right. They paired the fast tempo with an Everly Brothers vocal trick, where Paul McCartney holds a high note and John Lennon cascades down.
Yeah. And when you combine that frantic delivery with the lyrics, please, please me, oh yeah, like I please you, it completely lost its lonely Roy Orbison vibe.
It transformed into a sexually charged anthem. It sounded like an enthusiastic demand for reciprocal oral sex.
An accidental innuendo born entirely from a tempo tweak. And Capitol Records in the US refused to release it because of that body subtext, forcing it onto the small VJ label.
Though Paul McCartney later admitted their early work was full of intentional double meanings anyway.
Oh, for sure. But the real launch pad for the band becoming a nationwide phenomenon involved another bizarre stroke of luck. On January 19th in 1963, they were booked to perform Please Please Me on a TV show called Thank Your Lucky Stars.
And it just so happened the UK was in the middle of a horrific winter blizzard.
Exactly. The entire population was trapped indoors, no internet, just everyone watching television.
The exposure was astronomical. They were originally booked as a supporting act with Tommy Roe, Helen Shapiro, and Roy Orbison, but the audience reaction bumped them to headliners immediately.
Yet none of that TV exposure happens without the million-dollar impatience of their manager, Brian Epstein.
This is such a wild detail. Brian Epstein had a meeting with the publisher. The executive was running late, so Brian Epstein waits until exactly 25 minutes past the hour, and then he just stands up and walks out.
He refused to wait.
Exactly. And because he left early, he arrived at his second meeting with publisher Dick James, 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
And Dick James listens to the track, declares it a smash, picks up his phone, calls the TV producer right then and there, and books the band.
Right on the spot. Think about that butterfly effect. If that first executive had just been on time, Dick James never gets the publishing rights, that immediate TV call never happens, and the trajectory of the biggest band in the world shifts completely over a 25-minute delay.
It's wild. So, bringing all this together for you, the narrative of the early Beatles isn't about perfect geniuses executing a flawless master plan. It's about fighting through colds, fighting lab coat engineers, and having the humility to let a producer rip apart your dreary song.
Which leaves us with a provocative thought. Modern pop music is obsessed with control. Artists can tweet a vocal note 100 times and program the perfect synthesized frequency.
Yeah.
But looking at the legacy of these early sessions, you have to wonder, have we engineered the accidents out of music?
Honestly, if a modern band never has to sing until their throat bleeds and never has to trick a stubborn engineer to get a heavy sound, are we ever going to get another twist and shout?
It's something for you to chew on next time you cue up a perfectly polished modern track.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. Paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
I want you to imagine holding a physical record in your hands. It's from a brand new band.
Okay, picture that.
And the American record label putting it out is, like, tiny.
Super small.
Right. And the song itself is essentially just this sped-up imitation of a Roy Orbison track.
Oh, yeah.
To top it all off, the band's name is literally misspelled on the cover.
Which is just crazy.
Yeah, it says the Beatles with 2 T's. You'd probably just throw it in the trash, right?
You definitely wouldn't expect it to change the course of human history, that is for sure.
Exactly. But that misspelled, totally ignored record was the American debut of the 4 guys from Liverpool who would completely redefine music. Yeah, we're getting into the unbelievable alchemy of how they actively constructed that revolution. Because it wasn't just magic, you know?
Right.
It was this highly specific combination of trusting their own instincts, speeding up tempos, and completely absorbing American soul music.
And the perfect place to start is with the song pressed onto that very record, which is Please Please Me.
Yes, Please Please Me.
What is so crucial to understand about this cultural turning point is just how fragile their initial success was.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, This massive world-shifting hit almost didn't happen. Not creatively, and definitely not commercially.
Right, because originally Please Please Me was a totally different beast.
It was so slow.
Yeah, slow and bluesy. They were trying to write this dreary, weeping ballad in the style of Roy Orbison.
Which was popular at the time, but...
But George Martin, their producer, heard it in the studio and just gave them one incredibly simple instruction, which was to speed it up.
Just speed it up.
And I always think of this like a chemical reaction, you know?
How so?
Well, you have these base materials sitting in a beaker, completely inert, not really doing much of anything.
Right.
And then you introduce a catalyst, in this case, a simple tempo change.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Yeah, suddenly it alters the entire molecular structure of the song. It goes from a slow dance to a complete frenzy.
That is exactly what happened. George Martin wasn't just tweaking a dial on a mixing board, right? He fundamentally altered the psychology of the track.
Because they had to sing it differently.
Exactly. By speeding it up, the vocal harmonies had to become way tighter. The drumming became more urgent.
The whole song just gained this driving, restless energy.
Yeah, and that tempo change completely transformed their trajectory. It proved to the world, and to themselves, that they could write genuine high-energy pop hits.
But here is the wild part. Even with this undeniable, energetic track in the can, America initially flat-out rejected them.
Which seems impossible in hindsight.
I know. Capitol Records, which was the U.S. branch of their own parent company, turned the song down.
Just said no.
Atlantic Records turned it down too. It took a small Chicago label called VJ to finally take a chance and release it in early 1963.
And you know what America did when it was finally released?
They completely ignored it.
They shrugged. A Chicago DJ named Dick Biondi actually became the very first person to play their records on U.S. radio.
Oh, on WLS, right.
Yeah, spinning it on WLS. But it completely failed to catch fire. We tend to look at their history as this uninterrupted line of immediate global domination.
Yeah, like they just showed up and conquered the world.
But the numbers tell a very different story. Nationally, that first release sold a dismal 7,310 copies.
Which is just a hilarious number when you think about the scale of Beatlemania that was about to hit.
Barely 7,000 copies.
And you mentioned that misprint earlier, the Beatles with 2 T's.
Oh, the holy grail for collectors.
Yeah, if you are listening to this and you happen to have one of those sitting in your grandparents' attic, do not throw it away. Seriously, keep it safe.
Because today, those failed first pressings are massive collector's items. But you have to wonder, how does a band go from a misspelled flop selling 7,000 copies to holding the entire top 5 spots on the Billboard Hot 100 just a year later?
It completely came down to timing and explosive momentum.
Okay, break that down for us.
Well, when I Want to Hold Your Hand absolutely erupted in America later on, that tiny Chicago label, VJ, smartly capitalized on the frenzy.
Because they still had the rights to the earlier song.
Exactly. So they reissued Please Please Me in early 1964. And by sheer coincidence, they reissued it on the exact same day that Jack Paar aired footage of the band on his late-night TV program.
Talk about perfect timing.
Right. That visual exposure, combined with the momentum of their new hit, created an absolute tidal wave.
Oh, wow.
Suddenly, the song that nobody wanted was sitting at number 5, right alongside 4 of their other songs.
Completing that unmatched achievement of holding the entire top 5.
Yeah, no one else has ever done that. It's just staggering. But beyond the chart numbers, Please Please Me was so important because it validated them as songwriters.
Yes, absolutely crucial.
It proved to their producer that their original material could sell. And that is so important because they had just finished fighting a massive, intense battle with George Martin over a completely different song.
The infamous fight over How Do You Do It.
Oh, man.
This is a critical piece of the puzzle when we talk about them building their identity.
So what exactly happened there?
Well, in late 1962, George Martin insisted they record a song called How Do You Do It. It was written by a professional British songwriter named Mitch Murray.
Right, because Martin was a very traditional producer of that era.
Very traditional. In his mind, the artists sang and the professional songwriters wrote the hits. That was just how the business worked.
So he wanted this outside track to be their big debut.
He was absolutely convinced it should be their debut single instead of their own song, Love Me Do.
And the band absolutely hated the song.
They despised it.
Paul McCartney essentially looked at George Martin and said, "No, we want to build a reputation on our own new sound.
They did not want to be known as just another vocal group.
Right, performing professional songwriters' tunes. They fiercely wanted to be original.
But keep in mind, they were still totally unproven teenagers at this point.
Oh, sure. They didn't have much leverage.
Exactly. So they had to compromise, at least briefly. They begrudgingly rehearsed this song for 3 hours.
You can almost picture them rolling their eyes in the studio.
Totally. They recorded at least 2 takes of it just to appease their producer. Martin even made acetates of the motto mix to decide with their manager, Brian Epstein.
But then what happened?
Well, they spent the rest of their time and energy aggressively lobbying Martin and Epstein to release their own music instead.
And eventually, through sheer stubbornness, they won.
They did win.
Okay, hold on. I need to stop you there and push back on their stubbornness for a second.
Oh, go for it.
Because if we look at the history, George Martin took How Do You Do It, gave it to another band called Jerry and the Pacemakers.
Yep, he did.
And it debuted in early 1963 and spent 3 weeks at #1 in the UK.
It was a massive hit.
So from a pure business perspective, wasn't Martin objectively, mathematically right? It was a guaranteed hit. Were they just being arrogant teenagers, or did they actually know something Martin didn't?
That is the perfect question to ask. And, well, if you only look at the short-term goal of getting a single hit, yes, Martin was objectively right.
Okay, so they were just being difficult.
No, because the band wasn't playing the short game. They were protecting a long-term identity.
I see.
Think about the music industry at that time. If they had debuted with a Mitch Murray song, the public would have permanently boxed them in as a standard pop vocal group.
They would have just been entertainers.
Exactly, relying on the whole Brill Building and Tin Pan Alley system for their next paycheck. By refusing that guaranteed hit, they were drawing a line in the sand.
Establishing themselves as artists who controlled their own destiny.
Precisely.
I see. It's the difference between being an entertainer who performs and an artist who creates. That is a massive distinction.
It changes everything about a career.
Though it is pretty funny that their eye-rolling version of the song didn't stay hidden forever.
Oh, right, the bootlegs.
Yeah, it eventually leaked out on these late 80s bootlegs.
Like the ultra-rare tracks series from Swingin' Pig.
Yeah, and the Unsurpassed Masters from Yellow Dog Records.
Before officially appearing on Anthology 1 in 1995. And honestly, if you listen to that recording today, you can hear exactly why they hated it.
It just doesn't sound like them.
It sounds completely wrong for them. It lacks all of their signature edge.
So they just spent all this political capital fighting George Martin to keep British pop writers out of their studio.
A huge fight.
But the irony here is wild because at the exact same time they're locking the door on British writers, they're completely obsessed with covering American R&B and soul music.
Completely obsessed. And this brings us to the secret ingredient of their sound, which is Motown.
Let's talk about Motown.
Long before any of this global fame, they were playing covers of American girl groups and R&B artists in their live sets.
Right?
Since late 1961, they were playing Please Mr. Postman to club crowds. Billy Hatton of the 4Js called it an absolute wow moment when he heard them play it.
Because it was so unexpected.
Exactly. It was their third Tamla Motown song in the rotation, after Who's Lovin' You and Money.
Which raises a huge logistical question for me.
What's that?
How are these working-class kids in the north of England getting their hands on obscure American soul records in the early 1960s?
It all comes down to geography.
Right, because Liverpool was a major port city. I almost think of the Liverpool docks like an early, highly localized internet server.
Oh, that's a brilliant way to visualize it.
You had sailors constantly arriving from America, bringing in these rare physical 45 RPM records through Oriole Records.
Bringing in the rare data.
Yes, this rare data. And the local kids were downloading this data, taking it home, and trying to mutate it into something new.
They weren't just downloading it, they had to reverse engineer it.
What do you mean?
Well, British labels were importing these Motown records, and the local bands had to figure out how to adapt these massive orchestrated American R&B tracks for a standard stripped-down rock lineup.
So just 3 guitars, drums, and vocal harmonies.
Exactly. It created an entirely unique subgenre that people call the Mersey Motown sound.
Wow.
Ringo Starr actually pointed out that when he first joined the band, they didn't know each other all that well personally.
Really?
Yeah, but they had identical record collections.
Yeah.
They all owned the exact same obscure singles by the Miracles and Barrett Strong.
That shared musical DNA was the shortcut that helped them gel instantly as a unit.
Completely.
Which is incredible because the original version of Please Mr. Postman by the Marvelettes was virtually unknown in the UK at the time.
No one knew it over there.
And the pedigree of that original American track is just insane. It was written by a whole team of Motown legends: Dobbins, Garrett, Holland, Bateman, and Freddie Gorman.
And Gorman was an actual real-life mailman.
I love that detail. Plus, you had a young Marvin Gaye sitting in on the session playing the drums.
Unbelievable talent in that room.
It ended up becoming the very first Motown song to hit #1 on the U.S. Hot 100.
And when you listen to the cover they recorded in 1963 for the Beatles album, you hear exactly how they mutated that original data you were talking about.
How did they change it?
Well, the Marvelettes version is fantastic, but it's very smooth. To make it work for their rock and roll lineup, they changed the musical key. They modulated it to A major.
Wait, for those of us who aren't musicians, what does shifting a song to the A major actually do to the physical performance in the studio?
It pushes the song to the absolute upper limits of their vocal range.
Oh, so it's harder to sing.
Much harder. It forces John Lennon to essentially scream the lead vocal. He had to push his voice to the point of breaking just to hit the notes, which gives a performance this raw, desperate intensity.
You can really hear him straining, but in a good way.
Yeah. And then they used a studio technique called double tracking on his voice. They recorded him singing that screaming lead vocal twice and layered them on top of each other.
That makes the vocal sound incredibly thick.
Very thick, slightly chorused, and completely overwhelming. He sang it with the exact same reckless abandon that you hear on Twist and Shout.
While Paul McCartney and George Harrison are right there behind him, providing those incredibly tight backing vocals and driving hand claps.
It's so tight.
The energy of the recording is just off the charts. Critic Tim Riley has talked about the flammable energy of that track, noting how it sounds dangerously close to just falling apart at the seams.
Yes, flammable is the perfect word.
Robert Christgau even argued that their Motown covers actually surpassed the energy of the originals.
Now, that intensity wasn't just them trying to steal a sound. This is a very important distinction to make.
Right, because there's a history there.
A long, highly problematic history of white rock bands in the 60s plagiarizing black artists without giving any credit or compensation.
It happened a lot.
But this was an entirely different situation. It was a deeply respectful, mutually beneficial cultural exchange.
They were incredibly vocal about their influences.
They didn't hide where they got their sound.
Absolutely not. In fact, Smokey Robinson actually met them in London before they exploded into global superstars.
And what did he think?
He heard their cover of his song, You Really Got a Hold on Me, and he called their version downright worshipful.
Wow, worshipful.
He specifically praised them for being the first white artists he had ever heard who came right out and openly credited black music for giving them their style.
John Lennon was fiercely adamant about this his entire life.
Oh, yeah.
Years later, in a 1972 interview with Jet magazine, he was asked about his musical legacy. And he essentially waved off his entire catalog.
Really? Just dismissed it all.
Yeah, he completely dismissed Sgt. Pepper. He dismissed his monumental achievements just to praise his heroes.
That's amazing.
He said the only thing that ever truly mattered to him was hearing Chuck Berry, Little Richard, and Bo Diddley. He stated on the record that black music changed his life completely.
And that profound vocal respect translated into massive financial impact.
Massive.
Because they credited the writers and recorded these covers on albums that sold millions of copies, they generated absolutely huge royalties for the Motown writer.
The checks must have been huge.
Oh, yeah. In fact, Berry Gordy, the legendary founder of Motown, intentionally lowered the royalty rates for them to use the songs.
Now wait, lowering your rate sounds like a terrible way to run a business.
Right, but Gordy was playing absolute 3D chess.
He was a brilliant strategist.
How did that work out for him?
Well, by lowering the rates just enough to ensure his songs made it onto those massive UK albums, Gordy secured a permanent international foothold.
Oh, I see.
That sudden exposure boosted Motown's presence in the UK significantly. He essentially used their massive popularity as a Trojan horse to introduce British audiences to his label.
And that opened the floodgates.
Exactly. It directly paved the way for acts like the Supremes, the Four Tops, and Martha Reeves to cross the ocean and conquer the British charts.
It is the ultimate cultural feedback loop. The British kids adapt the American soul, promote it to millions, and then the original American labels use that momentum to become global powerhouses.
Everyone wins.
Eventually, the Motown acts even started covering them back, like that 1995 CD, Motown Meets the Beatles.
Yes. And Please Mr. Postman just kept on giving. The Carpenters ended up taking the exact same song to #1 all over again in 1975.
Incredible.
All of this history brings us to a crucial turning point in their evolution.
Okay, where are we at now?
By late 1963, they weren't just playing covers anymore. They were taking all of these disparate elements, their fierce demand to write their own original material, the driving tempos that George Martin taught them to use.
Right, the catalyst.
And the complex vocal harmonies and emotional depth they learned from obsessively studying Motown. And they synthesized all of it into their own sophisticated pop masterpieces.
Which leads us straight to the song All My Loving.
One of my absolute favorites.
This track is an absolute masterclass in that synthesis we've been talking about. And what's amazing is that it was almost entirely Paul McCartney's composition.
From the With the Beatles album.
Right. But he wrote it in a way he had never worked before.
It was a highly unusual process for him. Typically, he would sit at a piano or strum an acoustic guitar and search for a melody first.
The music always led the way.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But for All My Loving, he wrote the lyrics first. He conceived the whole thing as a poem or a letter to a loved one while he was shaving one morning.
Just shaving on a tour bus, right?
Likely while they were traveling on a tour bus, yeah.
And here's the wildest part of the story. When he first imagined the music to go with those lyrics, he originally envisioned it as a country and western song.
Imagine that for a second. The song we all know, played as a slow, shuffling, twangy country ballad.
It would have been terrible.
It probably would have been completely forgotten.
So what changed?
Well, this is where the absolute magic of their partnership comes in. The crucial pivot that turned the song into a classic happened when John Lennon added his guitar part.
What did he do?
Instead of playing a standard country strum, he played this relentless, fast, descending triplet guitar riff on a clean electric guitar.
Wait, for those of us who don't play guitar, what does a descending triplet riff actually feel like? Is that what gives the song that bouncy, galloping sensation?
Exactly. A triplet is a rhythm that divides a beat into 3 parts instead of 2.
Okay.
So instead of a steady 1-2, 1-2, you get this frantic, galloping 1-2-3, 1-2-3 pulse.
Oh, I can hear it in my head now.
It constantly pushes the song forward, creating a huge amount of momentum and nervous energy.
I love thinking about this dynamic in culinary terms.
Okay, lay it on me.
If you're cooking a complex dish, Paul McCartney is providing the sugar and the smooth texture. He is giving you that incredibly sweet melody and those romantic, poetic lyrics.
Right.
But a dish that is all sugar is cloying. It's boring. It needs acid. It needs crunch.
Exactly. Paul is the sugar, but if you listen to John's rhythm guitar on that track, it is chopping away like a butcher knife.
It's so aggressive.
That rhythmic tension is the secret sauce. John Lennon provides the necessary acid and crunch with that frantic, jittery, Mersey beat triplet riff.
It completely saves the song from being too slow or too sentimental.
It locks it into this incredible, undeniable groove.
That tension between the sweet melody and the driving, aggressive rhythm is the exact formula for their early brilliance.
They balanced each other perfectly.
So what does this all mean for you listening today?
We've covered a lot of ground.
We really have. We've talked about a producer telling a band to speed up a dreary Roy Orbison imitation, creating their first real spark.
We've talked about them digging their heels in and refusing to release a guaranteed hit because they wanted to be artists, not just entertainers.
We've explored how they absorbed rare R&B records coming off the docks of their hometown.
And finally, how they blended a sweet country-style love letter with a frantic, galloping rock and roll guitar riff.
It shows us that true innovation is almost never about pulling a completely new idea out of thin air.
No, it rarely is.
True innovation is about curation. It is about the specific ingredients you choose to combine, and equally importantly, it's about what you choose to fight for in the studio.
They didn't invent rock and roll, and they didn't invent soul music.
But they curated those influences better than anyone else alive.
That is such a profound takeaway. We revere Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr as the ultimate musical innovators.
An absolute peak.
But perhaps their true underlying genius was simply as curators of sound.
And that realization leaves me with this final thought for you to chew on today.
What's that?
If their incredible world-changing synergy came from the fact that they all happened to own the exact same obscure record collections as teenagers.
Right, the shared musical DNA.
What is the modern equivalent of a shared record collection for creative partnerships today?
That is a great question.
We live in an era where algorithms are constantly feeding us an endless, personalized variety of content.
Everyone is in their own bubble.
Exactly. So are we actually losing the ability to form that kind of deeply unified, culturally synchronized creative bond?
Someone.
And you can judge the band's true feelings about that arrangement by their actions. They consistently chose All My Loving to open their most high-stakes shows.
Like the Ed Sullivan Show.
The Ed Sullivan Show, the Washington Coliseum, they used that specific wall of sound to tell the world, we've arrived.
Right. They understood the visceral impact of that tempo.
But, maintaining that pattern throughout an entire concert, projecting that massive energy on stage night after night, it requires a physical stamina that outstrips normal human endurance.
Which brings us to the chemical side of the equation, because you simply cannot play rapid-fire triplets on heavy strings for a 2-hour set on a diet of tea and sheer youthful exuberance.
No, you cannot. That intense, high-stamina performance style they developed, what they called Machschau, or make a show, was forged in the crucible of the Hamburg clubs in the early 1960s.
Right, the Reeperbahn.
The Reeperbahn was a grueling environment. They were playing 8 hours a night, 7 days a week.
Which is insane.
It is. And to survive that schedule, the band relied heavily on preludin, which they often called prellies.
Yeah, and I want to dig into the pharmacology of that for a second because it really explains the music.
Go for it.
Preludin was pharmaceutical-grade speed. It was initially designed as an appetite suppressant, but it rapidly crosses the blood-brain barrier, flooding the central nervous system with dopamine and norepinephrine.
Basically putting the body into a sustained fight-or-flight overdrive.
Exactly. And it completely masks the brain's natural muscle fatigue signals.
Which makes sense, because John Lennon later admitted they would be foaming at the mouth, playing at a breakneck, frantic pace just to stay awake.
Wow.
The chemical literally hardwired their early tempo. So that iconic, high-energy, driving sound that defined Beatlemania and caused absolute hysteria was, in many ways, the direct sonic byproduct of amphetamines masking the physical exhaustion of a German basement at 4 a.m.
That is wild to think about. But, the pivot away from those uppers happened by complete accident.
Yes, it did.
And this brings us to August 28, 1964, at the Delmonico Hotel in New York. They have this legendary meeting with Bob Dylan.
Right, Dylan showed up to their suite, assuming the band was already heavily experienced with marijuana.
Because he misheard the lyrics, right?
Exactly. He had misheard the lyrics to I Want to Hold Your Hand. He heard the line I Can't Hide and genuinely thought they were singing I Get High.
That is just hilarious. So when Dylan realized they were completely uninitiated, he offered them a joint.
He did?
And Ringo Starr, completely oblivious to the etiquette of sharing, just held onto the joint, smoked the entire thing himself, and dissolved into a fit of giggles.
He totally bogarted it.
Yeah. And soon all 4 of them were participating. But what matters here is how this shifted the musical architecture.
Right.
Because, amphetamines make your perception of time speed up. You play louder, faster, and cram more notes into every measure.
Right.
But marijuana alters time perception in the opposite direction. It slows things down.
It does. You start leaving space in the music. Instead of those frantic triplets, you let chords ring out. You experiment with minor keys, dominant sevenths, and different sonic textures.
So the songwriting morphed almost overnight.
Exactly. They moved away from writing external pop songs about holding hands and began writing internal, introspective songs about nowhere men and paperback writers.
Yeah.
By the time they were filming the movie Help, they were literally eating marijuana for breakfast. Yes. You can watch the action sequences in that film and see them looking genuinely bewildered because their cognitive processing was operating at a completely different speed than the film's production schedule.
That makes so much sense when you rewatch it now. But let me ask you, did the fans realize this shift was happening in real time, or were they just blindly singing along?
Well, the counterculture eventually noticed the shift in the lyrics, and they started obsessively hunting for hidden drug messages in the music.
Right, the whole decoding phase.
Exactly, which led to this massive cultural game of decoding the discography. But the fans got it wrong almost as often as they got it right.
Like with Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
Yes. The public was convinced they had cracked a secret code there, LSD.
Because the fans were desperate to feel like they were part of the inner circle, right? Like they were sharing a secret language with the band.
Exactly. But John Lennon insisted for the rest of his life that the song had nothing to do with acid. The title and the imagery were purely inspired by a drawing his son Julian brought home from school of his classmate, Lucy O'Donnell.
That's so funny. I mean, I always assumed Gotta Get You Into My Life was just Paul McCartney trying to do a Motown pastiche. I thought it was a straightforward song about a woman utilizing a brass section to mimic that Detroit sound. Am I off base there?
Well, the Motown influence on the arrangement is correct, but the subject matter was entirely misunderstood by the public. Paul McCartney eventually revealed it was his literal ode to marijuana.
Wait, really? A love song to a plant?
Yes, he wrote it as a love song to the plant. And the musical choice of those sharp, stabbing brass arrangements was his way of representing the sudden clarity and new sensory textures that marijuana had opened up in his mind.
Oh, wow. That completely changes how I hear those horns now. And then we have Day Tripper, which fans assumed was about a literal traveler or perhaps a celebration of the psychedelic lifestyle.
Right, but John Lennon was actually using that song to judge the very culture forming around them.
He was sneering at weekend hippies, wasn't he?
He was. The lyrics were mocking the tourists of the counterculture. You know, the people who would take acid on a Saturday to feel enlightened, but then put their suits back on for their office jobs on Monday.
Right, just plain dress up.
Exactly. It highlighted a cultural divide between those who were committed to the lifestyle and those who were just tourist trippers.
Yeah. But then, A Day in the Life brought the controversy right to the establishment.
Yeah.
The BBC actually banned it because of the line, "I'd love to turn you on," assuming it was a blatant invitation for youth to experiment.
And to be fair, the authorities at the BBC were entirely right.
They were?
Yeah. John Lennon and Paul McCartney admitted that line was a deliberate nod to mind expansion. And the arrangement itself reflects this. They used a 40-piece orchestra, instructing every single musician to start at their lowest note and independently slide to their highest note.
Oh, that massive glissando.
Right. That massive, chaotic glissando is designed to sonically mimic the overwhelming sensory rush of a psychedelic peak.
That is incredible. And they were also mocking the establishment's own hypocrisy with Dr. Robert. The public assumed it was a fictional character, but it was a direct reference to Dr. Robert Fryman in New York.
Ah, yes.
He was basically a high society mechanic, secretly juicing up the engines of the world's elite with quote-unquote vitamin shots that were laced with amphetamines.
Exactly. The band was mocking the very medical system they had relied on to stay functional.
It's so ironic.
It is. Though their own introduction to psychedelics was equally reckless. In 1965, John Lennon and George Harrison, along with their wives, attended a dinner party hosted by a man John later referred to as the Wicked Dentist.
Right, the dentist.
Yes. This host secretly spiked their coffee with LSD.
Which is terrifying.
Oh, completely. They were essentially hijacked by a psychedelic trip while trying to navigate London. John Lennon described the physical sensation as feeling like his house was a big submarine, and he found himself in love with the elevator.
Wow. But while John Lennon and George Harrison dove headfirst into that new reality, Paul McCartney was terrified of the psychological implications, right?
He was. He held out, fearing the loss of control. But ironically, when he finally did participate a year later, he became the first member to go public about it.
Yeah, that 1967 interview.
Exactly. He openly admitted to taking LSD, claiming it made him a more honest person. And that admission effectively slaughtered their clean-cut image right as they were launching the Sgt. Pepper era.
Yeah, sending the British press into a total meltdown.
A complete meltdown.
But, you know, psychedelics were utilized to expand the mind and deconstruct the ego. But as the decade came to a close, the chemical exploration took a much darker turn.
It did it.
Because a new substance entered the studio, and it was designed specifically to numb the mind. By 1968, John Lennon was dealing with intense public scrutiny, particularly regarding his relationship with Yoko Ono, and he turned to heroin.
Yeah, a massive shift.
And if you look at the neurochemistry, heroin binds to the mu-opioid receptors, heavily suppressing the central nervous system and creating a cocoon of emotional apathy.
And it completely changed his personality.
It did. The sharp, witty bandleader became sullen, physically heavy, and withdrawn.
Yeah.
If you listen to his solo track, Cold Turkey, it strips away all pop artifice. It is a visceral, literal document of physical agony, just screaming as his brain's reward system violently tries to recalibrate during withdrawal.
And that substance created an unscalable wall within the recording studio. You had this stark chemical divide. Paul McCartney was relying on pot and wine. George Harrison was deep into spiritual meditation. Ringo Starr was drinking heavily, but John Lennon's heroin use built a psychological barrier the others just could not cross.
But they could reach him.
No. And it forced Paul McCartney into a position where he felt he had to micromanage the sessions just to get anything recorded, which of course fueled the bitter resentment that ultimately collapsed the group.
It's so sad. But the grim reality of those final years stands in bizarre contrast to how the fans perceive them. Take the whimsical, colorful world of Yellow Submarine.
Oh boy.
Fans just refused to accept that it was simply a fun, straightforward tune. There is a wild conspiracy theory that the submarine was actually a metaphor for yellow quaaludes, specifically nimbutal capsules.
The theory is incredibly elaborate.
It is.
The idea is that you gulped down this yellow pill, and instead of elevating you, it sank your feelings.
It's like a submarine.
Exactly. And the sea of green they sail through was interpreted as marijuana. Theorists argued that every friend aboard the submarine represented another user in the same pharmaceutical boat, sharing a communal, altered state.
The Olympic-level mental gymnastics required to get there are just astonishing. I mean, fans desperately wanted to project their own pharmaceutical habits onto a simple children's song that Paul McCartney specifically wrote with a limited vocal range so Ringo Starr could sing it.
Yeah, and we can aggressively debunk that interpretation by just looking at the historical timeline.
Let's do it.
Quaaludes, or methaqualone, did not become a widely available recreational drug until the disco and Studio 54 era in the 1970s.
Right.
That is a full decade after Yellow Submarine was recorded in 1966. So unless the band possessed a time machine inside that submarine, the timeline absolutely destroys the theory.
I love that.
Yeah.
But, the band's complicated, often reckless relationship with these substances didn't just vanish when they broke up. Fast forward to January 1980.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney pulls off a move that really illustrates the long-term psychological damage of extreme fame. He flies into the Tokyo airport for a Wings tour with nearly half a pound of marijuana sitting right on top of his suitcase.
Which is just wild. But when you spend 15 years inside a hyper-insulated bubble, surrounded by staff who manage your reality and smooth over every single problem, you lose the concept of consequences.
Completely.
He genuinely seemed to believe the customs officers would simply wave him through because of who he was.
Instead, he was arrested immediately. The most famous musician on Earth suddenly became inmate number 22 in a Japanese prison, spending 9 days in a cell, folding his own futon and eating seaweed soup.
It was the ultimate bursting of the invincible rock star bubble.
It was. And as he was deported and the tour was ruined, he flashed a V for Victory sign to the press and joked, "I haven't had a smoke for 9 days, so that's a record for me since I was 20.
Wow. It perfectly encapsulates how deeply ingrained those habits were. Trace the path from the beginning to the end. They moved from stimulants that help them physically work to hallucinogens that help them think differently about chord structures, and finally to narcotics that help them disappear from the pressure.
Yeah.
You just cannot separate the evolution of their sound from the substances that fueled it, shaped it, and eventually fractured it.
No, you can't. Which leaves you with a fascinating scenario to mull over. We constantly obsess over the grand artistic visions of our cultural icons. But what if the history of rock isn't driven by inevitable genius? What if it is driven by sheer, clumsy accidents? Think about the fragility of their timeline. If Bob Dylan had decent hearing, or if the PA system playing I Want to Hold Your Hand had been just a little clearer, he never would have brought that joint into the Delmonico Hotel.
It's true.
Without that single misunderstood lyric, would they have ever discovered the introspection needed to create their studio masterpieces? Or would they have remained a high-energy, amphetamine-fueled pop act until they simply burned out? It makes you wonder how much of modern history hangs entirely on a simple mistake. Because they definitely did use drugs. We aren't pretending they were choir boys. But from everything we are exploring in our session today, it seems their ultimate addiction wasn't chemical at all.
To be clear, they absolutely partook. Marijuana was a lifelong constant for Paul McCartney and George Harrison.
Right, that's well documented.
And speed was what fueled their famously grueling work ethic in their early days. It allowed them to play for hours on end in Hamburg.
Those legendary Hamburg sets.
Exactly. And LSD undeniably shifted their musical direction later on. But if you look at their overarching legacy, you hit on the core truth.
Which is what?
Their most potent favorite substance was the studio itself.
Wow, the studio itself.
Yes. The chemicals may have opened the doors of perception, but once they were inside that recording room, the music and the machinery took full control of their imaginations.
This raises a massive question for me, and I think for anyone listening who loves dissecting creative processes.
What's the question?
Did the studio environment create their genius? Or did John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr force the studio to become something entirely new to accommodate them?
Oh, that tension is the defining arc of their career.
Right. It's a chicken and egg scenario.
It is. They eventually turned the studio into an instrument, bending it to their will, but they did not walk in the door knowing how to do that.
No, they were kids.
Exactly. They had to fumble in the laboratory first. Which brings us perfectly to their very first highly chaotic attempt to use that laboratory.
The recording of Love Me Do in October 1962.
Yes, their first tentative step toward world domination.
And absolutely nobody involved expected it to change the world.
Not at all.
Producer George Martin openly doubted its commercial appeal. And when you look at the recording process, it sounds like a frantic game of musical chairs that almost derailed their debut before it even started.
The three-drummer carousel.
Yes. Let's get into the carousel.
It is one of rock's most debated recording mysteries. They actually recorded this seemingly simple song on 3 separate occasions with 3 different people behind the drum kit.
Break this timeline down for us because it is just wild.
Okay, so the first attempt was June 6th, 1962. This was essentially their audition for George Martin.
And who was on the kit?
Pete Best was playing drums.
Okay, the original guy.
Right. The tempo was extremely slow, it felt raw, and Martin flat out rejected it.
Yikes.
Compounding the problem, Paul McCartney was suffering from severe vocal nerves, which made the take completely unusable at the time.
You can actually hear that nervous, shaky energy on Anthology 1, which was released decades later.
Yes, it's very apparent.
So Pete Best is dismissed in August, and they bring in Ringo Starr. That brings us to take 2 on September 4.
Right. And Ringo Starr has had barely 2 weeks to rehearse with the band at this point.
Talk about pressure.
Seriously. They grind through 15 takes, and this is the version that was actually released as the original UK single.
But George Martin still wasn't satisfied, right?
He was a total perfectionist, and he remained unconvinced. So a week later, on September 11th, they returned to Abbey Road.
And here comes the drama.
Oh, yeah. Martin's assistant, Ron Richards, had preemptively bucked a seasoned session musician named Andy White as an insurance policy.
Ouch. Just imagine showing up to your new job and finding out your boss hired a temp to do your work while you watch.
That is exactly what happened to Ringo Starr. He showed up expecting to play and was relegated to shaking the tambourine while Andy White played the drum kit.
That had to hurt.
Oh, he was devastated. This Andy White version ultimately became the standard album version. But ironically, when it came time to press the very first single, EMI chose the September 4 version with Ringo Starr on drums anyway.
Wait, really? After all that?
Yeah. Which suggests Martin's concerns about the drumming weren't quite as catastrophic as they seemed in the heat of the moment.
This leads to the absolute best party trick for a fan listening to Love Me Do.
Oh, I love this trick.
If you are ever at a trivia night or just want to impress your friends, listen closely for the tambourine.
Yep, it's the ultimate tell.
If you hear a tambourine shaking in the background, you know, Andy White is on the drum kit and Ringo Starr is holding the tambourine.
And if there is no tambourine,
then is the Ringo Starr drum version.
A perfect listening tip. And, you know, the chaotic nature of the recording matches the piecemeal way the song was constructed in the first place.
How so?
Well, Paul McCartney wrote the basic structure, the G7, C, and D chords, when he was about 15 years old playing hooky from school.
Just skipping class and writing history.
Exactly. And John Lennon later added the middle 8 section.
Stop right there because we're throwing around some musical terminology.
Oh, sure. Let's clarify.
For those of us listening who might not read sheet music, what does a G7, C, and D chord structure actually imply? And what on earth is a middle 8?
Great questions. G7, C, and D are essentially the foundational building blocks of standard Western pop and blues.
So they're pretty simple.
Very basic, very common chords. They create a simple, resolution-focused sound. It is a structure you can literally learn in your first week of guitar lessons.
Okay, that makes sense. And the middle 8?
A middle 8 is just an industry term for a bridge. It's an 8-bar section in the middle of the song that breaks up the repetitive verse-chorus pattern.
Oh, so it keeps it from getting boring.
Exactly. It introduces a new melody and chords, keeping the listener's ear engaged.
So it was a genuine collaboration. Paul McCartney brings the basic, catchy foundation, and John Lennon builds the bridge in the middle.
It felt like a crisp, class-conscious English conversation.
But the foundational chords aren't what make that song instantly recognizable. The signature sound of Love Me Do is undeniably that harmonica.
Oh, the chromatic harmonica. It cuts right through the track with this wailing, bluesy urgency.
And here's where the story gets absolutely fascinating. John Lennon didn't just buy that harmonica at a local shop.
No, he did not.
He literally stole it from a music shop in Arnhem, in the Netherlands, back in 1960 during their first journey to Hamburg.
A stolen piece of equipment defining their worldwide debut. You can't make that up.
It's incredible.
He had learned to play the instrument years earlier on a harmonica his Uncle George gave him, but that specific stolen chromatic harmonica from Arnhem created the magic tone.
And his playing style wasn't pulled out of thin air either.
Not at all. It was directly inspired by Delbert McClinton's distinct harmonica work on Bruce Channel's hit song, Hey, Baby.
They were so obsessed with that specific sound that their manager, Brian Epstein, actually booked Bruce Channel for a promotion at the Tower Ballroom in New Brighton in June 1962.
That shows serious dedication.
He placed the band second on the bill beneath Bruce Channel just so John Lennon could study Delbert McClinton's exact technique backstage.
It was a literal masterclass in observation, but implementing that stolen harmonica in the studio created a massive logistical problem that accidentally changed music history.
Yes. The vocal swap. We have to talk about the vocal swap. Explain how that happened.
Okay, so originally, John Lennon sang the lead vocal for the entire song.
Right. He was the main guy on this track.
However, the arrangement required the harmonica to wail immediately after the title line was sung.
Which is a huge issue.
Because John Lennon had a mouthful of harmonica and needed to draw breath to play it, he physically could not sing the final Love Me Do and hit the instrument in time.
Right. You just can't sing and blow into a harmonica simultaneously. It defies physics.
Exactly the problem. So George Martin made a quick executive decision in the studio. He forced a vocal swap.
Handing the lead over to Paul McCartney.
Yes, handing the lead vocal duties over to Paul McCartney for those specific sections, and Paul McCartney was terrified.
Which totally explains the severe vocal nerves on that early Pete Best take we discussed earlier.
Yes. He suddenly had to step up and carry the lead melody. But that forced pivot created the conversational back-and-forth harmony dynamic that became the band's signature style.
A practical, logistical limitation in the studio accidentally birthed their iconic vocal sound. I love that so much.
It's one of those beautiful historical accidents.
But the drama surrounding this song did not stop when they finally left the studio.
Oh, definitely not.
Love Me Do peaked at a respectable but definitely not earth-shattering number 17 on the UK charts in late December 1962.
Right, a solid debut, but not a smash hit.
And almost immediately, the myth-making machine fired up.
The great chart manipulation myth. This is one of the most persistent rumors in music history.
Lay out the rumor for us.
The story goes that their manager, Brian Epstein, personally bought 10,000 copies of the single to artificially rig the charts and guarantee them a hit.
People swore by this rumor. You had claims from figures like Joe Flannery and even Billy Kinsley of the Mersey Beats.
Oh yeah, they claimed they physically saw the hoarded records.
Or that Brian Epstein instructed them to go out and buy copies secretly. I have to pause and point out the grand irony here.
What's the irony?
The exact same public that desperately wants the innocent Yellow Submarine to be a complex secret drug code also desperately wants Love Me Do's modest chart success to be a massive, calculated financial conspiracy.
Human nature loves a hidden agenda. We just want to believe there is a man behind the curtain pulling the strings.
It's so true.
But the 10,000 copies myth falls apart the second you look at the mechanics of how the British charts actually functioned in 1962.
Walk us through those mechanics, because clearly buying records in bulk wasn't as simple as it sounds.
Okay, so the charts were compiled by trade magazines, primarily Record Retailer and the New Musical Express.
Also known as NME.
Right. They did not track every single sale in the country. Instead, they used a rotating sampling system.
How did that work?
They would contact different, randomly selected record shops each week to gather sales data. The system was designed specifically to prevent the exact kind of manipulation Brian Epstein is accused of.
So if Brian Epstein took delivery of 10,000 copies and stashed them in his own AMS storeroom in Whitechapel,
it wouldn't move the national needle at all, not even a fraction of an inch.
Wow.
For bulk purchases to actually impact the national charts, Brian Epstein would have needed to distribute those 10,000 copies across dozens of different shops across the country.
Shops that just happened to be contacted by the magazines during that specific week.
Exactly. It is logistically impossible. Brian Epstein was a highly sophisticated record store manager. He knew the system inside and out.
He wasn't naive.
Right. He knew buying 10,000 copies for his own store's inventory would be totally useless for chart manipulation.
So what is the most likely truth behind the rumor? Did he buy any extra copies at all?
If anything, he probably ordered a few extra boxes to meet the intense local Liverpool demand, since they were hometown heroes.
Makes sense.
Or he might have asked his other local artists to buy a few copies while they were out on tour to help generate some regional buzz.
So it was minor grassroots promotion.
Exactly. Grassroots promotion, not massive, orchestrated fraud.
And the real irony is that the true explosion for Love Me Do didn't even happen in 1962.
No, it didn't.
It happened when the song crossed the Atlantic. It became a retroactive, massive hit, reaching #1 in America on the Billboard Hot 100 on May 30, 1964.
Yes, and that American release has its own interesting quirk.
Oh,
It wasn't released on Capitol Records like you might expect. It was released on Tolly Records.
what is Tully Records? Why wouldn't a massive band be on a major label?
Tolly Records was a subsidiary, essentially a smaller secondary label owned by a larger company called VJ.
Why were they on a secondary label?
Because Capitol Records initially passed on their early music, so smaller labels scooped up the rights. By the time 1964 rolled around, they had exploded in popularity following Please Please Me and their historic Ed Sullivan Show appearance.
So Tully Records just cashed in.
Tully Records capitalized on that massive wave of fame and re-released the debut single, riding it all the way to #1.
Which perfectly brings us to the true legacy of this song and this entire era.
Right.
Nobody is arguing that Love Me Do is their greatest musical masterpiece. The lyrics are incredibly repetitive, the recording was a mess, and the drumming situation was a disaster.
But it had this blunt, working-class northerness that rang a revolutionary bell compared to the highly polished standard pop productions of 1962.
It was the sound of a unique identity being formed in real time.
They were actively navigating the tension between covering standard American blues tracks and writing original material that felt true to their own roots.
It was their Declaration of Independence. It proved they could write their own hits. And crucially, it gave them control.
That control is so important.
Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You are the only two songs that EMI's publishing company, Ardmore and Beechwood, took when they first signed the band.
Why is that specific publishing detail so important?
Because controlling your publishing is everything in the music business. They eventually managed to get those rights back from Ardmore and Beechwood, making those tracks among the very few early compositions they actually had complete control over.
It proved their raw sound could connect. As Ringo Starr later said, holding that first piece of plastic was more important than anything else that followed. They were finally on a record.
They stepped into that studio as a scrappy club band relying on a stolen harmonica, and they walked out having laid the groundwork for a cultural revolution.
It contained the raw DNA of everything that would make them legends. The distinctive harmony vocals born of necessity, the unique instrumentation, and the deeply personal, collaborative songwriting.
And whether or not Brian Epstein bought a few extra boxes of records, the world eventually bought millions.
It all comes back to their core authenticity.
Exactly. It wasn't sneaky drug codes encoded for toddlers, and it wasn't fraudulently rigged charts. It was just a relentless drive to make music.
Unvarnished joy.
Which leaves you with something to chew on as we wrap up this session. We live in a modern era where we constantly demand that everything we consume be a calculated Easter egg, a hidden message, or a viral PR stunt.
We want secret plots.
We really do. But if the most heavily analyzed band in human history achieved global domination, utilizing a stolen Dutch harmonica, a roadie hitting a marching drum, someone stirring a bucket of water, and an unvarnished joy of making music, what incredible, joyful things are we missing today by constantly looking for the man behind the curtain instead of just enjoying the show? Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback.
Yeah.
The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So imagine just stepping out of the helicopter, right? And you're walking into a baseball stadium packed with 55,000 people.
Oh man, I can't even fathom that kind of crowd.
Right. The wall of sound hitting you is it's so physically dense, so completely deafening that you just instantly lose all your spatial awareness. You can't hear the person standing 2 feet next to you.
Let alone your own thoughts. I mean, that's terrifying.
Exactly. You can't even hear the instrument in your own hands. And right in the middle of that absolute chaos, you're expected to flawlessly perform the most famous pop songs in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like some kind of extreme psychological stress test. But for them, that was just, a Tuesday in 1965.
Spot on. So today, we're exploring the ultimate paradox of the biggest band in history. We're completely skipping that standard cheerful mop-top narrative you always hear.
Thank goodness.
Right. Instead, we're looking at the bizarre intersection of logistics, technology, and, well, artistic rebellion that defined their absolute peak.
Yeah, like how their silliest pop absurdity became this dark modern prophecy. Or how their sheer volume literally deafened a generation of musicians.
Oh, and how they eventually used raw meat to tell their record label exactly where to shove it.
Yeah, that is such a wild story. But, the contrast between their public image and their private reality during these years is just staggering.
Oh, completely.
To understand how they ended up wrapping themselves in raw beef, you first have to look at the absolute peak of their untouchable superstardom. The moment they became so incredibly famous, they could essentially rewrite the calendar without anyone blinking an eye.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because you're talking about 8 days a week, right?
Exactly. It was a massive, massive global smash hit.
Which is funny because the title was actually born from a charming malapropism by Ringo Starr. He just misspoke one day, and John Lennon and Paul McCartney heard that nonsense phrase, polished it up into a pop hook, and boom, it just exploded.
And it generated astronomical amounts of wealth. I mean, this was the specific era where they were finally moving out of those single, cramped hotel rooms from their exhausting early touring days.
Oh yeah, they were buying lavish estates, building swimming pools.
Right. They reached a level of fame that just insulated them from standard industry rules. They had what you might call the Beatles exemption.
The Beatles exemption, I like that.
Yeah.
But to understand the sheer cheek of 8 days a week, you've got to put yourself in the cultural context of 1964.
Communication was so much slower back then.
Exactly. A day off was a very real, very sacred thing for the working public. Now, Paul McCartney has explained the title was simply meant as hyperbole for, I love you very much.
Right. But just think about the math of it. A lesser band would have been laughed out of the charts for releasing a song with a mathematically impossible title.
Totally. But because they were protected by their fame, the public just accepted the absurdity without question. They were bigger than Elvis, bigger than the Gregorian calendar.
They were basically the original tech disruptors. But instead of using code to change the world, they used chords.
Yeah, they normalized the impossible just because they delivered pure joy alongside it.
But connecting this to the bigger picture, the modern paradox of that song is incredible. Back in the mid-60s, an 8-day week sounded like a utopian fantasy.
More time for dancing, more time for loving.
Exactly. It was a romantic indulgence. The people buying that record were buying into the optimistic belief that life could be more than a grueling 7-day work cycle.
Right, but imagine if a massive pop star released that exact same concept today.
Oh, it would land with a completely different cultural thud. If a modern artist known for their relentless hustle released a track called 8 Days a Week, it wouldn't sound fun or romantic at all.
No, it would sound like a threat. It would sound exactly like your boss demanding you answer an email on a Sunday night at 11.
Precisely. The mid-60s listener heard infinite love in that concept. But you, the modern listener, hear infinite work. It unknowingly set the stage for a digital world that would eventually try to take that impossible extra day and just fill it with unpaid overtime.
Yeah, their playful rebellion basically became our dystopian reality of endless doom scrolling and inescapable connectivity.
So they reached a point where they could sing mathematically impossible pop songs, and the world just smiled and nodded.
And that exact same cultural insulation is what gave them the freedom to start pushing massive musical boundaries.
Right. They realized, hey, if they'll buy 8 days in a week, let's see what else they'll accept. And they transformed from cheerful mop tops into serious, heavy innovators.
Which brings us to the big shift in 1965 with Ticket to Ride.
Oh, such a crucial track. John Lennon famously called it pretty famey heavy for them.
And he wasn't exaggerating. This was a profound foundational shift in pop music architecture.
The musical breakdown of Ticket to Ride is where things get so fascinating. For anyone who isn't a music theory nerd, it's built on this major to BM7 modal progression.
Yeah, and we should explain why that matters.
Well, a modal progression like that doesn't resolve in the traditional, satisfying way a standard pop song does. It feels circular.
Right, it creates this hypnotic, almost drone-like quality. You can hear the Indian classical music influences that were just starting to bleed into their work.
Exactly. Instead of a happy, bouncy resolution, you hit that famous chorus and the chords start descending.
And musically, a descending chord structure naturally mimics the physical feeling of sinking or falling.
Yeah, it creates this intense, undeniable mood of emotional resignation. You feel the weight of the lyrics in the actual notes.
You also have George Harrison playing that bright, chiming 12-string Rickenbacker guitar.
Oh, that tone is iconic. A 12-string guitar pairs standard strings with octave strings, creating this lush, chorused effect naturally.
That specific tone on this track basically defined the emerging folk rock sound.
Yeah, it was the exact blueprint that bands like the Byrds would take and build an entire career on shortly after.
And we absolutely cannot ignore Ringo Starr's percussion here. Instead of a standard pop beat, he plays this thumping, tom-heavy rock rhythm that just drives the entire song.
He's actually called it one of his favorite performances.
Oh, I didn't know that. And then you anchor all of that with Paul McCartney's prominent melodic bass line.
And notice the tempo they chose. It's in 4/4 time, but it has this loping, almost lazy feel to it.
Right. It creates forward momentum without any sense of urgency. It drags just slightly, which perfectly matches that heavy, resigned emotion.
They were building an aggressive wall of sound that was completely alien to mainstream pop at the time.
But because the music was getting heavier and more serious, their whole promotional strategy had to evolve too.
Yeah, they shot a promotional film for Ticket to Ride on Salisbury Plain with the British Alps in the background. That was part of their film Help.
But what's absolutely crucial is that they shot multiple promotional clips specifically for television distribution around the world.
This was the absolute precursor to MTV. This single decision revolutionized how music was marketed.
Yeah, because in 1965, the industry expectation was ironclad. If you had a hit record, you physically traveled to a TV studio, stood in front of the cameras, and performed it live.
It's deeply ironic. They essentially invented the modern music video solely because they were getting too big and too exhausted to actually show up anywhere in person.
And if you watch those clips, the visual tone is entirely different. No cheerful mugging for the cameras, no exaggerated smiles. It's a serious, straight-ahead performance.
But the decision to mail in their performances wasn't just about artistic posturing or convenience. There was a much darker physical reason they needed to stop showing up in person.
Right, a reason that eventually forced them to quit touring entirely in 1966.
Exactly. The logistical reality of Beatlemania had created a terrifying, literal sensory void.
Let's talk about the sheer destructive volume of that era, because it's hard for a modern audience to even comprehend.
We have to look at the gear they were working with. Back in their Hamburg and Liverpool days, the equipment was incredibly modest.
Yeah, George Harrison started with a little Selmer True Voice amp, and Paul McCartney had a very humble early bass rig.
The turning point was 1961 when they secured an endorsement deal with Vox. They started with the 15-watt AC-15 amplifier and then upgraded to the famous AC-30.
And to give you some economic context, an AC-30 cost about 87 pounds back then. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly 2,000 pounds, or over $2,600 US today.
And Vox gave them all those amps completely for free, right?
Oh, yeah, because the word-of-mouth marketing of having the biggest band on earth plugging into your wooden boxes was priceless.
Absolutely priceless. But by 1965, Vox was desperately trying to keep up. They were building custom 100-watt AC-100 amplifiers for the band, alongside massive foundation bass cabinets for Paul McCartney.
But even with that massive technological leap, it was a drop in the ocean compared to the physical force of the crowds. Let's use the Shea Stadium disaster in August 1965 as the perfect example.
Right, you have 55,000 screaming fans. From a purely acoustic standpoint, what were the band members actually facing on that stage?
The math of the situation is staggering. That crowd of 55,000 people generated roughly 110 decibels of sustained ambient noise.
And for context, decibels are measured logarithmically. 110 decibels is the equivalent of standing right next to a revving chainsaw for 30 straight minutes.
Or a commercial leaf blower. And those custom 100-watt Vox amps, Positioned behind the band, screaming as loud as they could go, they only pushed about 105 to 108 decibels.
So the crowd was mathematically, physically louder than the amplification. The sound simply couldn't penetrate the wall of noise.
And the sound meant for the audience. Oh man, it was run through the baseball stadium's existing public address system.
The PA system meant to announce the batter walking up to home plate.
Yes. That's basically the equivalent of trying to broadcast a rock concert through a fast food drive-through speaker.
Fans up in the rafters weren't hearing music. They were just hearing distant, muddy frequencies buried under a localized hurricane of screaming.
The performers were entirely lost. John Lennon admitted years later that they had absolutely no idea what they were playing.
And Paul McCartney famously coined the term sensory void to describe those shows. He said he literally had to watch his fingers moving on the fretboard just to confirm what note he was playing.
Because his ears were useless. And Ringo Starr had the worst seat in the house. He was sitting behind the drum kit, having to watch the shaking of his bandmates' backsides just to figure out the rhythm.
Yeah, he had to look at their hips to know when to hit the drums. George Harrison was completely blunt about it, too. He said musical quality became entirely irrelevant. They were just pantomiming.
What's fascinating here is the tragedy of this technological gap. Professional concert sound reinforcement simply did not exist.
No in-ear monitors feeding clean mixes directly into the musician's ears. No digital line arrays hucking from the ceiling like you see at today's arena shows.
Right. Modern shows can deliver 120 decibels of perfectly EQ'd, crystal clear sound to every single seat. But back then, nothing.
And nobody used hearing protection. The early wax or foam earplugs would have completely muffled whatever microscopic fragments of music they could actually hear.
So they played 1,400 live shows of pure, unprotected acoustic assault.
The cruel irony is that those 1960s crowds exposed themselves to deafening noise but heard nothing but din.
Right. Whereas today, you go to a modern stadium show, you hear perfect, pristine sound, but you're subjecting yourself to that exact same bone-rattling intensity.
We just disguised the hearing damage with better audio clarity.
The legacy of that era's sheer volume is genuinely tragic. Look at the hearing loss across that entire generation of musicians.
Paul McCartney suffers from significant hearing loss in his left ear and ongoing tinnitus.
Pete Townsend has been incredibly candid about his severe deafness. Then you've got Roger Daltrey, Eric Clapton, Sting, Ozzy Osbourne.
The list of legends with profound, irreversible hearing damage is staggering. It immediately brings to mind the film Sound of Metal.
Oh yeah, with Riz Ahmed's character Ruben.
Exactly. It puts a visceral, contemporary face on this crisis that quietly devastated a generation of musicians. The Beatles were essentially being acoustically tortured on stage every single night.
So facing total physical exhaustion and literal deafness, they made the only logical choice. They stopped touring and retreated to the recording studio.
The studio became a controlled haven where they could dictate the headphone levels and eventually sculpt intricate masterpieces like Sgt. Pepper.
But in 1966, having stepped away from the live circus, they realized something profound. They possessed total, absolute artistic leverage.
And they decided to weaponize that leverage against the executives who were butchering their art in America.
Which brings us to one of the most controversial moments in their career, the Butcher cover.
Yeah. Between 1964 and 1966, their American label, Capitol Records, treated the UK master tapes like a gold mine to be plundered.
Right, because the UK albums and the US albums were not the same thing at all.
Not at all. Capitol Records would take a pristine 14-track UK album, delete 4 songs, add in some random single releases or filler, and just chop up the track lists.
By doing this repeatedly, they managed to stretch the existing material to create 4 entirely fake US-only Beatles albums.
They destroyed the artistic sequencing the band intended, just to pocket massive extra revenue from American fans.
And the band watched this happen and gritted their teeth for a while. But by 1966, they were the most commercially powerful entity on Earth.
They didn't need to smile and play nice anymore. They decided to retaliate.
They collaborated with a photographer named Robert Whittaker, who was putting together a conceptual triptych project called Somnambulant Adventure.
Whittaker dressed John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr in stark white butcher smocks.
And then draped them in slabs of raw, bloody beef and handed them decapitated, burned plastic baby doll parts.
It's such a jarring image.
Here's where things get super fascinating. This was not just them throwing a tantrum or being edgy for the sake of shocking the parents. It had a razor-sharp point.
It depicted the band as a processed, manufactured, commodity. They were literally portraying themselves as pieces of meat hanging on a hook, ready for mindless public consumption.
They were holding up a grotesque mirror to Capitol Records and the entire music industry. The message was unmistakable. Here are 4 human beings, chopped up, repackaged, and sold to you like breakfast cereal.
And the band absolutely loved the terrifying image. They pushed it through and demanded it be the official album cover for the US release Yesterday and Today.
But wait, let me push back on this a little.
Oh, go for it.
We always analyze this through the lens of history, assigning all this profound meaning. But at the height of their power, when a single misstep could cost them millions, they chose to wrap themselves in raw meat and dismembered baby parts.
Was this truly a committed, high art statement about the soul-crushing nature of capitalist consumerism? Or was it just the ultimate multi-million-dollar troll move by 4 untouchable 20-somethings who wanted to see exactly how far they could push the suits in the boardroom?
That is the brilliant tension of it. It was almost certainly both. They were highly intelligent artists, angry about their work being compromised, but they were also cheeky guys from Liverpool who loved winding people up.
Okay.
The fact that the image remains highly controversial and is still actively censored by major retailers today, like Amazon, proves its enduring power.
And of course, censoring a piece of art just guarantees that fans will want to seek it out even more.
So what does this all mean for us today? We've traced this completely chaotic arc.
Yeah, they started out singing innocent, mathematically impossible pop songs that promised infinite joy.
And that unprecedented fame gave them the cultural shield to pioneer heavy rock, invent the promotional music video, and normalize pure absurdity.
But that exact same fame trapped them in a literal, ear-shattering sensory void. They were deafened by the very success they chased.
Until they finally clawed back their identity using raw meat and plastic dolls, they navigated the most extreme transition imaginable.
They went from being a joyful public commodity to becoming fiercely protective, boundary-pushing studio hermits.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So I want you to picture this. It is the late 1960s, and all across the world, millions of teenagers are huddled on their bedroom floors.
Yeah, totally ruining their record players.
Right, exactly. They are physically spinning their heavy vinyl records backwards. They are completely scratching up their favorite albums, all because they are absolutely convinced that the biggest pop sensation on the planet has hidden these, dark, ghostly messages in the static.
And the wildest part is how we even got to that moment in the first place. Today, we are looking at this very specific window of time when the ultimate pristine suit-wearing corporate boy band decided to just aggressively sabotage their own image.
They completely stopped playing by the rules of the music industry.
Yeah, they stopped playing by the rules. They completely fractured their own internal structure on a spiritual retreat, and they shattered the physical limits of recording technology.
We are going to explore this massive metamorphosis because the spark for all this rebellion, the moment they finally bared their teeth at the corporate machine, it actually starts with a pile of raw meat and dismembered dolls.
Oh, yeah, the butcher cover.
Exactly. We have to rewind to June 1966. Capitol Records is preparing to release an album called Yesterday and Today, specifically for the American market.
Which is a really important distinction to make. Capitol Records operated as its own massive entity in the States, and they viewed this music as just, mere inventory.
Right, like widgets in a factory.
Exactly. Yesterday and Today was not some cohesive artistic statement. It was a Frankenstein creation. The label cobbled together this completely random assortment of British tracks that had not yet been released in the United States.
So they just took a few songs from Help, a few from Rubber Soul, and some advanced tracks from the upcoming Revolver album, and just slapped them onto one piece of vinyl.
Right. It was the ultimate corporate repackaging. The band was evolving, trying to make complete conceptual albums, and the American label was just slicing their art up for a quick buck. So they decided to retaliate.
And their retaliation was wild. They submitted their official photograph for the album cover. We now know it as the infamous Butcher cover. You have John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr dressed in these pristine white butcher smock.
And they are draped, literally covered in raw chunks of red meat and the severed heads and torsos of plastic baby dolls.
They sent that completely grotesque image to Capitol Records and demanded, absolutely demanded, it be the official sleeve.
Yeah, Paul McCartney later defended the image by saying it was, quote, as relevant as Vietnam. He was making this really sharp point about the sanitized packaging of pop culture versus the stark, violent reality of the world they were actually living in.
It was a deliberate, aggressive provocation. But let me pause you right there, because this is the part that always confuses me.
Okay, what is it?
I look at the timeline, and their manager, Brian Epstein, is still very much alive and in charge here. He was famous for being meticulously polished, right?
Oh, absolutely. He put them in the matching suit.
How did he not step in and stop this absolute public relations nightmare from reaching the printers?
Well, that is the crucial friction point of 1966. Brian Epstein's sphere of absolute control was essentially limited to the United Kingdom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the American operation was entirely Capitol's domain, and it functioned like a massive, unstoppable ocean liner. Epstein simply lacked the unilateral power to walk into an American boardroom and pull the emergency brake.
And I guess John Lennon and Paul McCartney were forcefully demanding this cover be used, right?
Exactly. So Epstein was caught in the middle of a power struggle. He just could not win.
Okay, so the label gets the photo. You can just imagine the sheer panic in the Capitol Records boardroom. It would be like a squeaky clean, modern pop idol, someone whose entire brand revolves around being family-friendly, abruptly releasing a gory, unrated slasher film as their next music video.
Panic is an understatement. The American music industry reaction was immediate and terrified. But the corporate machinery had already moved way too fast. By the time the executives officially pulled the plug, the label had already printed, boxed, and shipped roughly 750,000 copies of the butcher cover to record stores across the country.
Wow, 750,000. So they have to orchestrate this massive, incredibly expensive recall, and their solution is so wonderfully clumsy.
So clumsy, they couldn't afford to destroy 750,000 record sleeves. So they quickly arranged a new, aggressively boring photo of the band standing around an old steamer trunk.
Right, the steamer trunk cover.
Yeah, and then Capitol literally hired workers to physically sit there and glue this new safe picture directly over the bloody butcher image on every single cardboard sleeve.
Which ended up creating one of the greatest collector's items in modern history.
Oh, for sure. The paste job was rushed, so the glue often failed. Or the dark colors of the meat bled right through the white background of the new photo. Fans quickly realized there was something hidden underneath.
I mean, today, an original, unpeeled, first state butcher cover, where you can still, carefully steam off the top layer, that sells for thousands of dollars. The label's most humiliating corporate blunder becomes the ultimate holy grail for fans.
It is so ironic, but the timing is what makes it so pivotal.
Huh.
This entire disaster happens in June of 1966.
Right.
2 months later, they played their final commercial concert at Candlestick Park. And shortly after that, they locked themselves inside Abbey Road Studios to create Sgt. Pepper. The message was loud and clear. The compliant era was over.
They proved they could bend the corporate structure to their will, but the external rebellion against the record label is really only the first half of the story.
Yeah, because almost immediately, a profound personal tragedy forces them to undergo this internal spiritual rebellion. To understand that, we had to look at August 1967.
The scene at Euston Station in London. It feels like something out of a cinematic tragedy. The band is pushing through a chaotic mob of press and fans to catch a train to Wales for a seminar with the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi.
And Cynthia Lennon, John's wife, is struggling with their luggage.
Right, and in the confusion, a police officer mistakes her for a crazed fan and physically blocks her from reaching the platform. The train pulls away, and she is left standing there, crying, watching her husband leave.
Cynthia herself noted how heavy that symbolism was. It was the physical manifestation of her being left behind as John Lennon aggressively sought a new path.
But an even more devastating separation occurs while they are on that exact trip in Wales.
Yeah. The phone rings, and they're informed that Brian Epstein has been found dead in his London home from an accidental overdose.
It is hard to overstate how much of an anchor Brian Epstein was. He was the diplomat. He managed the massive egos. He handled the schedules. He essentially acted as the glue holding this impossible phenomenon together.
You watch the interviews they gave directly after receiving the news, and they look entirely unmoored. They're trying to lean on the Maharishi's teachings, repeating that death is merely a transition, but underneath, you can see four guys realizing they have zero idea how to navigate their own lives.
They needed a new guiding force, and that desperate search for meaning culminates in their famous journey to the Maharishi's ashram in Rishikesh, India, in February 1968.
Now, the sonic foundation for this trip had actually been gestating for a while, spearheaded by George Harrison's absolute devotion to the sitar.
This is where I always get tripped up musically. George Harrison starts using the sitar in Norwegian Wood, and later on Within You, Without You. It sounds undeniably cool, but from a structural songwriting perspective, how does an instrument like that actually change the way a band writes music?
Well, it requires a completely different architectural approach to sound. Western pop music, especially what Paul McCartney and John Lennon were writing, is built on stacking chords and moving through distinct harmonic changes.
Right. It is a journey from point A to point B.
Exactly. The sitar, however, is rooted in Indian classical music. It utilizes sympathetic strings that resonate constantly, creating a drone. The music does not change chords. Rather, the melody weaves over a single, continuous hypnotic vibration.
So it shifts the goal of the song entirely. It is no longer about writing a catchy 3-minute tune to play on the radio. The music itself becomes a tool for meditation. It is about elevating your consciousness through a sustained vibration.
Precisely. They travel to the Himalayas seeking that exact elevation. They want to strip away the deafening noise of Beatlemania. But the reality of their living situation in Rishikesh was deeply ironic.
Oh, it's bizarre.
Yeah. They were supposed to be finding spiritual unity, but the compound is surrounded by massive stone walls wrapped in barbed wire just to keep the relentless global press at bay.
And you have to love the human absurdity mixed in with the spiritual quest. Like Ringo Starr. He shows up in the Himalayas and he suffers from severe allergies and a highly sensitive stomach. He is terrified of the local vegetarian cuisine.
He literally packed a suitcase of food, right?
Yes. He arrives at the ashram, hauling a massive suitcase packed entirely with cans of Heinz baked beans. He and his wife ended up leaving after just 10 days, blaming the spicy food and the relentless mosquitoes.
But despite the varying degrees of spiritual commitment, the creative yield of those weeks was staggering. They had no electronic gear. They were completely disconnected from the studio machinery of Abbey Road.
So they spent hours sitting on the roofs of their stone bungalows, armed only with acoustic guitars.
Yeah, they composed nearly 30 songs, which would eventually form the massive double record we know as the White Album.
And if you look closely, the songs are a direct, unfiltered diary of what they were observing at the ashram.
Exactly. John Lennon writes, "Dear Prudence," because Mia Farrow's sister, Prudence, was taking the meditation so intensely that she locked herself in her quarters. So he is gently singing to her, urging her to come out and see the sun.
And he writes the delicate acoustic track Julia to process the trauma of his late mother, while weaving in secret, poetic references to Yoko Ono.
They even write a frantic rock track entirely inspired by the local wildlife. Everybody's got something to hide, except me and my monkey.
But this peaceful acoustic utopia shatters completely. John Lennon and George Harrison are the final holdouts, but they pack their bags and storm out abruptly in April.
Yeah, things got ugly. There are rumors flying around the camp that the Maharishi is too focused on their financial assets and accusations that he behaved inappropriately toward female students.
John Lennon is furious. He feels completely betrayed by this father figure, so he channels that pure spite into the song Sexy Sadie. He deliberately changed the title from Maharishi to avoid a lawsuit, but the lyrics are a direct attack on a guru who made a fool of everyone.
The fallout from India is monumental. They travel across the world to find silence and a unified universal truth. But removing the external distractions only forced them to stare directly at the glaring differences between them.
Right, it just amplified everything.
The four-headed monster dynamic died in Rishikesh. George Harrison solidified his own independent spiritual path. John Lennon found the internal permission to blow up his life and commit to Yoko Ono. Paul McCartney realized he had to aggressively step up as the de facto CEO to keep their business from collapsing.
Here is the incredible thematic twist to all of this. They went to a mountain cliff in India to achieve a profound structural shift in their minds. But the most radical structural shift in their actual music had already happened, entirely by accident, 2 years earlier in a London apartment.
This is where we see the final piece of their transformation. We move from outgrowing the business and outgrowing their guru to completely outgrowing the physical limits of recording tape.
We have to talk about 1966. John Lennon is at his home. He is heavily under the influence of marijuana.
Very heavy.
Yeah, and he has a rough mix of the song Rain on a spool of quarter-inch magnetic tape. And because his mind is completely altered, when he tries to thread the tape through his home playback machine, he loads it in backward.
For a standard musician, this is just a clumsy mistake. You hear the audio play in reverse, you stop the machine, you flip the spool, and you fix it.
Right, you just put it in the right way.
But John Lennon hears this swirling, disorienting reversed vocal, and he becomes utterly convinced he has tapped into an otherworldly dimension. He goes back to the studio and aggressively demands that their producer, George Martin, use this accidental reversed audio on the final master.
I just love that the greatest recording revolution in pop music history is the direct result of weed, clumsiness, and a stubborn refusal to admit a mistake.
It is brilliant. You can hear it in the final 30 seconds of Rain. It sounds like an ancient mystical chant, but it is literally just John Lennon singing the opening lines of the song, played completely in reverse.
That single moment shattered their perception of what a recording studio could be. Once they realized they were not bound by linear time, they pushed the technology to its breaking point. Look at the song I'm Only Sleeping. George Harrison did not just record a standard guitar solo and tell the engineer to flip the tape.
No, because that would have resulted in an atonal mess.
Right, because if you play a normal descending scale backward, it ascends. The timing of the strikes would be totally off.
Exactly. So he had to write the solo he wanted to hear in his head, meticulously reverse engineer those notes on paper, and then play that awkward, disjointed sequence live onto the tape.
Wow.
Yeah. And when they physically cut that tape with a razor blade, flipped it over and spliced it back into the master reel, it played the brilliant melody he originally envisioned, but with this melting, unearthly texture that a forward-playing guitar simply cannot produce.
That is insane. And Paul McCartney gets entirely obsessed with this too. You listen to Tomorrow Never Knows and you hear what sounds like seagulls screaming over a drum beat.
But it's not seagulls.
No, that is actually a tape loop of Paul McCartney laughing maniacally into a microphone, chopped up, sped up, and played backward.
Or Ringo Starr's contribution on Strawberry Fields Forever. They used reverse drum tracks. So instead of hearing the sharp hit of a cymbal followed by the ringing decay, you hear this massive, woozy, sucking sound that swells up before the beat even hits.
It gives you this physical sensation of being pulled backward through time, which flawlessly matches a song about the hazy unreliability of childhood memory.
But playing with the fabric of time and sound inevitably led to an unintended cultural phenomenon. There has always been an occult fascination with reverse audio. Long before Abbey Road, the notorious occultist Aleister Crowley actually advocated for backward training.
Wait, like learning things in reverse?
Yeah, in 1913, Crowley wrote that a true magician should learn to listen to phonograph records in reverse to unlock hidden subconscious powers.
And it is not a coincidence that Aleister Crowley's face is sitting right there in the crowd on the cover of Sgt. Pepper.
Well, John Lennon insisted on including Crowley simply because he admired counterculture provocateurs, not because he was trying to cast dark magic with tape loops, but that lingering connection between backward audio and hidden messages laid the groundwork for pure chaos.
Absolute chaos. Let's fast forward to October 1969. A listener dials into a Detroit radio show hosted by DJ Russ Gibb. The caller calmly explains that if you manually spin specific vinyl tracks backward, you will hear hidden confessions proving that Paul McCartney died in a horrific car crash in 1966 and was replaced by a surgically altered imposter.
The Paul is dead hoax. It absolutely paralyzed the culture.
And I want to be clear about the psychology of what was happening here, because it wasn't just a fun rumor. People genuinely heard these dark messages. What is the mechanism in the brain that makes someone hear a ghost in the static?
We have to separate the physical act from the psychological one. The physical act of spinning the tape backward is phonetic reversal. But the psychological phenomenon, the reason people actually heard sentences, is called pareidolia.
Pareidolia.
Yes. The human brain is a hyperactive pattern recognition engine. It is an evolutionary survival trait to find order in chaos. So if a radio DJ tells you, listen closely to this wall of reverse noise, you're going to hear the phrase, Paul is dead. Your brain's auditory processing center will desperately force those random reverse syllables to fit that specific phonetic pattern.
So your brain literally constructs the illusion for you.
Precisely.
You can trace it directly through the so-called clues. Take the fade out of the song, I'm so tired. John Lennon is just mumbling pure, exhausted gibberish. But when teenagers spun it backward, heavily primed by the radio rumors, their pareidolia kicked in. Suddenly, they swore they heard him clearly saying, "Paul is dead, man. Miss him, miss him, miss him."
Or the deeply unsettling sound collage, Revolution 9. They took a mundane audio loop of an engineer simply saying, "Number 9, number 9," and played it in reverse. Desperate theorists listened to it and became entirely convinced it was a demonic voice chanting, "Turn me on, dead man."
It is wild how powerful suggestion is.
The hoax demonstrated how deeply the public wanted to interact with the myth the band had built. The audience was no longer just listening, they were actively decoding.
And the ripples of that hoax are everywhere. It directly planted the seeds for the satanic panic of the 1980s, where lawmakers and parents were utterly convinced that heavy metal bands like Judas Priest were embedding brainwashing demonic commands in their reverse tracks.
It led to literal courtroom trials.
Right. But it also created this wonderful tradition of modern artists intentionally hiding Easter eggs in their audio.
Which leads to the perfect, self-aware conclusion to this saga. In 1995, the surviving members reunited to finish a John Lennon demo called "Free as a Bird." They knew exactly what their legacy was, so they decided to have the final word.
What did they do?
At the very end of the track, they deliberately inserted a backward tape loop. If you reverse it, it is John Lennon's voice cheerfully saying, "Turned out nice again."
That is amazing.
It was a brilliant, affectionate nod to the millions of fans who spent 30 years wearing out their record needles searching for conspiracies.
We have covered incredible ground today. We watched them go from throwing raw meat at their American corporate bosses to seeking profound spiritual silence in the Himalayas, to fundamentally breaking the rules of how magnetic tape operates. They proved that creating revolutionary art requires you to challenge every single boundary, whether it is a boardroom contract, a spiritual guru, or the linear flow of time itself.
They forced the listener to wake up. They transformed music from a disposable product you tapped your foot to into a complex puzzle that demanded your complete psychological engagement.
Which leaves me with a lingering thought about pareidolia. Think about how eager the human brain was in 1966 to construct massive, elaborate conspiracies out of a single, clumsy, reversed tape loop. If our minds are that desperate to find patterns in random analog noise, what kind of invisible patterns are our brains subconsciously constructing right now?
Oh, that is a great question.
Right. When we listen to perfectly engineered, mathematically precise, algorithm-driven music on our modern streaming platforms, are we actually hearing the art? Or are we just hearing the exact comfortable patterns we have been programmed to expect? Keep pushing the boundaries of what you consume out there and never stop questioning what you hear. The most fascinating thing about this band's legacy is how many of their absolute masterstrokes, were born from basically running headfirst into a brick wall of limitations.
Right.
Like physical limitations, primarily. You picture John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr as these flawless studio gods, but that wasn't the reality at all.
No, not even close. I mean, Twist and Shout is like the ultimate testament to that.
It wasn't planned as this feral, perfectly crafted rock anthem.
It was literally the sound of a human body breaking down in real time.
Wow.
Yeah, the band was at the tail end of a brutal 10-hour marathon session to record their debut album, Please Please Me.
And producer George Martin, deliberately shoved that specific song to the very end of the schedule, didn't he? Because he knew that the vocal demands would just completely shred John Lennon's vocal cords.
Yeah, exactly. He knew John Lennon was battling a severe cold.
Yeah.
I mean, he had been drinking milk and sucking on cough drops all day just to stay upright.
Just to get through the day.
Right. So by the time they finally hit record for Twist and Shout, what you are hearing isn't practiced vocal technique.
Right. It's just raw.
Yeah, it is pure desperation. He had absolutely nothing left in the tank.
It makes me think of those legendary sports moments, like the classic flu game in basketball, where a player can barely stand during timeouts, but somehow wills themselves to score 40 points.
Oh, totally. That's a great comparison.
Or like the injured guy hitting a buzzer beater shot. The injury doesn't get in the way of the performance. It actually creates the necessary urgency, The desperation is kind of the secret ingredient.
Yeah, because the limitation forces a level of commitment you just cannot fake.
Yeah.
I mean, they actually attempted a second take right after, but John Lennon's voice was completely shot.
Oh, wow. So that was it.
Yeah, it was that one agonizing take or nothing.
That is wild.
But human physiology was only one type of wall they kept hitting. The other was the literal physical technology of the 1960s. And the biggest battleground there was the low end of the frequency spectrum.
I have always wondered about this, because if you put on those early records acoustically, they sound somewhat hollow.
Right, very thin.
Yeah, they lack a heavy bottom end. And obviously Paul McCartney was a powerhouse. So where did all that heavy low end sound go?
Well, it essentially vanished into the paranoid minds of the EMI recording engineers.
Wait, paranoid?
Yeah, it was entirely a physics problem. Think about how a vinyl record actually works. The music isn't digital code. It is a physical three-dimensional topography.
Right.
The audio wave is carved into a microscopic canyon inside the vinyl groove.
And the needle on the turntable, the stylus, has to physically ride inside that canyon to play the music.
Precisely. So high notes create tiny, tight ripples in that canyon wall. But low notes, the heavy bass frequencies, require massive, wide, sweeping curves.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Right, so if Paul McCartney was mixed as loud as he wanted it, those wide curves would be so drastic that the cheap, heavy tone arms on a typical 1960s teenager's record player just couldn't navigate them.
The needle would literally jump out.
Exactly. The needle would hit that wide curve and physically launch out of the groove. The record would skip.
So the engineers were intentionally choking the life out of the rhythm section just to ensure the physical product wouldn't break on a cheap turntable.
Yes.
That had to drive the band absolutely crazy.
Oh, Paul McCartney was furious. I mean, he was listening to American Motown records, which had this incredible chest-thumping low end, and he was demanding to know why his own records sounded so weak in comparison.
Right, like why can they do it and we can't?
Exactly. And he pushed and pushed until the paperback writer sessions. That's where an engineer named Jeff Emmerich decided to throw the rulebook out entirely and try a massive technological hack.
Okay, let me see if I have the physics of this hack right, because it is brilliant. Basically, Jeff Emmerich realized that a microphone and a speaker are the exact same piece of technology, just operating in opposite directions, right?
Yes, that's exactly it.
A speaker takes an electrical signal and pushes a paper cone outward to move the air and create sound. But a microphone catches moving air, pushes a tiny diaphragm inward, and turns it back into electricity.
You nailed the mechanics.
Yeah.
So Emmerich took a massive, heavy loudspeaker, wired the circuitry in reverse, and shoved it right up against Paul McCartney's amplifier.
That is so smart.
Yeah. Instead of pushing sound out, this giant speaker cone acted as an enormous microphone diaphragm. It caught the massive wave of air coming off the amp.
Wow.
And it captured that thick, heavy low end perfectly without overloading the delicate studio mixing desk.
It is basically a garage hacker solution inside this incredibly stuffy, formal studio. And the wild part is, we have spent the last 6 decades still trying to fix this exact problem.
Oh, yeah.
Director Peter Jackson recently utilized advanced AI audio technology, nicknamed M, to go back to the original studio tapes.
Right, for the 2023 remix.
Yeah. The AI can finally isolate Paul McCartney's bass S frequencies and boost them. It finally gave those early songs the thump they were originally meant to have, completely bypassing the limitations of a 1960s record needle.
It's amazing. Technical frustration pushed them to innovate. But no, not every studio trick was a calculated engineering hack.
Oh.
Some of their most famous techniques were born from sheer clumsiness and heavily altered states of consciousness.
Huh. You are talking about John Lennon, a massive amount of marijuana, and the song Rain.
Yes. Picture John Lennon going home after a long session with a rough mix of the song on a reel-to-reel tape. He is incredibly stoned.
Naturally.
He tries to thread the tape through the complex magnetic heads of his home machine, and he threads it completely backward.
See, anyone else would stop, curse, and rethread the machine.
Exactly. But he just sits there and listens. He is totally mesmerized by his own voice playing in reverse.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he hears this ghostly alien vocal texture, runs back to Abbey Road the next day, and demands that George Martin put the backward audio onto the final track.
And I'm guessing George Martin pushed back.
Oh, he did. But you try arguing with John Lennon when he is convinced he has found magic. He forces the issue, and the technique of backmasking is unleashed onto pop music.
Which is funny on its own, but the butterfly effect of that one stone mistake is staggering.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely wild.
Because a few years later, fans realized the band is burying backward vocals in their tracks. So what do the fans do? They start manually spinning their records backward, hunting for hidden messages.
Which directly ignites the biggest conspiracy theory in music history.
The Paul is dead hoax.
Yes. Fans played Revolution 9 in reverse and swore the chaotic noise formed the words, "Turn me on, dead man."
So creepy.
Or they took the mumbling at the end of "I'm so tired," played it backward, and heard, Paul's is a dead man. Miss him. Miss him.
I have always wondered about that. How do millions of people hear the exact same phantom words in random noise? It cannot just be mass hysteria.
It's a psychological phenomenon called phonetic pareidolia. The human brain is desperately wired to find patterns. It hates a vacuum of meaning,
Like seeing shapes in the clouds.
Exactly. If you stare at clouds, you see faces. If you listen to reversed, garbled syllables and someone tells you to listen for the word dead, your brain will actually synthesize those syllables into that word. The listeners manufactured the message.
All because John Lennon was too high to thread a tape machine properly and too stubborn to admit he made a mistake.
Yep.
It just shatters the illusion of them as perfectly synced, deliberate architects. Their process was incredibly messy. They stole things, they vetoed each other, and they were constantly clashing.
Constantly.
Look at how hard it was just to record their first hit, Love Me Do.
Oh, getting a usable rhythm track for Love Me Do took 3 separate drummers.
3.
First, they auditioned with Pete Best, and George Martin flat out rejected his playing. Then they bring in their new guy, Ringo Starr, cut a version, and George Martin is still unsatisfied.
So a week later, Martin hires Andy White, a professional session drummer, to play the kit and hands Ringo Starr a tambourine.
Right.
Can you imagine the humiliation? You finally join your dream band, and on your first major studio session, the producer hands you a tambourine and tells you to stand in the corner while a hired gun plays your drums.
It was a brutal welcome. But the chaos wasn't limited to the rhythm section. Listen to that iconic bluesy harmonica riff driving the song. John Lennon played that on an instrument he'd literally shoplifted.
Wait, he stole the harmonica they used on their breakout hit?
Shoplifted it from a music shop in Arnhem, in the Netherlands, while they were driving down to perform in Hamburg.
That's crazy.
It wasn't some grand artistic statement, it was just a broke teenager grabbing an instrument and running.
A stolen harmonica, 3 different drummers, a humiliated Ringo Starr on the tambourine, and they still somehow craft a #1 hit. It shows how rough around the edges they were. But when they managed to lock their contrasting personalities together, the synergy was unmatched. All My Loving is the perfect showcase of that.
Oh, absolutely. It shows how friction created their best work. Paul McCartney wrote the lyrics for All My Loving while looking in the mirror, shaving.
As you do.
Right, and he originally heard it in his head as a straightforward country and western ballad. A very sweet, melodic, gentle track.
But John Lennon wasn't going to let a sweet country ballad slide without putting his fingerprints on it.
No way. When Paul McCartney brings it to the studio, John Lennon listens to it and immediately adds this incredibly rapid, frantic, descending triplet strum on his rhythm guitar. He is playing these fast bursts of 3 notes per beat underneath Paul McCartney's smooth vocal.
It completely flips the song's DNA. Instead of a gentle sway, it has this nervous, driving rock and roll engine underneath it.
Yeah.
The contrast between Paul McCartney's sweetness and John Lennon's aggression is what makes the song brilliant. But that balance of power was precarious, wasn't it? As they became massive, the egos inflated, and you start seeing the friction turn into actual power struggles.
Definitely. Hey Jude is a prime example of that.
Okay, let's talk about Hey Jude.
So Hey Jude strips bare the hierarchy of the band. Paul McCartney wrote this sprawling 7-minute epic to comfort John's son during John Lennon's divorce.
Right.
But John Lennon, with his legendary ego, listened to it and insisted Paul McCartney was subconsciously writing a message to him.
John Lennon famously heard the line, "Go out and get her," and assumed it meant go out and get Yoko. He made the song all about himself.
Yeah. And what happened on the studio floor is even more revealing. They had a strict, unspoken, writer is boss rule.
Meaning what, exactly?
Whoever brought the core song into the room had absolute veto power over the arrangement. During the rehearsals for Hey Jude, George Harrison wanted to play an answering guitar riff after every single vocal line Paul McCartney sang.
Which makes total sense from a lead guitarist's perspective. You sing a line, the guitar plays a little melody to answer it. That is Rock 101.
Yeah, but Paul McCartney looked at him and completely vetoed the idea. He shut George Harrison down cold, saying the song needed to build slowly and the guitar would clutter it. He flexed his power as the writer to remind George Harrison who was in charge.
Ouch. That had to sting for George Harrison.
Big time.
But Paul McCartney wasn't a total dictator because he yielded to John Lennon on that very same song over a lyric he hated.
That's true. Paul McCartney had a placeholder line, "The movement you need is on your shoulder." It sounded nonsensical to him.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
He told John Lennon he was going to fix that rubbish lyric. And John Lennon stops him and says, "You won't, That's the best line in the song.
So Paul McCartney crushes George Harrison's musical contribution, but defers completely to John Lennon's lyrical judgment. The internal politics were incredibly intense.
Yeah, they were navigating a minefield.
Which makes me wonder, with the studio being this locked-down, high-tension bubble, is that why fans became so obsessed with decoding their music? Like, when you are locked out of the room, you start projecting your own wild theories onto the art just to feel involved.
Absolutely. The mystery of their process became an empty canvas for fans. And the most hilarious yet persistent example of this is the Yellow Submarine drug myth.
Oh, the Quaalude conspiracy. For decades, fans were absolutely convinced that Yellow Submarine was this dark-coded anthem about doing drugs.
Specifically, Quaaludes, which were large yellow downer pills. The fans built this elaborate theory: the Yellow Submarine takes you down below the surface, just like a heavy sedative takes you down. It felt like a brilliant, subversive secret shared among the counterculture.
And it sounds totally plausible, until you actually crack open a history book.
Right. The timeline simply destroys the myth. Quaaludes didn't become a widely known recreational street drug until the 1970s. The Beatles recorded Yellow Submarine in 1966.
Wow.
The cultural reference point the fans were clinging to literally did not exist yet.
The reality is so much more boring, which is why fans hated it. It is genuinely just an innocent song for children. Paul McCartney wrote it specifically because it fit Ringo Starr's limited vocal range and his goofy, approachable personality.
Exactly. And the recording process reflects that innocence perfectly. They weren't sitting in a dark room hiding drug codes. They were dragging chains across the studio floor and blowing bubbles into a literal bucket of water to make cartoonish boat noises.
It was essentially a bunch of grown men putting on a puppet show.
Pretty.
But people couldn't accept that the greatest artists of their generation were just having childlike fun. They demanded a darker reality.
Well, the irony being, there was a much darker reality unfolding. We just had to look past the cartoonish peace and love mythology to see how heavily they actually relied on chemical coping mechanisms.
Right.
Their drug use wasn't primarily about expanding their minds.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, it was strictly about physical endurance.
You are talking about the Hamburg days, the grueling nightclub circuit in Germany.
Yeah, they were contracted to play 8 hours a night, 7 days a week. No human being can sustain that energy naturally.
Yeah.
So they relied on preludins.
Which were what, exactly?
They were over-the-counter slimming pills that were basically pharmaceutical amphetamine, speed.
Yeah.
That frantic, explosive energy of early Beatlemania was fueled by chemical stimulants keeping them awake.
It was industrial fuel for a touring machine. The shift toward recreational use doesn't happen until 1964, right? When Bob Dylan shows up at their New York hotel room and formally introduces them to marijuana. And my favorite detail here is that Ringo Starr had no idea what the etiquette was, so instead of passing the joint, he just smoked the entire thing himself and spent the night laughing at the ceiling.
That was the pivot, though. From using drugs for external energy to using them for internal escape. But the jump to heavy psychedelics was not some joyful counterculture awakening. It was deeply traumatic.
Yeah, this part is dark.
In 1965, John Lennon and George Harrison attended a dinner party hosted by a man they later called the Wicked Dentist.
Because he literally spiked their after-dinner coffee with LSD without telling them.
Yes.
To have your mind suddenly fracture and hallucinate without your consent is a terrifying violation.
They fled the house, terrified, wandering London, convinced their building was turning into a submarine. It was an abduction of their own consciousness. While LSD obviously changed their songwriting, the introduction was rooted in a loss of control.
Completely out of their hands.
And that loss of control escalated tragically by the late 1960s, particularly for John Lennon.
The pressure of being a Beatle, the constant public mobbing, the internal fighting it, pushed John Lennon toward heroin.
Yeah, and heroin is the ultimate isolating drug. While Paul McCartney was trying to maintain a collaborative atmosphere, John Lennon was withdrawing completely. Heroin built an insurmountable wall between them.
It went from a tool to stay awake, to a tool to write songs, to a tool to completely disconnect from reality. But why did they need to disconnect so badly? If you look at the physical environment they were trapped in during those touring years, you start to understand. Let's look at their legendary 1965 concert at Shea Stadium.
Oh, the sensory deprivation of that tour was staggering. When they played Shea Stadium to 55,000 screaming fans, the crowd noise was measured at around 110 decibels.
For context, 110 decibels is the equivalent of standing right next to a running chainsaw or a commercial jet engine. It is physically painful.
Now, factor in their equipment. They were using these custom Vox AC100 amplifiers, which were incredibly powerful for the era, but they maxed out at about 105 decibels.
So you don't even need to be a sound engineer to see the problem there. The crowd is physically, mathematically louder than the band.
Exactly. Today, musicians wear custom, molded in-ear monitors. They can hear every note crystal clear. The Beatles had nothing. No stage monitors, no way to hear themselves sing. They were playing in a complete sensory void.
Imagine trying to paint a masterpiece while standing inside a jet engine. You cannot see the canvas, you cannot hear your own thoughts. You are just wildly guessing where your brush is.
It's impossible.
Ringo Starr has admitted he had to watch the other guys' hands on their guitars just to figure out what part of the song they were in. He couldn't hear the chords.
They were pantomiming their own concert. They had totally lost control of their art in a live setting. They became visual props for a screening mob. By the time they retreated to the studio to craft albums like Sgt. Pepper, they were done being trained monkeys on a stage.
It makes perfect sense why they quit touring and locked themselves inside the studio. They literally just wanted to hear their own instruments again. And that frustration, that feeling of being a helpless product for the masses, boiled over into their most shocking act of rebellion, the Butcher cover.
By 1966, the resentment toward their American label, Capitol Records, reached a boiling point. Capitol had this greedy habit of taking the carefully curated British albums, chopping them to pieces, holding back tracks, and Frankensteining them together with older singles to create extra albums for the American market.
They were treating the band's art like meat in a processing plant, just slicing it up to sell more weight at the deli counter.
So the Beatles decided to make that metaphor viscerally real. They orchestrated a photo shoot for the cover of the American album Yesterday and Today.
And it is brutal.
They dressed in white butcher smocks, draped themselves in slabs of actual raw meat, and scattered decapitated plastic baby dolls all over their laps.
It is an aggressive, grotesque image, even by today's standards. And the fact that they approved it shows you where their heads were at. It was a massive middle finger to the corporate machine. They were screaming, "We are artists. We are not your compliant products anymore."
Capitol Records, blinded by their own greed, actually printed 750,000 copies of this nightmare and shipped them out.
Oh my God.
The public reaction was instantaneous horror. Stores refused to stock it. Capitol had to enact one of the most expensive recalls in music history.
And to save money, instead of destroying the records, they paid workers to physically paste a totally boring, safe photo of the band sitting around a steamer trunk directly over the raw meat photos.
Which created the holy grail for record collectors.
Yeah.
If you find a steamer trunk album and carefully steam the top layer off, the butcher dolls are waiting underneath.
It is the perfect metaphor for the band itself. The safe, smiling pop stars on the surface and the raw, frustrated, rebellious artists hiding just underneath. They were the most successful act on Earth, yet they spent their entire career fighting viciously against the boundaries of that very success.
Yeah, constantly pushing back.
And that paradox brings us to 8 days a week.
8 days a week encapsulates this tension perfectly. The title comes from a malapropism by Ringo Starr. He was exhausted from the touring, the screaming, the studio, and he just blurted out that he'd been working 8 days a week.
It was a complaint about exhaustion. But Paul McCartney and John Lennon took that phrase and flipped it into a shimmering, optimistic pop hit. In the song, The 8-Day Week isn't a burden, it is a romantic utopia. They want an extra day purely to have more time to love someone.
Right, because in the 1960s, breaking the rules of the calendar felt like freedom. It was an indulgence. You were breaking out of the rigid 9-to-5 corporate structure.
But consider how dark the irony of that phrase has become today. We now actually live the 8-day week, but we didn't get an extra day for romance or connection. We got an extra day for labor.
The modern 8-day week is hustle culture. It is the expectation that you are answering emails at 11 p.m. on a Sunday. It is the boundaryless reality of the gig economy where you are never truly off the clock. Society took a pop song about limitless love and weaponized it into limitless overtime.
The Beatles broke the rigid structure of the week as an act of rebellion. But without those structures, work simply expanded to fill all the available space. And that leaves you with a really heavy thought to chew on.
Yeah, for sure.
The Beatles spent their entire career tearing down walls. They pushed past the physical limits of vinyl grooves. They pushed past the decibel limits of amplifiers. They shattered standard pop song structures, and they viciously rebelled against corporate packaging.
They refused to be contained by anything.
So here's the question for you to ponder. Did their relentless push to break every limit to defy every schedule and to tear down every traditional boundary, actually help lay the groundwork for the always-on, boundaryless modern world that we are also completely exhausted by today? Did the artists who broke the clock accidentally trap us in a world without time? Something to think about the next time you put on a record. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So, imagine being a teenager in late 1968. You just brought home the highly anticipated new record from the guys who wrote Yesterday and, Penny Lane.
Right. You're expecting pure pop magic.
Exactly. You dropped the needle expecting this pristine melody, and instead you were assaulted by what sounds like a washing machine having a nervous breakdown for 8 terrifying minutes.
Oh, man. It is jarring.
Today, we are exploring the fierce, petty, and honestly just chaotic internal warfare over this band's artistic identity.
Because you usually think of them and you picture a perfect harmony, right?
Yeah.
The smiling wop-top image.
Yeah, but their actual history is defined by incredible friction. It's this vicious tug of war between commercial accessibility and absolute, unlistenable, avant-garde madness.
Both in their sound and, as we'll get into, their iconic album covers.
Right. And there is absolutely no better example of that friction than the White Album's most controversial track.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Revolution 9.
Oh, boy. Revolution 9. If you've ever listened to that track all the way through without skipping, you honestly deserve a medal.
I mean, it's an 8-minute and 22-second sonic fever dream.
It really sits on the album exactly like that weird casserole your aunt brings to Thanksgiving.
Oh, I know the one.
Right. It's technically food. It's definitely controversial. It probably has raisins in it for some reason.
Why are there always raisins?
I don't know. But it is guaranteed to make at least half the room incredibly uncomfortable.
That is the perfect analogy, because Revolution 9 is not a song in any traditional sense. It's an 8-minute sound collage.
Yeah, you have these relentless tape loops, backward recordings, random sound effects.
Spoken phrases, jagged fragments of classical music.
All while that eerily calm voice just repeats, number 9, number 9.
Over and over. And we should probably clarify what a tape loop actually meant back then. Because, this wasn't done on a laptop.
Oh, not at all. John Lennon was basically working late into the night with Yoko Ono at Abbey Road, and he was literally taking physical pieces of magnetic audio tape.
Like holding them in his hands?
Yeah, cutting them with a razor blade and splicing the ends together to form a physical circle.
Wow.
And you thread that circle through the playback machine, and the same chaotic noise just spins and repeats endlessly.
It was a highly physical, manual process, and Yoko's influence was massive here.
Yeah,
Right?
huge. She had been steeped in the avant-garde conceptual art world for years. So for John, this track was his grand statement.
He wanted to push the band out of the pop star box.
Exactly. He wanted to push them into serious high art territory. He was desperate to prove they were artists capable of genuinely challenging and even provoking their audience.
Okay, I get the artistic impulse, I do. But if I'm Paul McCartney, and I've spent the last 6 years meticulously building the most valuable, widely beloved musical brand on the planet,
You're not going to be happy.
I am going to fight to the death to keep an 8-minute washing machine breakdown off my record. How did John actually force this through?
Well, Paul fought tooth and nail to block it. I mean, he argued passionately that it was unlistenable noise that would entirely alienate their fan base.
Which is a fair point.
It is. He felt they owed their audience a certain level of musical accessibility. But you have to picture the recording studio in the summer of 1968.
Tensions are just at an absolute boiling point.
The band is essentially fragmenting in real time. They were often recording their own songs in separate studios while the others just sit around looking bored or annoyed.
So it's less of a collaboration and more of a hostage situation?
Basically, yeah. And John just puts his foot down. He was fiercely stubborn, and because they had reached this level of unprecedented success, the usual rules didn't apply.
The label couldn't say no.
The record label couldn't say no to them, and eventually Paul just couldn't veto John's sheer force of will. John won, and Revolution 9 made it on to side 4.
But the aftermath of that victory is where the story gets completely unhinged. Because when you release 8 minutes of chaotic noise to an audience desperately looking for meaning...
People start finding hidden messages that were never there.
Exactly. The unintended legacy of this track is staggering. It becomes ground zero for massive conspiracy theories.
Oh, the Paul is dead theory.
Right. The most famous one happens if you play the track backward. Allegedly, in the swirling noise, you can hear the phrase, "Turn me on, dead man."
Which is so creepy.
And this becomes the foundational text for this massive conspiracy that completely took over college campuses in 1969.
Because the theory claimed Paul had died in a car crash in 1966, was replaced by a look-alike, and the band was leaving guilty, subconscious clues on their albums.
So Revolution 9 was supposed to be John's big sonic confession.
Which makes zero logical sense.
None. First of all, if you actually listen to it backward, it just sounds like a jumbled mess, not "turn me on, dead man."
Right.
But more importantly, if you are harboring a massive illegal secret about replacing your bandmate with a body double,
Why would you confess to it on a record?
why on earth would you bury the clue in your most unlistenable track? It's a terrible strategy for a confession.
It is entirely absurd. But, it actually gets much darker.
Yeah, it does.
Charles Manson hears Revolution 9 over in California and decides it's a literal prophecy.
Ugh, just chillin'.
He convinced himself the track was detailing an apocalyptic race war. He honestly believed the band was speaking directly to him, using the track's chaotic soundscape as a sonic representation of the violence he wanted to unleash.
Which is so far removed from the actual studio reality. John Lennon wasn't prophesying a war, he was just making weird art with some spliced tape and a mellotron.
Exactly.
But looking back at all this madness, it totally vindicates Paul's initial panic, doesn't it?
Completely.
Because Paul wasn't trying to hide secret messages about his own fake death. He was just trying to protect the band's commercial coherence. He knew a track like that was going to invite chaos.
And commercially, he was right. It convinced millions of casual fans that the White Album was just too weird.
But artistically, John was right too.
Yeah, they were so successful they'd earned the right to do whatever they wanted, even if it was ugly.
It's fascinating because Paul's desperate attempt to block the track probably made it more famous.
It's like trying to ban a book. You know, the fight just draws more oxygen to it.
Exactly.
But what makes this entire narrative so incredibly hypocritical is that history remembers Paul as the voice of pure pop reason in this fight.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
Right. Yet 18 months before Revolution 9, before they even started the Sgt. Pepper sessions, Paul committed the exact same musical crime.
This is my absolute favorite part of their history. Welcome to the saga of Carnival of Light.
The mythical unreleased track.
The one Paul McCartney has spent nearly 30 years desperately trying to release, and that literally no one else in the world wants you to hear.
It is the ultimate story of avant-garde one-upmanship. We are talking about nearly 14 minutes of incomprehensible noise recorded on January 5, 1967.
They had literally just finished working on the pristine pop of Penny Lane.
Yes. And suddenly, Paul convinces the band to spend time making a freak-out track for an underground art event at the Roundhouse Theatre in London.
But why? I mean, why does the guy who writes these perfect soaring melodies suddenly want to sound like a chaotic art school project?
Well, you have to look at the psychology. Back in early 1967, Paul was deeply embedded in the London underground scene.
Okay.
He was going to gallery openings, listening to avant-garde composers like Karlheinz Stockhausen and John Cage.
And we should probably explain what that means, because Stockhausen wasn't exactly writing hummable tunes.
Oh, no. He was treating sound mathematically, using electronics and pure noise. And John Cage was creating music out of silence and random chance.
So Paul was fascinated by this.
He wanted the intellectual credibility of the underground. Meanwhile, John Lennon was living a fairly quiet, traditional life out in the suburbs.
So Paul essentially walks into the studio and says, let's make some mathematical noise.
Exactly. He wanted to prove he was just as cutting edge as the people he was hanging out with.
And the description of what they actually recorded is just absurd. Only one journalist has supposedly ever heard the full thing, and he broke down the 4 tracks.
It's wild. Track 1 has this distorted drum and heavy bass sound mixed with organ.
Track 2 is a heavily distorted lead guitar.
And track 3 is where it gets totally unhinged. It's a church organ, the sound of water gargling, and John and Paul screaming, just completely dementedly random phrases.
Yelling things like, "Are you all right?" and "Barcelona."
The screaming Barcelona.
It makes absolutely no sense. And track 4 is just indescribable sound effects with massive amounts of echo and manic tambourine playing.
Right, there is no melody, there are no lyrics. Paul plays a little bit of fixing a hole in the piano at one point, and John just shouts the word electricity.
It's just noise. There are Native American war cries, coughing, whistling.
Paul literally instructed the band to just wander around the studio, bang on things, and explicitly told them it did not need to make any sense.
Well, mission accomplished, because it is a mess. But here is the peak hilarity of this situation.
Oh, the premiere.
Yes. Paul commissions this track. The event organizers put up posters all over town for the Roundhouse event, prominently promising music composed by Paul McCartney.
Building all this hype.
Right. So the night of the big reveal arrives. You have an audience shivering in a cavernous, unheated former train depot, waiting for this groundbreaking piece of art. And where are Paul and George?
They're sitting in the plush, heated seats of the Royal Albert Hall, comfortably watching the Four Tops perform.
They didn't even show up to their own avant-garde debut.
It's incredible. They just left the Roundhouse audience comprehensively underwhelmed.
A BBC expert who was there actually called it a mess with no coherence. People managed to forget the track while they were actively listening to it. It just washed over them like unpleasant static.
So naturally it gets buried. But fast forward to today, and Paul is furious. He wants this track out.
Why? If it's terrible, why fight for it?
Because history remembers John Lennon as the weird avant-garde innovator of the band, strictly because Revolution 9 actually made it onto an album.
Ah, so Paul feels robbed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows he was the one hanging out in the underground scene in '67, while John famously mocked the avant-garde as being, quote, French for nonsense.
I think he used a stronger word than nonsense, but yes. So Carnival of Light is Paul's receipt. It's his proof that he got to the weird stuff first.
Yes, but nobody wants the receipt.
It's like fighting for 30 years to prove that you baked the world's worst cake before your friend did.
That is exactly what it is. He fought so hard to bury John's noise, but he's been practically begging the universe to release his own.
And the rest of the band essentially tasted that cake in 1996 and said, no, we are absolutely not serving this to anyone.
Right. During the anthology project, Paul pushed hard to include Carnival of Light, and it was brutally vetoed.
George Harrison, Ringo Starr, and Yoko Ono all said no.
George famously dismissed it as just rubbish.
Even their legendary producer, George Martin, who had to evaluate the archive tapes, said no.
I mean, back in 1967, when they were recording it, Martin literally walked out of the session. He said, this is ridiculous. We got to get our teeth into something constructive.
And 30 years later, his opinion hadn't softened one bit.
And the streak remains completely unbroken. Even decades later, they are still actively protecting the brand from its own eccentricities.
Okay, so Paul couldn't control his sonic legacy. He gets overruled by John on the White Album and then vetoed by history regarding his own avant-garde experiment.
Right.
But what's fascinating is that this lack of control wasn't just happening in the recording studio. When you look at how they presented themselves to the world visually, they had even less power.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, their most iconic imagery happened almost entirely by accident. The visual history is just as messy as the audio.
Set the scene for us.
Okay, picture February 16th, 1963. We are at EMI House, Manchester Square, London. There is a man in a nice suit crumpled flat on his back on the dusty floor of an office stairwell.
Such a weird image.
He is staring straight up at the ceiling with a camera, while four very amused young guys from Liverpool peer down at him over the balcony railing.
And this is the creation of the Please Please Me album cover, arguably one of the most famous debut album covers of all time.
Yep.
And it starts with a magnificently terrible rejected idea. Because George Martin wasn't just a music producer, he was also a fellow of the Zoological Society of London.
Oh, this is so fun.
So he pitches an idea. He says, hey, they're called the Beatles. Let's photograph them at the London Zoo's insect house, Beetles and Bugs.
It's so literal it hurts.
Thankfully, the zoo swiftly rejected the request.
Thank goodness. So Martin is in a panic. He calls up Angus McBean. Now, McBean is a highly respected theatrical photographer. He shoots sophisticated portraits of people like Audrey Hepburn and Laurence Olivier.
And Martin basically asks him to swing by their corporate office building and just figure something out in a stairwell.
It's incredibly rushed. And McBean shows up, but he brought the wrong lens.
To a professional shoot.
Yeah. He thought he was doing a standard portrait, so he only brought his ordinary portrait lens. When he gets into the narrow stairwell, he realizes he can't get all four of them in the frame.
So to get the necessary distance, he has to lie completely flat on his back on the floor, shooting straight up the stairwell shaft.
It is the least glamorous photo shoot imaginable. And there's this incredible moment where McBean, lying on the floor, asks John Lennon how long he thinks the band is actually going to last.
And John, leaning over the railing, looking down at this guy sprawled on the linoleum, says, Oh, about 6 years, I suppose. Whoever heard of a bald beetle?
Which is wildly prophetic.
Because exactly 6 years later, in May 1969, the band commissions Angus McBean to recreate that exact shot for the planned Get Back album.
They want to return to the same stairwell with the same photographer and stand in the exact same positions.
They wanted a visual bookend to let the contrast of the years do the talking.
And the contrast is heavy.
Yeah.
You go from these 4 clean-cut, smiling, tailored boys who can't believe their luck to 4 weary, deeply exhausted, hairy men in their late 20s who look like they have just been through an absolute war.
They are still smiling over the balcony, but it's a completely different kind of smile. It's a survivor's smile.
But even the 1969 recreation was totally chaotic, because between 1963 and 1969, EMI had built a new structural porch inside that stairwell.
Oh, no.
Which meant McBean couldn't get his body into the exact same position on the floor to match the angle of the original shot.
So what does the record label do? They literally send in a crew to tear down the new porch structure just so a photographer can lie on the floor, and then they rebuild it afterward.
Which is insane. And during that 1969 shoot, John Lennon actually lies down on the floor right next to McBean to look through his camera viewfinder, while oblivious office staff are just walking up and down the stairs around them holding paperwork.
There's actually a photo of John and McBean on the floor together that has never even been publicly released.
It's wild to think about the juxtaposition. The most famous, culturally dominant band in human history couldn't get permission to shoot at a zoo, so their iconic visual launch was just a theatrical photographer with the wrong equipment sprawled on an office floor.
It perfectly illustrates how out of control they were in the beginning. But then you have to contrast that accidental, rushed magic of the stairwell with someone who brought very deliberate, intentional art to their covers.
Yeah.
A photographer who completely changed the paradigm for what a pop album could even look like.
We have to talk about Robert Freeman. If McBean was the accidental genius, Freeman was the architect of their artistic visual identity.
He was Cambridge educated, right?
Yeah, and his background was strictly as a jazz photographer. He spent his time shooting moody, intense portraits of jazz giants like John Coltrane and Dizzy Gillespie. Their manager brings Freeman in to shoot the cover for their second album in August 1963.
And Freeman doesn't take them to a fancy studio. He sets up an improvised space in a dark hotel corridor in Bournemouth.
Very low-key.
He uses the harsh, natural light flooding in from a single window at the end of the hall. He hangs a cheap, deep maroon curtain behind them, positions them in a specific geometric arrangement, and creates the With the Beatles cover.
It's 4 faces, totally unsmiling, half submerged in deep, dramatic shadows.
It was an absolute revelation for the band. Up until that point, pop albums were just brightly lit, cheesy, smiling photos designed to sell records to teenagers.
George Harrison actually looked back at their first stairwell cover and called it crap, realizing that with Freeman, they could finally be perceived as artistic.
Freeman was heavily pulling from the high-contrast, black-and-white aesthetic of Astrid Kirchher's photos from the early days playing clubs in Hamburg.
He brought a brooding mood and an intellectual intensity that the pop music industry simply had no idea what to do with.
EMI executives were terrified of it. They thought it was entirely too dark and depressing.
Freeman actually wanted to push it even further. He wanted to run the image edge to edge on the cardboard sleeve with 0 text.
Wow.
No logo, no band name, no album title, just the shadowed faces.
Which is incredibly standard today, but in 1963, it was unthinkable. EMI vetoed the textless idea, insisting they weren't famous enough yet to carry a nameless cover.
And the absolute kicker to this whole story, Freeman was paid a mere £75 for that shoot.
Unbelievable. Sure, that was 3 times the standard session fee back then, but it is an absolute bargain for creating one of the most imitated, revolutionary covers in the history of rock and roll.
Absolutely. So Freeman goes on this incredible, legendary run, shooting 5 consecutive covers for them, visually tracking their evolution perfectly.
But what I love is that even with Freeman's hyper-intentional artistry, the universe still found a way to throw in a happy accident.
Oh, the rubber soul cover. This is the perfect collision of intent and accident.
How did it happen?
So Freeman is showing the band his proposed photos for the album. He's doing this by projecting the photo slides onto a piece of album-sized cardboard so they can see how it will look in real life.
Makes sense.
But as he's projecting the image, the piece of cardboard slips and falls backwards slightly.
And because the cardboard tilts away from the projector, the projected image of their faces stretches out and warps. It elongates their features.
And instead of jumping up to fix the cardboard, the whole band looks at the stretched, distorted image and yells,
Can we have that?
Because that physical distortion gave their faces the slightly elongated, vaguely psychedelic quality.
And it completely perfectly matched the new mind-expanding musical direction they were heading in with Rubber Soul.
Picture a corporate headquarters.
Okay.
Usually, you'd think of glass, steel, forward-looking efficiency.
Like sleek.
Yeah. But when the massive record company EMI demolished their old building and moved to a new headquarters, they did something completely unexpected.
Oh, they definitely did.
They carefully dismantled an entire ordinary-looking stairwell from the old building, like literally brick by brick, and physically reinstalled it in the new one.
Which is just wild to think about.
They went to all that trouble, and frankly, all that expense, just to preserve the exact physical spot where two famous photographs were taken 6 years apart. Photographs of Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr.
Yeah, the cultural impact there is just undeniable.
Exactly. It goes to show that even massive corporations understand the raw power of physical mythology when it comes to the greatest band in history. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
For sure.
But, it's funny. While EMI is out there preserving whole staircases to capture that mythology, the actual revolutionary sound of that band was built on much smaller, humbler, and incredibly cheap physical objects.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we're talking about the absolute tiniest pieces of equipment they owned.
Right, because before you get into the iconic instruments or, the massive complex studio gear, the genesis of their tone starts with the physical attack on the strings.
Yes, the first point of contact.
The guitar pick.
Which brings us to this incredibly charming legend about Paul McCartney.
Oh, I love this one.
Right. There's this persistent story that he used to make his own guitar picks by lining up pennies on train tracks.
And just letting a massive locomotive flatten them out.
Exactly.
The image of a future billionaire just scavenging for flattened copper on the train tracks is irresistible.
It's so good.
You have to love the sheer DIY desperation of that.
Well, whether it was a regular habit or just a one-time experiment, it really highlights the stark reality of 1956 Liverpool.
Yeah, times were tough.
You have to remember the post-war economic hangover. When John Lennon formed his early band, the Quarrymen, gear was incredibly scarce.
You couldn't just walk into a superstore and buy a boutique, custom-molded pick.
No, not at all. British music shops carried basic, cheap celluloid picks, and, well, you played what you could get your hands on.
And those early celluloid picks were extremely thin, right?
Very thin. Celluloid was one of the earliest plastics, so it offered this blend of flexibility and brightness.
Which worked decently well for strumming basic chords on a cheap skiffle guitar.
Exactly. But they weren't exactly precision tools. They were prone to snapping, and they didn't offer much control.
So how did they get past that?
Well, as the band evolved, moving from the Quarrymen to the Silver Beatles, and surviving those famously grueling residencies in Hamburg, Germany, they started to refine their preferences.
Makes sense. You play that much, you figure out what works.
Right. During those early years and the Cavern Club days, Paul McCartney, John Lennon, and George Harrison all favored a very specific shape.
Which was?
It's known as the home plate shaped pick because it genuinely looks exactly like fourth base in baseball.
Oh, yeah. It's significantly wider at the top with slightly different side angles compared to a standard teardrop shape.
Exactly.
But how does that actually change the sound? Because, to a casual observer, a piece of plastic is just a piece of plastic.
It changes the physics of your leverage.
Oh, interesting.
Because the base is wider, the pick doesn't bend as easily across the string. It forces your hand to be more rigid.
So instead of the plastic yielding and gliding over the metal,
it pushes the string harder. That gives you a much sharper, punchier tone. It completely alters your grip and your attack angle.
wow.
And a big part of why they all landed on that exact shape comes down to a British guitarist named Bert Wheaton.
Oh, the guy who wrote the manual.
Right. He wrote an instruction book called Play in a Day, which was basically the holy text for an entire generation of working-class British kids trying to figure out the instrument.
That's amazing.
That book influenced their foundational approach, right down to how Wheaton told them to hold the pick.
It makes sense if you think about it like Formula One tires.
Oh, how so?
Oh, you can have the most expensive engine in the world, the most aerodynamic chassis, the most brilliant driver sitting in the cockpit.
Sure.
But the tire is the only part of that entire multi-million-dollar machine that actually touches the asphalt.
Oh, that's a great way to visualize it.
Right. If you make a tiny structural change to that tire, like
Yeah.
shifting from a teardrop shape to a home plate shape,
Yeah.
you completely alter the grip, the friction, and the overall performance of the car.
That is exactly it. And as their music grew more complex, they needed different tires for different tracks.
Oh, so they switched it up.
Yeah, their pick choices naturally evolved to match their specific musical roles. John Lennon, for example, shifted away from the home plate and adopted a celluloid teardrop shape in a medium thickness.
Which makes total sense for what he was doing musically.
Right.
John Lennon was primarily a rhythm player. He was sometimes defensive about that, but his rhythm work was absolute genius.
Oh, completely underrated.
When you listen to the complex, driving, chord-chopping rhythm on a track like A Hard Day's Night, a medium celluloid teardrop is the perfect mechanical tool for the job.
Because of the flexibility, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not so stiff that it gets caught up in the strings during those blisteringly fast strums, but it's not so floppy that you lose the bright definition of the chords.
It gives just enough to keep the momentum going.
So what about George Harrison?
Well, George Harrison started with those standard mediums, but as his playing deepened, he moved to a shape known as the 3-5-1.
Okay, what's special about the 351?
It's a very deliberate, versatile choice. The 351 allowed him to seamlessly transition his playing style mid-song.
Ah, so he didn't have to swap out.
Right. He could handle delicate, intricate, finger-picking passages and then immediately dig in for aggressive lead lines without missing a beat. The physical tool had to expand to match the musical ambition.
So they master their physical attack. They figure out the leverage, the picks, the acoustics.
Right.
But you eventually hit a ceiling with what you can manipulate purely acoustically. To get louder, to really mutate the tone, you have to mess with the electricity.
Yes.
Which brings us to a $40 gadget that was, by all accounts, a massive commercial failure.
The Gibson Maestro Fuzztone FZ1.
That's a mouthful.
It is. It cost about $40 back then, which translates to roughly $400 today.
So an investment.
Yeah, an investment, but not completely out of reach.
Yeah.
But the marketing pitch from Gibson was just baffling.
Oh no, what did they do?
They pitched this pedal as a revolutionary way to make your guitar sound like trumpets, trombones, and tubas.
Which is objectively hilarious.
It is.
They spent all this time building a guitar pedal specifically to make guitars not sound like guitars.
You have to remember that in the early 60s, the big band era was still in recent memory. Brass instruments were considered legitimate and professional.
While electric guitars were still viewed by some of the old guard as just a noisy fad.
Exactly. Gibson thought they were elevating the instrument, but guitarists in 1962 responded logically.
Why on earth would I want my guitar to sound like a tuba?
Right. So unsurprisingly, the pedal completely flopped.
I can imagine.
Gibson manufactured 5,000 units in 1962. In 1963, they sold exactly 0.
Zero.
It was
Wow.
gathering dust in shop windows everywhere.
But the actual origin of that tuba pedal is even stranger than the terrible marketing.
Oh, definitely.
It wasn't designed in a pristine, forward-thinking laboratory. The fuzz sound was discovered entirely by accident during a 1960 recording session in Nashville for the country singer Marty Robbins.
They were recording a soft, beautiful piano ballad. The session player, Grady Martin, plugged his instrument into the mixing console to lay down his part.
Okay, standard stuff.
But the specific channel he plugged into had a broken, malfunctioning transformer.
Let's break down what that actually means, because a transformer sounds like a complicated piece of machinery.
Sure.
In a mixing console, a transformer is essentially a gateway. It takes an electrical signal from the instrument, processes it safely, and passes it along while keeping the sound wave smooth and round.
Right.
But when a transformer breaks, it can't handle the full capacity of that wave anymore.
It literally chops off the top and the bottom of the sound wave.
Uh.
In audio engineering, they call it clipping.
Oh, okay.
So instead of a smooth rolling hill of a sound wave, you get a flat, jagged square wave. And to the human ear, a square wave sounds like a buzzing, angry distortion.
A sound that absolutely should not have worked on a delicate country ballad.
But somehow it did. It added this incredible texture, and the song became a massive hit.
That's wild.
The recording engineers on that session, Glenn Snoddy and Revis V. Hobbs, realized they had stumbled onto something special.
So they didn't just throw the broken part away.
No, they actually kept that broken mixing console transformer, analyzed the circuitry, and designed a standalone pedal that could purposefully recreate that exact malfunctioning fuzzy sound.
And they sold the design to Gibson.
Yes, and that became the Maestro fuzz tone.
And then it just sat on shelves collecting dust, selling 0 units.
Exactly.
Until 1965, when Keith Richards essentially rescued it from obscurity.
The Rolling Stones were in the studio working on Satisfaction. Keith Richards used the Maestro fuzz tone to lay down a quick scratch track.
Just a scratch track.
Yeah, his intention was just to record a placeholder riff so the brass players would know what melodies to play when they eventually showed up for the session.
But the brass section never showed up.
Which was the luckiest accident in rock history.
Unbelievable.
When the band and their producer, Andrew Loog Oldham, listened back to the track, that aggressive, fuzzy, in-your-face sound was incredible.
And Richards headed it, right?
Reportedly, yes. He wanted to re-record it cleanly, the proper way with horns, but Oldham forced him to keep the fuzzy scratch track.
Wow.
The song became a global smash, and Gibson sold 40,000 fuzz pedals almost overnight.
Wait a second. The math isn't mathing for me here.
What do you mean?
I have to push back on this timeline. The Maestro fuzz tone was a complete flop, and nobody touched the thing until Keith Richards made it famous with Satisfaction in 1965.
Right.
How are there photos of John Lennon and George Harrison actively playing with this so-called failed tuba pedal in the studio years before that?
That's the fascinating secret behind their sound. They didn't wait for the Rolling Stones to make it cool.
Oh, they didn't?
No, they were actually early adopters. They bought a Maestro fuzz tone from a music shop in London way back in 1963.
Wow, 1963.
Yeah, they heard about this weird device and knew exactly what they wanted to do with it.
So if they had it in 1963, why didn't we hear it on any of those early records?
Because of their producer, George Martin.
Ah.
George Harrison tried to use the fuzz pedal during the recording of She Loves You. A few months later, John Lennon tried to use it on Don't Bother Me.
And let me guess, Lennon loved it.
Lennon absolutely loved the aggressive, biting tone, but George Martin was a strict classical purist.
Of course.
He was trained at EMI to maintain the highest standards of audio fidelity. To him, distortion wasn't an artistic choice. It sounded like broken equipment.
It sounded like a mistake.
Exactly. So he flat out vetoed it. The fuzz did not make the final cut.
It's like trying to drag a roaring, sputtering chainsaw into the studio to carve a delicate ice sculpture.
That is a great visual.
George Martin is the ice sculptor. He wants this pristine, clean-cut pop fidelity.
Yeah.
And the band is just itching to tear it apart with this buzzing, metallic noise.
That's the perfect way to capture the tension in that studio. Martin was fiercely protecting their clean boy band sonic image.
But you cannot hold back that kind of creative hunger forever.
You really can't. Fast forward to late 1965. The band is under immense pressure, racing against a strict Christmas deadline to finish the Rubber Soul album.
And Rubber Soul is the massive turning point.
Huge.
They're moving away from the pure Mersey beat pop and diving into much deeper, more experimental territory.
And that's the exact moment they finally snuck the fuzz onto a record.
What was the song?
The song was Think for Yourself, written by George Harrison. But here's the big twist.
Okay, I'm ready.
The most famous fuzz sound on that record, the sound that shattered their clean-cut image permanently, was not played on a standard guitar.
No, it was Paul McCartney.
Yes.
Playing a Rickenbacker 4001S bass, running it straight through a Tonebender fuzz box.
It was entirely unprecedented. This was the first time in recording history that a bass had been run through a fuzz box on a studio recording.
And the way they layered it was brilliant, because there are actually 2 distinct bass lines on the song.
Yeah, you have to do that, because if you just run a bass through a fuzz pedal, the distortion completely eats up all the low-end frequencies.
Right, it gets super thin and reedy.
Yes, you lose the foundation of the song. So Paul McCartney played one standard, clean bass part, just to anchor the low end and keep the rhythm moving.
Hard.
Then he overdubbed a second heavily fuzz bass part that functions almost entirely like a lead guitar line.
One critic described that fuzz bass sound as the snarls of an enraged schnauzer.
Ah, that's perfect.
It's just snapping and biting at the rest of the track. It's menacing, it's aggressive, and it perfectly matches the dark, confrontational lyrics of the song.
Definitely.
Paul McCartney sneaks this chainsaw of a sound past George Martin, and it fundamentally changes their entire trajectory.
It broke the seal. Once Paul McCartney successfully got that fuzz effect onto Rubber Soul, George Martin could no longer justify keeping it out of the studio.
The precedent was set.
Exactly. George Harrison was suddenly off the leash, completely free to redefine his guitar tones for the rest of the band's career.
He took the torch and ran with it immediately.
He absolutely did. You hear it front and center on the very next album, Revolver.
Oh, yeah.
On the track Taxman, George Harrison lays down this incredibly aggressive, fuzzy rhythm track. And just to keep things interesting, the screeching, Indian-influenced lead solo on that song was actually played by Paul McCartney.
They were just trading instruments and completely tossing the rule book out the window at that point.
The experimentation just kept escalating through the Sgt. Pepper era and beyond.
It just got bigger and bigger.
By 1968, on the song Hey Bulldog, George Harrison wasn't even using a pedal on the floor anymore.
Wait, what was he using?
He plugged straight into a Vox Conqueror solid-state amplifier and used its built-in fuzz circuit to get that blistering, tearing tone.
It's crazy to me that they got this massive world-changing sound out of something so primitive.
Oh, completely.
Because, modern pedals are essentially mini computers. But this thing was basically just a few components soldered together in a metal box. What was actually inside it causing that distinctive noise?
It all comes down to a tiny, incredibly temperamental component called a germanium transistor.
Germanium, right.
The original FC1 pedal had 3 of them. Unlike modern silicon-based pedals, which are very stable, predictable, and clean, germanium is a highly volatile element.
Volatile how?
Well, its atomic structure means it leaks current, and more importantly, it's incredibly sensitive to ambient temperature changes in the room.
So if the studio is hot and humid, the pedal literally sounds different than if they're recording on a cold winter morning.
Yes, it changes the entire character of the distortion.
That's insane.
And even beyond the temperature, these transistors react dynamically to how hard you physically hit the strings.
Oh, back to the pick attack?
Exactly. If you play softly, the sound might stay relatively warm and clean.
Yeah.
But the moment you dig in and strike the string hard with that heavy pick, the transistor overloads, can't handle the signal, and creates that massive, fuzzy square wave.
So it's a highly unpredictable, flawed piece of technology.
It is. But that very flaw creates an incredibly organic musicality. The pedal reacts to human emotion.
Which brings up the ultimate irony of the modern music industry.
What's that?
You have these massive companies and boutique pedal makers today spending millions of dollars in research and development. And what are they trying to do?
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
They're painstakingly trying to recreate the exact unpredictability, the temperature flaws, and the broken sounds of those cheap, outdated germanium transistors from 1962.
The legacy of that little broken circuit is staggering.
It's everywhere.
Pete Townsend adopted the fuzz to power The Who. Jimi Hendrix built his entire sonic landscape around the fuzz face pedal, which relied on those same temperamental germanium parts.
Unbelievable.
And get this, the original 1964 Maestro units, the exact same ones Gibson literally could not give away for $40.
Yeah.
They now sell for up to $4,999 to collectors online.
Wow. When you look at the incredible through line of their sound, it defies all logic. The greatest band in history didn't build their mythological sound on flawless, expensive, state-of-the-art equipment.
No, they really didn't.
They built it on accidents. They started by scavenging pennies to flatten on train tracks just to have something to pluck the strings with.
Yep.
They bought cheap disposable celluloid and figured out how the angles changed the leverage.
They embraced a broken mixing console transformer that most engineers would have thrown in the trash.
And they recognized the raw genius inside a $40 rejected tuba pedal that the rest of the world had tossed aside.
They possessed an absolute willingness to use tools the wrong way.
And that's the most fascinating takeaway for you listening right now. Think about the sleek, perfect tools and the flawless software you use every single day in your own life, your hobbies, or your job. Imagine, you have been dead for 40 years, your band broke up half a century ago, the members went their separate ways, and, well, the world moved on.
Right.
Yet, somehow, you are currently sitting at #1 on the global charts. Like, you are dominating the airwaves, outpacing modern pop stars, and teenagers who weren't even alive when your band existed are obsessed with your voice. How does that actually happen?
That is the paradox we're looking at today. Because the reality is this band has been declared culturally exhausted and just completely dated at regular intervals since roughly 1966.
Oh, total.
Yet they just remain this unstoppable cultural force. And The most glaring proof of that, like the event that completely shifted the paradigm, was the 2023 release of the song Now and Then.
I am so glad we're starting there because people hear, new song release and they immediately think of some standard dusted off archival track.
Yeah, exactly.
But the mechanics of how Now and Then was actually created are bordering on science fiction.
Yeah.
I mean, we are talking about a murky demo cassette recorded by John Lennon in his apartment in the late 1970s.
Right, and the original tape was, notoriously difficult to work with. There was a loud television humming in the background, terrible tape hiss, and John Lennon's vocals were entirely buried underneath his own piano playing.
It was basically unusable.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
Back in 1995, during the original anthology project, the remaining members tried to finish it. But the technology simply didn't exist to separate the voice from the piano. It was just a muddy mess that George Harrison actively disliked.
So what changed in 2023? Because I know it wasn't just a better EQ filter or something simple.
No, it was machine learning. Audio technicians utilized this highly advanced AI software to perform what you could essentially call acoustic forensics.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so the algorithm was trained to recognize the specific waveforms of John Lennon's voice. And once it understood his vocal signature, it was able to surgically extract his voice from the cassette.
That's insane.
It is, silencing the piano, silencing the television, and presenting a crystal clear, isolated vocal track.
Yeah.
Like they didn't generate a fake voice, they just used AI to rescue the real one.
And the result was a song that became their first UK #1 in over 50 years and hit #7 in America. A Dead Man's Demo, finished by Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr, charting globally. I mean, that demonstrates pure gravitational pull.
It does, definitely. But it also highlights a fascinating tension that's playing out right now. Because young people are discovering them sideways,
Right.
like through a viral TikTok clip or a sample in a modern rap song, or by stumbling upon Peter Jackson's massive documentary.
Which was brilliant, by the way, because it didn't preach at you. It didn't tell you they were geniuses. It just showed 4 guys sweating it out in a room, making extraordinary music out of thin air.
Exactly.
You look at the comments on those viral videos, and teenagers are constantly saying, I had no idea they sounded like this.
But for a vast portion of Generation Z, the band suffers from what we might call the good furniture problem.
It's a good furniture problem. Yeah, you don't form an emotional attachment to background noise. Okay, let's unpack this, because director Sam Mendes recognized this exact problem, right?
He absolutely did.
He designed a project to completely shatter that bronze statue. We are looking toward April 2028, and Mendes is orchestrating a massive 4-part cinematic universe releasing simultaneously in theaters.
Right. And what's fascinating here is the architecture of this Beatles cinematic universe, because Gen Z is incredibly skeptical of single official hagiographies.
Wait, let me push back on that for a second. 4 overlapping movies released at the exact same time. Isn't that just incredibly arrogant from a studio perspective?
I mean, it sounds like it, yeah.
Even Marvel spaces their movies out by a few months. How is Mendes going to convince a 19-year-old to buy 4 separate movie tickets to watch the exact same story? How do theaters even handle that?
Well, that is the massive financial and logistical gamble at the center of all this. Mendes is betting hundreds of millions of dollars that audiences will treat the cinema like a prestige television event.
Oh, like a binge watch.
Exactly. He is executing a Netflix binge drop, but inside physical movie theaters. You could watch just one film, but to understand the complete picture, you really need all 4 different perspectives. He's actively avoiding the trap of the single narrator hagiography.
Hold on. For those of us who aren't history majors, when you say single narrator hagiography, you mean like those sanitized, officially approved music biographies where the band can do no wrong?
Precisely. The classic music biopic tends to preach at the audience. It essentially says, here is the official history, accept it.
Right, and nobody wants that anymore.
No. Generation Z and Generation Alpha profoundly reject that format. They grew up in a media ecosystem where every single cultural event generates dozens of simultaneous, conflicting takes on social media. They are entirely accustomed to the Rashomon effect.
Meaning the concept where the exact same event is described in entirely different contradictory ways by the people who are actually there?
Yes. So by presenting 4 different accounts of the same creative conflicts, the same drug use, the same legal feuds, Mendes is mirroring how modern information actually works.
That makes a lot of sense.
The person who only watches the film, from the perspective of Paul McCartney, sees one version of the breakup. The person who watches all 4 understands that the truth of why that partnership fractured looks entirely different depending on whose living room the conversation was happening in.
Here's where it gets really fascinating, though. How do you cast something that massive without leaning on the old, tired impersonations? You mentioned he bypassed the monument problem entirely with his casting strategy.
Yes, he did.
So who did he actually get for this?
It is an absolute masterclass in demographic targeting. He drafted a roster of actors who were universally recognized online as the internet's boyfriends.
Oh, I love that.
For John Lennon, he cast Harris Dickinson.
Oh, from Triangle of Sadness. I mean, that actually makes perfect sense. He brings this edgy indie film credibility. Like, he doesn't look like a pop star. He looks like someone who could project that genuine, unpredictable darkness that John Lennon was known for.
Exactly. Then you have Paul Mescal stepping in as Paul McCartney.
Paul Mescal. Wow. So you go from normal people and Gladiator II directly into the biggest band in the world.
Pretty wild trajectory.
That is brilliant because Mescal has a fan base that is deeply emotionally invested in his vulnerability. And that translates perfectly to Paul McCartney, the melodist, the communicator, the guy desperately trying to hold a fracturing family together with sheer enthusiasm. So who plays the quiet one?
For George Harrison, they brought in Joseph Quinn.
Eddie Munson from Stranger Things. No way.
Yes, and think about the implications of that choice, right? Quinn generates instant obsessive cult fandom.
Yeah. Hold on.
That is the exact energy needed for George Harrison, who was always the mystical, slightly removed cult favorite within the broader dynamic of the band.
Okay, that leaves Ringo Starr. Who takes on that challenge?
Barry Keoghan.
Barry Keoghan. Wait, coming on films like Saltburn? That is wildly unexpected.
It might be the most brilliant choice of the four, honestly. The mainstream rarely knows what to do with Keoghan. He brings this unpredictable, genuine strangeness to his roles.
Right.
And that mirrors how misunderstood Ringo Starr often was. Like, he wasn't just a metronome keeping time. He was a wonderfully strange, grounding presence who held the chaotic personalities together.
By putting these specific, highly followed actors in the tailored suits, you aren't asking a 20-something audience to care about untouched musical gods.
Yes.
They're asking them to watch flawed, messy 20-somethings navigating catastrophic fame, getting it horribly wrong as often as they got it right.
Mendes proves that leaning into the messy, conflicting truths is how you keep the legacy alive. He's treating the audience with respect, allowing them to sort through the chaos.
But what happens when the people actually controlling the archives try to sanitize that exact same messiness?
Yeah, that's the flip side.
That brings us to the massive, self-inflicted disaster of 2025. If the 2028 Mendes films represent the absolute peak of understanding how to engage an audience, the release of Anthology 4 represents a profound failure to understand what devoted fans actually value.
Let's look at how that 2025 Vault release unfolded. In August of that year, Apple Records initiated this massive rollout, cryptic numbers cycling across social media, Instagram slideshows, all building up to the announcement of Anthology 4 releasing on November 21st.
Right, alongside a remastered documentary on Disney+. And the hype was just astronomical. You might be listening to this thinking, why would people care so much about outtakes?
Right.
But if you were a fan in the mid-1990s, the original trilogy Anthology 1, 2, and 3 were absolute archaeological events.
They established a very clear contract with the audience. An anthology release meant a window into the raw creative process. You got to hear the studio banter, the false starts, the exact moment a song evolved from a rough acoustic sketch into a stadium anthem.
It was material you simply could not hear anywhere else.
But then the track list for Anthology 4 dropped, and that contract was ripped to shreds. Out of 36 total tracks, only 13 were genuinely unreleased.
Just 13?
Yeah. The other 23 had already been put out through various other official special editions over the preceding decades.
I mean, that ratio is entirely unacceptable to a fan base that has spent decades analyzing every available scrap of recording. When more than 60% of a highly anticipated archival release consists of songs you already own, it no longer feels like a revelation.
No, it feels like a repackaging. It felt conservative.
And what made the fans so furious wasn't just what was on the album, it was what was glaringly absent. Because the vault contains legendary unreleased tracks that fans have debated for decades. We call them the white whales. Like, take 20 of the song Revolution, which is this much longer, slower, heavily blues-influenced take that John Lennon reportedly vastly preferred before the rest of the band convinced him to speed it up for radio.
Yes, and fans have wanted to hear it for decades to understand that evolution.
It was completely absent. And then take 3 of Helter Skelter, A raw, unhinged 27-minute marathon, just Paul McCartney screaming, Ringo Starr throwing his drumsticks across the room in exhaustion.
And people wonder why fans would want to sit through 27 minutes of that.
Right, but it proves a crucial point about their legacy. They weren't just a pop band. A 27-minute take demonstrates them pushing the physical limits of studio equipment and human endurance. They were bleeding in the studio, actively inventing the genre of heavy metal in real time.
Hearing the tape reels run out, hearing that sheer physical exhaustion is vital historical context.
And yet nowhere to be found. But the third one, the biggest omission, has to be Carnival of Light. This 14-minute avant-garde experimental soundscape spearheaded by Paul McCartney.
A legendary piece of missing history.
Recorded back in January 1967 during the sessions for Sgt. Pepper. It features distorted guitars, organs, and their voices played backwards at varying speeds. Paul McCartney himself has said he's willing to release it. Why does keeping a 14-minute experimental noise track locked away anger people so much?
Keeping it locked away points to a fundamental misunderstanding of the modern audience. The label assumes fans want a sanitized, easy-listening playlist. But fans want the weird, the experimental, the sprawling messes.
They want the truth.
Exactly. Carnival of Light proves they were serious avant-garde experimenters at the peak of their pop fame, including it would have been a tectonic event in music history.
Instead, they held it back. And adding insult to injury, we have to talk about the financial mechanics of the initial release strategy because it was a masterclass in alienating your most fiercely loyal supporters.
Oh, absolutely. When the pre-orders first went live, the label actually forced fans to buy a premium box set containing all 4 volumes just to get Anthology 4 in a physical format.
Let me make sure I understand the economics of this. If I just wanted the new CD or the new vinyl record for Anthology 4, the only way to physically hold it in my hands was to hand over hundreds of dollars for a box set that included volumes 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Albums that lifelong fans already bought in the 1990s and probably already upgraded digitally since then.
Yep. The underlying assumption was that the fan base would just blindly pay any price out of pure loyalty.
The cynicism of that is breathtaking. You are telling your most devoted supporters, we know you've sustained this legacy for half a century, so please pay us again for redundant copies of music currently sitting on your living room shelf.
It's awful.
The irony is so thick you could cut it with a knife. This was a band that spent their entire careers fighting against exploitative music industry practices. And yet, in 2025, their own label treated those same devoted fans as consumers to be maximally monetized.
Well, it raises an important question about modern fandom. You can no longer sell artificial scarcity to a generation that grew up with limitless access to information. In the internet age, the fans often know the archives better than the copyright holders.
Oh, definitely.
They know exactly what track was recorded on what day in 1968. You cannot trick them with a repackaged compilation.
And the fans proved it. The outcry was so immediate and so vocal that Apple Records was forced into a humiliating retreat. They eventually backed down and offered Anthology 4 as a standalone release. But, you know, the damage was done.
It revealed that their first instinct was exploitation, not celebration.
So what does this all mean? When you place these events side by side, a very clear picture emerges about the future of cultural legacy. This band's footprint thrives when it adapts to new storytelling formats, like using AI resurgence to finish a lost vocal or presenting a 4-part cinematic universe.
Right.
But it stumbles the second it relies on lazy corporate repackaging.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, it reminds us that cultural longevity is never a passive state. It requires active, continuous translation for every new era.
You have to keep working at it.
Exactly. You cannot just rest on your laurels, point to a bronze statue, and demand reverence. Even if you are the most successful musical act in history, the moment you stop innovating how your story is told, you start becoming furniture.
You have to keep proving your relevance every single time. It makes you wonder, you know, if the 2028 multi-perspective films successfully shatter the monument of the official history, if they present 4 conflicting, messy truths, will we lose our shared cultural understanding of who they actually were?
That's the huge question.
Or is shattering that monument the absolute only way to ensure their music survives for the next 60 years? Chapter 8, Today. So, picture this. It's February 8th, 1964. The biggest television event in American history is less than 24 hours away.
Right, the pressure's on.
Exactly. 73 million people are waiting. The entire CBS studio crew is standing by, just waiting to go. And the lead guitarist of the band, everyone is waiting to see.
George Harrison.
Yes, George is currently bedridden in a New York hotel. He is burning up with a 102-degree fever, and he is entirely unable to even stand up.
Which is just terrifying when you think about the stake.
Completely terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ultimate before and after moment. You know, you have the invention of the printing press, the dropping of the atomic bomb, the moon landing. These are events that fundamentally rewrite the script of human existence.
And on a freezing Sunday in February 1964, 4 young men from Liverpool essentially joined that list.
They really did.
Yeah.
But getting there was, well, it was a frantic, fever-ridden, and highly strategic scramble.
It really was.
Have you ever looked at one of those beautifully restored, digitally cleaned up historical photographs?
Oh, sure. Yeah, all the time.
You know the trend, right? Someone takes this grainy, severely degraded, sepia-toned picture from like 100 years ago.
Right, and they run it through some algorithm.
Exactly. The software scrubs away all the scratches, it sharpens up the blurry edges and, you know, artificially colorizes the clothing.
And suddenly it looks pristine, like it was taken yesterday.
Right. But sometimes when you stare at that absolutely flawless image, do you ever get this sinking feeling that something essential is just, well, missing?
Oh, definitely. Like a little bit of its soul was accidentally erased, too.
Yes. In that highly calculated process of scrubbing away the dust and damage, the soul vanishes. And it is a surprisingly common reaction for people to have.
It is. I mean, we are instinctively drawn to clarity, right? To this idea of seeing the past perfectly.
Sure.
But those imperfections, like the heavy grain and those random scratches, they act as the physical fingerprints of time.
Wow, fingerprints of time. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and when you remove them completely, the subject suddenly looks like they're standing on a sterile movie set.
Rather than living inside a genuine, messy historical moment.
Exactly. The context vanishes.
So apply that exact feeling, that undeniable tension between digital perfection and historical soul to the biggest band in history.
Here we go.
Today, we are looking squarely at the 2025 release of Anthology 4.
Yep.
We're examining how brand new audio restoration technology has sparked a remarkably fierce debate about their legacy.
It has been a wild debate to watch unfold, honestly.
Absolutely. And the focal point of this entire controversy comes down to the newly remixed versions of their 1995 reunion tracks.
Right. Free as a Bird and Real Love.
Right. So we have to ask the big question today, when does perfecting a piece of art digitally, cross the line into actually erasing its history?
That is the big question. And to understand why the fan base is practically at war over these specific tracks, we really have to look closely at the tools being used.
Okay, let's get into it.
So the novel element of Anthology 4 is the work done by producer Jeff Lynne.
Right.
He took these tracks back into the studio and applied the exact same machine learning audio restoration technology that powered the 2023 release of the song Now and Then.
Oh, okay. So this is that tech that does the impossible audio separation.
Exactly. Sound engineers considered this literal magic even 5 years ago.
Yeah.
It took John Lennon's original, highly degraded cassette tape demo from the late 1970s, and it extracted his vocals with just a startling level of clarity.
I always think of this process as trying to unbake a cake.
Unbake a cake. I like that.
Yeah. You have a single flat audio track.
Mm-hmm.
And on that track, you have a piano playing, you have room noise, you have the hum of a television in the background.
Yep, the TV hum is always there in those demos.
Right. And you have John Lennon singing, all mashed together.
Exactly.
For decades, if you wanted to turn up the volume on his vocal, you had to turn the volume on the television noise and the piano too.
Right, there was no way around it.
But this machine learning changes the game entirely. How does it actually manage to separate those sounds?
Well, it comes down to training artificial intelligence on massive data sets of audio waveforms.
Okay.
The algorithm doesn't just use standard equalizers to boost certain frequencies, It is actually trained to recognize the highly specific biological sonic signature of a human vocal cord vibrating.
Wait, really? It looks for the biology of the voice.
Yeah. It learns what John Lennon's voice looks like mathematically.
That is insane.
It is. And once it identifies that unique harmonic fingerprint, it can lift the vocal out of the track entirely.
Just totally divorced from the mechanical hum of the cassette tape.
Completely divorcing it from the tape hiss, the percussive strike of the piano keys, all of it.
And the pro remix camp argues that What is gained by this extraction is nothing short of miraculous.
Oh, they love it.
Right. Because by using this technology for the 2025 mix, the engineers completely stripped away that aggressive tape hiss.
And the electrical hum?
Yeah, and the overall sonic degradation that naturally comes from a cheap, home-recorded cassette just sitting in a drawer for decades.
And they argue that the results justify the means. Because the noise floor is completely gone, you can suddenly hear these incredibly subtle vocal inflections that were just entirely invisible before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can hear the sharp intake of breath before a phrase. You get this incredibly intimate, isolated delivery from John Lennon.
Right, and that nuance had been totally buried under layers of noise.
Exactly. Not to mention all the extra instrumentation that Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr had to pile on top of the track back in the 90s.
Just to cover up the original audio flaws.
Right. They were basically masking it. So the argument is that the technology finally allows the true performance to shine through, without the barrier of poor recording conditions.
Look, I hear that. I understand the intense appeal of putting on headphones and having John Lennon sound like he is sitting in the room, singing right next to you.
Oh, totally.
But I have to push back hard on this assumption that cleaner is automatically better.
Okay, let's hear it.
When you isolate a vocal like that, using an algorithm to surgically scrub away every single flaw and artifact, it runs a massive risk.
The uncanny valley risk.
Yes. It creates a sonic uncanny valley. It starts to sound a little too processed.
Just totally detached from its origin?
Exactly. Think about listening to a vintage vinyl record.
Okay.
If you take a 1960s pressing and you use software to digitally erase every single pop, hiss, and crackle, you are technically getting a cleaner sound, sure.
Right.
But aren't you also removing the physical proof that the music actually traveled through time on that specific piece of plastic to reach you?
The crackle is the context.
Right. It proves the journey.
Taking that analogy a step further, the anti-remix critics apply that exact logic to the cassette hiss on the reunion tracks.
Right, because that hiss was loud.
It was very loud. But they argue that the original 1995 mix of Free as a Bird, with all its distinct flaws, and that somewhat buried, muddy vocal, possessed a very specific, ghostly quality.
Ghostly is a great word for it.
Yeah, it did not sound like it was recorded in a modern studio yesterday, and that was precisely the point. The tape hiss wasn't just an annoyance to be fixed.
It was a crucial part of the emotional texture.
Exactly. It felt like a transmission from the past.
Like you were hearing a voice cutting through the fog of time.
Yes, exactly. It framed the vocal as a preserved fragment. The distance and the melancholy inherent in that slightly muddy sound acted as an atmospheric reminder.
A reminder that you were listening to a voice from beyond.
Right. It was something fragile, being carefully honored and supported by his surviving bandmates.
So by turning it into a corrected, modernized, flawless digital asset,
they accidentally stripped away the poignancy. That poignancy is what made the original 1995 release so emotionally devastating in the first place.
that makes total sense. But the reality is, corporate didn't account for the fact that you can't easily sell a sanitized history to a fan base that literally memorized the tape hiss.
No, you definitely cannot.
Which makes this specific fight over John Lennon's cassette just the latest battle in a very long, very exhausting war.
Arguing over how this band should sound is practically a blood sport at this point.
Seriously.
To contextualize this current controversy, we just have to look at how their catalog has been handled over the decades.
Right, this isn't new.
Not at all. This tension between preservation and presentation happens almost every single time a record label touches their master tapes.
Okay, break that down for me. Preservation versus presentation.
So preservation focuses on honoring the original artifact exactly as it was experienced by the culture at the time.
Don't touch it, leave it as is.
Exactly. But presentation focuses on using new tools to realize what the creators might have wanted if they had access to modern technology.
Ah, I see.
We saw this massive divide with the highly controversial stereo mixes in the 1980s.
Oh, people are still arguing on message boards about those 80s mixes today.
They absolutely are. Those mixes completely altered the panning and balance of the original 1960s mono recordings that the band actually spent time perfecting.
And then look at Giles Martin's modern remixes of Pepper and the White Album.
Right. He went in with modern technology to completely widen the soundstage.
Yeah, he used new tools to isolate the instruments, making Paul McCartney's bass lines hit much punchier.
And making Ringo Starr's drums sound significantly louder and heavier.
Some fans adored the modern cinematic impact of that.
But others felt it completely betrayed the intentional, compressed aesthetic of the 1960s.
But the debate around Free as a Bird and Real Love is much more complicated than remixing.
Completely.
A track from 1967 is a fixed point in time, but these reunion tracks, they exist in a very strange liminal space.
That is exactly the phrase for it, a liminal space.
Right, because they are not purely vintage 1960s recordings made by four guys in a room.
But they also aren't purely posthumous modern constructions.
They are a hybrid of entirely different eras, just stitched together across decades.
Think about what it means to alter a song that was already an alteration.
Right. The 1995 version of Free as a Bird was a 1990s reconstruction built on top of a 1970s demo.
And now, with Anthology 4 in 2025, we have a modern AI-assisted reconstruction of that 1990s reconstruction.
It completely fractures the concept of authenticity.
Well, it does. It forces you to ask, what is the true version of the song?
Is it the cassette tape sitting in John Lennon's apartment?
Or is it the 95 mix that introduced the song to the world?
Or is it the hyper-clean 2025 mix?
And that philosophical question brings us crashing down into a much more grounded modern reality.
The business side of things.
Exactly. Because as much as we can debate artistic purity and audio fidelity and the emotional resonance of tape hiss,
this entire conversation ultimately masks the brutal business of managing legacy catalogs in the modern streaming era. So let's pull back the curtain on that business side.
Let's do it.
To understand why Anthology 4 feels so different, we have to contrast it directly with the original mid-90s Anthology project.
Right. The original 1990s Anthology was, at its absolute core, a massive artistic statement.
It was incredibly ambitious.
And deeply artist-driven. Paul McCartney and George Harrison were heavily involved in the day-to-day selection of the archival material.
They shaped the narrative themselves.
Exactly. It wasn't just a compilation album to throw onto store shelves. It was a genuine historical reunion.
Their explicit goal was to reclaim their own story from decades of outside biographies, rumors, and unauthorized interpretations.
They wanted to give the fans unprecedented, highly vulnerable access to their creative process,
leaving the mistakes, the arguments, and the raw takes completely intact.
It was an event. It felt momentous because the artists themselves were driving the ship.
But looking at the 2025 release of Anthology 4, the vibe is completely different.
Oh, completely night and day. Chapter 9. The Wizards Behind the Curtain.
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So, if I asked you who the fifth member of that famous band was, what would you say?
Well, I mean, casual fans usually jump right to George Martin.
Right. And if you're a diehard trivia buff, you might point to Pete Best.
Yeah, exactly.
But almost nobody brings up Brian Epstein.
Yeah.
And leaving him out is honestly just one of the wildest oversights in modern music history.
Oh, absolutely. Because you simply do not get the biggest band in the world without the architects who built the structure around them.
Exactly. So for this exploration, we're looking at the untold, unglamorous, and frankly, deeply personal stories of those two men, Brian Epstein and George Martin.
Right. And more importantly, we're going to examine the absolute chaos that unfolded when the band tried to survive without them.
So let's go right back to the beginning. The scene is Liverpool, November 9, 1961.
Okay.
You have Brian Epstein. He's 27 years old. He's impeccably dressed, educated at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, and he manages his wealthy family's high-end record store.
Right. Very polished.
Extremely polished.
Yeah.
And he walks down the stairs into the Cavern Club.
Oh, man, the smell of damp stone.
Damp stone, sweat, just amplified noise hitting him in the face. And he looks at the stage, and there are 4 teenagers in battered leather jackets.
And they're doing literally everything you're not supposed to do on stage.
Yes. They're smoking, swearing at the audience, and literally eating sandwiches while they play.
It's amazing.
It's a total culture clash. I mean, think about it, like a high-end corporate CEO walking into some chaotic basement punk show.
Yeah, it makes no sense on paper.
Right. So why on earth was Epstein captivated by a group that was openly defying every single rule of show business?
Because he saw the mechanism underneath all that mess. He looked past the sandwiches and the swearing, and he saw their incredible wit. He saw their magnetic presence, the way they bantered with the crowd and, the way the crowd just adored them for it. Epstein recognized their potential to be global icons way before they ever did.
And there's also a very personal dimension to this that we have to mention.
Right, the historical context.
Yeah, Epstein was a gay man in an era when homosexuality was criminally illegal in Britain.
You could face prison. It was a terrifying time.
Exactly. And many historians point out that Epstein harbored a deep, unspoken attraction to John Lennon.
Unspoken being the key word there. It stayed strictly professional.
Totally professional, yeah. But that silent fascination poured fuel on his unwavering devotion to making them stars.
He had this singular focus, and because he believed in them so completely, he felt justified in tearing down their rebellious image.
Which was a massive shift.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
He told them, look, no more eating on stage, stop smoking while you play, stop turning your backs to the audience.
And he took away the leather jackets.
Yes, put them in identical matching suits.
Which is wild when you think about John Lennon becoming the ultimate anti-establishment icon. I mean, he hated the suits.
Oh, he pushed back incredibly hard, called it a complete sellout move.
But Epstein knew the industry, right?
Exactly. He knew those suits were the Trojan horse. If they wanted to get that raw energy onto national radio and television, they had to look the part. The suits were basically the price of admission.
And the band yielded. They trusted him. But that trust gets tested immediately. January 1962, Decca Records rejects them.
Oh, the famous miscalculation.
Yeah, they tell Epstein guitar groups are on the way out.
Just a phenomenal mistake by Decca. But look at Epstein's reaction. He doesn't take it to heart. He becomes this relentless force, just absorbing dismissals from virtually every major label in London.
Until June 1962.
Right, when he finally reaches George Martin at Parlophone Records. And Martin actually listens to the energy Epstein keeps promising.
It changes history. But we need to talk about the recording contract Epstein negotiated with Parlophone.
It was
1 penny per double-sided record. I mean, Epstein was brilliant, but he wasn't an experienced music industry lawyer.
No, and he's sitting across from people who were, it was financially terrible, but his priority was different. He just needed to pry the door open. He knew their sheer talent would generate momentum once they were in.
Okay, I get that for the first record deal. Well, let's fast forward to February 1964. The Ed Sullivan Show deal.
Oh, this is fascinating.
Ed Sullivan offers a performance fee, and Epstein actually negotiates a lower fee for the band.
Yeah, he did.
Wait, why on earth would he negotiate less money for a TV appearance that was guaranteed to be massive?
Because he traded the cash for top billing and total creative control.
Oh, wow.
He knew the cultural impact of that broadcast was infinitely more valuable than a one-time paycheck. And he was right. 73 million viewers tuned in. It permanently altered American pop culture.
So he knew the narrative mattered more than the immediate cash.
He was playing chess.
While everyone else was playing checkers. But then we hit the peak touring years, 1963 to 1966. And Epstein basically becomes their human shock absorber.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, he shielded John Lennon and Paul McCartney from the crushing business noise, and he gave George Harrison and Ringo Starr the space to actually just function as musicians.
But being that shield took a devastating personal toll on him. While they were conquering the globe, Epstein was living under the constant legal jeopardy of being gay in the 1960s.
Right, the blackmail, the arrests.
It was an exhausting shadow over his entire life. Plus, his whole purpose was tied to managing their daily chaos.
Which brings us to August 1966. The crowds are screaming so loudly they can't even hear themselves play.
Right, so they stopped touring completely.
And suddenly, Epstein's primary day-to-day function just evaporates.
He was left completely unmoored. You see this rapid, tragic decline. Erratic behavior, heavy reliance on carbatril sleeping tablets and alcohol just to cope with the anxiety.
And he had that management contract renewal coming up in late 1967.
Precisely. He felt them outgrowing him. As they grew into their own power, they just required less of his protective structure.
And then, tragedy strikes on the August bank holiday weekend, August 27, 1967. Epstein is alone in his London home, and he dies from an accidental overdose.
Sleeping pills mixed with alcohol.
And when he dies, that human shock absorber is just gone. The structure around the band collapses.
It leads directly to the fracturing of the band. Without Epstein as the mediator, you get the business catastrophe of Apple Corps in 1968.
Oh man, Apple Corps was a disaster.
A total mess.
They basically opened an office on Savile Row and handed out cash to anyone with a crazy idea. People would wander in, claiming they were inventing a flying saucer and they would just write them a check.
Because there was no Epstein there to be the bad guy and say no.
Exactly. So they panic because they're hemorrhaging money. And into this vacuum steps Alan Klein.
Right, a notoriously aggressive operator from New York.
And John Lennon, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr all wanted Klein. But Paul McCartney flat out refused. He wanted Lee Eastman, his future father-in-law.
And that bitter split over money was a massive accelerant to their breakup.
But the fracturing wasn't just in the boardroom. It bled directly into the studio and completely changed their relationship with George Martin.
Yes. And the catalyst for that actually started right before Epstein died with a 1967 article in Time magazine.
Right. Time magazine does a feature on the release of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And they praised George Martin as the wunderkind and the mastermind of the whole record.
Which is a huge insult if you're John Lennon or Paul McCartney.
Of course. They wrote the songs. They deeply resented the implication that they were just executing George Martin's vision.
That article planted a toxic seed of resentment. So by the time they hit the White Album sessions in 1968, the partnership is completely shattered.
It's just chaotic at Abbey Road. Only 16 of the 30 tracks on the White Album even feature all 4 members playing together.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney and John Lennon are literally in separate studios down the hall, actively avoiding each other.
And George Martin's reaction to this is so telling.
He does absolutely nothing. He sits in the back of the control room with stacks of newspapers and a giant bar of chocolate, just reading.
The engineers called it a chocolate and newspaper strike.
It's exactly like a dad who's been told to wait in the car while his teenagers go hang out at the mall.
That is a perfect analogy. The band's message was explicit. John Lennon bluntly told Martin he wanted absolutely no production shit on his songs.
Right. They wanted a raw sound to prove they didn't need him.
And the breaking point happens during Obla-Di Obla-Day.
Right. Martin finally offers a vocal suggestion to Paul McCartney over the talkback mic, and Paul completely chastises him for interrupting.
And Martin just snaps, he explodes, yells at them to do it themselves, and walks out. Takes an unannounced holiday.
Just leaves, and the fallout is immediate. Their brilliant engineer, Jeff Emmerich, quits because the environment is so toxic. Ringo Starr feels so alienated, he temporarily leaves the band.
And that awful atmosphere bleeds right into the Let It Be sessions in January 1969.
Over at Twickenham Film Studios, a legendary nightmare. Yoko Ono is constantly present on the studio floor, breaking that unspoken rule about partners in the creative space.
The tension was unbearable.
George Harrison gets frustrated with Paul McCartney dictating parts, and he temporarily quits. George Martin barely attends, leaving engineer Glyn Johns as the de facto producer.
And it all culminates in that freezing January 30 rooftop concert. They were just miserable and exhausted.
But then we get this huge, unexpected twist. Summer 1969. Paul McCartney is on holiday in Corfu, and he makes a surprising phone call to George Martin.
He explicitly asks Martin to come back and produce another record.
An olive branch. But Martin doesn't just jump right back in, does he?
No. He lays down a very strict ultimatum. He tells Paul, I will only return if you let me produce it the way we used to.
Wow.
He demanded full creative control, strict discipline, and absolutely no complaints from John Lennon about his methods. It had to be on his terms.
Okay, wait. They just spent a year proving they wanted independence and rawness. Why on earth would they suddenly agree to these super strict terms?
Well, because sometimes you only learn the value of structure by failing without it. They were exhausted by their own chaos. Paul McCartney wanted to make something beautiful one last time. Martin didn't hold a grudge. And, crucially, EMI had just installed a brand new solid-state 8-track console, the TG12345.
Okay, but how does an 8-track console fix personal relationships?
Because it creates a physical buffer. With 4 tracks, they had to record live in the same room and make immediate compromises.
Ah, constantly stepping on each other's toes.
Exactly. But with 8 tracks, Paul McCartney could lay down a vocal in the morning, and George Harrison could come in hours later to record a solo without anyone breathing down his neck. The technology separated their egos.
That is brilliant. So, July and August 1969, they're back at Abbey Road, the atmosphere is cooperative, and Martin brings in this grand vision for the 16-minute side 2 medley.
He weaves all their fragmented sketches into a symphonic masterpiece. Martin said it was a remarkably happy record to make.
And that leads to August 20, 1969, the final mixing session. All 4 of them, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr, in a studio together for the very last time.
There were no dramatic speeches or tearful goodbyes. They just focused and finished the work. Martin noted they all intuitively felt it was the last time, but they just let the music do the talking.
Which brings us to the bittersweet end of it all. On September 12, 1969, just days before the Abbey Road album is released, John Lennon officially quits the band. He asks for a divorce.
The album was a historic success. People consider it their absolute masterpiece. But it was too late. The band was over.
You know, if you look at Brian Epstein and George Martin together, there's a profound lesson here. The four members had raw, unmatched musical genius.
No one disputes that.
Right. But the White Album, and Let It Be, proved that without architects providing structure, managing the business discipline, and acting as a buffer, that genius could quickly become a destructive mess.
Epstein built the sturdy platform protecting them from the elements. Martin built the creative walls that shaped their sound. When you remove those boundaries, the structure just can't hold its own weight.
Which makes you think about the music industry today. Anyone can record, produce, and distribute a masterpiece entirely from their bedroom. Artists have total freedom. But hearing about the chaos of 1968, you have to wonder, have we lost the crucial role of the architects? Have we lost the believers and the editors who actually have the courage to look at a brilliant artist and tell them no when they desperately need to hear it?
It's a great question.
Definitely something for you to think about the next time you put on your favorite record. When you think of the Beatles, you know, you obviously think of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr.
Right, of course.
But that magic didn't just happen in a vacuum, you know. Like today, for you listening, we are exploring the sort of invisible architecture of the greatest band in the world.
Yeah, the people behind the curtain.
Exactly. We're looking at two vital outsiders who basically made the music possible, Mal Evans and Billy Preston.
Oh, this is such a great topic because if you watch literally any footage of the band at their peak and you look closely at the edges of the frame, you'll see him.
The massive guy with the glasses.
Yes. This huge guy with thick eyeglasses. He usually has a clipboard in his hand, and he's scribbling things down, moving heavy equipment around, and just grinning like he won the lottery.
And that's Mal Evans.
That is Mal Evans.
Yeah.
And, you know, calling him a road manager or like a personal assistant just feels like a massive disservice.
Yeah. It doesn't cover it at all. We are talking about the ultimate physical and logistical anchor for the band.
Totally. So a bit of background, Mal was actually a telephone engineer in Liverpool.
We really? A telephone engineer.
Yeah. And he used to spend his lunch breaks just hanging out at the Cavern Club, watching them play. And George Harrison took a liking to him.
I mean, how could you not?
Right. And because Mal was, 6'6" and built like an absolute brick wall, George Harrison actually recommended him as a bouncer.
Which makes total sense. Like, if you're in a packed underground club, you definitely need a guy like that at the door.
Oh, absolutely. But he didn't stay at the door for long. Within a year, he went from being just a bouncer to their dedicated roadie and basically their right-hand man.
He was the guy they called for everything.
Everything. Heavy lifting, impossible logistical problems. He was the guy fixing it, and he loved it. He actually said once that being around the band was better than food and drink.
Wow. That is dedication.
Yeah, he was completely unflappable no matter what was happening around them.
You know, for me, the thing that permanently cements Mal's legacy is the January 1963 windshield incident. You know this one, right?
Oh, the van story. Yes, tell it.
It perfectly captures his absolute devotion. So picture this. They're driving back to Liverpool from a gig in London.
In the dead of winter.
Right, dead of winter. There's this freezing fog everywhere, and out of nowhere, a pebble kicks up and just completely shatters the van's windshield.
Which is terrifying.
Totally terrifying. And, most roadies would just pull over, call a tow truck, maybe go find a warm pub to wait it out.
But not Mal.
No, not Mal. Instead, he just takes his bare fist, wraps his hat around his hand to block the wind, and punches out the rest of the jagged glass.
Which is just wild to picture.
And then he drives 200 miles through freezing fog with absolutely zero windshield.
While the rest of the band is in the back just trying not to freeze to death?
Exactly. John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr are all huddled together in the back of this freezing van, passing around a bottle of whiskey just to stave off hypothermia.
I think Paul McCartney called it a Beatles sandwich.
He did. And Mal didn't complain once. He just leaned his head into the freezing wind and made sure they got home safely.
That is just incredible.
I always like to think of him as the ultimate offensive lineman of rock and roll.
Oh, I like that analogy.
Yeah, because he's doing the grueling, freezing, totally unglamorous blocking. He's taking the literal hits just so the star quarterbacks can stay warm and throw the winning passes.
That is such a perfect way to look at it. But, his role didn't just stop at physical protection.
Right, because things changed when they stopped touring.
Exactly. When the screaming at their live concerts got way too loud and they decided to move exclusively into the recording studio, Mal transitioned right along with them.
He wasn't just going to stay behind.
No way. And this is where the story shifts from just, logistics into pure musical history.
Okay, I'm listening.
Because Mal Evans is directly responsible for what you might call the Mal sound.
Wait, the Mal sound?
Yeah. He's basically hidden in plain sight on some of the most famous recordings ever made.
Hold on, so the guy driving the van with no windshield is actually physically on the records?
He absolutely is. So let's start with Sgt. Pepper.
Okay, huge album.
Right. If you listen to A Day in the Life, which, a lot of people consider their absolute masterpiece, there is that famous middle section.
Oh, with the massive orchestra buildup.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The orchestra builds from almost nothing into this terrifying, screaming wall of sound over 24 bars.
It's an incredible piece of music.
It totally is. But to achieve that chaotic crescendo, the classical session musicians still needed a mathematical roadmap.
Oh. Otherwise, they'd just be playing random noise.
Right. Somebody had to stand there in the room and vocally count out those 24 bars so the 40-piece orchestra wouldn't get completely lost.
Wait, is that voice Mal's?
Yes. That voice you hear counting 1, 2, 3, and then getting completely swallowed by the rising sound. That is Mal Evans.
That's wild. I always heard that counting, but I had no idea. They just kept his voice in the final mix.
Well, they actually planned to edit it out initially.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but Mal was also handed a stopwatch and told to trigger a literal alarm clock to mark the exact end of those 24 bars.
Oh, okay.
And when they listened back to the take, someone realized that the ringing alarm clock perfectly set up Paul McCartney's next vocal line.
Oh, woke up, fell out of bed.
Exactly.
Right.
The alarm clock fits so perfectly with the lyric that they just decided to keep the whole thing in.
That is just the ultimate aha moment for me.
Yeah.
Think about the irony there for a second.
What do you mean?
Well, Mal Evans, a guy with absolutely zero formal musical training, accidentally becomes the architect of arguably the most famous musical transition in rock history.
Right. Just because he was holding a stopwatch and an alarm clock.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, it gets even better. At the very end of that same track, A Day in the Life, there's that legendary piano chord.
The huge one that lasts forever.
Yes, the E major chord that lasts for an astonishing 53 seconds.
53 seconds is a long time for a single chord.
It's massive. And to get that lingering sound, they lined up 3 grand pianos in the studio.
Wow, okay.
And Mal was one of the 5 people who simultaneously slammed down the keys.
Oh my gosh, he was one of the hands.
He was. And as the sound naturally decayed in the room, the studio engineer just kept pushing the recording faders up higher and higher to capture every last vibration.
Right, you can hear the room noise if you listen closely.
Exactly. They pushed it so high you can actually hear the studio air conditioning and like a chair squeaking in the background. And Mal was an integral part of that sheer physical feat.
Okay, I love that. I really do. But hold on. I have to push back on the romance of this just a little bit.
Oh.
Because we see this happen again on Rubber Soul, right? For the song, You Won't See Me.
Oh, yes, the organ note.
Yeah. Mal stood there and held down a single Hammond organ note for the entire 3-minute duration of the song.
He did.
And this is where I'm like, wait a minute. We're talking about the greatest musicians on earth here. Paul McCartney is laying down these incredibly complex bass lines.
Unbelievable bass playing, yeah.
And John Lennon is writing these intricate melodies.
Yeah.
So why couldn't Paul or John just hold a single note on an organ?
That's a fair point.
Like, why make the roadie do it? Holding a single note without moving for 3 minutes is just agonizingly boring manual labor.
It is a great question, and it basically comes down to the technological limitations of the era.
Okay, what do you mean?
Well, they were recording on 4-track tape machines back then.
Oh, right. Very limited tracks.
Yeah, they did not have the luxury of endless overdubs like artists do today. So if you wanted a thick texture running underneath a track, someone had to physically play it live in the room while the rest of the band was tracking their parts.
Oh, so they literally physically didn't have enough hands among the 4 of them.
Exactly. And the choice of the Hammond organ wasn't just a random accident either.
Why not?
A Hammond organ uses a rotating Leslie speaker, which physically spins the sound around the room.
Oh, that cool wobbly sound.
Right. It creates this Doppler effect that fills up empty sonic frequencies in a mix. So they needed that continuous vibrating texture, but absolutely nobody in the band had the free hands to provide it.
So Mal stepped in.
Mal stepped in. He provided the sheer physical endurance required.
He was basically the manual laborer of their avant-garde phase.
That is exactly what he was. And he did it again on Being for the Benefit of Mr. Tight.
Oh, the circus song.
Yeah. John Lennon wanted this completely chaotic fairground atmosphere.
Right.
So Mal and another associate, Neil Aspinall, just grab harmonicas and blew random notes simultaneously.
Just totally unstructured.
Just completely chaotic. And it created this bizarre Victorian circus sound. Or consider Maxwell's silver hammer.
Oh, the anvil.
Yes. Paul McCartney wanted the sound of a literal blacksmith's anvil.
So wait. Mal goes out, sources an actual heavy iron anvil, drags it into the Twickenham film studio, and sets up a director's chair.
Yep, sitting there cross-legged with his clipboard.
And every time they rehearsed the song, which they did for months, Mal was the one striking the anvil perfectly on the
He
hook.
was. Now, there is a technical caveat for the final album recording of that one.
Ugh.
Some historical accounts do say Ringo Starr played the anvil on the absolute final take.
Okay.
But the recording engineer noted that Ringo Starr actually lacked the sheer arm strength to swing the hammer properly for the entire duration of the song without losing the rhythm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that Mal had to step back in because, striking solid iron with a heavy hammer requires serious stamina.
I can imagine.
But either way, that musical part only exists because Mal found the anvil and developed the timing during months of grueling rehearsals.
That's amazing.
Mm.
But, he wasn't just a physical workhorse.
No, he was.
He was actually a silent creative partner, too.
And this is the part that just breaks your heart.
Yeah, it's tough.
So Mal kept these really extensive diaries.
Right.
They were completely lost for years, but eventually they were found in a publisher's basement.
Thank goodness.
Seriously. And they reveal that he was sitting in the room transcribing lyrics by hand as the band finalized them.
He was right there in the mix.
He was right there while Paul McCartney was writing Fixing a Hole, actively contributing to the lyric creation.
He was literally co-writing. I remember reading that a lyric sheet was actually sold at an auction in 2006.
Oh, the auction, yeah.
It sold for a staggering $192,000.
That is an insane amount of money.
It totally is. And it was 3 pages long. Get this, 1 page was in Paul McCartney's handwriting.
And the other 2?
The other 2 pages were entirely in Mal's handwriting.
Wow. And despite shaping some of the biggest songs in the world, do you know what he was paid?
It wasn't much, was it?
He was paid £38 a week.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That translates to about $850 today.
For being the right-hand man to the biggest band on the planet.
Exactly. He even noted in his diaries that he was promised royalties for Sgt. Pepper.
Let me guess.
He never saw a single penny of it.
The man was just surviving on fumes and loyalty at that point.
He absolutely was.
So what happened when the band finally broke up?
Well, he tried to keep working in the industry that he basically helped build.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he worked with the solo members, he produced some sessions, and he actually discovered the rock band Badfinger.
Oh, Badfinger. They're great.
Yeah, but he was eventually let go by Apple management. Right, so he moved to Los Angeles, separated from his wife, and fell into a really dark, despondent place.
That is so sad.
And in January 1976, while heavily medicated, he picked up an air rifle in his apartment.
Oh, no.
Yeah, his girlfriend called the police, and when they arrived, a confrontation ensued, and they shot him. He was only 40 years old.
That is just unbelievably tragic. Like the guy who spent his entire adult life keeping everybody else safe.
Yeah.
Driving the van without a windshield, striking the anvil, making sure everyone else got home. And it ends like that.
And to add insult to injury, his ashes were shipped back to England and actually got lost in the mail.
You're kidding.
I wish I was. When John Lennon heard about it, he made this incredibly dark joke, suggesting they should look in the dead letter file.
Oof. That is bleak.
It highlights the tragedy of the ultimate insider.
Yeah, he was there for every crisis, every triumph.
And he never got the official credit or the financial security he deserved.
Mal was the ultimate insider who never got his name on the record sleeve. But, that makes me think of the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Oh, right.
The one guy who actually did do his name on the sleeve.
Oh, yes.
An outsider who just walked in off the street at the 11th hour and did something nobody else ever managed to do.
You are talking about Billy Preston.
Yes.
He's the only musician to ever share billing with the band.
It's wild to think about.
It totally is. And to truly understand how Billy managed to survive the gravitational pull of those four egos, we actually have to jump back in time.
Oh, way back before the fame.
Exactly, to October 1962.
Let's set the scene for everyone listening. So it's the Tower Ballroom in New Brighton.
Right.
The band is playing their 23rd gig there. It's this massive 5.5-hour show with a dozen different performers.
A huge event.
And the headliner is Little Richard.
The legend.
But sitting at the organ in Little Richard's band is a 16-year-old kid from Houston, Texas, named Billy Preston.
Now, keep in mind, Billy was a literal child prodigy. He had been playing piano since he was 3 years old, and by the time he was 10, he was backing Mahalia Jackson and Nat King Cole.
At 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
So at 16, he is already a completely seasoned, top-tier touring professional.
While the Liverpool guys are still figuring it out.
Exactly.
Like, at that specific show, John Lennon was just debuting his black Rickenbacker guitar.
Still testing things out.
Yeah, and Pete Best was awkwardly playing for a rival band on the same bill because he'd just been fired from the group.
Awkward.
Very.
Yeah.
And Little Richard was actively trying to seduce Paul McCartney.
It was absolute chaos.
Complete chaos.
But, you know, a connection formed.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Well, a few weeks later, both acts end up playing a 14-night residency together at the Star Club in Hamburg.
Oh, the famous Hamburg days.
Right. And they hang out between sets. George Harrison realizes this 16-year-old kid is an absolute genius on the keys.
Naturally.
So he asks Billy to join them on stage for a jam session.
And Billy says no.
He does.
He just flat out refuses.
He refuses because he wants to remain completely loyal to Little Richard.
I find this dynamic so endlessly fascinating.
Why is that?
Well, put yourself in that position. What kind of 16-year-old turns down a chance to jam with a cool rock band in Germany?
Not many.
Right. That shows immense professional discipline. But if you look at his gospel background, it makes perfect sense.
Oh, because of who he was playing with.
Exactly. Playing gospel organ behind massive, demanding personalities like Mahalia Jackson or Little Richard requires you to deeply listen.
You have to be super tuned in.
Yeah, you have to serve the song and basically check your ego at the door while supporting a massive vocal presence.
That's a great point.
Billy knew his boundaries. He didn't act like a fanboy at all. He acted like a professional peer.
And that boundary setting is exactly why they respected him so much when they crossed paths years later.
Right, because they didn't see each other for a long time.
7 years, actually. Between 1963 and 1968, Billy Preston built this incredible resume.
What was he up to?
Well, he played organ for Sam Cooke. He toured with Ray Charles, and he was the resident organist on the hit television show Shindig.
That's an unbelievable run.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his old buddies from Hamburg became the most famous humans on Earth.
They're both slightly famous, yeah.
They conquered America, revolutionized studio recording, and then entirely burnt out.
Completely burnt out.
So by January 1969, they are at Twickenham Studios for the Get Back sessions. And it is a complete disaster.
It was miserable. They were trying to return to their live roots, but they were freezing in this cavernous film studio.
Sound familiar?
Yeah, exactly. Plus, they were exhausted, and they were constantly being filmed for a documentary.
The cameras make everything worse.
The psychological warfare was intense. The tensions were so bad that George Harrison and John Lennon got into a bitter argument, and George actually quit the band.
He just walked out.
He did. He literally left.
Wow.
And during his time away, George went to a Ray Charles concert in London. He's watching the show, and Ray Charles addresses the crowd and says, "Since I heard Billy play, I don't play the organ anymore. I leave it to him."
That is the highest compliment you can possibly get in music.
Without a doubt. So George looks over at the organist, and his eyes just go wide.
It's Billy.
It's this 16-year-old kid from Hamburg, now a 6-foot-tall master musician.
That's amazing.
George realizes Billy is in London, he's available, and he knows exactly what the band needs. So on January 22nd, George brings Billy Preston to Apple Studios.
Now, Billy had actually been warned by Mal Evans that the guys were going through a massive depression, right?
Yes, Mal gave him the heads up.
So Billy walks in, and John Lennon's eyes just light up.
Oh, yeah.
John immediately says, "We're recording live. If you play with us, you'll be on the album."
No hesitation.
None. And the vibe in that room completely instantly transforms.
George Harrison later said there was a 100% improvement.
I believe it.
You have to understand the psychology of what happened there.
Walk us through it.
Well, the band had developed this really toxic habit of engaging in what they called Liverpool slagging off.
Oh, just tearing each other down.
Viciously tearing each other down. But when Billy walked in, they couldn't do it anymore.
It's the ultimate Thanksgiving dinner analogy.
How so?
Well, you know when you go to a tense, toxic family holiday dinner and everyone is ready to fight about past grievances?
Oh, absolutely.
But then your sister brings her new, highly respected boss to the table.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Suddenly, everyone is on their best behavior.
Yeah.
Put away the knives, you remember how to be charming, and you act like a cohesive, loving family again.
Because you have company.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Billy was the respected guest. You don't scream at your bandmates in front of Billy Preston.
That is so true. And musically, his choice of instrument was critical too.
What did he play?
He played the Fender Rhodes electric piano.
Oh, I love that sound.
It has this warm, bell-like, soulful tone. The sessions up to that point had been filled with harsh, biting guitar sounds, which, reflected their angry moods.
Makes sense.
But Billy's electric piano poured this mellow, soulful layer over all that harshness.
It just smoothed everything out.
It intuitively wrapped around what Paul McCartney and John Lennon were doing without ever stepping on their toes.
Wow.
The producer, George Martin, actually said Billy literally lubricated the friction in the room.
Which all leads to the absolute climax of his involvement.
The rooftop.
January 30th, 1969. The legendary rooftop concert.
Their final public performance.
They are up on the roof of Apple Corps on Savile Row, just freezing in the London wind.
And right there with them, playing the Fender Rhodes, is Billy Preston.
He is driving the rhythm on Get Back, Don't Let Me Down, and I've got a feeling, while the police try to shut them down from downstairs.
It's so iconic.
The energy was so good that after one of the takes, John Lennon genuinely looks at Billy and proposes making him the official fifth member of the group.
He was entirely serious about it, too.
But Paul McCartney steps in and firmly states that reaching agreements with four members is difficult enough, let alone adding a fifth.
Which is a very fair point.
It was a very pragmatic veto, yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that John Lennon even suggested it shows you the level of awe they had for Billy.
Absolutely. They didn't make him an official member, but they did give him the ultimate credit.
The label.
Yeah. When the single Get Back was released in April 1969, the label read, "The Beatles with Billy Preston."
That is unprecedented.
Nobody else got that.
Nobody. They were at the absolute peak of their global power, and they willingly shared the billing with a session musician because they knew the song wouldn't exist without him.
And it shot straight to #1 in the UK and the US.
And Billy didn't just vanish after the rooftop either, did he?
No, not at all. They invited him back for the Abbey Road sessions.
Right.
He plays that beautiful Hammond organ part on George Harrison's Something.
That part is gorgeous.
And the heavy swirling organ on John Lennon's I Want You. She's so heavy.
His career after the band broke up is just phenomenal, too.
Oh, incredible. He wins a Grammy for his solo work.
He writes massive hits like, You Are So Beautiful.
He tours with the Rolling Stones.
Yeah. And in 2002, he plays at the Concert for George.
Which was just a beautiful tribute to the man who first asked him to jam in Germany all those years ago.
Billy passed away in 2006, but he left an absolutely undeniable mark on the history of modern music.
If we pull back and look at the bigger picture here.
Yeah, let's look at it.
The most famous band in human history did not conquer the world alone.
They really didn't.
They required invisible architecture. They relied on a 6'6" bouncer from Liverpool to provide their physical security, to strike the anvil, and to transcribe their lyrics.
All the heavy lifting.
And when they were on the brink of complete psychological self-destruction.
They relied on a Texan keyboard prodigy.
Exactly. To walk into a toxic room, soften their edges, and basically save their final albums.
So, for you listening, what does this all mean for you?
That's the real question.
Look closely at your own life, your workplace, or your creative projects. Who are the Mal Evans or the Billy Prestons holding the infrastructure together behind the scenes?
It's so important to recognize them.
It totally is. Who is doing the unglamorous blocking or bringing the positive energy that keeps the team from falling apart? And more importantly, are you making sure they get the credit they deserve before the music stops?
So I want you to picture John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr. Just hold that image of the four of them in your mind for a second.
Right, the classic lineup.
Exactly. We all carry this deeply ingrained, almost mythical picture of these guys standing in a room, plugging into their amplifiers, and just playing every single note on their records.
Yeah, they're kind of the ultimate image of the self-contained rock band.
Right. But the reality of what actually went onto the tape is completely different. I mean, some of their most iconic, legendary sounds, the moments that literally changed pop music, were created by anonymous, uncredited session musicians.
And our goal today is to show that exploring these secret collaborators doesn't diminish the band's genius at all.
Yeah, it kind of reframes it, right?
Exactly. We stop looking at them simply as four instrumentalists and start seeing them as incredibly ambitious directors of talent. They were artists who would stop at nothing to get the exact sound they heard in their heads.
Even if that meant stepping aside and bringing in outside specialists, which honestly started incredibly early on.
Oh, from day one, before they were avant-garde icons pushing boundaries, they were just a new group from Liverpool, desperate to nail their very first hit.
Right, and getting that hit meant relying on outside help. Let's look at September 1962, when they were recording their debut single, Love Me Do.
Yeah, George Martin is producing, and he is just not confident in Ringo Starr's playing.
Which is wild to think about now, but Ringo Starr had only just joined the group, right?
Exactly. The studio time was strictly limited, and Martin needed the rhythm section to be mathematically flawless. The pressure in the British pop machine was immense.
A sloppy tempo could just end your career before it even started.
For sure. So George Martin hired a session drummer named Andy White. He was this seasoned professional who knew exactly how to deliver a crisp, reliable foundation on command.
And the crazy part is, the hit version of Love Me Do, the one that actually charted and launched them into superstardom, features Andy White on the drum kit.
Right, and Ringo Starr was basically handed a tambourine.
Just put yourself in Ringo Starr's shoes for a second. I mean, it is your very first big swing at fame, and you are standing in the corner shaking a tambourine while a studio-hired gun takes your seat.
It's a pretty brutal introduction to the industry.
Yeah. It's like a modern pop star getting their lead vocals subtly dubbed over by a backup singer on their debut track.
It is, but it established this ironclad precedent. The final recording was always more important than anyone's pride.
And Andy White was really just the beginning, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. They also brought in Jimmy Scott to play harmonica on some early tracks. And that wasn't just, background noise.
Right. It acted as a vital bridge. It connected their bouncy British pop melodies to raw American blues traditions.
Exactly. And speaking of hidden hands, we have to talk about George Martin's own stealthy contributions during this era.
Yes, I am so fascinated by this. I know he was constantly sneaking in to play piano on tracks like Misery, but I want to break down his solo on In My Life.
Oh, that's a brilliant example.
Because I'm looking at the notes, and the math of how he pulled this off just doesn't make sense to me. He couldn't actually play the solo at the tempo the song required, right?
Well, he had a very specific vision for this highly ornamented 17th century Baroque sound. But his fingers literally could not execute those complex runs cleanly at that rock tempo.
So what did he do?
The solution was purely mechanical. He composed the solo, slowed the studio tape machine down to exactly half speed, and then recorded himself playing the piano part at a total crawl.
Wow. But what does that physical manipulation of the tape actually do to the sound when you speed it back up?
Okay, so when you play that half-speed tape back at normal speed, the pitch of the piano is raised by an entire octave.
Oh.
But more importantly, it alters the physical attack and decay of every single note. The mechanical hammers inside the piano suddenly sound like they're striking twice as fast.
So it totally changes the texture.
Exactly. It strips away the warm resonance of a normal piano and leaves this bright, crystalline, brittle sound. He basically invented a hybrid instrument.
Something that sounded remarkably like a harpsichord, but had a punchiness that a real harpsichord could never physically produce.
Spot on. And once you realize you can manipulate magnetic tape to manufacture an instrument that doesn't exist, the seal is broken.
You aren't just documenting a live performance anymore. You are building impossible sonic architecture.
Which perfectly sets the stage for the watershed moment of 1967.
Sgt. Pepper.
Yes. Abbey Road Studios transformed from a regular recording space into a full-blown laboratory.
This is where the standard rock format just collided head-on with classical music. And the ultimate example of that collision has to be the apocalyptic crescendo on A Day in the Life.
Oh, without a doubt. They brought in a 40-piece orchestra to build this terrifying wall of sound.
But they didn't just hand out standard sheet music, right?
No, not at all. Paul McCartney and George Martin told these highly trained classical musicians to start at the absolute lowest note their instrument could play and gradually climb to the highest note possible.
Entirely at their own pace.
Exactly.
I try to imagine being a classically trained orchestra musician in 1960s London, hearing those instructions. I mean, you've spent your entire life mastering precise notation, playing Mozart in a tuxedo.
And suddenly this rock band tells you to abandon all structure and just slide up the neck of your instrument.
It's completely wild.
It was entirely antithetical to classical training.
Yeah.
You're taught to follow the conductor and read the dot on the page. But those weird instructions guaranteed a very specific type of controlled chaos.
Because every musician is moving up the scale at a slightly different speed.
Right. They create this swelling, discordant mass of frequencies that feels like reality itself is tearing apart.
Yeah.
Every anonymous violinist in that room became a structural pillar of 20th century music.
And we see classical players stepping into their pop world again on Penny Lane, too.
Yeah, Paul McCartney heard a unique, high-pitched trumpet on a BBC broadcast and just became obsessed with the sound.
So he tracked down the performer, right? David Mason.
Yes, a premier classical musician playing the Baroque piccolo trumpet with the London Symphony Orchestra.
And Mason comes in and nails this impossibly high, brilliant solo that entirely defines the cheerful atmosphere of Penny Lane.
And do you know what he's paid for that?
Just 24 pounds.
Yep. He hands them a permanent piece of music history, walks out the door, and receives 24 pounds and 0 credit on the record.
How does the biggest band in the world justify paying a master musician a flat fee of 24 pounds for a defining solo?
Well, you have to look at the strict musicians' union rules of 1960s London. Session players were strictly hourly contractors.
So the union just negotiated fixed rates.
Exactly. For a 3-hour session, you walked in, played your charts, packed up, and took your flat fee. There was absolutely no mechanism for a hired instrumentalist to negotiate back-end royalties.
The system just simply didn't allow for it. But man, you see those hidden hands everywhere on Sgt. Pepper once you know to look.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Like the lush string arrangements on She's Leaving Home. Those were actually arranged by Mike Leander, not George Martin.
Right, and they feature prominent harp glissandos by a session player named Sheila Bromberg.
And for anyone unfamiliar, a glissando is when a musician continuously slides their fingers over the strings, blurring the notes together into this cascading waterfall of sound.
Beautiful. And then on the flip side, you have the chaotic carnival atmosphere of being for the benefit of Mr. Kite.
Right, because the core band couldn't generate enough noise to simulate a Victorian circus on their own.
So they pulled their road manager, Neil Aspinall, and a section player named James Buck into the room. They just handed them harmonicas and percussion instruments and told them to wail over the track.
I love that. But as their ambitions grew beyond orchestras and circuses, they started importing incredibly exotic instruments into the studio.
Which required highly specialized technicians just to operate them.
Yeah, take the Mellotron on Strawberry Fields Forever. I understand the Mellotron is a keyboard, but, I mean, there are no digital files in 1967. How are they getting that haunting flute sound without a flute player?
Okay, so the Mellotron is a mechanical marvel, but also a total nightmare. Underneath every single key on that keyboard is a literal, physical strip of magnetic tape with a recording of a real instrument.
Like a flute.
Right. When you press the key, a mechanism pulls that physical tape over a playback head.
Wow, so you were mechanically triggering dozens of individual tape machines simultaneously.
Yes. And because it relied on moving parts, it was notoriously temperamental.
Yeah.
Tapes would jam, the internal motors would lag and cause the pitch to bend, and it constantly fell out of tune.
That sounds incredibly frustrating to work with.
It was. It required a highly specialized touch to anticipate the mechanical delay of the keys and actually coax out that dreamlike texture John Lennon wanted.
The notes also mention a similar learning curve with the sitar on Norwegian wood. Now, George Harrison famously studied Indian music under Ravi Shankar, but the sitar is so complex.
Extremely complex. It relies on sympathetic strings and intricate tunings.
How does that actually create that specific droning sound?
So sympathetic strings sit entirely underneath the main playing strings of the sitar. The musician never actually plucks them.
Really? Then how do they make a sound?
When a main string is played, the acoustic frequency travels through the wood of the instrument and causes the sympathetic string below it to vibrate on its own.
Oh, wow. So it creates a resonant ghost note.
Exactly, this constant shimmering wash of sound.
Uh-huh.
But mastering the intricate fingering required to avoid muting those sympathetic strings takes decades.
So even though George Harrison played it on the track, he needed help.
Right. Achieving a recording-quality tone required heavy consultation with session pros who devoted their lives to Indian classical music.
And they were applying that same specialized casting to Western instruments, too, like for the melancholic French horn solo on For No One.
Yes, they sought out Alan Civil, who was arguably the premier classical horn player in Britain.
They needed a specific, flawless, emotional execution that a standard session player just couldn't guarantee. It really reminds me of a visionary film director.
That's a great comparison.
A great director doesn't build the sets with a hammer, and they don't sew the costumes. But they know exactly which highly specialized character actors and cinematographers to cast to make a scene perfect.
They were basically casting sounds. And the few times they broke the rule of anonymity proved how highly they valued those specific textures.
Like with Billy Preston.
Exactly. Billy Preston was brought in to play the incredibly soulful keyboards on tracks like Get Back. His contribution was so undeniable, he became the only musician ever officially credited alongside the band on a single.
And Eric Clapton was invited in to deliver the deeply emotive, weeping guitar solo on While My Guitar Gently Weeps.
Right. And you also have the brass section on Gotta Get You Into My Life.
Oh, yeah. Paul McCartney wanted a sophisticated, Motown-inspired soul track. And you simply cannot fake the punchy, aggressive energy of Detroit soul horns with two guitars and a bass.
You just can't. You have to bring in specialized brass players who understand the breath control and attack of that specific genre.
But working alongside all these specialized masters had an incredibly contagious effect on the band, didn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Being surrounded by different instruments and watching experts manipulate them inspired John, Paul, George, and Ringo to treat the studio like a playground.
They just started picking up whatever exotic instruments were lying around Abbey Road.
Yeah. Paul McCartney picks up the flugelhorn and the bass harmonica. He had a brass background from his childhood, so he's translating those early trumpet skills to experiment with lower tones.
And he's also playing the recorder on The Fool on the Hill.
Right. Meanwhile, John Lennon dives deep into blues influences with expressive harmonica playing, and he continues exploring the temperamental mellotron.
And George Harrison starts experimenting with the swarmandal.
Yes, which is a plucked box zither from India. Western guitars are built on a rigid 12-note scale, but the swarmandal allows a musician to play the microtones between the notes,
adding that cascading, shimmering wash of sound that Western pop totally lacked at the time. But honestly, my favorite part of this entire experimentation phase is Ringo Starr's percussion journey.
It is fantastic.
He is playing the African talking drum on Mother Nature's Son. He's playing bongos and timpani. And on Maxwell's Silver Hammer, he literally strikes a blacksmith's anvil with a heavy metal hammer to get this dark, comedic clang.
It cuts right through the mix perfectly.
But look at that character arc. He starts out in 1962 completely sidelined, shaking a tambourine while a union drummer plays his kit.
And a few years later, he is so confident, so utterly essential to the architectural sound of the band, that he is gleefully banging on a literal blacksmith's anvil.
It's amazing.
He evolved from a perceived weak link into the anchor of their wildest experiments. And, the collaborative energy eventually dissolved the boundaries of who was even in the band inside that studio.
Right, like Mal Evans, their loyal road manager. He provided the alarm clock rings and physically counted the bars during the chaotic orchestral buildup in A Day in the Life.
Everyone was involved.
Which brings up a big question. If all these incredible musicians, complex instruments, and specialized union players were so vital to the music, why did we buy the myth of the self-contained band for decades?
Why was it kept a secret?
Yeah, why hide them?
Well, the commercial incentive for the record labels was massive. They were selling the Fab Four. They wanted teenagers forming emotional connections with the four distinct personalities of John, Paul, George, and Ringo.
So, if you release an album and the back cover lists 40 anonymous orchestral players, an Indian music consultant, and a French horn specialist, it dilutes the brand.
It completely shatters the illusion.
But aside from the marketing, I've read that George Martin and the band viewed these musicians primarily as tools.
Yes, highly valued tools, but ultimately viewed as extensions of the studio technology serving a larger vision.
So in their minds, hiring a harpist was conceptually no different than plugging into a new guitar pedal or using a specific German microphone.
Exactly. It demonstrates a fascinating lack of ego regarding the final product. They weren't too proud to admit they couldn't play a French horn or a Baroque trumpet. They surrendered to the needs of the song.
Wait, I have to push back on that idea of a lack of ego.
Oh, really?
Yeah, is it really a lack of ego to step aside for a solo? Or is it actually incredibly egotistical to utilize 40 master musicians to build a historical masterpiece and then slap only your 4 faces on the album cover?
Okay, I see what you mean.
Erasing the names of the people who helped build your legacy feels like a massive flex of ego.
That's a very fair counter-perspective. It brings up the eternal debate of authorship versus execution. Does the architect who draws the blueprint deserve all the credit?
Or do the bricklayers who physically build the house deserve their names on the plaque?
Exactly. And in the ruthless pop mechanics of the 1960s, the architects took the credit.
That makes total sense. So the next time you put on these monumental tracks, try to listen differently.
Yeah, pay attention to the background.
When you hear the terrifying crescendo in A Day in the Life, try to single out one anonymous violin player frantically sliding up their strings.
Or, when you listen to Penny Lane, picture the uncredited trumpet soloist earning his flat fee.
Listen for the road manager counting the bars. Once you realize the hidden hands are there, you can never unhear them.
And it raises a much larger question worth pondering. Our culture absolutely loves the narrative of the lone genius.
We really do. We idolize the self-made success who conquers the world relying only on their own 2 hands.
But knowing that even the most famous band in history required an entire hidden village of uncredited collaborators to achieve their masterpieces.
It makes you wonder, what other seemingly solitary achievements in art, in technology, or in history are actually the product of a massive team hiding in the shadows?
Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So, jumping right in today, we are looking at the invisible hands behind the mythology of the world's biggest band.
Right.
We're exploring these hidden architects. You know, the photographer who accidentally invented their entire visual language, the teenage engineer who just, well, physically broke the rules of audio recording.
Oh, yeah, literally broke them.
And of course, the biographer who had to face the absolute wrath of John Lennon. So for you listening, consider this a fast-paced journey into the mechanics of evolution. We are looking at the creative collisions that happen when a band completely outgrows the very people they originally hired to shape them.
Yeah, and I think the overarching theme here is the sheer velocity of that growth. Because building a cultural juggernaut requires structure, right?
Definitely.
But sustaining that momentum requires tearing those exact structures down. The tension between the creators and their caretakers is where the actual art happened.
Well, let's start with the visual caretakers. Because before the music got psychedelic, the aesthetic had to shift. And the man who orchestrated that shift was a jazz photographer named Robert Freeman.
Right, Robert Freeman.
And to understand his impact, I mean, we have to look at the baseline in 1963. Pop album covers back then were essentially high school yearbooks.
Yeah, they were so rigid.
Management, particularly Brian Epstein, demanded that the band look entirely non-threatening to parents. So they were wearing these matching suits, offering polite smiles, standing in full, bright lighting. Just very safe.
But Freeman operated in a completely different universe. I mean, he had worked with jazz giants like John Coltrane. He understood how to photograph musicians as serious artists, not just teen idols.
Right.
So when he met them in August 1963 for the Beatles, with the Beatles shoot, he stripped away all that artifice.
Which was a massive risk.
Huge risk. He pulled them into this hotel corridor where just a single window provided natural light. He had them black turtlenecks, instructed them not to smile, and exposed the film so their faces were cast in half shadow.
And the resulting image instantly rendered the grinning pop idol cover obsolete, like overnight.
Completely.
They suddenly looked like French existentialists. And the industry panicked. You can look at the timeline and watch bands like the Stones, the Kinks, and the Who just scramble to replicate that exact moody shadowed tempo.
Oh, everyone was copying it.
Freeman accidentally invented the visual vocabulary for rock credibility in a random hotel hallway.
He did. And he became their house photographer for 5 consecutive album covers, you know, continuing to push boundaries. Like for A Hard Day's Night in 1964, he arranged a grid of 20 different expressions.
Right, signaling that this was an art project, not just some cheap movie tie-in.
Exactly. And on Beatles for Sale, he photographed them in Hyde Park looking visibly exhausted.
Which is wild for that era.
Right. No pop act of that era would have permitted an image suggesting they were anything less than thrilled by fame. But Freeman managed to frame their genuine sadness as something aspirational.
But the seams start to show by 1965 with the Help album cover. This is where we see Freeman prioritizing his own aesthetic over the band's reality.
Yes, the semaphore flags.
He positions them in the snow, in ski clothes, intending to have them use semaphore arm signals to spell the word H-E-L-P.
But he quickly realized that the actual physical arm positions required to spell H-E-L-P created this clunky visual geometry. The composition just looked unbalanced to him.
Right.
So he abandoned the spelling entirely. He just moved their arms around until the shapes looked pleasing to his eye. As a result, the semaphore signals on the famous Help cover actually spelled the nonsense word N-U-J-V.
I am still trying to wrap my head around the pure audacity of that.
It's hilarious.
It is the 1960s equivalent of going to a mall, buying a T-shirt with Japanese characters because you think it says peace and enlightenment, and later discovering it translates to hot soup.
Oh my gosh.
You ignore the translation because the vibe is cool, and Freeman only cared about the vibe.
Well, the band let it slide at the time, but it really exposed a growing disconnect. Freeman was treating them as visual props, while their songwriting was becoming intensely personal and meaningful.
Right, they were outgrowing him.
Exactly. And the ultimate breaking point for their collaboration arrived completely by accident during the Rubber Soul sessions later that year.
This is the famous Stretched Faces cover.
Yeah.
So, mechanically, how does that physically happen in 1965 without any digital editing?
Well, Freeman was projecting the color slides of his photos onto a piece of white cardboard, and it was cut to the exact size of an album sleeve so the band could see how the final product would look.
Okay.
The cardboard was propped up on a small table, but during the viewing, the cardboard slipped and fell slightly backward. Yeah, so the projected image warped, stretching their faces out into this bizarre, elongated distortion.
And instead of straightening the cardboard, the band stops him and says, keep it.
Yeah, they decide on the spot that the accident is the final cover.
Which tells me Freeman is no longer the guy steering the ship. He is holding the camera, sure, but the band is making the creative leaps.
Totally. That falling piece of cardboard demonstrated the absolute limit of what Freeman could do for them. He could make them look sophisticated, but he couldn't make them look surreal.
Because their sound was expanding so rapidly that traditional photography could no longer contain it.
Exactly. By their next album, Revolver, they brought in Klaus Voormann to create a pen and ink illustration. They just abandoned Freeman's entire medium.
They needed to sound the way that warped cardboard made them look, which means leaving the visual space and heading into the recording studio.
Right, the real laboratory.
And we have to talk about the culture of EMI Studios at Abbey Road. It was less a creative sanctuary and more of a strict scientific laboratory.
Yeah.
I mean, the engineers walked the halls wearing white lab coats.
Yeah, EMI operated under rigid institutional protocols. There were strict guidelines on microphone placement, volume levels, equipment usage. Everything was codified.
Very clinical.
Very. Norman Smith, who engineered their early hits, he thrived in that environment. They called him Normal Smith. John Lennon did.
Because he was just so straight-laced.
Exactly. He used natural room reverb to capture the raw energy of the band playing live in the room. But as the band started experimenting during Rubber Soul, Smith found the process too tedious and arty. So he bowed out.
And EMI replaces him by promoting Jeff Emmerich. And Emmerich is only 19 years old at the time.
Just a kid.
He had been a tape operator, basically fetching tea for the older engineers in the lab coats. And on his first day as chief engineer for the Revolver album, John Lennon walks up and demands to sound like the Dalai Lama chanting from a mountaintop.
Talk about a promotion.
Right. I need to know, mechanically, how do you achieve that in 1966? There are no digital plugins.
Well, a traditional engineer would have just dismissed the request entirely, but Emmerich bypassed the rules. He took Lennon's vocal microphone and routed the signal directly into a Leslie speaker.
Which is designed for an organ, not a human voice.
Exactly. Inside a Leslie speaker cabinet, there are rotating horns that literally spin around in circles while the sound plays through them.
Okay.
So as the horn spins toward the listener, the pitch bends slightly up. As it spins away, the pitch drops. It is the Doppler effect.
Oh, like the same acoustic phenomenon you hear when an ambulance siren drives past you.
Spot on. Running Lennon's voice through those spinning horns created this swirling, vibrating texture that sounded entirely otherworldly.
That is just brilliant. But he didn't stop at vocals. He went straight after Ringo Starr's drum kit. And the white lab coat manual explicitly forbade putting microphones too close to the drums.
The reasoning for that was purely financial, by the way.
Really? Not acoustic?
Nope. Studio microphones were incredibly delicate and expensive. A drum hit produces a massive transient. That's a sudden, violent spike in acoustic energy.
Right, a huge blast of air.
Exactly. Placing a microphone inches from a bass drum meant that blast of air could literally tear the delicate metal ribbon inside the mic, just destroying the equipment.
But Emmerich ignores the manual. He takes the front skin completely off the bass drum, grabs an extensive microphone, and shoves it right inside the shell.
Right inside.
It is the audio equivalent of sneaking the family minivan out for a joyride, but specifically driving it into a brick wall just to see how the airbags deploy, and somehow winning a Formula One race with the wreckage.
That is the perfect way to put it.
He's using destruction as a creative tool.
He was systematically dismantling the institutional rules of audio engineering, and he also pioneered the use of automatic double tracking, or ADT, which gave their vocals that massive, thick sound.
People throw the term ADT around constantly,
Yeah.
but what is actually happening inside the tape machines when he does that?
Okay, so prior to ADT, if you wanted a thicker vocal, the singer had to sing the exact same song twice onto 2 different tracks.
Which sounds tedious.
It was incredibly tedious. So Emmerich took a single vocal performance, split the electronic signal, and sent one copy to a primary tape machine and the second copy to a separate machine.
Okay, 2 machines running at once.
Right. He then manipulated the speed of the second machine so it played back just a fraction of a millisecond slower.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. When you blend those 2 slightly out-of-sync signals together, it tricks the human ear into hearing a massive chorus-like doubling effect from a single vocal take.
Incredible. But, turning the studio into an instrument meant endless experimentation. It meant recording one track at a time instead of playing together as a live band.
Yeah, the isolation.
And that isolation started to fracture them. The innovations that defined Revolver and Sgt. Pepper created an environment that eventually became toxic.
We really see the fallout during the 1968 White Album sessions. The collective joy of discovery had vanished by then.
Completely gone.
The band members were recording in separate rooms, openly criticizing each other, and using Emmerich not as an engineer, but as a technical mediator in an emotional war zone.
And the breaking point happens during Paul McCartney's Obladi Oblada, the endless repetitive takes, the suffocating tension.
Yep.
Jeff Emmerich, the teenager who literally bent the laws of physics to invent new sounds for them, physically cannot stomach it anymore.
No, he was done.
He just quits and walks out Abbey Road.
And the reaction to his departure reveals everything about their state of mind. John Lennon didn't shout at him. He offered empathy, telling Emmerich, "We're just incarcerated in here."
Oh.
The laboratory they hijacked had literally become their prison.
Now, Paul McCartney eventually convinces Emmerich to return for Abbey Road. And I know Emmerich's 2006 memoir caused a massive uproar later on. Critics pointed out a strong pro-McCartney bias and criticized his harsh assessment of George Harrison's guitar playing.
Oh, yeah. The fans were very divided on that book.
But even his detractors admit that nobody captured the claustrophobia of those rooms better than Emmerich.
Because Emmerich's departure was just a symptom of a much larger collapse. Once the band splintered, they lost control of their own sonic narrative. This culminates in the ultimate ideological war over production.
George Martin versus Phil Spector.
Exactly.
This is such a fascinating clash of philosophies, because George Martin had guided them from day one, and his approach was all about invisible architecture.
Yes, Martin viewed the producer's role as entirely subservient to the song.
Right.
If you listen to a track like In My Life, Martin's classical piano solo enhances the emotional weight of the track without ever distracting from the band. He balanced the frequencies so every instrument spoke clearly. You don't think about the production, you only feel the music.
Then you have Phil Spector, who was brought in to salvage the Let It Be tapes. And Spector's philosophy is the absolute polar opposite of invisible.
He wanted to be seen.
He believed the producer was the primary artist and the musicians were just raw clay.
Spector was the architect of the wall of sound. He didn't want clarity.
Mechanically, how does someone even build a wall of sound on a mixing desk? Like, what is he doing?
Well, it wasn't just the desk, it was the physical room itself. Spector would pack a studio with multiple musicians playing the exact same part.
Like multiple drum kits.
3 pianos, 2 bassists, acoustic guitars, all playing simultaneously. He would capture that massive, muddy performance and then pump the audio through live echo chambers.
That sounds chaotic.
It was. He would record the reverberation itself and layer it back over the track. It creates an impenetrable, dense wash of audio where you literally can't distinguish individual instruments.
So Spector takes the Beatles' raw, intimate Let It Be tapes, locks himself away, and completely buries their work under choirs, orchestras, and immense echo.
He buried them alive, sonically speaking.
Applying that technique to this specific band is like aggressively photobombing the most famous people in the world.
Right.
Why would you try to make the listener focus on the producer's echo chamber when you have Paul McCartney and John Lennon singing raw, emotional vocals right there in the room?
Well, Paul McCartney shared that exact sentiment. He was furious at what Spector did, particularly to the song The Long and Winding Road.
He hated it.
The resentment burned so deeply that 30 years later, in 2003, McCartney released Let It Be, naked, specifically to strip away Spector's bombast and restore the raw audio.
So the band was exhausted by the studio. They were exhausted by fighting for control over their sound. But mostly, John Lennon was exhausted by the paper walls of their public image.
The mythology was suffocating him.
He felt trapped by the myths surrounding them, so he decided to burn the narrative down. And he aimed his fire directly at the authorized biographer.
Enter Hunter Davies.
Right.
In 1966, the fan rumors and tabloid fabrications were just out of control. So Davies pitched Paul McCartney on a serious, comprehensive biography to cut through the noise and document their history properly.
And Davies gets unprecedented access. I mean, he spends 18 months in their homes, sitting quietly in the corner during the Sgt. Pepper sessions, interviewing their parents, their wives.
He was everywhere.
He literally collects the foundational stories, the church fete in Woolton, the leather jackets in Hamburg, the Cavern Club, that form the bedrock of the mythology we still consume today.
And the book was published in 1968. At the time, readers considered it shocking because Davies casually mentioned LSD and included some mild cursing.
Oh, a scandal.
Right. But viewed objectively today, Davies heavily sanitized the narrative to protect their commercial image.
You left a lot out.
He omitted the rampant drug use, he erased the wild stories from the Hamburg red light district, and he entirely concealed Brian Epstein's homosexuality, despite having explicit permission from Epstein himself to discuss it.
But the culture moves blindingly fast. A sanitized PR victory in 1968 becomes a massive liability in the counterculture of 1970, where raw authenticity is the only currency that matters.
Exactly.
So John Lennon sits down with Rolling Stone magazine for a brutally unvarnished interview, and he publicly torches Hunter Davies' book, calling it sanitized bullshit.
He was ruthless.
He complains that Davies hid the reality of their lives, specifically shouting about how the book omitted their tour orgies.
The irony is that Davies deliberately excluded those specific stories out of respect for the band members' wives.
Unbelievable.
Lennon was demanding retroactive authenticity, punishing Davies for playing by the exact rules of image protection that the band themselves had mandated just a few years prior.
It is staggering hypocrisy.
Complete.
It is exactly like the global superstar demanding a gritty, warts-and-all documentary to prove their street credibility, conveniently forgetting that they aggressively demanded final cut on the lighting, the script, and the editing.
Yep.
You cannot attack the author for a whitewash when you hired him to hold the paint.
Well, Lennon did eventually apologize to Davies in private, admitting his public comments were unfair. But the cultural damage was absolute. For decades, serious music historians dismissed Davies' book as a fluffy corporate PR exercise.
But Davies plays the long game. Decades later, he publishes a completely new book. And this time, he skips the narrative and just publishes photographs of the band's original handwritten lyric sheets.
He presented the primary documents.
Yes.
Lyrics scribbled on the backs of envelopes, crossed out on hotel stationery, drafted on napkins.
He brought the literal receipts. It was the ultimate mic drop, proving that regardless of Lennon's 1970 tantrum, Davies had the supreme, undeniable access.
He really did.
He was in the room when the ink was hitting the paper.
You know, looking at Robert Freeman, Jeff Emmerich, George Martin, and Hunter Davies, a unified pattern emerges here.
How so?
These architects provided the structural framework that allowed the band's raw genius to be consumed by the masses.
Yeah, they needed Freeman's shadows to look serious. They needed Emmerich's rule-breaking to capture the sounds in their heads. They needed Martin's invisible architecture to keep the songs grounded. And they needed Davies' sanitized history to survive the tabloid press.
Exactly. But the defining characteristic of this band was their absolute refusal to stay inside the frameworks built for them.
The moment a structure was completed, they recognized it as a boundary, and immediately dismantled it to move to the next phase.
It was a constant cycle of destruction and rebirth.
And I want you, listening right now, to think about the massive collateral damage of that process. If they hadn't constantly burned down the boxes they were put in and alienated the people who helped build them, would they have stayed together longer than a decade?
It's a great question.
It makes you wonder. Think about your own life and career. How often do the very people who help you build your initial success become the exact people you have to leave behind in order to reach your final ultimate evolution?
It really forces us to ask whether the brevity of their time together was a flaw or the exact engine of their legacy.
Something to think about the next time you hear those records. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. If you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind, and you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So imagine the most powerful cultural force on the planet, right? 4 guys who basically dictate global fashion, politics, music.
Yeah, exactly. Every time they sneeze, the whole world catches a cold.
Right. Now imagine those same 4 guys sitting in a freezing room, actively refusing to look at each other. They were basically plotting their escape from the very empire they built.
It's wild to think about.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
How do 4 individuals who can barely tolerate breathing the same air somehow step into a studio and forge some of the most cohesive, legendary music in human history?
Well, you know, we operate under this romantic assumption that great art requires perfect harmony. Like, you picture a band in a circle, reading each other's minds, totally in sync.
Yeah, the classic Band of Brothers myth.
Exactly. But the final years of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr completely dismantle that. Their late-era masterpieces weren't born from harmony. They were born from pure, unadulterated friction.
And today we are tracking the anatomy of that friction, tracing the collapse, basically. First, how the myth of their unity shattered visually.
Mm-hmm.
Then, their desperate, kind of comical attempt to force the band back to life in this freezing live setting. And finally, how the total breakdown of their communication accidentally engineered the greatest swan song in rock history.
And that visual fracture is really where the story begins. I mean, by late 1968, before the music itself fully splintered, the visual facade was the first thing to just completely collapse.
Oh, absolutely.
Think about the tactile, physical experience of buying the White Album in November of 1968. You slide the vinyl out of that completely blank, stark white cover, you open the gatefold sleeve, and you look for the band.
Right, but they aren't there. Well, not as a band anyway.
No, not at all.
You just find 4 glossy, large color photographs completely separate from one another, just tucked inside the sleeve like independent trading cards. There is literally no group shot.
Yeah, and the photographer, John Kelly, along with the pop artist Richard Hamilton, they conceptualized this design specifically because they understood the changing mechanics of the music.
Because the White Album wasn't exactly a collaborative effort, was it?
Not even close. It was the sound of 3 highly distinct songwriters operating independently. They were essentially using the other members as session musicians for their own solo tracks.
Right.
So Hamilton knew the packaging had to reflect that absolute isolation.
And the psychological whiplash for the public must have been intense because, barely over a year prior, you had Sgt. Pepper.
Oh, complete night and day.
Yeah, they were standing shoulder to shoulder wearing those matching neon bright marching band uniforms, a single indestructible entity. But you open the White Album and you're just hit with this cold, documentary-style casualness.
And look closely at the physical toll in those portraits. I mean, Paul McCartney is photographed at his home on Cavendish Avenue, sporting a heavy shadow of stubble.
Looking pretty rough.
Yeah. John Lennon looks incredibly withdrawn, staring right through the camera lens from behind those round granny glasses. George Harrison has transformed into a full-blown spiritual seeker with his long hair.
And Ringo Starr simply looks profoundly tired.
Just exhausted.
It feels like a family deciding to send out separate somber mugshots for their holiday card instead of gathering everyone on the couch.
That is a perfect way to describe it.
It's a visual admission that the familial bond is dead. These aren't the smiling Fab 14 idols anymore.
Yeah.
You are looking at
adult men nearing 30 who have been put through the ringer.
Right. They were dealing with the sudden tragic death of their manager, Brian Epstein.
Yeah.
They had undergone massive ideological shifts in India, and they were just suffocating under the brutal business realities of trying to run their own company, Apple Corp.
And that complete visual isolation wasn't just an artistic phase, it was a glaring symptom of their inability to operate as a unit.
Yeah.
Which makes their next move completely baffling.
Oh, totally. Instead of retreating further, they somehow decide the only way to save the band is to force themselves into a live, high-stakes performance environment.
Right. We are talking about January 1969, the infamous Get Back sessions. And the initial plans for this live comeback were, frankly, completely delusional.
They were grasping at straws, just trying to artificially manufacture the old magic. The logistical ideas they were throwing around were completely absurd.
Wait, didn't they seriously draft plans to play a concert at the base of the Great Sphinx in Egypt at sunrise?
They did.
I mean, they also discussed a Roman amphitheater in Tunisia, right? Or an ocean liner out in the middle of the ocean. Even a gig in the Sahara Desert.
It was pure escapism.
Yeah.
They are actively self-destructing in a London studio, but they think a change of scenery to a desert will magically fix the fact that they can't communicate.
Right, like a vacation is going to save the marriage.
Exactly. And the sheer exhaustion of trying to make these grand plans work while constantly arguing under the glare of documentary film cameras, it just wore them into the ground.
Yeah, Paul McCartney's trying to aggressively direct the band to keep the momentum going, which of course only alienates the others.
Right. And John Lennon is struggling with his own personal issues and is completely emotionally checked out.
Mm-hmm.
George Harrison actually quits the band, literally walks out of the studio, and has to be coaxed back.
Which brings us to Ringo Starr. Because while the rest of them are arguing over international permits and staging logistics for a Tunisian amphitheater, Ringo Starr's pragmatism just slices right through the delusion.
Oh, it's so good. He just deadpans. I'd like to go on the roof.
Just brilliant. It was the only viable solution left.
Yep.
No permits, no flights, no massive crew. Just haul the amplifiers up the stairs of their headquarters at 3 Savile Row.
But stepping onto a London rooftop on January 30th is a completely miserable physical experience.
Yeah, it was 45 degrees Fahrenheit up there, 7 degrees Celsius. Just a damp, bitter wind whooping directly off the River Thames.
And their wardrobe choices that day were dictated entirely by survival, not aesthetics.
Definitely not fashion.
No. John Lennon absolutely refused to suffer for his art, so he is famously wearing Yoko Ono's thick fur coat.
Right, and Ringo Starr commandeered his wife Maureen's bright red raincoat, which actually provides this incredible splash of color against the gloomy London skyline.
And George Harrison is bundled up in a heavy black fur and bright green pants.
And then there is Paul McCartney, somehow standing in the freezing wind in just a dark suit jacket, acting like it is a balmy summer afternoon while playing his bass.
I still don't know how he did it, but the physical environment immediately wreaks havoc on the recording gear.
Oh, the wind?
Yeah, the wind is unpredictable, and it keeps hitting the microphones, creating these massive plosive bursts, those loud, booming pops of air that hit the microphone diaphragm and cause completely unusable audio distortion.
Because you cannot mix a record if the vocal tracks are clipping every time the wind blows.
Exactly. So their legendary roadie, Mal Evans, has to improvise.
Yeah.
On his lunch hour, he literally sprints down the stairs and out onto Regent Street to buy pairs of women's pantyhose.
That is just incredible.
He runs back up, completely out of breath, cuts them up, and wraps the nylon around the studio microphones to create makeshift wind filters.
The sheer mechanics of the nylon stretching over the mic capsule acts as a baffle, diffusing the burst of air before it hits the diaphragm.
Yeah.
It is just brilliant, scrappy problem solving.
It worked perfectly.
Yeah, and through those pantyhose-covered mics, they rip through a set list of pure rock. Get Back, Don't Let Me Down. Guitars, bass, drums, keyboards, and voices. And actually, let's talk about the keyboard player for a second, Billy Preston. Because there is a fascinating psychological dynamic here. I look at Billy Preston sitting in on those sessions, and it reminds me of having company over to your house when you were in the middle of a massive fight with your spouse.
Oh, that is so true.
You know what I mean. You can't just scream at each other when a guest is sitting at the dinner table.
The Billy Preston effect is a very real phenomenon. The moment he sat down at the electric piano, the entire atmosphere shifted.
Yeah.
You simply cannot act like petulant children when a highly respected outside musician is in the room. His presence forced them to immediately be on their best behavior.
Right.
But it went deeper than just playing nice. Prester's incredible gospel-influenced playing injected a genuine joy into the arrangements. It elevated the groove. For 42 minutes on that freezing roof, despite the stiff fingers and the months of bitter resentment, the dysfunction just evaporated.
And meanwhile, down on the street, Savile Row grinds to an absolute halt.
Complete chaos.
Office workers are leaning out of their windows. Traffic is backed up for blocks. The Metropolitan Police eventually have to push through the massive crowd, step onto the roof, and threaten to arrest the band for a noise complaint.
Which is when Paul McCartney sees the police shutting them down and immediately starts ad-libbing the lyrics to Get Back.
Mocking the cops in real time.
Exactly. He is singing about playing on the roofs and getting arrested. The theatricality of the moment is just too good to pass up.
Yeah, the cops mercifully let them finish the final chord, and John Lennon steps up to the microphone to deliver that ultimate self-deprecating sign-off.
I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the group and ourselves, and I hope we pass the audition.
Just a flawless finale. But, as a live performance, it was great. But that rooftop truce was a complete illusion, wasn't it?
Total illusion. Stepping back down into the studio environment meant stepping right back into the hostility. The underlying fault lines hadn't shifted at all.
Yeah.
And that irreconcilable tension sets the stage for the ultimate battle over their final recorded album, Abbey Road.
Because by mid to late 1969, the foundation they were building on was essentially sand.
Sand. Just days before Abbey Road was released, they held a brutal business meeting on September 8th. John Lennon brought a proposal to the table for an equal rights system regarding their songwriting.
Okay, break down the mechanics of that. What does an equal rights system actually mean for a band that has been completely dominated by the Lennon-McCartney partnership for a decade?
It basically meant completely dismantling the hierarchy. John proposed a strict mathematical quota for their albums going forward. 4 songs for John, 4 songs for Paul, 4 songs for George, and 2 for Ringo.
Wow.
Yeah, he wanted to formally end the monopoly he and Paul held over the singles and the album real estate. But underneath the logistics of songwriting credits, he was basically laying the groundwork for a divorce. He wanted independence.
And that desire for independence triggered a massive ideological war during the Abbey Road sessions, specifically regarding the sequencing of side 2.
Absolutely.
John Lennon was obsessed with brutal, unvarnished honesty. He wanted a raw, uncompromising aesthetic.
What you hear exactly on the track, I Want You, She's So Heavy.
Yeah.
It is an 8-minute, doom-laden, primal groove that builds and builds, and then suddenly the tape is literally cut with scissors. No fade out, just a harsh, jarring silence.
Right, because he valued statements over polished studio puzzles. And because of that raw mindset, he had zero patience for Paul McCartney's sprawling conceptual ambitions.
He openly dismissed Paul's contributions to the album as junk and granny music.
Well, hold on. I want to push back on this narrative of Paul as the visionary holding it together.
Okay.
I look at the famous Abbey Road medley on side 2, and I don't necessarily see a miracle of collaboration. I kind of see Paul McCartney operating as a dictator.
Fair.
Right. He takes a bunch of half-baked, incomplete fragments that the band couldn't be bothered to finish, and he forces them together using studio trickery to hide the fact that their songwriting partnership is completely dead.
Okay, but that studio trickery is exactly what makes it a masterpiece.
I mean, sure.
Yes, Paul was absolutely driving the ship, and yes, the songs were fragments, but the mechanical process of stitching them together is an unbelievable feat of audio engineering. Paul worked with producer George Martin to mask the fractures. They used complex tape loops, massive crossfades, and sweeping orchestral scores to connect these wildly different 45-second scraps of music. They took pieces of that granny music and heavy rock and forced them to flow seamlessly into one another.
Okay, so the medley isn't just a musical arrangement, it's a literal metaphor. You have all these isolated, broken fragments held together entirely by magnetic studio tape and the sheer collective pretense that the band is still functioning.
Precisely. And while John and Paul are fighting a proxy war over the album sequence, George Harrison stages a quiet, undeniable revolution.
Oh, George.
Yeah. After years of fighting for table scraps, he walks into the studio with something, and here comes the sun.
And something is a track Frank Sinatra publicly called the greatest love song ever written.
Right. And yet, listen to how Paul McCartney manages George's emergence. During the sessions, Paul gives George this incredibly condescending backhanded compliment, essentially saying, "Your songs are finally good." George had been writing brilliant material since the Revolver album years prior, but he is only getting genuine acknowledgement at the exact moment the band is imploding.
Have you ever gone back to your hometown as an adult and realized your family still treats you like you're the 15-year-old kid who didn't know anything?
Yes, exactly.
That is exactly where George Harrison was mentally. He was emboldened by a deepening friendship with Eric Clapton. He had already quit the band for 5 days earlier in the year.
He had this simmering walkout mentality.
Yeah, he knew that if he was going to be treated like a hired session player, he could easily go be a massive star on his own terms.
The tension was everywhere. But what makes the Abbey Road sessions so fascinating is how the physical medium of tape itself, like the serendipitous accidents of the recording process, define the final narrative of the band.
The ultimate example of that being the accident of the song Her Majesty.
Oh, it's such a great story. The original trial edit of the side 2 medley ran about 15 minutes long. Paul McCartney had initially placed the acoustic track Her Majesty right between Mean Mr. Mustard and Polythene Pam.
Right.
But when they played back the tape, the transition was a disaster. The musical key was wrong. The emotional mood was wrong. It halted the momentum entirely. So Paul told the audio engineer to cut it out and throw it away.
But the studio they were working in, EMI, had incredibly strict institutional rules. You do not throw away Beatles recordings.
Sure.
Right. So a junior engineer named John Kurlander was terrified of getting in trouble with management, so he absolutely refused to throw the tape in the bin.
Smart guy.
Yeah. Instead, he physically spliced that discarded piece of tape onto the very end of the master reel, leaving a long stretch of blank leader tape before it.
And everyone completely forgot it was there. But days later, when they played the master reel to evaluate the album, the medley finishes, there are 20 seconds of total silence. And suddenly, Her Majesty bursts out of the speakers.
And it starts with this loud, accidental crashing chord that was left over from the physical scissor cut of Mean Mr. Mustard.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney hears it, loves the chaotic, accidental quality of the moment, and decides to keep it. This junior engineer's fear of breaking a corporate rule accidentally preserves a 23-second hidden track that becomes the quirky, defining period at the end of the album.
It's amazing. But the true emotional climax of the record, and honestly, of their entire career, is the track fittingly titled The End.
Oh, this is the moment where John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison trade guitar solos in a single, continuous take.
Right. They plug in, and they each get exactly 2 bars of music to play before handing the spotlight to the next guy.
It is an incredibly rare moment of unity in their late period history. They physically stood in the studio together to record it, feeding off each other's energy.
Yeah. And when I listen to those distinct guitar tones, like Paul's fluid, melodic runs, George's soaring, precise bends, and John's aggressive, rhythmic distortion, it sounds like a highly successful session of couples therapy.
It really does. These are men whose ability to use words had completely failed them. They had so much built-up resentment, so many unspoken legal and personal grievances, that having a normal conversation was basically impossible.
Completely impossible.
But for those 2 minutes, they plug their guitars into the amplifiers, and they communicate perfectly in the only language that never failed them.
The symbolism is just staggering. 3 massive egos, 3 virtuosos taking turns. No one is trying to play over anyone else. No one is stepping on toes.
Yeah.
It is a flawless, democratic, musical conversation achieved spontaneously by men who could barely speak off the studio floor.
And Paul McCartney closes the track with that beautiful Shakespearean couplet, and in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make.
It was so undeniable that even John Lennon, the guy who spent the whole year mocking Paul's lyrics, openly admitted that line was a cosmic truth.
For one brief, shining second, the fault line holds.
But, the tape eventually runs out. The truce was over. By September 20th, John Lennon made his intentions official in a band meeting. He looked at the others and said, "I want a divorce."
Though, it's definitely worth noting the complex ego dynamics that followed.
Yeah.
I mean, John asked for the divorce, but they agreed to keep it quiet for business reasons.
Right.
But when Paul McCartney finally announced the breakup publicly in April of 1970 to promote his own solo album, John later admitted to some intense alpha male resentment that Paul had beaten him to the punch.
It is a messy, tragic, incredibly human ending. But it is also a miracle. The album they spent months meticulously crafting was created by 4 individuals who were fundamentally done with each other. The fragments stayed taped together just long enough to capture absolute magic one final time.
Which leaves you with a really profound idea to apply to your own life, I think. We usually think of breakups, whether it's a creative partnership, a marriage, or a friendship, as a sudden explosion. Bomb goes off and it's over.
Right.
But The dissolution of these four musicians proves that sometimes the end isn't a blast at all. It's a brilliant, sustained echo. You have to wonder, if the tape hadn't held together just long enough to capture all that friction, if they had simply walked away when those stark portraits were taken in 1968, would their myth have remained quite as untouchable?
Probably not. The struggle itself is what made the final art so transcendent.
Definitely something to think about. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder, if you like this Beatles content, check out our new book called Beatles Rewind. The ebook is completely free, so you can download and read it immediately on your computer, your phone, or your tablet. Just go to Amazon.com and search for Beatles Rewind. And you can also get it in paperback. The paperback is kind of expensive.
But it's worth every penny.
So imagine you are the biggest band on the planet. I mean, you have limitless money, unprecedented cultural influence, and you're currently creating your most celebrated masterpiece.
Right, on top of the world.
Exactly. There is just one massive problem. You literally cannot stand to look at each other.
Yeah, the tension must have been unbelievable.
It was. So today, we are examining the architecture of a breakup. We're looking at the fascinating, messy, and just intensely creative final years of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr.
Specifically right around late 1968 to 1969.
Right. And to understand how this band managed to create their most enduring masterpieces while actively falling apart, we're going to look at three distinct artifacts.
A visual design, a live performance, and a studio recording.
Yeah. So let's jump straight into the visual fracture. Anyone who follows the band knows the basic aesthetic trajectory, right?
Oh, sure. You've got the matching mop tops and tailored suits from 1964.
Yep. And then the vibrant, highly coordinated marching band costumes of Sgt. Pepper in 1967.
They always presented as a completely unified front.
But then you get the packaging of the 1968 White Album, and it literally hands the fans a blueprint of their dissolution.
It is such a stark contrast. Inside that famously minimalist cover, there was this incredible surprise.
All the photos.
Yeah, they included 4 separate, loose, glossy, high-quality photographs.
Which was so unusual for the time.
Extremely. We are talking 7 3/4 by 10 3/4 inches. Printed in the USA on the American pressings. They weren't just novelty cutouts like in Sgt. Pepper.
No, they were standalone art objects. It's kind of like, imagine opening a board game and finding pieces from 4 completely different puzzles inside.
That is a great way to put it.
It was essentially a visual declaration of independence, like 4 promotional photos for solo careers that hadn't officially started yet.
And the intention behind those photos is entirely anti-glamour. The designer, Richard Hamilton, and the photographer, John Kelly, created this studied casualness.
They shot those in the autumn of 1968, right?
Yeah, and the details communicate exactly where each member's head was at.
The details are jarring, honestly. You have Paul McCartney sporting this controversial heavy stubble.
Looking like he hasn't slept in days.
Right. Shot right at his home on Cavendish Avenue. And then John Lennon looks completely withdrawn, almost hollowed out behind his round glasses.
Totally distant.
And George Harrison has grown out his long hair and mustache, shedding any remaining trace of the mop-top era. And Ringo Starrman, if you look closely at his portrait, there is this palpable, heavy weariness in his eyes.
Well, if you want to understand the mechanism behind that weariness, you have to look at the daily reality of the White Album recording session.
It was brutal.
It was. They were operating in silos. John Lennon was dealing with heroin use, which, heroin isolates you.
Right, it makes you emotionally distant.
Exactly. It completely throws off the collaborative rhythm. And on top of that, he had developed an intense obsession with Yoko Ono, who was now just a constant presence in the studio.
Which completely shattered their long-standing unspoken rule about keeping romantic partners out of the recording space.
Yeah, imagine working on a highly insular team where someone suddenly brings a spouse to every single confidential meeting.
You can imagine how quickly the atmosphere turns toxic.
George Harrison felt entirely marginalized. He was bringing in some of his best songwriting, yet he was still being ignored.
Treated like a junior partner.
Exactly. Ringo Starr was so overwhelmed by the sheer negativity in the room that he actually quit the band temporarily.
Wait, really? Just walked out?
He just had enough. And Paul McCartney, sensing the vacuum left by John Lennon's drug use and distraction, stepped in to desperately try to hold the whole enterprise together.
But his coping mechanism was to become incredibly demanding, which just made the other 3 view him as an overbearing tyrant.
So those 4 photos weren't just some artistic affectation, they were brutal honesty.
They didn't pretend the happy myth of the Fab Four was still intact.
Fans could display them together on a wall or separate them.
The physical packaging literally allowed the consumer to mirror the fractured nature of the band.
And that visual isolation matched their physical reality perfectly. I mean, they were often recording in completely separate studios down the hall from one another.
They were practically acting as session musicians for each other's solo tracks.
But that level of extreme isolation eventually acts like a rubber band. It stretched them so far apart that it bred this massive nostalgic counter-reaction.
They wanted to play together live one last time.
Which brings us to the second artifact, the live finale, the rooftop concert.
Right, early 1969. And the original plans for this live show show you exactly how inflated their sense of scale had become.
Oh, the initial ideas were grandiose. They seriously debated playing in a Roman amphitheater in Tunisia.
Or setting up at the Great Sphinx in Egypt.
Yeah. Someone pitched renting an ocean liner, or even dragging their amplifiers into the Sahara Desert.
Just the logistical nightmare of that is absurd.
So they are paralyzed by the bickering over these massive plans. And it was Ringo Starr who finally offered the most pragmatic, deadpan solution possible.
He just looked at the room and said, "I'd like to go on the roof."
No permits, no international travel. Just walk upstairs. January 30th, 1969. At 12:30 p.m., they climbed to the roof of Apple Corps at 3 Seville Row.
But I know you have a slightly different take on this.
Yeah, I have to ask, given their absolute stature, doesn't settling for the roof of their own office building feel like a massive failure of ambition?
Well, if you measure ambition purely by geographic scale, sure.
Right.
But if you look at the psychological goal, the roof was actually a stroke of genius. It wasn't a failure. It was a return to raw authenticity.
I see what you mean. The sheer absurdity and discomfort of the location stripped away all the pretense.
Exactly. They couldn't hide behind a massive stage production. They just had to plug in and play.
And the physical conditions guarantee there would be no glamour. It is a bitter 45 degrees Fahrenheit out there. That's about 7 degrees Celsius.
Freezing.
The wind is whipping off the Thames, and the fashion choices are just chaotic. John Lennon is famously bundled up in Yoko Ono's thick fur coat.
Ringo Starr commandeered his wife Maureen's red raincoat.
Yeah, and George Harrison looks like a freezing Victorian gentleman in a heavy black fur coat and bright green pants.
And Paul McCartney, inexplicably, is just braving the freezing wind in a regular suit.
But that biting wind wasn't just a comfort issue. It was a massive technical emergency. Wind hitting a microphone diaphragm causes popping that ruins the audio.
And the engineers were panicking. This is where the roadies, Mal Evans and Kevin Harrington, become the unsung technical saviors of the day.
Oh, the pantyhose story.
Yes. Mal Evans literally had to sprint down to Regent Street and buy women's pantyhose. He runs back up to the roof and tightly wraps the nylon mesh around the studio microphones.
To stop the wind. It is the ultimate rock and roll image. You have the greatest band in the world playing their final public concert, singing into mics wrapped in pantyhose.
But here is the magic of that afternoon. The moment they start playing tracks like Get Back, Don't Let Me Down, I've Got a Feeling, One After 909, and Dig a Pony, all the bickering vanishes.
You can physically see it. They lock into the rhythm, and suddenly they aren't four bitter guys. They're just musicians.
And a crucial catalyst for that was the presence of the keyboardist, Billy Preston.
It is fascinating that it took a total outsider to force them to be on their best behavior.
It's the observer effect. You do not throw tantrums when you have a highly respected guest sitting in. But musically, Billy Preston added this incredible gospel and soul flavor.
He gave the rock and roll energy a completely grounded feel. Meanwhile, down on the street, London is grinding to a halt.
Secretaries looking out windows, trying to figure out where the music is coming from.
And of course, the Metropolitan Police arrive. They make their way up the stairs to the roof to shut it down.
And Paul McCartney, who always had brilliant theatrical timing, starts cheekily ad-libbing lyrics to Get Back to directly mock the police.
It's so good.
Uh-huh.
But they finally get shut down, and John Lennon steps up to the mic and delivers the perfect, self-deprecating epitaph to their live career.
I hope we pass the audition.
Such a great line. But, that fleeting high on the roof couldn't save the band.
No, it only gave them enough fuel to retreat to the studio one last time.
Which brings us to the third artifact. Their musical swan song, Abbey Road, in the summer of 1969.
Taking away the freezing wind and the public audience immediately brought all the old toxic baggage right back to the surface.
Yeah, there was a massive, fundamental ideological split
about what the album should even sound like.
John Lennon was deep into his Plastic Ono phase. He wanted raw, abrupt statements, like the 8-minute track, I Want You, so heavy that just abruptly cuts off.
Right, in the middle of a chord.
Exactly. But Paul McCartney wanted the exact opposite. He wanted a symphonic, Sgt. Pepper-style suite, resulting in the famous Side 2 medley.
John and Paul were at a total stylistic stalemate. And that medley, I mean, it's essentially cinematic editing, or like a magician's sleight of hand.
How do you mean?
Well, Paul McCartney had all these half-finished fragments and musical scraps. And because they couldn't always stand to be in a room together, he masked the band's dysfunction with tape and production wizardry.
Ah, splicing it all together to make it sound cohesive.
Exactly. And while John Lennon and Paul McCartney are locked in this battle, George Harrison stages a quiet revolution.
He truly did. He brought the 2 best songs to the Abbey Road sessions.
Here Comes the Sun and Something.
Which Frank Sinatra famously called the greatest love song ever written.
And Paul McCartney's reaction to that song highlights why George Harrison was so exhausted. Paul gave this backhanded compliment, saying George's songs weren't that good until now, just treating him like a junior partner again. But despite the tension, the album is defined by these moments of pure serendipity, like the hidden track, Her Majesty.
That 23-second acoustic song exists purely because of an accident by a junior engineer named John Kurlander.
Right. Paul McCartney told him to throw it away.
But the ironclad rule was you never throw away a recording. So John Kurlander spliced it at the very end of the reel, leaving a huge gap of blank tape.
And when they played it back, they loved the jarring accident so much they kept it.
It's those little moments, but the climax of the album, and arguably the band, happens during the song literally called The End,
where John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison trade guitar solos for 2 bars each.
Think about the psychology of that. They could barely speak to each other without arguing, but they could still communicate flawlessly through their instruments.
It is pure, nonverbal dialogue, but the reality of the fracture was undeniable.
Because just 6 days before Abbey Road was officially released, during a September 1969 meeting, the official fracture finally happened.
John Lennon looked at Paul McCartney and said, I think you're daft. I want a divorce.
Tragic irony. They had just crafted their most cohesive masterpiece, yet they could no longer stand to be in the same room.
When you pull all these threads together, the isolated portraits, the freezing rooftop, and the spliced-together medley, you see a band that channeled its own destruction into groundbreaking art.
They were broken, but the fault lines held just long enough.
Which leaves you with something pretty heavy to ponder. We always romanticize the beginnings of creative partnerships, right? The spark of meeting, the early garage days.
Of course.
But looking at the final act of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr, you have to ask yourself something. Could it be that the resentment, the exhaustion, and the desperate need to break free are actually far more powerful catalysts for genius than harmony ever was?
That's the conclusion of Part 1 of Beatles Rewind. The link to Part 2 is in the video description.